However, on second thought, Song Jingyang remembered the injury of Prince Jin. No, the prince can't do it now, and repaying his gratitude with his own body will be a matter for the future. He cleared his throat and lowered his head to serve the tea. Hold down your prince, Tang Zhujun said angrily. Song Jingyang now looked at Tang Zhujun differently, and his admiration was like a surging river. Apart from Tang Zhujun, there was no one else who dared to turn the seventh prince into a turtle. However, admiration was admiration, and it was not appropriate to help her take down the prince in this occasion.
Aunt. Who is your aunt?
Come and see if your prince's wound has broken open. I'll go find a medicine box. She picked up her skirt and ran out. Song Jingyang. Prince, should I help you take off your clothes, or do you take them off yourself? Prince Jin, did you see clearly how she knocked down the seventh prince? Song Jingyang. No, I didn't see clearly. At that time, he was busy being indignant, scolding Tang Zhujun for being fickle and stubborn, and he never thought that it would be so enjoyable later. It was so enjoyable that Song Jingyang felt that it was worth it for the prince to sacrifice himself tonight. I think Miss Tang is also very good. Prince, please give in. Who has such a fierce concubine? Plus the sharpness of her opening words. Who can stop her? Although the prince may be a little aggrieved, now is not a time of internal and external troubles, and there are many threats, so help is needed. Prince, please bear with the grievance. This is what Song Jingyang really thinks. Tang Zhujun came back in a hurry with a medicine box. You're carrying this when you go out? The straw curtains around the shed were lowered, so people outside couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. They could only see the two people's figures vaguely. Of course, taking a child out and riding a horse, what if the child gets scratched? Tang Zhujun said, Oh, I was just saying, do you see if it's cracked? The light was not good, but fortunately Tang Zhujun was skilled enough to quickly help Prince Jin reapply medicine and bandage it. She was smart not to ask about his assassination of the prince. But Tang Zhujun had a vague feeling that his father and brother might have misjudged him. A man who could assassinate the prince, saying that he was indifferent to the world and could not become emperor? Why are you helping me today? Prince Jin spoke slowly. Because I can't stand his arrogance. I can tolerate it if he says it. But you have no shame to mention the sad things of 2 children. Tang Zhujun said angrily. Let him suffer this loss today. I don't believe he has the face to go out and say that he was knocked down by a woman. Have you ever thought about what to do if you can't beat him? If you can't beat him, don't you still have the prince? So, do you believe me? There was a smile in the voice of King Jin. Of course, Song Jingyang has caused you so much trouble, but now he is still staying by your side, isn't he? Tang Zhujun said, What's more, the 7th prince is obviously a fake. King Jin said, No matter what you did today to protect me. Tell me, what do you want? This king promises you. Tang Zhujun felt that he switched between I and this king smoothly, which was amazing. I want you to let me go, but you can't make the decision. After you marry the princess, you can put me in a secluded courtyard, provide me with food and shelter, and leave me alone, okay? If you can run away, that's the best. If you can't run away, just protect yourself first. You will be able to run away sooner or later. Prince Jin, are you worried about being bullied in the future? As long as I'm here, no one dares to bully you.
No.
Tang Zhujun, they have the right to do so, and I'm just a hindrance. Forget it, let's not talk about that. We'll talk about it later. A man's promise can only be remembered for 7 seconds, and she doesn't want to take it. Your Highness, if you feel bad about it, why don't you forgive the money my brother owes you? Didn't it already be forgiven? Then my father thinks he should pay you back. Tang Zhujun said depressedly, How come there was no news about my brother's incident? Didn't you find out, or did you keep it from me? Hidden from you?
Tang Zhujun.
Then tell me. However, Prince Jin didn't say anything. Help me take a look at my legs, my right calf. Prince Jin suddenly asked. Oh, what's wrong? Tang Zhujun squatted down in front of him very naturally, lifted up his robe, and rolled up his trouser legs. This is a habit she has developed as a doctor over the years, and it has become an instinct. It's itchy and painful, and it's been like this for a few days. Prince Jean said, "At first I thought I just touched it and didn't take it seriously." The light was too dim, and Tang Zhujun was almost sticking to his legs. He couldn't help but think of the last time she pulled down his pants, and it was very difficult to hold back his laughter. For Prince Jean, it was a little stiff as he looked at her messy hair, her black hair like clouds, and the hot air from her breath spraying on his legs. I didn't expect to meet the prince here." Changji lifted the straw curtain and came in laughing. He had just come back from sending Song off, and when he passed by the outskirts of Beijing, he saw Song Jingyang. He heard that Prince Jean was also there, and Tang Jian followed Prince Jean, so he came over to say hello. Unexpectedly, when he saw the scene in front of him, his laughter stopped abruptly, and he stepped back repeatedly. "My God, in broad daylight, are you playing such a big game?" "Tang Jian, I'm not playing a big game." "Prince Jean." She stood up. "Your Highness is fine, just bitten by a poisonous insect. Apply some medicine later, and it will be fine in 2 days. Changji, Your Highness, you are really testing me by being a matchmaker for me." "Prince Jean." Tang Jian was too lazy to pay attention to them and went out to see the 2 children. The incident of the 7th prince being thrown passed quietly, without causing any splashes. Tang Jian was still the same as before, making seasonings, preparing medicine, taking care of children, cooking. Life was simple and fulfilling. The Prince of Jean brought her something almost every day, either jewelry or food. One time, he was so exaggerated that he called the snack vendor to the door and asked him to make snacks for her to eat while they were hot. The spectators who didn't know the inside story thought that Tang Zuyan had given the Prince of Jean some kind of magic potion that made him, as cold-hearted as he was, lose his mind. Only Tang Jian taught the Prince of Jean like she was teaching her son every day. "Buy one of each. Madam will love it." Tang Zuyan pretended to sit on a horse with a dead-like arrogance. "I'll buy them all. Let Madam choose." You understand. The prince's concubines have the rank of Madam, so now she has upgraded herself to a higher rank. She can't say, "I'm such and such a humble concubine." Is that still a favor? The Prince of Jean, pretentious.
Tang Juin.
"Do you know why you have lived to such an old age and can only wait for the emperor to grant you a marriage? Because you are stupid." However, even though he was disobedient, the Prince of Jean could at least imitate them and show his affection, which could probably deceive many people and allow their plan for August 15th to proceed normally. The palace banquet on August 15th arrived as scheduled. Tang Zhujun's rank could only follow behind like a maid, but she is now favored. Even the emperor teased the King of Jean, saying that he was unwilling at first, but now he still likes her. The King of Jean always had a dull face, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Yanran followed Tang Zhujun closely, fearing that others would make her angry. Everyone knows that although Yanran did not have the title of a princess, she was the most favored among the many granddaughters of the emperor. For example, today the emperor also called her over to talk alone and rewarded her with things. The emperor couldn't even call out the names of many other granddaughters. "Sister, look at my father." Yanran saw the King of Jean riding out on horseback, and her hands were so excited that they were about to turn red. "I'm going to tell Brother Lin when I go back." Today was a palace banquet, and not so many people attended. Only Tang Mingfan from the Tang family came. I saw it. Tang Zhujun said. The King of Jean was dressed in black, holding the reins and sitting upright on the horse, with an arrogant look and a clear look. However, compared with the other 7 princes, he was really outstanding in temperament and stood out from the crowd. Not every prince played Kuju. For example, the Crown Prince and the 8th Prince did not play, and only 6 princes participated. But the most embarrassing thing was that the King of Jean brought one team of subordinates and the other princes brought one team, and Tang Zhujun felt that except for her, no one seemed to think that there was anything abnormal about this. The game was very interesting, and Tang Zhujun watched it intently, as if she was reading a cool novel. The King of Jean was like a cheat, mercilessly beating his opponent to a pulp, and finally won with a score of 18-0. Tang Zhujun immediately understood why no prince was on the same team with him. Isn't this offending? I would rather be in disgrace with my brothers than win with the king of Jin, who is ignorant of the times. The audience was also silent, and almost everyone was digging their feet on the ground in embarrassment. Conservative estimates are that with collective efforts, they can dig out a palace a few more times. Yenran, father is so awesome. Tang Juyun seconded. Your Highness is so great. Do you feel that everyone around you has a stomachache? Why are they all gone? That's good. It's rare to have some peace and quiet. Following the prince, it's so cool. In a while, the princes will go to Mingzi Lake to bathe under the leadership of the emperor. Tang Ziyun knew this in advance and had asked Tang Mingfan to tell the emperor that the water temperature was too low and he had a heart disease and was not suitable for going into the water. Tang Ziyun wanted to follow the Prince of Jin, but Tang Mingfan hurried over to stop her. What are you going to do? You are not the prince's maid. Although Tang Ziyun was the concubine of the Prince of Jin in the eyes of others, Tang Mingfan felt that his daughter was a concubine. How could a concubine go to see other princes? Tang Ziyun whispered. No, I have to go, you will know in a while. Although the emperor could not go into the water, he still smiled and watched his sons go in. Tang Ziyun understood this mentality, probably like an old duck taking the ducklings into the water. Your Highness, please don't go. She held onto Prince Jin's belt and refused to let go, while Prince Jin's face was as gloomy as water. The seventh prince was still waiting to see Prince Jin, and of course he would not let him go, so he came over and said loudly, Sister-in-law, are you reluctant to leave sixth brother? How about letting sixth brother take you with him? Tang Zhujun narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly, threatening in a very low voice. Seventh prince, aren't you afraid that I will be like that female water ghost and directly push you into the water and drown you? The seventh prince shuddered at the thought of that scene. The emperor also noticed the commotion here and said with a smile, What are you two brothers whispering about? The seventh prince immediately said, Father, the sixth brother doesn't want to go in the water. I'm persuading him again not to break the rules set by our ancestors. The emperor frowned. What's going on? Tang Zhujun, Your Majesty, this matter really has its reasons. It's all my fault for being ignorant. I didn't know there was such a ceremony today, so. I made some noise. Why did you make some noise? Actually, it's nothing, Tang Zhujun said shyly. It's just, I made some noise in the boudoir. Prince Jin, you step back. He strode to the emperor, knelt on one knee, and then unbuttoned his clothes. The emperor looked down and saw a rough and lifelike large kitchen knife painted on the left chest of Prince Jin, with a few words written crookedly next to it. Tang Zhujun's property. You will be punished if you chop it off without permission. This. The emperor was also angry and amused. Tang Jiyun knelt down next to the Prince of Jin. I was just fooling around and mixed the paint, the kind that is not easy to fade and wash when repairing the palace. I didn't expect that today. The emperor couldn't help laughing, but he had to put on a stern face and said, Women should be virtuous and generous. You are so jealous. Do you know your mistakes? Tang Zhuyun admitted her mistake. The emperor couldn't help scolding again. Look at your handwriting. It's like a dog crawling. It really ruins your father's reputation. And you cheer, a prince, actually. You should know how to be foolish. In the end, the Prince of Jin was fined for 3 months, and Tang Zhuyun was punished to write female commandments 100 times. Although only a few people, including the emperor, saw it, this matter spread like wings and became the latest topic of conversation inside and outside the court. Tang Zhuyun has been on the hot search many times, and she has become accustomed to it, and even ate half a bowl of rice more. Now, she can walk sideways in the capital. In addition to the support of her biological father and brother, there is also a man who is supportive, although it is fake. It is enough to use the power of others to bully others. The only downside is that her hands hurt from writing female admonitions, and the content inside made her unable to help complaining while writing. Daily life is that the king of Jin takes the 2 children to write in front of the big table, and Tang Zhuyun complains while writing. The most interesting thing is the reaction of the Tang family's father and son. Tang Mingfan talked to his daughter with a red face. Although this matter is indeed laughable, it is a matter between husband and wife. It doesn't matter what happens behind closed doors. As long as the relationship is good, you must not forget your original intention because of other people's rumors. Original intention. Continue to abuse the king of Jin? My biological father. This is really my biological father. Tang Zhuyan rubbed his hands and said that he remembered it and would be fierce to the end. Tang Mingfan. Relax in moderation. I see that you are getting along very well with the prince now. Ah Yun, you must first secure the position of concubine.
More.
We don't hold out much hope, but Dad and Big Brother will keep working hard. Tang Zhuyan was shocked. Why? Do you want her to be the principal wife? Not necessarily. Tang Mingfan said, the right time, right place, and right people, you give birth to a son first, and leave the rest to Dad and Big Brother. Tang Zhuyan looked down at her flat belly. She will give birth to a daddy. Now all kinds of things have come together, and she has no chance to struggle, but she didn't give up. If she works hard, she may still leave King Jin. Tang Baixin came to ask Tang Zhuyan, Ayun, your relationship with the prince is improving by leaps and bounds. It's really great. Yulan and I. You have all consummated your marriage. What else are you talking about? No, how could I do that? Tang Baixin said with a serious face. It's fake news spread by Xiao again. Tang Zhuyan advised her elder brother that there was still a long way to go, and he must not be disrupted. They were progressing fast because they were fake. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. Tang Zhuyan showed her affection in front of the emperor, and her father and brother believed it, so naturally others believed it. Then the first bird to come out of the water was shot, and Tang Zhuyan was shot gorgeously. Tang Zhujun taught Meng Yulan how to make dumplings, while Linlin and Yanran were having a lot of fun playing with dough nearby, and their heads, faces, and clothes were all covered with flour. Xiaoer wiped this one and that one, stamping her feet anxiously. You've soiled the clothes and ruined the things. The two young masters, come out and play with me. She was a diligent and clean maid. Linlin laughed and said to Yanran, Let's go. We should go practice calligraphy. My father will check my homework in the evening, and the prince will check yours. Meng Yulan smiled and said, Luzhu, you go and help too. After they went out, Tang Zhujun secretly asked Meng Yulan, Sister Meng, have you adapted to living here for such a long time since you came here? She had always thought that their relationship was developing rapidly, so she didn't ask much. Unexpectedly, nothing happened, so she still cared about Meng Yulan's adaptation. Meng Yulan blushed slightly. Everything is fine. The master treats me very well. How is it fine? Tang Zhujun asked with a smile. Meng Yulan's face became even redder. In short, it's very good. Everything is good. Oh, tell me about it. After Meng Yulan became a concubine, she no longer had any contact with her family and the so-called sisters in the past. Except for Lu Zhu, there was no one to share with. In addition, she did get along well with Tang Zhujun, who was also her sister-in-law, so she blushed and told some things. It turned out that she did go to find Tang Baixin that day and did do what Xiaoer said. It's not that I am shameless, but I am worried that Jiang Beihan will come to pester me in the future, so I thought, if I gave my body to the master and had a child, he would completely give up. Meng Yulan knew long ago that there was no possibility of being with Jiang Beihan, and there was no need for him to ask for forgiveness. Forgiving him is the greatest cruelty to herself. Tang Juin. Later, the master said to me that I am his now, whether I give him my body or not. He will not let anyone take me away, and he also said that he does not want to force me, and there is a long way to go for some things. Meng Yulan's face was red, but there was happiness and satisfaction in her eyes. Although the Tang family lived in poverty and had to do everything by herself, everyone was kind to her from the bottom of their hearts, and she lived a fulfilling and happy life. Later, I said I wanted to take out my own money, and the master said it was up to me. Tang Zhuyan, what's so touching about this? You take money to supplement the family expenses, and my eldest brother accepts it, and you have to be grateful? No, Meng Yulan said, Ayun, you don't understand. There are many people who want their wives' dowry and face. The master really treats me as a family member.
Tang Jin.
I also treat you as a family member, otherwise you can give me some money to spend? As she said that, she couldn't help laughing and fell on Meng Yulan's shoulder. Meng Yulan scolded. You are bullying me. I dare not. What if my elder brother comes to settle accounts with me later? After joking, Meng Yulan said seriously, there is another thing that I've been hesitating about, and I want to mention it to you. Sister Meng, just tell me. Yesterday, Lin Lin and Yan Ran were playing together, and his subordinates lost their sense of proportion and pushed Yan Ran down. I told him. Then what? I kept thinking about this matter at night. My status is not enough, but since he is the eldest son of the master, I can't just watch him do something wrong without reminding him. But I am afraid that he will mind my status and think that the master does not love him. In short, it is difficult for a stepmother. This stepmother who is not legitimate is even more difficult. It is not okay to ignore it, and I am afraid that it will not work if I intervene. Tang Zhujun smiled and said, you should take care of what you should do. Linlin is not a child who likes to bear grudges. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but I saw you standing by to take care of the two children during dinner. Don't do that again in the future. My eldest brother said that he treats you as his wife, but you don't put yourself in that position and take the initiative to give up your position. Don't cry if it is taken by someone else in the future. I know what to do. Meng Yulan's eyes were calm and firm, revealing the momentum of being the center of attention when they first met. Thank you for not abandoning me, sir. I will do my part, including teaching your sister-in-law well.
Tang Zuzun Loget.
Meng Yulan was amused by her. How are you and the prince? Same as you two. Nothing happened. That's good. Meng Yulan showed some sweetness on her face. Tang Zhujun. Well, I think it's good too. Non-interference and courtesy to each other. It would be best if it lasts forever. Meng Yulan was really busy. After cooking, she started to make clothes for Tang Baixin. Now all of Tang Baixin's clothes, shoes, and socks were made by her. Do you want to learn? Meng Yulan saw Tang Jian staring at her embroidering bamboo and couldn't help but smile. Tang Jian. No. Anyway, there was Xiu'er before, and now there is Sister Meng, so I will continue to be lazy. You have to do some needlework for the prince. Do it for him? Wishful thinking. She hasn't even done it for Lin Lin. Then you have to show your appreciation for the prince's birthday and the new year. Meng Yulan smiled. Tang Ziyan. I can cook. No matter how Meng Yulan persuaded her, she was too lazy to learn. By the way, Meng Yulan said, someone from Sahelu came to give me 120 taels of silver yesterday, and the master asked me to give it to you today. Tang Jian only kept half, saying that this was a business done at her mother's house, and they could keep half each. Then I will talk to you after you come back, and we will make a decision. Meng Yulan said. After a while, Tang Buxin came back from the government office. Meng Yulan came forward with Lu Zhu to serve him. She helped him change his clothes, washed a warm towel for him to wash, and then served him tea and snacks, standing by and serving him gently with her hands down. Tang Zhujun was stunned. If she served like this, would the king of Jin smile in his grave? Oh my god, it's so cool to be a man in this era. Why didn't she travel through time and become a man? Tang Buxin asked Meng Yulan to sit down, and the latter sat down at the bottom, talking about the things that happened at home that day in a gentle voice. When Tang Buxin heard her say that she had cooked, he smiled and said, "You are not good at these. Don't force yourself. You have to learn to make them slowly." Tang Buxin asked Tang Zhujun again, "Why are you still sitting here?" Tang Zhujun, "I'm leaving. The prince and I just came back together." Tang Zhujun thought that she was not deaf and had heard Song Jingyang's loud voice a long time ago. Okay, don't disturb him. When she went back, she found that there were many things placed in the yard, and many young eunuchs were standing there. Wang Fu was talking to the Prince of Jin. The emperor has always remembered it. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, he kept telling me not to forget your birthday. Today is only the 3rd day of the 1st lunar month, and the emperor urged me to come quickly. The Prince of Jin is going to celebrate his birthday? For the sake of long-term, peaceful coexistence in the future, it seems that she should also give him a gift. What to give? It's a problem. When Wang Fu saw Tang Zhujun, he even bowed to her. This kind of gift cannot be accepted casually, because this is the emperor's confidant. Tang Zhujun returned the gift and said gracefully, "Enoch Wang, thank you for making a trip." The king of Jin was slightly surprised. She actually became a human being today? Wang Fu smiled and said, "Before I came, my wife heard that I was going to the king of Jin's mansion to convey the decree, and asked me to ask you and come to see you when it is convenient. I also hope that she can learn the basics from you and not be so stupid in the future." Tang Zhujun smiled and said, "Enoch Wang is too polite. Madam Wang is welcome to come anytime." Song Jingyang stuffed a thick red envelope into Wang Fu's pocket and sent him out. Tang Zhujun asked the king of Jin, "Is it your birthday tomorrow?" The king of Jin said lightly. There was nothing to look forward to for his birthday. Before going to Beijing, a large family celebrated his birthday in a lively and joyful way. But now he is left alone, and his birthday can only make him feel sad. The prince didn't tell me in advance, so I didn't have time to prepare gifts. Tang Zhujun muttered, "How about this? I will prepare a table of noodles to celebrate the prince's birthday tomorrow." The king of Jin said again and walked into the study, asking Song Jingyang to serve tea. Early the next morning, Tang Zhujun got up and made longevity noodles, poached eggs, added some green vegetables, and carved brilliant and mighty on carrots. Look how loud this flattery is. She has considered these 4 words over and over again. She originally wanted to make a little peeing man, but firstly, the technology did not allow it, and secondly, she was afraid that the king of Jin would not understand the humor, so she gave up. The king of Jin said nothing and quickly finished a bowl of noodles. Song Jingyang had already finished 3 bowls of noodles with a huff, and said with a reluctant look, "I can have another bowl." Tang Zhujun, "No more. When I come back tonight, I plan to cook 16 dishes to celebrate for the prince, and invite Lin Lin and Yanran to come and eat together. Do and invite her father and brother, so as to avoid having to give gifts." However, seeing that Prince Jin had no intention of doing so, Tang Zhujun did not mention it. Prince Jin just said that he had something to do today and would be back in the evening, so she didn't have to work at noon. Tang Zhujun bought the food in the morning and started cooking in the afternoon. "Show her," she shouted across the wall. "See if there is any garlic at home." She bought garlic today but used a little too much, so there was not enough for the garlic-flavored crayfish in the end. "No more," Shower said. "I'll go out and buy some." Tang Zhujun heard her and Lu Zhu playing hopscotch with the 2 children. Of course, she taught them how to do it, so she said, "No need. I'll go out and see if there's anything else for sale." She took off her homemade apron, counted the dishes, and figured out what she needed before going out. When the king of Jin came back, he found the door ajar, but when he opened it, no one came out to greet him. There was laughter and joy next door, but this yard was deserted. "Where are the people?" King of Jin said. The only one who responded to him was Song Jingyang. "Did Madam go to next door? It smells so good. Did Madam make something delicious?" Song Jingyang sniffed, lifted the kitchen curtain. His eyes brightened. "Your Highness, there are so many dishes." Prince Jin also entered the kitchen and saw cold dishes on the table next to him. The fire in the stove reflected a red light. The hot air rose through the gap in the pot lid, bringing out a fresh fragrance. The chicken soup on the small charcoal stove next to it was gurgling and singing. "And there are Yunying noodles." Song Jingyang was happy. Yunying noodles consume a lot of ingredients and are the most troublesome, but they taste refreshing. If it weren't for the 2 children, Tang Zhujun rarely made this. It seems that because of the prince's birthday, it is different after all. Helped to set the table. Prince Jin's cold and hard expression seemed to soften a little today. "Yes." Song Jingyang agreed happily. Perhaps hearing the voices from this side, Lin Lin and Yanran came in hand. They kowtowed to King Jin and wished him a happy birthday. Lin Lin gave King Jin a pair of calligraphy he had written. Yanran gave King Jin a handkerchief she had embroidered. "Where's my sister?" Yanran looked around and didn't see Tang Zhiyun, so she asked. King Jin said, "Isn't she next door?" "No." Lin Lin said, "Isn't my aunt back from buying garlic yet?" "She went to buy garlic?" How long has it been? King Jean didn't know why, but his heart sank. About a quarter of an hour. Linlin looked at the setting sun. Maybe because the vegetable vendors have almost all left, my aunt has gone far away. Then wait a little longer. However, the food was put on the table, waiting for Tang Zhuyun, but the latter had not returned yet. Song Jingyang, send someone to find her. Oh, yes. There was enough food on the table. Why buy garlic? Linlin and Yanren also went out and stood at the door looking forward to it. At this time, Xiaoer's voice came from next door. Miss, do you want more garlic? My mother just bought some back. When King Jean heard it, he suddenly became upset. Does it take so long to buy garlic? Xiaoer didn't hear the answer and ran over. Seeing that only King Jean was in the room, she couldn't help but say, Your Highness, you are still silent, pretending to be so. My girl hasn't come back from buying garlic yet? The seeds must have grown now. After muttering, she also went out to look for her. King Jean looked at the table of dishes, which went from steaming hot to gradually cooling down. The sky gradually darkened, but Tang Zhujun still didn't come back. Jing Zhaoyin, Jinlin guards, everyone started looking for Tang Zhujun. And Tang Zhujun, as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth, could not be found. Tang Zhujun couldn't figure it out. She went out to buy garlic while humming a little song and laughing happily, but she was ambushed. She was not bad in martial arts, but the other party thought too highly of her. A dozen burly men besieged her and used cartilage powder in a mean way. Who could bear it? The back of her neck hurt, her eyes went dark, and she fainted. She was awakened by a bucket of cold water. She opened her eyes, rubbed her neck, and looked around in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? And what should I do? She was now in a very wide and crude hall, surrounded by people, with torches burning, and the momentum was very scary. Sitting on the main seat in the middle of the hall was a woman in her 30s, with a face full of flesh and a sinister look in her eyes. There were 2 sharp, long knives on the table in front of her. Is this a female bandit leader? Ergo, did you catch the right one? The woman looked at Tang Zhuyun and was very disgusted. Is this the woman who made the king of Jin obsessed? Tang Zhuyun. So, it was because of the king of Jin. It's her, no doubt. The man called Erga said. The woman came down from the stage, squatted down and pinched Tang Zhuyun's chin. Just an ordinary commodity. Tang Zhuyun. Compared with you, I'm still far better than you. It seems that the taste of the king of Jin is also strange. The woman said, Bring paper and pen, and let her write a letter to the king of Jin. Tang Zhujun said weakly, What to write? The woman put force on her hand, and Tang Zhuyun felt a burning pain in her chin. She cursed the thief in her heart. Let the king of Jin take my man to exchange for you. Tang Zhuyun, your man? Who is your man? What is his relationship with the prince? My man was captured by the minions of the court, and now I want to exchange you for him. Tang Zhuyun, to be honest, sister, you think too highly of me. This matter is not feasible at all. I heard that you are the daughter of Tang Mingfan, the minister of Dali Temple, and a woman who is spoiled by the king of Jin? No, she is a girl from the Tang family, but the poor little girl said that she has never felt the love of the king of Jin. Rumors, absolutely rumors. But Tang Zhuyun instantly figured out the reason for her bad luck today. The big drama on August 15th was really played, causing everyone to believe that the king of Jin is so affectionate to her. No, comrades. Sister, Tang Zhuyun said with a bitter face, I am indeed my father's daughter, but the king of Jin dotes on me. This is really not the case. She tried hard to prove that she was of no use. Her father was a righteous man, and when the bandits put a knife to her neck, her father would probably persuade her to sacrifice her life. Not to mention the king of Jin, she would lose if he looked at her for a second. This little mouth is so sweet, and her skin is so tender. No wonder she can charm the king of Jin. Sister, please don't add drama to me yourself.
I'm useless.
However, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Whatever the female bandit leader asked her to write, she had to write it obediently, and then she was criticized by the female bandit leader for her ugly handwriting. Tang Zhuyun, I can bear it. The female bandit leader dictated, and Tang Jian wrote 2 pages of long-winded words. The core idea was that the prince should come quickly, otherwise I would be killed by someone first.
Let's do this for now.
The female bandit leader was probably tired of racking her brains to think of words, so she waved her hand and said, "Have you finished writing?"
Let me see.
Tang Jujun got up from the ground, poor girl. She had just finished writing the letter while lying on the ground, and then handed the letter to the female bandit leader. The female bandit leader looked down on her handwriting again, and then said, "What do you mean by all this?" "Circle the words you don't know how to write," Tang Jujun said, "but it doesn't affect the general meaning." The content of the letter. "Prince, I was killed. The court killed the prince. Let someone kill him. Otherwise I will be killed." The female bandit leader threw the letter in her face. "What the Hades is this?" Tang Jujun, "If you can't write, please find someone to teach me, and I will copy it again. I am honest, I didn't dare to miss a single word you said." She cooperated very well and begged to be let go. "You're a coward." The female bandit leader could not hide her disgust in her words. After Tang Jian finished writing the letter again, she waved her hand. "Take her away and lock her up with that sickly guy. When I get the mood, I'll do both of them together in the middle of the night."
Tang Jian.
Perhaps because her eyes were wide open, the female bandit reached out and touched her chest. "This is not bad. It turns out that love is worth more than. Maybe that's why the king of Jin likes you? I like it too." Tang Jian, "That's too scary. Don't you want to save your man? How can you be so indifferent to men and women? By the way, no one is allowed to touch her without my order. If she gets torn into pieces, the king of Jin will want to leave her to us and kill her. Then we'll pay for it." Tang Jian, "Thank you, Your Highness." Then Tang Jian was locked up in the woodshed. When she was taken out, she found that the wind was howling and the grass was lush all around her. She seemed to be taken to the mountains. "Go in." The 2 men roughly pushed her into the woodshed, then locked the door and started chatting outside. There were candles in the room, the light was dim, and a man was lying in the straw pile on the ground. He was tall, his clothes were tattered, and his exposed skin was covered with scars. He was lying on the ground, his face was completely covered by messy hair, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Tang Jujun secretly observed for a while, and determined that he was not dead by the slight rise and fall of his chest, but she did not dare to go forward rashly and tentatively asked, "Are you okay?" After a while, when she thought she would not get a reply, she suddenly heard a hoarse voice. "Not dead." From the tone, it sounded a little cold, but not hostile. Tang Jujun breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that this man was not easy to provoke, but now she was locked in a room by the bandits. If he wanted to do something to her, then she could protect herself. The effect of the cartilage powder was dissipating, and the other party looked half dead, so she should be able to do it. But it would be best if they could live in peace. Well, Tang Jujun wanted to get something out of him, and after thinking about it, she said, "I see you are injured. I have some external medicine in my purse. Do you want to use it?" "Yes." The answer was surprisingly straightforward. "Then I'm here." Tang Jujun stepped forward, squatted down, and said, "Where are you injured? How did you get here?" "I was caught for no reason." The man seemed to know her intention and said in a hoarse voice, "This is a bandit's den. I don't know why you were caught, but I was caught because that thief woman took a fancy to me."
Ah.
Tang Jujun opened her mouth wide. This is Aquaman. On the one hand, she kidnapped herself to save a man, and on the other hand, she took a fancy to herself. There was actually a man she had set her sights on lying here. "Your circle is really messy. Then you were beaten like this because you refused to obey?" Tang Jujun's voice was a little trembling. "I'll help you undress and apply medicine first." The man said raised his hand and slowly gathered his hair to both sides, revealing half of his face, handsome and cold, and it was difficult to tell whether he was androgynous. Tang Jujun unbuttoned his shirt and saw the overlapping new and old wounds on his body. She couldn't help but worry about her situation. She applied medicine to him and said, "Can you move?" "No, they mix knockout drugs into my food. and I have old injuries, so I can't move. Then, I'll take off your clothes and pants and help you apply medicine on your lower body. First, she wanted to have a good relationship and get more information out, which might help her save herself. Second, when she met a patient, she wanted to help treat the disease, which was almost every doctor's instinct. Good or bad people, that's what the judge decided, and the doctor's duty is to save the dying and heal the wounded. Not to mention, they are all wanderers in the world.
Okay.
The man agreed, without hesitation. This was a very pleasant thing to do. Do and be embarrassed. I'm treating you. I won't hold you responsible later. Tang Jujun had just pulled down his pants, looked down, and couldn't help wanting to scream. She covered her mouth tightly, her eyes wide open like bells. Tang Jujun didn't see the man's. How small it must be. Such a poor man. Being beaten into a second level is already miserable, but I didn't expect that he was born with a disability. However, when Tang Jujun looked carefully, she found that it was a girl. Tang Jujun was stunned. Girl, you are also miserable. A pair of super invincible A sweeping across the area. She couldn't tell the gender. Well, girl, are you okay? I won't die. The woman said coldly. Sorry to bother you. This voice, this temperament, can't be recognized. It's really not my fault for being blind and deaf. The female bandit leader likes women, but she touched my chest and said she wanted this girl with a pair of A. What does that mean? Does she think she and this girl are of the same type? Not really. You are blind. Tang Jujun straightened her chest and felt that she was okay. After applying the medicine to the woman, she sat on the ground tiredly, wiped her sweat, and said, Wait for the powder to absorb, and then I will help you put on your clothes. By the way, how did you get caught? The woman said, It's a long story. Tang Jujun waited and waited, but the woman didn't speak again. It's a long story, so I won't say it. Oh, the ancients really thought differently. Do you still need me to give you a few needles to relieve the effect of the cartilage powder? Tang Jujun patted her purse again. She had noticed that although the woman had scars all over her body, new and old, she had strong muscles and calluses on her palms, obviously a martial artist. It is really not her fault that she was blind and recognized the wrong gender. Who would have thought that this little sister was a violent loli? Besides, her secondary characteristics were really not obvious. Forget it, I can't say it. She definitely didn't mean to discriminate. She was just stating the facts that shocked her. Tang Jujun took the initiative to show her goodwill to see if this woman could become an ally, and if she had a chance to escape. Her father is very good at investigating cases, but it takes time to investigate cases. It is better to save yourself than to wait for others to save you. Okay, the woman said coldly. For some reason, Tang Jujun thought of King Jin. This couldn't be King Jin's long-lost sister. The tone of voice was so similar. Let's get on with the relationship first. At this time, more friends mean more ways. Tang Jujun took out a silver needle from her purse. It may hurt a little. Don't be nervous. The woman looked at her purse steadily. What else did you put in it? Tang Jujun, I have everything you want. In fact, there were only a few candies left. She took out 2 candies, put one in her mouth, and put one in the woman's mouth. Sweet your mouth. The woman's eyes flashed slightly. This is the taste of candy. At this time, the 2 men who were guarding outside seemed to approach from a distance, sat outside, and started drinking and chatting. Why is it so cold today? We 2 brothers are so unlucky. Come on, have a drink. Who said it wasn't? But the woman who is just locked up is pretty good. How about us 2 brothers? Tang Jujun cursed in her heart. If these 2 really dared to come in and make trouble, she would make sure that they could not be men. Although they are outnumbered, if one of them is disabled, I will fight you to the death. The other man said, I dare not. Brother, you just arrived and don't know the rules of the mountain. The second leader Liu likes women himself, but he doesn't let the brothers below move around casually. He said that there are brothels in the mountain, and those women can be treated as if they are paid. Tang Jujun, the female bandit leader, actually has such awareness? Besides, do you know who this woman is? She is the concubine of King Jin. Shouldn't the concubine of King Jin be in the palace? How can she be caught? Tang Zhujun. She just went out to buy a head of garlic. Which god did she offend? It's tears to talk about it. The woman lying on the ground suddenly spoke. Are you the woman of the king of Jin? Tang Zhiyun. I guess so. How come you know the king of Jin? The woman did not answer, but continued. Why did they arrest you? Tang Zhiyun blinked her eyes, thinking that there was nothing to hide, so she said, they said that someone from their mountain was arrested, and they wanted to arrest me to exchange for someone else.
Waste.
Tang Zhiyun. Who is she calling a waste? Well, at this juncture, she should make friends first and make fewer enemies. Try it now, can you move it? Tang Zhiyun asked in a low voice. The woman tried. The right side is okay, but the left side is not so good. Because I haven't pierced that side yet. Here it comes. After half an hour, the woman recovered some strength and was able to sit up. Are there any more candies? She asked.
Yes.
Tang Zhiyun poured out the remaining candies in her purse and handed them to her. The woman stuffed them all into her mouth and then moved her throat and swallowed them just like that. Tang Zhiyun was stunned. She had never seen such a way of eating candy. What's your name? The woman asked.
Tang Bao.
Tang Zhujun didn't say her real name.
Tang Bao.
The woman frowned slightly, but didn't ask whether it was true or not. She made a gesture of silence, quietly walked to the window, and looked out through the torn window paper. Tang Zhujun was shocked, because she had just examined the woman's pulse and knew that she was actually seriously injured. The external medicine and the few injections she had today could not relieve the internal injuries at all. However, the woman was like nothing happened now. How strong willpower was needed to do this. Anyway, she felt pain just thinking about it. Can you still remember the way you came? After observing for a while, the woman came back to ask Tang Zhujun again, probably because it was dark and there was no progress. Tang Zhujun, I was knocked unconscious and taken up the mountain. I can only remember the way from the lobby to here. She just forced herself to remember hard so that she could have a chance to escape. The woman was silent for a while and then said, We have to leave tonight. My physical strength is getting worse day by day. If we wait until tomorrow night, our chances will be slimmer. Since they have taken you hostage, even if you are discovered, you will only suffer some physical pain, so you don't have to be afraid. Isn't it scary to feel pain? Although she was timid, Tang Zhujun would never let her down at the critical moment. Okay. Do you have an idea? I'll follow you. In addition, although my kung fu may not be as good as yours, I should be able to deal with 3 or 5 men. The woman finally showed some surprise on her face. Are you sure? No matter how she looked at it, this Tang Bao didn't look like a kung fu master.
I can.
Tang Zhujun said, I will try not to hold you back. You also heard that I am the concubine of King Jin. If you save me, King Jin will thank you very much. Although she was worthless in the eyes of King Jin, even if she was given away with a little money, she was still useful to Yanran. The woman said, You don't have to calculate. King Jin and I have a relationship, and I will save you.
What?
She is actually an acquaintance of King Jin, and might even be his lover? However, they had only given each other an incomplete truth. Although they didn't know how much the other party believed, the alliance was temporarily reached. Tang Zhujun pretended to have a stomachache and led the 2 people in. The woman came out from behind the door and knocked them to the ground in an instant. The 2 fell to the ground softly, without making a sound. Tang Zhujun's eyes were opened again. Follow me, the woman said in a cold voice. Okay. The 2 went out in the dark. The moonlight was not very bright. Tang Zhujun felt that she was taking 1 deep step and 1 shallow step. She was nervous and didn't dare to make a sound. She followed the woman carefully. After a while, she found that the woman was leading her to the direction of the lobby. Did we go the wrong way? She pulled the woman's sleeve. Isn't this a trap? The most dangerous place is the safest. The woman said, We have to hide there today and wait until the second half of the night when everyone is the most slack. Look for an opportunity. The news of their escape will be discovered soon, and the bandits will definitely look for them everywhere. Eavesdropping in the lobby. At least we can know the direction of their pursuit, and the exit must be there. Well, maybe this is what it means to be brave with great skills. Tang Zhujun had little experience, but she tried not to hold back. There was an altar in the lobby. The woman took Tang Zhujun and went in around the guards. The two sat down below, blocked by the long tablecloth. Tang Zhujun felt that the woman's breathing was a little heavy, so she whispered, "If you are tired, lean on me and rest. If you want to go out, you have to rely on this great god." "No need." Tang Zhujun sighed, took off her half arm and put it on her, and she herself leaned on her bent knees in her skirt. Just now she realized that the woman had a fever, and the heat between her breaths was burning. It would be strange if she didn't have a fever with such a serious injury. The woman didn't refuse and closed her eyes to rest. After about half an hour, there was a commotion outside. Both of them held their breath and dared not speak. Soon, there were chaotic footsteps, followed by the loud voice of Lured Angia. "Why are you panicking? His woman is still in our hands, so what if we fight? Come on, bring that woman to me first." "Who is coming? Is the king of Jin coming?" After all this commotion, the bandits are now in turmoil not because they found out that they had escaped, but because the king of Jin has come. "King of Jin, my dear." Tang Zhiyun's eyes were filled with tears. The woman behind her didn't react. Tang Zhiyun didn't dare to speak. Her hands were clenched into fists, and she could almost feel the heat in her palms. Her life would be decided in the next few hours. Second Master. That woman ran away, and the androgynous one ran away too. Second Master Lu was furious. "You useless person. You can't even keep an eye on two women." "Second Master, do you want to chop the guards to death?" "Chop your mother." Second Master Lu cursed. "Why don't you run away quickly? Are you waiting to be boiled by the king of Jin?" "Oh, the plot has gone off track." This second master reacted quickly, saving his life first. There was another chaotic sound outside, and after a long time, it finally quieted down. Tang Zhujun nudged the woman next to him with his elbow. The woman said, "Don't move, stay still." Tang Zhujun obediently did not move. After a long time, so long that Tang Zhujun was sore from sitting, there was footsteps outside again. This time it seemed well-trained and not so chaotic. "Go and search. Don't let anyone go." Hearing this once annoying voice, Tang Zhujun was moved to tears. "My dear prince, I miss you so much." She lifted the tablecloth and crawled out. "Your Highness, please tell my father and brother that I'm fine." "Prince Jin." He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tang Zhujun was fine. When the Golden Scale Guards found out that she was taken away by bandits and the news reached Prince Jin, he couldn't describe his feelings at the time in words. Shocked, worried, and even scared. Never see Tang Zhujun again, who was thicker skinned than a city wall, scolded people more fiercely than a knife, smiled happily, but was dexterous and clever. Why was she captured? Was it because Tang Mingfan offended someone, or because of him? Prince Jin stayed up all night and finally found her. When he went up the mountain, he imagined countless possible miserable endings for her, but he never dared to think that she could be intact and appear in front of him again with a smile on her face. "Your Highness, you are finally here." Tang Zhujun hugged Prince Jin's arm like a servile person and refused to let go. The king of Jin looked at her fair arms and then realized that half of her arms were missing, so he took off his black cloak and wrapped her up. "There's another person." Tang Zhujun stretched out his arm and pointed under the table. The king of Jin looked at her dazzlingly white arms and could not help but scolded. "Be honest." There was no movement under the table.
"Huh?"
Tang Zhujun said. "Where is the person? Did she faint?" The king of Jin said, "Song Jingyang, go and have a look." As soon as the voice fell, the tablecloth moved slightly, and the woman crawled out from under the table, then knelt on the ground with her head on the ground.
Tang Zhujun.
What's going on? Did the king of Jin see the face and know who it was? In fact, the king of Jin seemed to know, because his voice was instantly quenched by ice, looking at the woman who was still wearing Tang Zhujun's half-arm. "Why are you here?"
"I only want to die." "Huh?"
Tang Zhujun couldn't help but imagine. Could this be the woman of the king of Jin, the kind who successfully escaped? That's too miserable, and now she's been caught by the king of Jin again. Tang Zhujun didn't expect to see anything from King Jin's face, so she looked at the lackey. Song Jingyang seemed confused, but he didn't disappoint Tang Zhujun. Suddenly, as if stimulated by something, he pointed at the woman. Zhu, Zhu. Is it you?
Pig?
Pig, your nose has 2 holes? Tang Zhujun almost snorted. Woman, it's not me. That person is dead.
King Jin said, enough.
Song Jingyang, take people to catch all the bandits for me. No one is allowed to escape. I'm here too. Did you find the person? Oh, sister, are you okay? What? You feel sorry that I'm okay. However, seeing Changji running with a red face and thick neck, knowing that he was indeed anxious, Tang Zhujun said embarrassedly, I made Brother Chang worry. I'm glad you're okay. I was scared to death. Changji said, thanks to the prince, otherwise it would be a little later. Who knows what those rascals could do? Tang Zhujun saluted the Prince of Jin. Thank you, Your Highness. She was really grateful, but she was busy eating melons and forgot. Changji raised a knife. Hey, who is this? What's going on? Why is he wearing your clothes? Sister, did he bully you? I'll chop him. Tang Zhujun, no, Brother Chang, don't mess around. This is an old friend of the prince. Let's talk about it when we get back. The woman was still kneeling on the ground, motionless. Tang Zhujun was a little worried about her physical condition, but she didn't know what the feud between the two was, so she didn't speak rashly. Okay, I surrender. Don't touch my brothers. Luo Dangjia came back again. But she didn't look like she was caught, but she came back on her own. Lock me up with my thief. She came in and glanced at King Jin. In addition, I will tell you something that may interest you. Let my brothers go. Kill them or chop them up. It's all up to you. Before King Jin could speak, Changji said, Who? Lu Shuangdao. Why is it you, woman? When did you arrive in the capital?
Come on, he still knows this.
Changji used to be a bandit. The situation in front of him quickly turned into a recognition link, and Tang Zhujun's eyes were about to roll out of the sky. Why are you here? The second head of the Lu family was also very happy. He didn't take the current situation to heart at all. He looked like he was going to reminisce about the past until dawn. I thought you were dead. Didn't you say you wanted to marry me every day, and I couldn't stand you anymore, so I turned to Lord Tang? Lord Tang? That's Tang Mingfan? Oh, why didn't I think of it before? The second head of the Lu family laughed. Tang Zhujun, sister, you are a prisoner now. Do you have any sense of being a prisoner? King Jin said coldly. Catch him. Immediately, the golden scale guard stepped forward and grabbed the second head of the Lu family. Lu Er, the second leader, was really a female man. She did not resist at all and said, Your Highness, if you let my brother go, I will tell you something that will definitely be useful to you. Changji obviously wanted to speak for her, but he didn't know how to start, so he looked at Tang Zhujun hesitantly. Sister, did this woman bully you? She is a little bit out of tune, but she wouldn't let anyone
kill you.
Unless she herself. These words, people who don't know the inside story really can't understand. But Tang Zhujun understood. But it's obvious that the woman bullied her. If molesting is not bullying, then what is bullying? However, Changji obviously hopes that she can help speak. Changji has followed her father for many years and has contributed all the credit and hard work. Otherwise, forget about her matter and let King Jin settle other charges against this female bandit leader. While she was hesitating, she heard King Jin say, Did she bully you? Before Tang Zhujun could answer, she heard him say word by word, Now go over and tell me how she bullied you. Tang Zhujun was dumbfounded. This, I really can't do it. Lu Erdongjia actually laughed and said, Come here. I won't let you suffer.
Tang Zhujun.
King Jin, why are you still standing there? What a bully at home. She is so cold and timid to him, but so cowardly outside. Go, I'm here. Tang Zhujun, Your Majesty, it's really not necessary, forget it. Changji's eyes widened. Sister, don't be afraid. If she did anything to you, tell Brother Chong, and Brother Chong will help you get it back. Lu Dongjia. Bah, you thief. I said you loved me back then, but you insisted that you didn't, and now you want to take advantage of me. Chongji, you're going to die. You dare to touch the princess people. Did you sleep with her? I'll slap you to death. Tang Jujuan's head was as big as a bucket, and he reached out and touched the chest of the King of Jin twice. She didn't do anything to me. That's it. King of Jin. Even though Tang Jujun was thick-skinned, she blushed now. Okay, Your Majesty, you can deal with me however you want, I'm fine. Or you can ask the victim over there. She pointed at the woman kneeling on the ground. The woman was not in a good condition, but she still knelt there motionlessly. The King of Jin said in a cold voice, Pass the order, everyone take a rest on the mountain, continue to search for other bandits, and go down the mountain after a short rest. Your Highness, where is the person who sent the letter to my father and brother? You sent him, Tang Jujun said hurriedly. When she got into trouble, her family must be the most uncomfortable, so her first reaction after being rescued was to reassure her father and brother. The King of Jin said, Don't worry about it. You find a place to rest first. Tang Jujun sat down on the chair. I'm not tired, but I'm really scared. By the way, Your Highness, how did you find out that I was missing? Have you eaten the food? Do you still have an appetite? It was your birthday yesterday, and it was so noisy. Hey, if she knew it would be like this in advance, she would never go to buy garlic. She could even pretend to be garlic. The King of Jin ignored her. When she got into trouble, her family was worried, and Yanren couldn't be comforted from crying. He mobilized the people of Jingzhou-in and Jinlanwei, and he had to check the 4 city gates. How could he have time to eat? But after seeing that she was safe and sound, all the efforts were worth it, and my heart was at ease. If you are okay, come down the mountain early. I am worried about Yanran and Linlin. Okay, let's go. Let's go now. Tang Jujun was also worried, so she stood up immediately. However, she couldn't help but look at the woman who was kneeling on the ground like a stone sculpture. Song Jingyang also looked at King Jin with a bit of pleading in his eyes. King Jin finally opened his mouth. You take her with you. Yes. Song Jingyang agreed immediately. Tang Jujun followed King Jin out like a bullied little wife. Don't mention it, King Jin's cloak is really warm. The second head of Lu, who was restrained by someone, laughed and said, Sure enough, I didn't catch the wrong person. What a pity, what a pity. Changji, thief, shut up, I thought you were on the mountain. I think Dang Xiang is also a coward. For so many years, he has not managed you well at all. Tang Jujun didn't hear the rest of the words. She refused the help of the King of Jin and climbed by herself, finally climbing onto the horse's back with difficulty. Then the King of Jin jumped on and drove away. Your Highness, are you okay? In theory, she should be okay, but after running around day and night, I'm afraid it will still hurt. The King of Jin did not answer, holding the reins with one hand and her waist with the other, and slowly drove the horse down the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, they saw Tang Mingfan and Tang Baixin. Tang Jujun got off the horse and said with a smile, Dad, big brother, you are all here, I'm fine. Tang Mingfan's eyes were red, and Tang Baixin's eyes were full of bloodshot. They were overjoyed to see her, but they were so excited that they couldn't speak. These two top talents who can write beautiful articles couldn't say a word after seeing that she was safe and sound. If this is not love, then what is it? Hey, it's okay, it's really okay. Tang Juyan took a handkerchief to wipe the tears of her father. I just squatted in the woodshed for half a night, a little hungry, and then you came. It's the prince. Thanks to the prince. Tang Baixin said. I know, I thank the prince. Tang Juyan said, This is not the place to talk, let's go home and talk, okay? Okay. Tang Mingfan agreed repeatedly and saluted the King of Jin solemnly. The King of Jin got off the horse at some point and said lightly, Let's go back first. Tang Jujun followed everyone back home, and then she found that the two little guys had swollen eyes from crying. Seeing her back, the two rushed over, hugged her and cried, and refused to let go. Tang Jujun felt bitter and satisfied. She didn't shed a tear when she was taken away, but now she had the urge to burst into tears. Meng Yulan was also wiping her tears with a handkerchief beside her, but soon, hearing the movement next door, she secretly stepped forward and pulled Tang Baixin's sleeve. Tang Zhujun happened to see her little action. Sister Meng and big brother, is it like a long time since you last saw each other? Tang Baixin followed Meng Yulan to the corner of the wall, and the latter stood on tiptoe and whispered a few words in his ear with a serious face. Then Tang Zhujun found that her big brother's face changed. Tang Baixin not only changed his face, but also invited Tang Mingfan into the house to talk, and then he didn't know what the father and son said, and hurried out together. Tang Zhujun was confused. What are they going to do? She comforted the two little ones. Yanran was fine. She couldn't bear it any longer and fell asleep soon. Linlin was obviously very sleepy, but she still insisted on not falling asleep. She held on to Tang Zhiyun's sleeve tightly and refused to let go. Go to sleep quickly. Auntie won't get lost again. At worst, she won't eat garlic anymore. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Linlin finally fell asleep. Tang Ziyun asked Xiaoer to help carry them to bed. After doing all this, Xiaoer muttered, "Finally, I can say something to you. Girl, how can you get lost while buying garlic?" Tang Juin. Let's not talk about this. You are talking about things that are not related to the topic. Isn't it annoying? Why did the bandit want to arrest you? Xiaoer twitched her red nose from crying, expressing her dissatisfaction. There are so many people richer than you on the streets and alleys. Why did they only choose you? The implication is that the family is penniless, and kidnapping is just a vegetable ticket, not a big meat ticket. Tang Zhujun said unhappily, "Because I'm beautiful." She didn't know how the bandits would deal with it, nor did she know whether this matter would affect King Jin if it was expanded, so she deliberately avoided the question. Jia Xinxiu said, "No matter how beautiful you are 20 years old, and you can't compare with those 13 or 14-year-old girls." Tang Zuzun. She didn't want this maid anymore. Watch the child carefully. Tang Zhujun said unhappily, got up and pulled Meng Yulan's sleeve out, and asked in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, what did you say to my eldest brother? Where did my father and eldest brother go?" Meng Yulan lowered her eyes and whispered, "Ayun, have you been bullied?" Tang Zuzun.
No.
It just seems a bit bullying, treating a heroic young lady as a man and looking at her. Oh, where is that person? She must have been taken back by King Jin. Are the two of them in love and hate now? If it is really the kind of relationship she imagined, isn't the 18+ show going on next door now? I really want to go online to eat melons. But Meng Yulan is not on the same channel as her. That's good, but if I go up the mountain to save you with such fanfare, your reputation will be. So she was worried about this. Although Tang Zhujun felt depressed when she thought about it, has she ever had a reputation before? Just throw it away, otherwise can you still die? It's okay. She comforted Meng Yulan in turn. If you want to say it, just say it. Anyway, I'm back safely. It's just that it will implicate you, hey. Ayun, what are you talking about? Meng Yulan said, "You are the most important. Listen to me, what I am most worried about now is the prince." Prince Jin? What are you worried about, Prince Jin? He found the woman who had been separated for many years, and he is fine. Seeing Tang Zhujun's look of being a rotten wood that cannot be carved, Meng Yulan was anxious. Ayun, your reputation is ruined. Can the prince tolerate you? Tang Zuzun. Can the dog Prince let her die? To be fair, Prince Jin is not that kind of person. He also did not show that he wanted to die, otherwise why would he bother to save her? Did my father and my eldest brother go to see the prince? Tang Zhiyun said belatedly. Yes. Meng Yulan nodded and said solemnly, Ayun, I know you have always been free and unrestrained, and you are used to being disrespectful to the prince. But this matter really has a great impact. The master and the eldest uncle are going to beg the prince now. You have to soften your posture and talk to the prince properly. Even if it is not possible, you have to coax him to agree to let you go home. Understand? Tang Zhiyun was a little confused. As long as Prince Jin agrees, the emperor can think of a way. Later, you can find an excuse and say that the master is not in good health and you come back to serve him. There is no precedent for this. It can save everyone's dignity and not affect the reputation of the palace. Meng Yulan was very emotional. Tang Zhujun said oh, then said, then I'll go and see first. Maybe the king of Jin is just trying to reminisce with the woman. Wouldn't he be very unhappy if he was disturbed? Oh, Sister Meng, please don't do bad things with good intentions. Tang Zhujun felt that the king of Jin was not a person who cared about reputation. In the matter of reputation, the two of them were absolutely the same difference, low through the center of the earth, and had long since stopped caring. Tang Zhujun ran to the next door. Song Jingyang was standing at the door and seemed a little surprised to see her coming. He spoke carefully. Are you okay? Do you think I look like I'm in trouble? Tang Zhujun said, my father and my eldest brother are here, talking to the prince in the study.
Okay.
Tang Zhujun tiptoed forward, stood outside the window, and put his ear to the window to listen. Song Jingyang, Miss Tang, do you think I'm dead? But he didn't move after all. Forget it, just listen. This is not someone he can beat. Your Highness, Tang Mingfan said earnestly, I am old and need someone to take care of me, so I want to ask you to let Ayun come back. As Sister Meng said, Tang Bai thought to herself, if your Highness doesn't want to see Ayun again in the capital, we will send Ayun out of the capital. Both father and son were very humble, and Tang Zhiyun's eyes were hot when they heard it. Her father and brother were really worried about her.
Come in.
Prince Jin said coldly.
Tang Jun.
She walked to the door and pushed it open. What do you want to do? Prince Jin asked bluntly. Tang Zhiyun, I want to pretend that nothing happened. Your Highness, do you think it's okay? I'm thick-skinned enough. It depends on your Highness. To be honest, she didn't want to leave the capital and her family. Although it would be great if she could take the opportunity to get rid of Prince Jin, it was obviously unrealistic. Nothing happened in the first place. Prince Jin made the final decision.
Tang Jun.
She saw the same confusion on the faces of her father and brother. I went up the mountain to suppress bandits and brought my beloved concubine with me. That's all.
King Jin, you are such a talent.
I admire you, even if I don't lean on the wall. She still needs to learn from King Jin how to lie with open eyes. I am hungry. Go and heat up the dishes I didn't eat yesterday. The Prince of Jin hadn't celebrated his birthday for several years. He hadn't eaten a single bite of the food on the table and didn't want to waste it.
Tang Zurun, okay.
Dad, big brother, you've been busy for so long. Let's eat together and then go back to rest and celebrate the prince's birthday. Xiaoer, have you bought garlic? Bring me some garlic. I'll see if I can still cook crayfish. The three men. I've seen big hearts, but I've never seen such a big heart. After she left, Tang Mingfan took Tang Baixin to pay respect to the Prince of Jin. The Prince of Jin said indifferently, she is already my woman, and it's only natural to protect your own woman. If it was another woman, after experiencing this kind of thing, she would definitely complain and blame, feel uncomfortable and sad, but only Tang Zhujun would let it go so lightly and cook without any worries. This is also very good. Meng Yulan was very worried about this place. She was thinking that after Lin Lin and Yanran woke up, she would let the two children go to ask King Jin for help. However, after a while, she heard Tang Zhujun humming a little song next door and calling Xiaoer to come over to help heat up the rice. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that everything is fine. It's good that everything is fine. Tang Zhujun is a little lucky star. She can turn misfortune into good fortune. God really bless her. Xiaoer went to the woodshed to move firewood. Suddenly, she screamed ah and ran out shouting there is a ghost, and bumped into Song Jingyang's arms, pushing him to stagger and screaming ah. Tang Zhujun ran out of the kitchen holding a carrying pole. Where's the ghost? Inside, in the woodshed. It's not a ghost, it's a person. Song Jingyang made a gesture to keep quiet and whispered, that's someone. Who? Tang Zhujun reacted belatedly. Is it the woman we rescued from the mountain? She was so moved by what her father and brother said just now that she forgot about it. Song Jingyang nodded. Keep your voice down, the prince is going to be angry again.
Oh.
Tang Zhujun looked into the woodshed. She's still kneeling? She's kneeling. How dare she get up without the prince's order? Song Jingyong sighed. Her physical condition was not good to begin with, and this could cost her life. Even if it's a sadistic love, you can't kill someone. King Jin is not as violent and wanton as the rumors say, so there must be a reason why he treats this woman like this. Could it be that this was Yanran's biological mother, abandoning her husband and daughter? But when she heard that she was the person of the King of Jin, she took the initiative to show her goodwill. Tang Zhujun asked Song Jingyang in a low voice, was she the person of the prince in the past? I guess so. Tang Zhujun, I am really a little genius. Does the prince love her deeply and blame her harshly? Song Jingyang thought for a while, almost. Tang Zhujun opened her mouth wide. She is really an expert in picking melons. Then, please ask the prince. What if something happens to her? Song Jingyang, get in. The voice of the king of Jin sounded. Song Jingyang looked at Tang Zhujun bitterly. With a sad look in his eyes, you have hurt me badly. Tang Zhujun felt that the king of Jin had a pair of far-sighted ears. She took Xiu'er to bring the hot dishes in, and then secretly kept a portion to give to the woman who was still kneeling in the wood room. But the woman shook her head. Tang Zhujun was not familiar with her, so she could only put the food in front of her and then retreated. After dinner, the sky gradually brightened. Tang Mingfan said he was going to court. Prince Jin said, I will go too. So many people were alarmed, and he had to give an explanation to the emperor. Tang Mingfan now looked at Prince Jin as if he were his own son, and said, then let's go together today. I'll go back and change into court clothes first. Prince Jin nodded. After the father and son left, Tang Zhujun said, I'll help you change clothes. Prince Jin, what's wrong with you? If you are too attentive, you are either a traitor or a thief. Tang Zhujun, I just have 2 words to say to you. Go ahead. Perhaps Prince Jin felt that he was not worthy of her and was afraid that he would die of joy after being served by her, so he rejected her initiative to please him. It's the woman in the bandit's den. I think she's dying. Prince Jin pursed his thin lips tightly, his jaw was tense, and he was obviously very unhappy. He asked, what did she say to you? Tang Zhuyun told the truth. She didn't say anything bad about the prince. On the contrary, when she heard that I was the prince's concubine, she said she would protect me and escape. You see, it's not easy to love you so much that you can even save your woman. In fact, it was also thanks to that woman. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Tang Zhuyun to escape quietly and wait for the king of Jin to rescue her. Do you want to plead for her? Tang Zhuyun, I have this idea. If she didn't commit some unforgivable crime, would you just let her go? Or even if you don't forgive her, just let her go. Did you apply medicine to her on the mountain? Yes. Tang Zhuyun said. Then save her life, so as not to waste your medicine. After the king of Jin finished speaking, he strode into the inner room to change into court clothes. Tang Zhuyun. He softened his heart. He is a man who says one thing and means another. He obviously still has feelings for the woman. She went to the woman and said, get up. I just asked the prince, and he told me to treat your injuries. She didn't dare to say more. The king of Jin didn't say that he forgave her completely. It was not convenient for her to interfere in other people's emotional affairs. But the woman didn't believe her words and knelt down. After the king of Jin came out, she said, Your Majesty, have you really forgiven me? The king of Jin had a clear look in his eyes. If you really want to atone for your sins, then you should serve Yanran well and protect Yanran in the future. Tang Zhujun, it turns out that she is Yanran's biological mother. Yes, yes. The woman was very excited and kowtowed repeatedly. Also, the king of Jin pointed at Tang Zhujun and said, she will also be your master in the future.
Tang Zhujun, ah?
No, your majesty. She herself is already a concubine without a name. She wants Yanran's biological mother to be under her? Use her to provoke people? She doesn't want to be cannon fodder. Why did she feel the plot of a melodramatic novel? Yes. The woman didn't play by the rules at all. Shouldn't she be in disbelief and feel humiliated? However, she didn't. She immediately saluted Tang Zhujun. My lord, please give me a name.
Tang Zhujun.
I'm so panicked. Can we play by the rules? But King Jean said, if she doesn't take you in, get out. The rascal wanted to roast her on the fire. When the two of them are affectionate in the future, she will be in trouble. The fate of cannon fodder is predetermined. Please take me in, master. Song Jingyong said, Miss Tang, if you don't give her a name, you are rejecting her. You just take her in. I beg you. Tang Zhujun glanced at the medicinal herb Nanqing drying in the corner, then call you Nanqing. When these words came out, King Jin, Song Jingyang, and the woman were all stunned. Tang Zhujun was at a loss. You asked me to name you this. Don't blame me if there's anything wrong with it. It couldn't be such a coincidence. The woman's original name was Nanqing. Thank you, master, for the name Nanqing. The king of Jin went out to attend the court. Xiao went back, and only Tang Zhujun and Nanqing were left in the yard. Nanqing ate 4 bowls of rice, and Tang Zhujun was really frightened by her appetite, so she didn't dare to give her any more food, and then asked her to go to rest. However, Nanqing refused to do it, and she said that if she didn't do well, the king of Jin would drive her away. Tang Zhujun had nothing to say, and it seemed like she was jealous and deliberately alienated the relationship between the 3 people in the family. But she had a very clear self-positioning, and she stopped when she saw the good, so as not to be cannon fodder. When the family was reunited and there was no more estrangement, she must run away quickly. That Nanqing. Tang Zhujun asked her to sit on a small stool and talk to her. Is it inappropriate for me to give you this name? Why do you all look at me like that? Nanqing said, my original name is a bit similar to this name. Then, what was your original name? Or should I use the original name? I don't deserve it. Nanqing said.
Tang Zhuzun.
She couldn't continue with this, otherwise she would be suspected of exposing someone's scars. What to say? She could only talk about the child. Tang Zhujun said, Yanran is very well behaved and obedient. She doesn't have the temper of a young lady at all, and she is considerate to others. Linlin is my nephew, and she is close to the prince. I asked her if she was jealous, and she said she wasn't, because she also robbed Linlin's aunt, and she also likes Linlin. As she said it, she felt like she liked him, and when she thought of Yanran hugging her and crying, Tang Zhujun felt her heart ached. Yanran is simply the little girl in her dreams, well-behaved, cute, smart, considerate. There are so many good things to say. Nanqing said, I will serve Miss Yanran well. Tang Zhujun, there is no need to be so polite. Prince Jin hadn't returned from the court yet, and Yanran and Linlin came first. One shouted sister and the other shouted aunt, and they came without combing their hair or washing their faces. Nanqing looked at Yanran absent-mindedly, tears streaming down her face. Tang Zhujun was moved, and she gathered Yanran's hair, saying, Yanran, look at this. She didn't know how to address Nanqing for a moment, so as not to irritate the latter. Sister, is this the new guard brother? Yanran said innocently. Tang Zhujun's head was full of black lines. Silly, it's sister. Linlin said. Tang Zhujun's eyes widened. How do you know it's sister and not brother? She asked curiously. Linlin looked up and pointed at Nanqing's neck and said, Sister has no Adam's apple. If you ask about observation, she is still a child. No, children are also different. For example, Linlin is very good, and Yanran is obviously the same as herself. Your servant Nanqing greets the girl. Nanqing knelt down in front of Yanran with a thump, and the tears on her face were not dry. Tang Zhujun was shocked. Nanqing, what are you doing? Get up quickly. This will make Yanran be struck by lightning. Yanran, however, was not too uncomfortable. She tilted her head and smiled. Are you the maid that my father gave to my sister? Here, I give it to you. You must serve my sister well in the future. She took off the collar from her neck and handed it to Nanqing. Tang Zhujun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This child really acted like a master at this time, but how could a master reward such a valuable thing? Don't make trouble. Tang Zhujun put the collar back on her. Nanqing and I will take care of Yanran together in the future, okay? It's okay as long as my sister says yes. Yanran said, Sister, were you captured by the big bad wolf yesterday?
Tang Zhuzun.
Linlin, it's not the big bad wolf, it's a bad guy. It's okay, the prince rescued me. You two go back to sleep for a while. Both of them refused. Tang Jujun could only take the two of them to wash and comb their hair. Nanxing was beside them, looking at Yanran steadily. To be honest, that eager look was a little creepy. Then while doing all this, King Jin came back. Nanxing lowered her head, almost putting her face to her chest. Your Highness, did the Emperor ask about what happened yesterday? Tang Jujun said. Yes. Then, what did you say? I took my concubine to seek amnesty. Tang Jujun. How arrogant. My father fined me another 3-month salary. Prince Jin said coldly.
Tang Jujun.
How about I give you some compensation in return? Prince Jin ignored her. Tang Jujun chuckled and said, having a bad reputation has its advantages. If this happened to someone else, it would have been exposed long ago. But for the two of us, it's nothing new. Prince Jin went straight into the inner room, leaving her with a cold and arrogant back. He just has such a weird temper, and you can see that he treats me the same way. Tang Jujun said to Nanxing. Nanxing lowered her eyes. I dare not speak ill of my master. Tang Jujun. I felt my face getting hot as a concubine. Why didn't she have such awareness? She didn't know what Lu Erdang and Prince Jin had said. Anyway, the next day Changji came with 2 pieces of meat and 2 fish to thank Prince Jin, saying that the bandits had been recruited by the emperor, and then had a meal. Tang Jujun felt that he had eaten all the things he brought. Nanxing was also surprised to see Tang Jujun cooking by herself, but this emotion was only fleeting and did not show. Tang Mingfan came to Tang Jujun and asked her how the prince treated her, but Tang Jujun evaded the question by showing off her affection. It can be seen that Tang Mingfan was very pleased. Tang Jujun. Oh, Dad, you are so naive. There is another thing, Tang Mingfan said. I vaguely remember that you and Wan Xingji's daughter were not on good terms? Tang Jujun, yes. Is that not on good terms? That's a life and death struggle. I have already investigated the cheating in the imperial examinations, and now I am preparing to write a memorial to the emperor. This matter has nothing to do with their Wan family, but her cousin is to blame. Tang Zuyan expressed deep regret. You don't have any ideas? Tang Mingfan asked. Tang Zuyan was surprised. What? Didn't you say before that you wanted to do something? Tang Zuyan was stunned, and it took her a long time to react. Dad was encouraging her to cheat Wan Anrua? Although she really wanted to do this, how could her father, who was so great and upright, have such a suggestion? Dad, did Wan Anrua do something bad again? Tang Zhuyun narrowed her eyes. Tang Mingfan said, Anyway, that girl is not a good person, and she should be taught a lesson. If you don't want to, I'll go to Wan Xingji and talk to her. No, I'll do it myself. She had already inquired about it, but she hadn't found a suitable opportunity to make a move. If Wan Anrua really came to seek death, then she would send her off. After sending Tang Mingfan away, Tang Jujun soon found out that Wan Anrua was slandering her reputation everywhere, saying that she was kidnapped by bandits and her innocence was not guaranteed. Well, she is asking for trouble, right? Just wait for her. Nanxing said, Master, I will teach her a lesson. Tang Jujun rolled up her sleeves and sharpened her knife. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I can do it myself. The king of Jin came back early that day. When he came in, the 2 little kids who had been watching Tang Jujun making candied haws came to show their courtesy, holding a candied haws each, which made Tang Jujun very jealous. The king of Jin was impartial and bit a hawthorn from each person's candied haws. Then he found that the hawthorn core had been removed. Tang Jujun was more patient than anyone else in making food. After swallowing the sweet and sour hawthorn, he touched the heads of the 2 children with a smile and asked, Have you completed the task left for you today? Linlin said, I have completed mine. Yenran's. I also helped her complete it. Yenran didn't dare to look up at the king of Jin. Tang Jujun laughed out loud. Before leaving in the morning, the king of Jin assigned homework for the 2 to shoot arrows 100 times. Linlin completed it meticulously, but Yenran's hand was hurt by the bow and arrow, and she came over with tears in her eyes to show her red little hand to Tang Jujun. Tang Jujun asked, Don't you want to practice? Yenran nodded with tears in her eyes. She didn't want to practice. She wanted to be a happy little girl, neat and tidy every day, make beautiful clothes with Aunt Meng, learn to draw patterns, eat, drink, and have fun with her sister. I don't know what happened to my father recently. He always wants to give her a boost. My father always takes her with him when he teaches brother Linlin to ride horses and hunt, and also lets her study with Lord Tang, but she doesn't want to touch the bow and arrow, nor can she understand the meaning of it. Is my father training her as a boy? If so, he should just pay attention to brother Linlin. She can't do it, and she doesn't want to do it. She just wants to be her sister's little tail, heartless and happy. Tang Zhujun almost had a heart attack after knowing these thoughts of hers. If King Jin knew these thoughts of Yanran, could he chop himself off? How could a good child be brought up by her to be without ambition? There is no way. She herself has but no ambition and can't teach a booster child. Aren't you afraid that your father will come back and punish you? Tang Zhujun squatted down and asked patiently. Yanran's eyes were full of tears. She was afraid. She was afraid of making her father angry and disappointed, but she didn't want to do those things. I'm afraid, but my hands hurt. Yanran was pitiful. Looking at the red marks on her fingers, Tang Zhujun cursed King Jin in her heart. Is his head full of tofu brain? Yanran is so young and a girl. She is not a picky and strong character. Why is he pushing her to study so hard? The most important thing is that Yanran is not suitable. She just wants a comfortable life. In addition to riding and hunting, she is diligent and considerate. She is a warm little cotton padded jacket. Tang Zhujun sighed. I will talk to your father tonight, but can you finish today's task first? Yanran shook her head and stammered. If you are sick, you don't have to practice. It took Tang Zhujun a while to react before she realized that the little thing wanted to pretend to be sick. That won't do. She also has principles. I made the decision myself, so I have to take responsibility to the end. Yanran wilted, but she kept procrastinating and didn't practice in the end. Tang Zhujun didn't say anything. Linlin practiced twice as hard, and now he wanted to plead for Yanran in front of Prince Jin. Your Highness, he looked up at Prince Jin. Yanran's hands are about to be worn out. She also wanted to embroider a purse for you to keep for the new year.
Tang Zhujun.
She leaned against the door and saw the disappointment in Prince Jin's eyes. But he didn't get angry and only said lightly, forget it, you guys have fun, I'll go change clothes. Prince Jin didn't come out for a long time after entering the room. Yanran bit her lip, tears welled up in her eyes, and she was about to cry. But she held back and walked over to pick up the small bow and arrow that King Jin had specially made for her and Linlin by the wall. Linlin was beside her, correcting her posture. Yes, like this. Look at the bullseye. Don't shake your hands. Then Tang Zhujun saw Yanran leaning in front of him, sobbing softly. Brother Linlin, my hand hurts. I know, but the prince is angry. I'll give you a after we finish practicing. Tang Zhujun. What kind of childhood sweetheart is this? Why does she only have one big brother? She wants to be the sister of 7 big brothers. 10 is not too many. However, I really feel sorry for Yanran. Yanran was very curious when she first watched Linlin learn, but later such intensive training was really not suitable for children. Linlin can't compare. That's an outlier. Tang Zhujun couldn't bear to watch it anymore, but when she saw Nanqing behind her, she found that the latter had a calm expression, as if everything in front of her didn't cause any emotional fluctuations in her. Tang Zhujun also discovered these days that Nanqing always has a poker face, is very cool and silent, and has almost no presence in this mansion. What a strange person. Forget it. Father won't force you. Prince Jin appeared at the door at some point, and seemed to have adjusted his mood, and said to Yanran. Yanran looked up at him eagerly. Father, are you angry? Prince Jin said, no. Tang Zhujun. If not, you should smile at us. Then Prince Jin's expression eased slightly. Go to the kitchen and play, and eat candied haws. Linlin, you and I go out horseback riding. Yanran was happy with tears in her eyes. Thank you, father. Then she rushed to Tang Zhujun like a happy little bird, looked up and smiled. Sister, can't we use other things to make candied haws? Start making it.
Tang Zhujun.
She didn't dare to look at Prince Jin's face and felt guilty for kidnapping someone else's child. The key point is that this heartless look is exactly the same as hers. The King of Jin will definitely think that bad company will corrupt him. But the King of Jin did not look at them and left with Linlin. Tang Zhujun actually disapproved of his behavior. Why? He gave Yanran a disapproving look, deliberately getting close to Linlin, wanting to make Yanran jealous? Fortunately, Yanran is innocent and not jealous, otherwise she would hate Linlin. Yanran, sister likes me, father likes brother Linlin, we are all happy. Tang Zhujun, I hope the ancestors of the Yuan family will not find her in the middle of the night to ask her why she could raise other people's children like herself. Linlin can already ride a horse independently. The King of Jin sat on the horse and watched him run around the field twice, with deep satisfaction in his eyes. Even though he knew that this child was excellent, he would still be amazed every time. How great it would be if he was Yanran. He really wanted Yanran to grow up to be a heroic child who could take on the responsibility of restoring the family. He even wanted her to be as straightforward as Tang Zhujun and be determined to achieve her goals. However, Yanran was too weak. No, this couldn't be the case. King Jin took a deep breath and waved to Linlin, who was running towards him with excitement. After Linlin stopped, he praised him a few words and then asked casually, Linlin, what are your plans for the future? Linlin said, study hard and become the top scholar. What will happen after you win the first place in the imperial examination? Asked the King of Jin. Linlin had never thought about this question. So he thought about it seriously for a while and said, bring honor to the family and let my aunt wear a phoenix crown and a red robe. Linlin, have you ever thought about it? Your father will have his own biological son, said the King of Jin. Linlin was only surprised for a short time, then lowered his eyes and said lightly, Your Highness, you still mind this matter, right? He didn't know that his expression and actions were almost exactly the same as those of the King of Jin. The King of Jin was also a person in the game, and he had no idea, but he just felt very distressed. Will you embarrass my aunt? Linlin looked up, his eyes full of pleading. This sensible and distressing child did not worry about his own future, but worried about the situation of his biological mother first. Before the King of Jin answered, he heard Linlin say, Your Highness, don't despise my aunt. She knows that she did something wrong, but I can't put it back. His existence made my aunt unable to get rid of that past forever. Prince Jin touched his head. The mistakes she made have nothing to do with you. She didn't do anything wrong to your highness. Linlin said, after meeting your highness, Annie didn't go against you. She helped you take care of Yanran. She is very good. I know she is not a bad person. At least not now. But if Prince Jin were to admit that Tang Zhujun is very good, it would really be a lie with open eyes. Your Highness, I will treat you as well as I treat my biological father in the future and serve you when you are old. I know you are very good. Prince Jin stretched out his hand to wipe away a tear from his eyes, only to feel that although the tears were cold, they would burn his fingers. I won't pursue the past, he said slowly, and I don't want to embarrass your aunt. I want to ask you, what are you going to do in the future? I know you are proud and will not take over the family property that does not belong to you. Linlin said, Family property? Annie said that except for the 4 walls of our Tang family, the rest of the family property is in our belly. Prince Jin. This sentence is very Tang Zhujun. But my aunt also told me that she will cover all my expenses in the future, and I won't be a burden to anyone. Then aren't you afraid of being a burden to her?
No.
Linlin's eyes sparkled. My aunt said that I am her sweet burden, and also her future worth looking forward to. She used to think that raising a dog or raising a son might not be a good thing, but now she thinks raising me is very good. Silly child. You were fooled by your own mother. Is it such a proud thing to be better than a dog? Prince Jin's head was full of black lines, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What did he want to say? Why did he end here? Oh, it's about Yanran's son-in-law. He thought about it. Yanran's personality is just like that, and she can't be encouraged. In this case, wouldn't it be great to find her a capable son-in-law and train her carefully since childhood? Especially the character of the father and son of the Tang family is obvious to all. Tang Zhujun, the bad boy, has now turned over a new leaf. Linlin is already so old, and you can tell a person's future by looking at him when he is 3 years old. At present, it seems that he really likes her. Tang Zhujun, who are you talking about? You have also taken all the bad boys. King Jin suddenly found himself funny again. Although the idea is good and can be implemented, Linlin is too young now. How can he know what a son-in-law means? And because of Tang Zhujun's indoctrination, he has not suffered from fate at all. It will not be difficult for such a child to become successful in the future, and he probably doesn't want to be a son-in-law. If he wants Linlin to agree, he can only play the emotional card. He wants to be better to Linlin, and he also hopes that Yanran can be with Linlin. If Tang Zhujun knew what he was thinking, she would definitely take off her shoes and throw them in his face. Beat you to death, you old rascal who arranged a marriage. Prince Jin said, I will take care of you in the future. It has nothing to do with your aunt. Linlin said, then can your highness please stop bullying your aunt? Prince Jin almost couldn't breathe. When did he bully Tang Zhujun? Hadn't he always been very patient with her? Facing Prince Jin's confusion, Linlin sighed and said maturely, your highness doesn't have that now, but if he marries a queen in the future, it may be different.
Who said that?
Prince Jin gritted his teeth. If Tang Zhujun dared to use the child to compete for favors, how could a child like Linlin be trapped in the trivialities of the backyard? I thought of it myself. Linlin said. He was not a child who lied. Prince Jin's expression eased slightly. Why do you think so? Because my aunt said that men are like dogs. It is good for them to stay with their wives and children regardless of their poverty. If they follow other meat buns around the street, they can come home and bite them at any time.
Did she say that to you?
Prince Jin was extremely angry. No, I heard what she said to Xiaoer, and I think it is very right. If the prince has a queen in the future, if she has a conflict with my aunt, you will definitely side with the queen, right? Prince Jin said, I only side with reason, and I can't make the decision on my marriage. It's the prince who doesn't want to make the decision himself. Otherwise, you would go against all odds, just like you recognized Yanran back in the beginning. Prince Jin was silent. Yes, he has not met a woman he wants to give everything for, and he doesn't want to meet one. He is afraid that he can't give it to her. Because in his bones, there is the blood of indifference and betrayal. Your Highness, if one day you get tired of your aunt, or your aunt wants to leave, will you let her go? Linlin looked at him pleadingly. Prince Jin really didn't know why he was being led by Linlin. He obviously wanted to train a future husband for Yanran, so why is it that Linlin is the one who is interfering with his marriage? This is wrong. At the same time, while Yanran went to the next door to deliver food to Meng Yulan, Tang Zhujun and Xiao whispered, do you think that your highness treats Linlin better than Yanran? How is that possible? Xiao was eating melon seeds while making a fire. The firelight from the stove made her face red and her eyes roll. Who is the biological child? If it is really as you said, unless... What? Tang Zhujun felt that she finally saw the light in the place where she couldn't figure it out. Then she heard Xiao say, unless Linlin is the son of the master and the prince.
Tang Zhujun.
Just tell me, is that possible?
Xiao.
Tang Zhujun was inspired by something strange. Why is there no woman around the king of Jin? Before, she had always thought that he was hurt by love or that he had experienced the sea and nothing could compare to it. Now Xiao gave her a new idea. Does the king of Jin like men? For example, Song Jingyang should have been beaten to death long ago, but he was still jumping around happily. Why didn't she ask Qingfeng if the king of Jin was his guest? This matter was recorded. Wan Anrua is back. Nanxing came in and said coldly, you're back. Tang Zhujun threw the vegetables in her hand. Xiao, let's go. Tang Zhujun stopped Wan Anrua, who had just returned from the Marquis mansion. What do you want to do? Wan Anrua said with a guilty conscience. You can't do anything rash, otherwise I will tell the prince that you went out without permission. Seeing her cowardly appearance, Tang Zhujun said with a fake smile, who said I want to do anything rash? I want to do good deeds today. Wan Onrua looked alert. What are you panicking about? Tang Zhujun said, last time I heard that you were engaged, I thought that based on our relationship, I should give you a big gift anyway. What big gift? I don't want it. But I've already given it away. Tang Zhujun raised his eyebrows with a sarcastic look. What did you do? Wan Onrua panicked even more. She felt that Tang Zhujun had changed since the flower viewing banquet and was already very dangerous. I didn't do anything, Tang Zhujun said with a smile. I just saw a girl named Xiao Taohong in the brothel. She didn't have much business and was beaten and scolded every day, so I gave her 100 taels of silver. What does that have to do with me? You're still involved with those people in dirty places. Xiao Taohong took my money and was very grateful. She insisted on repaying me. Tang Zhujun didn't respond to her at all and said to herself, then I thought I didn't have anything to ask her to repay, so I asked her to help test your cousin. You. Wan Onrua's face turned red with anger. Your cousin is inseparable from her now. Oh, it's really infuriating and pitiful to see. Tang Zhujun held her temples, her eyes rolling. You are so pure and innocent, but she has slept with thousands of men. In the future, your cousin will despise you for not being as good at serving others as her. TSK, I advise you to forget about this marriage. You witch. Wan Onrua was so angry that she completely ignored her image. You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. I did it on purpose. Tang Zhujun raised her eyebrows. You are only allowed to spread rumors to ruin my reputation, but I am not allowed to find a piece of poisonous meat to poison your dog? Okay, you have to thank me too. Otherwise, how could you know that your cousin is unreliable? Why don't you go home and cancel the engagement? Wan Onrua looked at her with tears in her eyes, bit her lip, and hurried back home. Is this over?
Xue asked Tang Zhujun in disbelief.
She was still rubbing her hands, waiting for the girl to use her big move, and then it was gone? What kind of revenge is this? Isn't this helping Wan Onrua out of the sea of suffering? Tang Zhujun clapped her hands. It's over. Let us forgive others when we can. Xiaoer looked suspicious. Why is she so unconvinced? It feels like the girl must be holding back a bad trick. Woman's kindness. King Jin, who had brought Linlin back at some point, said coldly. He thought she could take revenge by herself, but it turned out to be this kind of method. Tang Zhujun was flawless and blinked her eyes. Didn't I learn to be kind-hearted from the prince? Hee Linlin, are you hungry? Let's go back and have dinner. King Jin. Linlin. Aunt must have a way. King Jin was speechless again. He didn't see how good Tang Zhujun's method was. Although Wan Onrua was angry at the moment, the latter would definitely cancel the engagement and stay away from scumbags in the future. What good man would go to that kind of place? 3 days later, the king of Jin was instructing Linlin in archery in the yard. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of drums and music outside, followed by the deafening sound of firecrackers. The king of Jin was not in a good mood after being disturbed. He frowned and said, Song Jingyang. Song Jingyang immediately said, My lord, it's the girl from the Wan mansion next door who is getting engaged. Today is the date. The Wan mansion didn't want to disturb them, so they sent someone to tell them in advance and also sent wedding candies and cakes. Which girl from the Wan mansion? The one who quarreled with the lady a few days ago. Song Jingyang stared at the king of Jin without blinking. He couldn't be the only one who was shocked by this news. Then he saw the king of Jin's surprised expression, and it was perfect. He didn't need the king of Jin to ask again, and he poured out his mind. She is still marrying the cousin who visited the brothel before. The date is today, and she will get married in a month. The king of Jin was puzzled. He thought he was smart, but he didn't understand why things turned out like this. In these 3 days, Tang Zhujun must have done something. Tang Zhujun said, Not at all. When asked by King Jin about this matter, she was very proud and beaming. Your Highness is just speculating according to common sense, so of course it's not wrong. However, some people are just twisted. Not only do they have paranoid delusions, but they always think that others can't stand her being well, and they have to go against common sense. Wan Onrua is one of them. My predecessor had been with her for many years, and in many memories, there were traces of Wan Onrua's character. Even if my predecessor treated her as a sister at the time and wanted to tell her all the good things, Wan Onrua never believed it. Now that Tang Zhujun has torn her face, she can't let Tang Zhujun succeed. She thinks I want to break up her marriage, which means that her marriage is something she can never ask for in heaven or on earth. How can she let me succeed? Tang Zhujun raised her eyebrows proudly. I asked someone to her cousin, which shows that her cousin is excellent, but she insists on snatching her cousin back. It must be said that Tang Zhujun knew Wan Onrua's psychology very well. As a result, Wan Onrua moved up the marriage after returning. What a pity. Tang Zhujun shook her head. A month is still too late. Before Wan Onrua can get married, the other party may have been exposed, and then she will have to regret the marriage and let her escape. Prince Jean hadn't spoken yet. He was a little shocked by Wan Onrua's brain circuit and at the same time thought, how could there be such a woman? Then he heard Tang Zhujun humming a little tune and said happily, but that's enough. I'll go add fuel to the fire for her. Xiaoer, are you ready? Prince Jean couldn't bear to hear her shout the word Xiaoer in this tone, and always felt that the master and servant were going to make trouble. He was not wrong. Xiaoer climbed up the wall and poked her head out. For convenience, she put up a ladder next door. Okay, I just feel a little sad. Well, even if I spend all my money, it will come back. Money can't buy my happiness. Call your mother, and let's go. Nanxing, come and help too. Yanran clapped her hands. I want to scatter money, too. King Jean? Even Song Jingyang was eager to try. Madam, take me with you. I have great strength and a loud voice. Just thinking about scattering money is very refreshing. Let's go together. Soon, everyone left, leaving King Jean and Lin Lin looking at each other. What is she going to do?
King Jean asked.
Lin Lin, I don't know either. Auntie said that you and I are like brothers, and you don't like to tell me anything. Prince Jean. Let's go. I'll take you to see it. Tang Jian exchanged 100 taels of silver for copper coins and 6 heavy baskets, after checking and preventing disputes. 1 tael of silver for 1 string of money, that is 1,000 copper coins, weighing about 13 jin. 100 taels is 1,300 jin, tied with red silk and lined up in a row. Not to mention how cool it was. Although the marriage could not be done, she also wanted to help Wan Onrua build momentum and let everyone in the capital know about this marriage. The king of Jin went out. He saw Tang Zhujun, Yanran, Xiaoer, Hepozi, Nanxing, and Song Jingyang guarding 6 large baskets. Yanran was standing on a small stool, throwing money out like a chicken. His guards were blocking people from getting close, so they could only pick up money from a distance. The scene was full of gongs and drums, firecrackers, and crowds of people, which shocked the king of Jin, who had never seen the world. How could there be so many people? Tang Zhujun. Well, I spent 10 taels of silver in advance to ask the beggars to spread the word. The poor people nearby started to reserve the best seats last night. The people who were robbing the money squeezed the area so tightly that it was unprecedentedly lively during this period. Tang Zhujun was so tired when she went home. She was really not good at throwing money. But occasionally throwing money makes me feel so good that I feel like bubbling. I did such a good job. Tang Zhujun was very proud. Repay evil with kindness.
She spread rumors about me.
I wish her a long and happy marriage. The king of Jin did not believe her lies. What are you planning? He vaguely felt that Tang Zhujun wanted to promote this marriage very much, but letting Wan Onrua marry a man who visited brothels, is this a punishment? This punishment is too light. Tang Zhujun, the secret cannot be revealed. Your Majesty, please watch. Xiaoer, Miss, please wash your hands more often. The copper coins are so dirty.
Tang Zhuzun.
Come on. Song Jingyang, who was about to wipe her hands, silently put her hands back into the basin. However, Xiaoer still sprayed her. If you don't change the dirty water, it will be the same no matter how many times you wash. Change the water. Song Jingyang went to change the water without temper. There was no way. He didn't go back to the palace recently, and he couldn't find anyone to help with these things of washing clothes. He could only pay Xiaoer to help. But Xiaoer had such a bad temper that she would not even take the gold ingots when she got angry, but would still curse. Like master, like servant, he dared not offend. Linlin asked Yanran, "Are you so happy?" "I am happy, it's so fun. Next time Brother Linlin will come too. When I get married in the future, I will sit on the sedan chair and throw money. It will be more fun." Tang Zhujun, the sedan chair bearer, will be exhausted to death. King Jin, isn't the point that Yanran's idea is wrong? What do you mean by exhausted sedan chair bearer? 5 days later, Tang Mingfan wrote to the emperor, unveiling the prelude to the investigation of the examination cheating case that shocked the future generations. No, to be precise, Tang Mingfan had almost investigated everything and directly handed in a shocking answer. The cheating case involved hundreds of officials, hundreds of candidates from all over the country, and many other people were involved. The emperor was furious. Everyone was terrified. However, Tang Mingfan added fuel to the fire and asked the emperor to punish severely. Poor students have studied hard for decades, but cheating buried their efforts, chilled their hearts, and shook the foundation of the country. The emperor handed the case to Tang Mingfan for judgment. Tang Mingfan ordered the execution of more than 100 people, exiled hundreds of people, and nearly 1,000 people received other punishments. For a time, it shocked the court and the public. No one expected that Tang Mingfan, a civil servant, would have such an iron approach. Tang Zhujun was not surprised at all. My father himself came from a poor family and knows the hardships of poor students. Thinking of how many poor students and their families had their fates changed because of the cheating case, and the court lost talents because of it, who could know the pain in Tang Mingfan's heart? King Jin said, "Aren't you afraid? With so many people involved, I'm afraid there will always be people who want to retaliate.
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid that justice won't be served. I'm afraid that the world will be dark." Tang Zhujun said, "Yes, I'm also afraid that my father will be retaliated against. But my father is Tang Mingfan. Having pledged her life to the country, all she can do is support him. Some people are destined to be looked up to. She herself cannot reach that level, but it does not affect her support and admiration for Tang Mingfan's clear conscience and strong character, who are dedicated to the public. And when I grow up, I also want to be an honest official who is not afraid of power, like my grandfather." Linlin said with a firm look in her eyes. "Okay." Tang Zuyan touched his head. "Andy actually doesn't want you to choose a difficult path, but if that's what your heart desires, Andy won't hold you back. It's good to live a life of mediocrity, but most people have the opportunity to live a life of mediocrity because there are people who are blazing the trail ahead. If you want to be the pioneer, then Andy will be proud of you. No matter how difficult it is, Andy hopes you live well. But if one day you choose to sacrifice your life for justice, you don't have to worry about me. I will take good care of myself and my family. She is not great, but she supports greatness." Linlin nodded. These words made King Jin stunned. Is this what Tang Jian can say? Yanran ran in carrying a small basket. "Sister, look, is this what Xiaoa has knitted for me, pretty? It looks good. I'll draw a doll later and let Xiaoa make it for you and tie it on. It will look even better. Then let's go draw it now."
Okay.
King Jin finally sobered up and confirmed again that Tang Zhujun did not hinder Linlin at all, but played a big role in his growth. However, Yanran was just an ordinary little girl of her age. Maybe now she can only comfort herself that she is still young. Maybe it will be different later. Song Jingyang, King Jin said, "Send more people to protect the people in the 2 mansions." Song Jingyang understood what he meant and immediately agreed and went down to make the arrangements. The king of Jin also told Tang Jian, "You have been going out less recently."
Tang Jian, then.
"I will go out to buy some things tomorrow, and I will not go out recently." She was afraid of death, and her life was more important. She stayed at home after buying things. It happened that the weather was cold, so she asked Xiaoer to help with the shopping. Anyway, it was convenient to climb the wall. Xiaoer had said before that she wanted to open a door between the 2 houses, but was scolded by Tang Jian. "You let Sister Meng face the prince. How embarrassing is it?" So this idea was nipped in the bud. Tang Zhuyan was bitten by a dog when she went out. She met the hysterical Wan Onrua. Wan Onrua came over like a mad dog with disheveled hair and kept saying that she was harmed by Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun, didn't your cousin get exiled? Why, he died on the way, and you are left as a widow. It doesn't matter. You take good care of him, and then apply for a chastity archway, and I'll ask my father to help you. Wan Onrua rushed forward to tear her apart, but was kicked far away by Nanqing. Tang Zhujun, go back and change your shoes. Don't get canine plague. In this cannibalistic era of losing chastity is a small matter, but reputation is a big matter. Wan Onrua has repeatedly framed her predecessor and herself, and she should have tasted the bitter fruit long ago. This retribution came too late. Auntie, are you going out? Lu Zhu came out of the Tang family with a basket and said, I will go with you. It was always Xiao'er who went out of the Tang family, and Lu Zhu rarely showed up. Tang Zhujun was sure that there must be something wrong with her. What? Tang Zhujun stopped in the middle of the road and asked in shock after hearing what Lu Zhu said in a low voice. No, she must have heard it wrong. Lu Zhu blushed, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Annie has been living a little for a few days, so I guessed it was probably true, but I asked you to go and see, and Auntie said she would not agree to anything. No. Tang Zhujun was still confused. She and my elder brother are together? Lu Zhu was stunned. Auntie is originally my master as person. Isn't it normal for them to be together? Tang Zhujun. As expected, there are no honest men. She thought Tang Baixin was firm in his position and wanted to wait until the two of them had feelings for each other. But after a few days, they couldn't help but roll the sheets. But when she went to see Meng Yulan, she saw that she was shy and happy and immediately understood that they were in love. Sure enough, the best way to cure a broken heart is to start another relationship. It's a pity that she has never been in love in her 2 lives, and she didn't even have the chance to be heartbroken. The old aunt burst into tears. She should be pregnant, but the time is too short. I'll come back to see her in 10 days. Tang Zhujun smiled at Meng Yulan after taking her pulse. Be careful recently, and try not to have. Meng Yulan's face instantly turned red. She dismissed Lu Zhu and stammered. Ayun, do you think I'm not good? Seducing your elder brother and forgetting the past so quickly? I don't. I just think my elder brother is too bad, not letting you get to know him more. But seeing you happy, I'm very happy. Tang Zhujun smiled and said, You haven't done anything wrong. You haven't let anyone down. Why can't you live in harmony with my elder brother and have children? Meng Yulan breathed a sigh of relief. I knew you would definitely comfort me. Speaking of which, this matter is also a coincidence. Tang Baixin's colleague's daughter's first birthday party, drank a few more glasses, and came back to the wrong room. Tang Zhuyan didn't believe such nonsense. It was clearly her elder brother who was testing Meng Yulan under the influence of alcohol. Seeing that the latter didn't object, he took advantage of the situation and backed off. TSK, how sinister. But no matter what, Meng Yulan was pregnant with the Tang family's child, which was a good thing and should be made clear. Meng Yulan herself would definitely be embarrassed to say it. After Tang Zhuyan announced the good news, she saw that her father and brother were so happy that they wanted to call for a feast, so she went back. But when she saw Linlin following the king of Jin, she suddenly thought of a serious problem in front of her. Linlin, occupying the position of Tang Baixin's eldest son. If Meng Yulan's child was born of a legitimate child, it would be fine. At least he could be a legitimate child, but now he is not. This is very embarrassing. What should I do now? Tang Zhuyan was thinking about this matter, and the king of Jin was absent-minded when he talked to her. The king of Jin's tone was slightly heavy at the end, and he was obviously unhappy. Oh, your majesty. What did you say? Tang Zhuyan came back to his senses. No matter what she wants to do, she has to get the support of King Jin, so she still has to maintain a good relationship. I'm talking about Yanran. King Jin said, Yanran's personality. Your Highness, do you want her to be like Linlin? Tang Zhujun finally said it. King Jin nodded. That's impossible. You can only blame yourself for not giving Yanran that personality. Genetics are very important. This is what I think, she said seriously. Men and women are different. Girls are also different. When you can't figure this out, think about me and Xiaoer. I think you and your servant are quite similar. King Jin sneered. This dog man, he looks like a dog, but he has this mouth. Then do you think that Nanqing and I are the same? Tang Zhujun said, besides, Yanran is only 5 years old. When I was 5 years old, I was still playing in the mud in the countryside. If you get in touch with more children, you will know that she is just not as good as Linlin, but she is very good. And if she is really a child who is competitive, then you can cultivate her, but if she is easily satisfied and wants to be like everyone else, there is nothing wrong with it. Let her grow up happily and steadily, know what she can do and what she can't do, have an independent personality, be content with what she has, can rely on herself, and believe in feelings. Isn't it good? She has never raised a daughter, but she has imagined that if she can have a daughter, no matter what her personality is, the most important thing is the ability to obtain happiness. Your Majesty, I may not be right, but you are sincere to Linlin, and I will do my best for Yanran. Tang Zhujun said seriously. What's more, Yanran herself is also a lovable child, satisfying almost all of her fantasies about her daughter. This conversation seemed to have a good effect. In the next few days, Tang Zhujun felt that the eyes of King Jin were softer when looking at her, but the dead face would not change. The most important thing is that he seemed to no longer think about Ji Yanran, and Yanran also relaxed a lot. Tang Zhujun was timid and afraid of death. Knowing that things were not peaceful outside, she stayed indoors as she had said before. Sister, it's snowing, it's snowing. Yanran's excited shout came from outside the house. Tang Zhujun pushed the window and saw that the first snow of this winter was heavy snow, fluttering. This weather is perfect for eating hot pot. Tang Zhujun called Xiaoer to buy fresh mutton and prepared tofu, lettuce, lotus root slices, fungus, bean curd, and other vegetarian dishes, and led everyone to eat hot pot around the table. Thin, bright red mutton, picked up with chopsticks and put in boiling water for a few seconds, dipped in her secret sauce, and put it in the mouth, spicy and fragrant, absolutely delicious. Tang Zhujun ate while taking care of the two children. Xiaoer and Nanqing were busy eating, but one was chattering and the other was silent. I'll make it for my father when he comes back, Yanran said.
Tang Zhujun, okay.
King Jin, look at how filial your daughter is. What else do you want? Even if she is more successful, can she be as considerate as Yanran?
Wait.
Nanqing suddenly put down her chopsticks, picked up Yanran, and stepped back. After a while, the confused Tang Zhujun heard the sound of fighting. But this sound came from the roof? She cleverly pulled Linlin and Xiaoer back a few steps, and then looked at Nanqing. What happened? Was her pot so delicious that it attracted the assassin? Nanqing said, We have our own people. Don't be afraid, come here. Tang Zhujun came to her side with two tails and asked weakly, Aren't we going to run away? No need to run. How about we continue to eat? No need to run, which means everything is fine. Don't let the pot burn dry. No, I'm afraid the roof is not strong. As soon as the voice fell, a man fell from the roof, fell into the pot, and then made a miserable cry. Nanqing, this crow's mouth. Then, another person jumped down with a sword, and his posture was much more chic and calm. The warrior has good skills and is mighty. However, does this warrior look familiar? Tang Zhujun recognized him. Isn't this Linlin's biological father? Tang Zhuyan wanted to find it in the ground to crawl into, and wanted to cast a spell on the warrior. You can't see me, you can't see me. The warrior probably didn't want to look at anything indecent, and while twisting the half-dead assassin away, he bowed his head and apologized. Sorry to bother you, madam. Tang Zhuyan also bowed her head, and her voice was tender and gentle. Thank you. It's not that she was pretentious, but the greater the contrast, the more the warrior might not recognize her. If it was more disgusting, people might just get goosebumps and couldn't bear to look directly. Other people in the room looked at her strangely, including the two children. But the next words from the warrior scared Tang Zhuyan. He said, Why is it you? Tang Zhuyan's heart almost jumped out of her throat. It's over, he found out. Should she refuse to admit it or bully others with threats and inducements? It was unknown whether he was fearless of power or scheming. For a moment, countless thoughts flooded into her mind. When she was about to deny it, she suddenly heard Nanqing say lightly, "Huaishang, long time no see." At the same time, Lin Lin, who knew Tang Jian best, felt her nervousness and held her hand calmly, and, "Don't be afraid. Huaishang is not a bad person, he is. He knows the prince." He also didn't know whether the relationship between King Jin and Huaishang was open or secret, so the words turned into knowing. Some things are not to deceive Aunt, but to let her know, it can only be a burden. The pressure of the man's world should not be borne by women. So the warrior is called Huaishang? This name is really induced, so it hits the mark. In comparison, Zhaodi's younger brother is a younger brother. "Madam, I am a subordinate of the prince, Huaishang, the Imperial Guard." "Aunt, Huaishang is the first-class Imperial Guard," Lin Lin added. Tang Jujuan's head was so big that she thought, "Little thing, please don't talk to him." Huaishang quickly took the assassin out, but he didn't mean to leave, and asked his men to help repair the roof.
Tang Zuzun.
Yanren pulled her hand and whispered, "Sister, I'm not full yet." Tang Jujun held her forehead. This child actually still has an appetite. She wanted to tell King Jin, "Look, she is worthy of being your daughter. She is brave and can eat." Tang Jujun and a few others set up a pot in the wing room again. Except for her who had no appetite, the rest of the people ate very enthusiastically. But Yanran stopped eating. "Sister, did we eat the portion left for father?"
Tang Zuzun.
"No, there is more." "That's good." Yanran started to eat happily again. Tang Jujun felt so tired. "Look at this little foodie," she raised. Linlin ate while spreading knowledge to her. "Aunt, the first-class guards in front of the emperor are very powerful, and there are only 30 of them."
"Oh."
"There are so many, but they are not that powerful. For example, there is only one Prince Jin, but the relationship between superiors and subordinates is a bit difficult to handle. If Prince Jin knew that Linlin was Huaishang's son, would he use his strength to bully the weak and help her keep Linlin, or would he be selfless and send Linlin away to win over his subordinates?" The more Tang Jujun thought about it, the more headache she had. "Huaishang is very powerful," Linlin whispered. "He may very well become the deputy governor." Tang Jujun. "The more powerful he is, the more dangerous you are, silly boy." But fortunately, she was heavily made up and painted into a ghostly appearance that she could not recognize herself, so she can still live in peace now. Huaishang was very efficient. The roof was not repaired yet, and the assassin had finished the interrogation. He stood at the door and told Tang Jujun that this was the consequence of the imperial examination cheating case. Sure enough, someone hired a killer to harm the Tang family. However, the assassin's target was originally the Tang family, but he was discovered before he arrived at the Tang family. Tang Jujun pinched her throat and thanked him again, which attracted the attention of several people in the room. "Miss, have you caught a cold? Take medicine early," Shower said. Yanran was immediately distracted. "Sister, you need to take medicine to get better when you are sick." "I'm fine, take it quickly." Tang Jujun thought, she is the only master in this courtyard. Should she be polite to Huaishang? "I heard that the assassin was caught?" Song Jingyang's voice sounded, making Tang Jujun feel as if she had been pardoned. Never once did she look forward to hearing the voice of a lackey so much. "Huaishang not bad." Song Jingyang laughed and said, "Let us learn from each other some other day." Huaishang respectfully saluted King Jin first, reported the matter to him, and finally said, "It's just that I disturbed the lady and the girl. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." "What about them?" King Jin asked, vaguely worried that Yanran would be frightened and fall ill again. Yanran spoke happily and ran out at the same time. "Father, here, come and eat the mutton hot pot. It's delicious." Tang Jujun wanted to pull her, but it was too late. Seeing Yanran smile, King Jin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his expression eased a lot. "I'm glad you're okay." "I'm fine, sister is fine, brother Linlin is fine, Shower is fine, Nanqing is fine, we are all fine," Yanran said crisply. King Jin was a little relieved. Apart from anything else, Yenran's straightforwardness now is much better than her previous timid appearance. King Jin asked Tang Zhujun to set up another table in the opposite room. Tang Zhujun asked Xiaoer to busy in and out, and she did not appear in front of Huaishang. King Jin couldn't help but feel a little strange and asked Xiaoer, "Where's your daughter?" "My daughter said that men and women should not touch each other, and she can't come out when there are outsiders." King Jin. Song Jingyang stuffed his mouth with meat, pointed at his nose, and said vaguely, "What about me? I didn't see Madam avoid suspicion. Am I more like a family member than Huaishang? Haha." Xiaoer said unhappily, "More like a lackey." Song Jingyang. Huaishang couldn't help laughing. But he knew how to advance and retreat better than Song Jingyang, and he would not be so presumptuous in front of King Jin, so he didn't say anything. "King Jin, I always feel that Tang Zhuzi wants to make trouble again. She has never been the kind of person who avoids suspicion. Why is she so different to Huaishang? Is she interested in Huaishang?" Huaishang's appearance is indeed outstanding, and he has the elegance of a modest gentleman. Thinking of this, King Jin said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Huaishang is not an outsider. Let your daughter send Lin Lin in." Lin Lin is the best excuse. Tang Zhujun felt guilty when she heard this. Let her take Lin Lin in? Did Huaishang suspect it? No, that's not right. Even if he suspected it, he couldn't say it in front of King Jin. Could it be a good thing to sleep with the master's woman and achieve success? Thinking of this, Tang Zhujun calmed down a little, took Lin Lin's hand and lowered her head to send him in. When she said sending him in, she actually just stepped 1 foot over the threshold, then pushed Lin Lin and said, "The prince wants you to come in." Then she turned around and left, without even looking in the direction of Huaishang. King Jin, if there is no problem with this, he will twist his head off. Then the king of Jin found that Tang Zhujun was as quiet as a chicken during their meal. He could only hear Yenran's cheerful laughter in the yard and her voice asking questions. Tang Zhujun must have answered her 10,000 whys, but her voice was so guilty that it could not be heard in the room. When had she ever felt so guilty and short of breath when she was blaming the heavens, the earth, and herself? The king of Jin was more and more certain of his guess. There must be a problem. But looking at Huaishang again, he was calm and composed, and there was no abnormality at all. Although Huaishang had not been with the king of Jin for as long as Song Jingyang, he had been there for 10 years, which was enough for the king of Jin to know him well. Huaishang was loyal to him and would not betray him. Could it be that Tang Zhujun had set her eyes on Huaishang? But her personality was very direct. For example, if she fell in love with him, she would directly plan to climb into bed. She could not play those tricks of being reluctant to accept. Today's behavior was really strange. The king of Jin temporarily suppressed his doubts. Huaishang was a polite person. When he was about to leave after eating the pot, he bowed to Tang Zhujun through the curtain to thank her. Tang Zhujun couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb, so she pinched her throat and said politely, "Guard Huai, you don't have to be polite." When the king of Jin heard her voice, he felt bad. This big moth was going to cause trouble again. At night, the king of Jin watched Yenran painting in the room. She was very interested in painting, and under the guidance of Meng Yulan, she could already paint a very decent work, and then heard Tang Zhujun outside quietly testing Song Jingyang. "How long has Huaishang been with the prince?" "I forgot, but it's been a long time anyway." Song Jingyang scratched his head. "Is he married?" "No, he's a bachelor, just like me, hee. Everyone was bachelors together, and no one laughed at anyone else." "How many children does he have?" "I said he didn't get married." "Where did the children come from?" "Didn't the prince get married?" Tang Zhujun was not convinced. Although she also felt that it was unlikely that he would have illegitimate children before getting married, but what if it happened? She really hoped that Huaishang already had several sons, and then, even if she knew the truth, she would not Lin Lin away. No children. Following the prince is so busy, who has time to do those things? Tang Zhujun. How many brothers does he have? The pressure of the family is also important. If he is an only child, no matter who is the child, he must not let go and must recognize him. 7 or 8. Song Jingyang said. Even though he was careless, He began to feel that something was wrong. Madam, why do you ask so much? Could it be that you want to marry Xiaoer to him? Tang Zhujun, yes, yes. 7 or 8 are good, there will be less pressure. Song Jingyang, that's definitely not possible. Huaishang's grandfather was the Minister of Justice. He is his father's only son.
Ah?
Didn't you say he had 7 or 8 brothers? Cousins are also brothers, and they haven't separated. Song Jingyang said, there is only one Huaishang in their family, and Huaishang's father died early. His mother must find him a noble lady to marry. Unlike me, no one cares. My mother doesn't care who I marry.
Tang Zuzun absent min bendi. Ohat.
It's over. A widowed mother who is counting on her son to succeed is mostly very demanding and obsessed with blood. She will definitely keep the son and leave the mother. Song Jingyang. Duant ask, Xiaoer can't be with Huaishang. She's more like me.
Tang Zuzun. Ohat.
Left. Song Jingyang. I always feel something is weird. King Jin has very good hearing. He heard most of the conversation between the two and was more certain of one thing. Tang Zhujun is very concerned about Huaishang. He didn't believe the nonsense Tang Zhujun said about asking Xiaoer. Xiaoer's noisy personality was not good enough for Song Jingyang, let alone Huaishang. He didn't believe that Tang Zhujun didn't know. She was clearly asking for him. There was no doubt that she had fallen in love with Huaishang. King Jin sneered. Did she think that after becoming his woman, she could marry Huaishang again? She was dreaming. With a snap, the Hu brush in King Jin's hand was broken by him. Yanran looked at him in surprise. It's okay. This brush is shoddy. Father will ask someone to replace it with a better one for you later. Yanran was surprised and said, but Aunt Meng said that this is the best Hu brush. That's because she is ignorant. King Jin said vaguely, okay, continue painting. Father, I'm done. You have to write an inscription for me.
Okay.
As for Tang Zhujun, after asking these questions, she still felt that it was not enough, but she didn't dare to ask Song Jingyang again, so as not to arouse his suspicion. She tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. She decided that if Huaishang came again in the future, she would still go around him. If she couldn't avoid him, she would be polite to him and try to maintain a good relationship with him. If they were to fall out in the future, she hoped that he would still think about the good things she had done before. There are still some questions that she decided to ask Tang Baixin tomorrow. For example, what is the development prospect of Huaishang? What kind of official is it to be a deputy governor? Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. That's how it was decided. Early the next morning, after King Jin went to court, Tang Zhujun went to the next room to secretly ask Tang Baixin. Tang Baixin's expression was hard to describe. He answered vaguely, but he was tentatively asking Tang Zhujun why she asked these questions. Tang Zhujun, brother, I came here to ask you, not for you to ask me. It is said that a woman becomes stupid for 3 years after pregnancy. Why does she feel that Meng Yulan became stupid first when she was pregnant? Well, the question failed, so I'll ask Linlin later. All the men around her, big and small, are really cunning. She must not reveal any clues, otherwise she will die miserably. What she didn't know was that after she left, Tang Baixin said to Meng Yulan worriedly, I suspect my sister is sick again. Meng Yulan didn't react and asked in surprise, does Ayun have any old illness? Not only an old illness, it's a fatal love disease. After listening to him, Meng Yulan shook her head repeatedly. Impossible. How could Ayun be fickle? I'm just afraid that she doesn't think she is fickle. Do you think she likes the prince? Meng Yulan. That's not the case, but I still think that she won't do such a foolish thing. I don't think so either, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Yulan, you are my sister-in-law, so you should persuade her. If there is something wrong, correct it, and if there is nothing wrong, encourage it.
Okay.
This is also my responsibility. Don't worry, sir.
What did you call me? Baixin.
Meng Yulan blushed, lowered her head, and smiled. All the sufferings in the past have now become a sweet background. Because she met Tang by Exiled, all the hardships in the past have been compensated, and she shook hands with fate. Girl, do you know? Wan Onrua is married. Showa ran to Tang Juyun and said in a hurry.
Ah?
Wan Onrua marry her cousin who is exiled to Lingnan and follow her husband wherever he goes? Of course not. She became the concubine of the seventh prince. Tang Jujun thought she had heard wrongly. What did that have to do with the seventh prince, that annoying guy? Later, she learned that the seventh prince came one day, probably to find trouble with the king of Jin, but was stopped by Wan Onrua on the way. Later, for some reason, the turtle and the mung bean met, and a sedan chair carried the person into the mansion, quietly. Wan Onrua just followed the seventh prince like this? Thinking of the seventh prince's moody, weird, and silly appearance, Tang Jujun felt that the two of them were a good match. I wish them love and hate each other. A deep love. Dig out eyes, kidneys, and stop harming others. But Wan Onrua obviously didn't think so. She can only be the most humble concubine now who gave it to her. It happened that the seventh prince also wanted to find trouble with the king of Jin, and the two hit it off. In fact, this is the reason why Wan Onrua was able to enter the seventh prince's mansion. She told the seventh prince that she could help deal with King Jin because she knew a lot about Tang Jujun. For example, Tang Jujun and Qing Feng had close contacts. Wan Onrua knew a lot about this matter, including the fact that Tang Jujun later provided Qing Feng with kidney tonifying pills.
She found out about it.
After all, they're neighbors, and the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. So on this day, Tang Jujun handed the medicine to Shoer and whispered to her, "Only silver bills. Don't bring back a bulging bag of silver like last time. It's too conspicuous. If there is no small change, save the change first, remember?" "I know." Shoer patted the bag containing the medicine. "Miss, you're so amazing. This is all white silver." Tang Jujun glared at her. "Keep your voice down. The prince is still here. I don't know what's wrong with King Jin recently. He doesn't go to court or go out. He stays at home every day, and I don't know what he wants to do." Tang Jujun would only complain in her heart and would not ask. If she offended King Jin, she would suffer the consequences. She originally wanted to wait until King Jin went out before arranging the delivery of medicine, but King Jin never went out, and he must be anxious because he ran out of medicine, so she secretly arranged for Shoer to go. King Jin actually knew about this matter, but he was not very happy. Tang Jujun puts making money first and tries not to be an eyesore, so she is very low-key. Shoer went out with her bag. Before Tang Jujun entered the house, she heard Shoer shouting outside, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Song Jingyang rushed out of the room in one step, almost bumping into Tang Jujun, then quickly went out and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you tired of living?" Tang Jujun, so powerful. She also walked out quickly, and then saw several people who looked like officers and soldiers grab Shoer, and one of them was talking to Song Jingyang in an official tone. "Songy, it's not that we don't give you face, but we received a report that someone was selling dirty and unclean medicine, and we caught them red-handed." Shoer, who said the medicine is unclean. Every time, she watched the girl wash her hands many times, and she helped to handle all the medicinal materials several times. Whoever said it was dirty would get angry. Who dares to doubt the cleanliness of a mysophobia? Tang Jian sneered and stepped forward and said, "Dirty and unclean medicine? Medicine is for curing diseases and saving lives, but it is the human heart that is unclean. What's wrong with her selling kidney tonifying pills? She doesn't feel guilty at all for helping people with kidney deficiency. These medicines are flowing to the brothel, right?" The officers and soldiers were obviously prepared. Tang Jian knew that today's matter would be difficult to end. Although she couldn't be convicted, doing business with the brothel and selling this kind of medicine would definitely damage her reputation if it was spread out. She didn't care, but her father and King Jin didn't expect that they were so cautious, but they were still targeted. But Tang Jujun calmed down quickly. This was not a crime, so there was no need to worry. Who told you that it was going to the brothel? Prince Jin appeared behind her at some point, and his voice was like ice. Tang Jujun turned around and saw him standing under the door plaque. His tall figure was coated with a layer of light, his expression was cold, and he looked down at everyone, as if a god had descended from heaven. My dear prince, you are here. The officers and soldiers saluted Prince Jean. As soon as they let go, Showa ran back and hid behind Prince Jean.
Tang Zuzun.
Is that the end? Not really. Showa said, Prince, they want to steal your medicine. She had an idea just now and decided that the medicine must be put on Prince Jean. Tang Zhujun held her forehead. Not daring to look at Prince Jin's face, Prince Jean was really miserable. Showa continued, Your Highness, I was afraid that the medicine prepared by the young lady would make you sick, so I planned to take it out for someone to have a look, but they came to it. Tang Zhujun, Showa, you are worthy of the reputation. It's just that the King of Jean is a little miserable. The officer said, Your Highness, we heard that this medicine is not clean. Please allow us to take it back for inspection, otherwise we can't report it. The King of Jean said indifferently, Okay, this is the medicine I take. If you find any problems, it will also help me. Showa, give it to them. Showa looked at Tang Zhujun. She couldn't bear to give it up. It was all silver.
Tang Zuzun not dead.
The King of Jean has already helped with the most difficult problem. He said that the medicine is for his own use, so the problem is solved. It's just that the King of Jean may be ridiculed. How weak must he be to need such a tonic? The seventh prince wanted to make trouble, but he didn't make it, so he naturally had to disgust the King of Jean. On the second day, the medicine was sent back, and at the same time, a piece of news shocked the court and the public. The King of Jean was not well, and he relied on tonic medicine. No wonder he wanted Tang Zhujun, a woman with a ruined reputation. It turned out that Tang Zhujun had such a magic medicine. There were also people who really wanted to ask for medicine. The medicine that the prince used must be correct. It is not shameful for a man to use medicine, but it is shameful if it does not work. Go buy medicine and ask for help. Tang Zhujun hugged the thigh of the King of Jean. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I will never supply medicine to Qingfeng again. The money was cut off, and his heart was hurt. The King of Jean said, Why not? Let Song Jingyang deliver it in the future, and let him send it. I want to see who dares to investigate again. Qingfeng is now his man. With such a good publicity effect, the business in the building will only be better in the future, with more people flowing in and more information to be found out. Tang Zhujun was stunned. The King of Jean said, Broken jars, haven't you always been good at it? Why, can I use this trick? Yes, you can. You are the most broken, you break it hard. The whole world knows that you have kidney deficiency. Go ahead and fall. Prepare some more medicine for me, I want to keep it to give to others. King Jean said, Oh, okay, actually this medicine is really not a dirty medicine. It also has the effect of strengthening the body. It's just a matter of the dosage. Tang Zhujun said, Before you plan to give it to someone, tell me. I will tell you how to take it according to your age and physical condition. King Jean protected her, and she returned the favor. How do I take Huaishang? King Jean asked expressionlessly. Tang Zhujun was dumbfounded. Huaishang is already in trouble at such a young age. If Lin Lin knew, wouldn't he be determined to get him? King Jean, you can't stand the?
Haha.
Tang Zhujun was really panicking. If Huaishang really couldn't give birth to a child, then Lin Lin would be in great danger. Once recognized, Huaishang would probably have to risk his life to the child back to comfort his widowed mother. Even the superior, Prince Jean, is nothing in front of the continuation of the family line. She was so panicked that she didn't see the coldness on Prince Jin's face. That's not right. After a brief panic, Tang Zhujun began to doubt that someone like the seventh prince could be seen as her potential super VIP client at a glance. But Huaishang's physique didn't look weak at all. Although some people are indeed strong on the outside but weak on the inside, it is a low probability event after all, and Huaishang does not look weak. Your Highness, are you kidding? Tang Zhuyan realized belatedly, I think Huaishang is in good health. Do you understand him? Or, do I understand him better? No. Tang Zhuyan didn't quite understand why Prince Jean was getting angrier and angrier as she talked about Huaishang, but she still spoke seriously. Your Highness, a man will never admit that he is not good enough, not even to his own father. And he will never admit it to you. Unless you two are having an affair. No, Huaishang likes women. It's hard to say, He was actually very rude that night, and he had no patience at all. Did he have a conflict with Prince Jean at that time? Tang Ziyun imagined a long and bloody grudge. Prince Jean looked at her and saw that she was absent-minded while talking, with a look of amorous feelings, and his face turned black with anger. How could this woman be so shameless?
Tang Jun.
He gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, yes, yes." Tang Ziyun was naturally guilty of fantasizing about others and agreed repeatedly, "Here you are, all for you. If you want to give it to Huaishang, just give it to him. What the two of you do is none of my business." She originally thought that Prince Jean would be her helper, but now he might have to help Huaishang? She wanted to cry. Prince Jean simply made it clear, "If you dare to have any ideas about Huaishang, don't blame me for being unkind." "I dare not, absolutely not. She doesn't have 9 lives. Can she people from the prince? I'll go get you medicine now."
You upper-class people know how to play.
"No need, I don't want it. You stay in your place and obey the law." Looking at Prince Jin's face as cold as frost, Tang Ziyun said like a dog, "Don't worry, I will definitely obey the law. I am the prince's person in life and the prince's dead person in death. Whether you like women or men, even if you like fairies, she will firmly defend his rights." She is still very satisfied with her current situation, if Huaishang doesn't come to the child. King Jean despised her in every way, so he naturally wouldn't get close to her, but at the same time, he was a man with a bottom line, not as bad as people said. King Jean was a very good man. Tang Ziyun was confident that she could live a life of idleness and wait for death under his protection and be a happy parasite. She didn't eat for nothing. She worked. Wet nurse, cook, doctor, maid. She had many jobs, and she was a comprehensive talent no matter where she was placed, and King Jean didn't lose out. Tang Ziyun now regarded King Jean as her boss. She worked hard, and her boss guided her in the direction and solved the mess. She thought that the cooperation was quite harmonious. Although sometimes she did feel sorry for King Jin's reputation, King Jin's foundation was not good, and it didn't matter if he was smeared. Tang Ziyun felt somewhat guilty, so she wanted to do something to help King Jean. King Jean first proposed to replenish the kidneys of Huaishang, but later he became angry. In this case, then replenish them. Tang Ziyun also had her own plans. If Huaishang really delayed his marriage, she would be willing to help him for free so that he could become a strong man, marry, and have children as soon as possible, and have many children. But could she go to see him off? No, the farther she was from Huaishang, the better. She had set her sights on Xiao'er. When Xiao'er heard Tang Ziyun asked her to deliver medicine to Huaishang, she immediately jumped up and said, "Miss, I won't go. You are so unkind." Tang Ziyun was confused. "How am I unkind? You have ruined the prince, and you still want to flirt with him." Tang Ziyun, "Who did it? When did I do it to him?"
Of course it was you.
"Now the whole capital knows that the prince is dying. Don't you have to take responsibility?" Xiao'er looked righteous. "If it wasn't for you, would I have done this?" Tang Ziyun was speechless. After a while she said, "Then how can I be responsible? Give birth to a son for the prince, and the rumors will be self-defeating. Look at you and Aunt Meng. You went out and came home almost at the same time, and she was pregnant. What about you?"
Xuel looked disappointed. Tang Ziyun.
"Didn't you see that we sleep in 2 rooms? Aunt Meng and Master also sleep in 2 rooms. Tang Ziyun, lost. She just asked this girl to deliver some medicine. How come she was induced to give birth? And, Xiao'er, you have changed sides." "Go quickly," Tang Ziyun said. "This is what the prince meant. The prince wants to deliver medicine to Huaishang." Xiao'er took the medicine. "You should have said it earlier. It turns out you are running errands for the prince. Then I'll go." "Oh, that's not right. Where's Song Jingyang? Why don't you let him go?" "No, this is specially given to Huaishang by the prince, for fear that Song Jingyang would be jealous." Tang Ziyun said, "When you see Huaishang, just tell him that the prince asked him to take it. Don't ask, just take it, 1 pill a day. According to this dosage, it can strengthen the body. If there is really an illness, it can be improved. Then Huaishang will come to King Jean to ask for it again." Xiao'er muttered, Just take it, I'm not allowed to ask. How come it's like a poison? Although she complained, she was still very reliable and took the medicine to find Huaishang. Huaishang was a little surprised when he saw Xiao'er. Isn't this the maid of the prince? After he heard Xiao'er's purpose, he was even more confused. But Xiao'er had already run away. Huaishang was puzzled. Is this really the medicine given to him by the prince? And he was not allowed to ask? He was not so stupid as to really take it directly, but it was not easy to ask the prince directly about this matter. So he found Song Jingyang. The medicine that the prince gave you? I haven't heard of it. Song Jingyang said. Is there someone who wants to do something bad? It was the maid in the mansion, Xiao'er, who gave it to me. Song Jingyang, come on, stop guessing. Go and ask the prince directly. The prince is here. After hearing this, the king of Jin had a stern look on his face, and after a while he said, I didn't have it. Song Jingyang rolled up his sleeves. Then Xiao'er took the initiative. What kind of medicine is this? The king of Jin smiled. Kidney tonifying medicine. Huaishang instantly remembered what happened before, and his face was embarrassed. Song Jingyang had already rushed out. I'll go ask Xiao'er. Why did you give it to Huaishang and not to me? Wouldn't it be better for her and me? King of Jin. Okay. Tang Zhujun, you're great. You really set your sights on Huaishang, and you dare to act under the banner of this king. He let Huaishang, who was confused, go down and walked out slowly. Tang Zhujun was adamant, and he couldn't save her, but there was someone who could control her. At night, King Jin called Tang Zhuyun to his study. You sent someone to deliver medicine to Huaishang in my name? Yes, Tang Zhuyun said confidently. Didn't you say you wanted to give him medicine? Then I said no later and you ate it? King Jin's slender fingers tapped the table again and again, with an intimidating aura. Tang Zhuyun was not afraid of him anymore. He was a paper tiger. I thought you were embarrassed to trouble me. I wanted to help you solve your problems, she said with a smile. Did Huaishang tell you? Did he say how effective it was? King Jin. Very good. It worked so quickly? If he still wants it, I can provide it for free and in unlimited quantities. Tang Jian said, Oh, my lord, Song Jingyang is out delivering medicine now. And this silver. When can you settle it for me, when it's convenient? The veins on the forehead of King Jin were throbbing faintly, and he sneered and said, Settlement for you? Don't you know that you belong to me now? Do you think that I give you 100 taels of silver a month for free? Tang Zhuyun was dumbfounded. She thought that King Jin was helping her carry the hot pot, feeling guilty and grateful, but she didn't expect that he would take the pot away and take it for himself. My lord, she stammered, how about we split it 20-80? 1910 is worth considering. Can you still bargain like this? She gave him 20, and he said 10 is fine?
No.
Tang Zhuyun, 90% for me and 10% for you? What do you think? I'll give you 10% whether you want it or not. This is robbery. Tang Zhuyun wanted to cry, but she didn't dare to say no because if she didn't, she would be left with nothing. Seeing her frustrated, King Jin finally let out a sigh of relief. Why did you send medicine to Huaishang? Did you like him? King Jin gritted his teeth and said, Your Highness, it's not like that. Absolutely not. Tang Zhuyun tried to clear herself. If you think so, I will never see Huaishang again. Please, never see him again. However, the more she tried to clear herself, the more King Jin felt that something was wrong. Was she protecting Huaishang? She would actually have such a moment. Very good. He said slowly, You are my concubine, you know, I don't like you either. Tang Zhuyun, thank you, same here. If I give you to Huaishang, it's not impossible. Even if you can do me a favor, it's not impossible for you to be his legal wife. Tang Zhuyun, Your Highness, how can you betray your subordinates like this? You know that I have given birth to a child. She is not stupid. Would the king of Jin be so kind? No, that favor must be very tricky, even life-threatening. Besides, this temptation is not enough for her at all. She wants to stay away from it. She is stupid to actively approach Huaishang. But she has become smarter, which is good. If he can't teach well, let her father and brother teach. He has already talked to Tang Baixin and let him teach. Tang Zhujun was a little frustrated, and she didn't notice the calculation of the king of Jin. She really wanted to have a good relationship with the king of Jin, especially recently. She wanted to sell good things and let the king of Jin agree to her whimsical. She wanted to recognize Linlin back, even if it was just adoption or foster son. She is a concubine, hopeless for life, and adoption is a bit exaggerated, but it is not too much to have an adopted son. As a result, the king of Jin is really too difficult to please, and the flattery hit the horse's leg, which is really frustrating. The next day, Xiao'er came to call Tang Zhujun, saying that Meng Yulan was looking for her. When Tang Zhujun went over, Meng Yulan gave Xiao'er a handful of money and asked her to take the two children out to play. Tang Zhujun was a little nervous when she saw this. "Sister-in-law, did my brother make you angry?" Meng Yulan smiled a little unnaturally. "No." "Really? Really, the master treats me very well." While speaking, she looked behind the screen and secretly gave Tang Zhujun a wink.
Tang Zhujun.
She didn't dare to turn her head and looked directly over there. She secretly glanced over with the end of her eyes and felt that there was a shadowy person sitting behind the screen. Is it her brother? What is he doing? Then she heard Meng Yulan say earnestly, "Ayun, tell me the truth. Is the prince not good to you?" Tang Zhujun, "No, there is a wall between us. If it is really not good, you cannot know it." "Of course, hello, I was the last to know. Things behind closed doors are really hard to say. Tell the truth." "This is the truth," Tang Jian said. "Although the prince doesn't like to laugh and can be quite fierce sometimes, he is only fierce with words. Besides, with my free and easy personality, only the prince can indulge me." She knew it in her heart, so she was willing to return the favor. The Prince of Jin gave her the freedom that no one else could give. Even if it was relative, it was precious. "Then, what do you think of Huai Shang?" Tang Jian widened her eyes. "Huai Shang? Sister-in-law, has anyone told you and my eldest brother anything? Did Huai Shang come to test?" Tang Zhiyun's heart was beating like a drum. "No, I just heard that one of the prince's subordinates came back recently and often follows the prince, so I asked." "It wouldn't be like that." But Tang Zhujun said calmly, "I'm not very familiar with him, and we haven't talked much. There was one time when the prince said he wanted to send him some kidney tonifying medicine, so I asked Xiao'er to send it. Later, the prince denied it and blamed me for acting on my own. I didn't argue with him. Other than that, there's nothing else." Meng Yulan breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's the case, then the prince must have misunderstood." "What did he misunderstand?" Meng Yulan said, "The prince thought you were interested in Huai Shang, but was embarrassed to say it directly, so he asked your eldest brother to talk to you. Prince Jin, this nagging spirit. He actually. Tang Zhujun was so angry that she couldn't speak. But when she saw Meng Yulan subconsciously stroking her belly and the happiness of being a mother in her eyes, she still held back. Why should she argue with Prince Jin? Linlin's identity issue has not been resolved yet. Thinking of this, Tang Jian said, "That's the misunderstanding of the prince. I will explain this matter to him. Big brother, don't hide, I saw you." There was no movement behind the screen.
Tang Juin.
"Big brother, come out, I have something important to say." She didn't want Linlin to become a knot between Tang Baixin and Meng Yulan. A woman's heart can be very big. For example, now that the king of Jin has married 18 concubines, she will definitely make it lively and happy. But a woman's heart is also very small. If they really love each other, even if they understand that the past cannot be changed, they will always have grudges. For example, Meng Yulan and Big Brother. There was still no movement outside the screen.
Tang Juin.
Then Tang Jian saw her father and brother coming out of the inner room, and a tall figure stood up behind the screen. It was the king of Jin. "This guy actually," Tang Baixin said excitedly. "Your Highness, I have said long ago that Ayun would not do that kind of thing. You see, although there is a difference in status, Ayun is law-abiding, but your Highness puts such a big hat on her for no reason. Your Highness, what are you going to do about this matter?" Judging from his momentum, if the king of Jin does not give in, he will not give up today. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Mingfan said, "By Xin is right. Your Majesty, my daughter is, but it is not our intention to send her to you. Although both sides are compromising, my daughter has fulfilled her duty, but Your Majesty is suspicious. Since Your Majesty is so unhappy, please go to the Emperor with me and beg the Emperor to withdraw his order. Father and brother are really angry. Tang Zhiyun was moved and felt guilty and said, Dad, brother, don't get excited. It has only been a few days since she went to the Emperor. If she goes to the Emperor again, the Emperor may turn against her. What's more, she wants to solve Lin Lin's problem first. Her family defended her, and she also had to think about her family. Prince Jean said expressionlessly, It seems that this matter is just a misunderstanding. It was my recklessness. Please don't blame me, Lord Tang. Tang Zhiyun, you misunderstood me and apologized to my father? Concubines have no human rights. Prince Jean didn't believe Tang Zhiyun's nonsense at all. It seemed that she didn't tell the truth in front of her family. I'll go back first. You stay at home for a while and spend time with your family. After saying that, Prince Jean turned and went out.
Tang Zuzun.
However, after Prince Jean left, his father and brother changed their attitudes. Tang Mingfan said, Juan, Prince Jean is soft-hearted, don't go against him. It's really you who made people think about this matter. Tang Baixin, you are so good at coaxing people. With a little effort, you can coax him around. And Huaishang, you don't really like him, do you? Big brother tells you, absolutely not. Tang Zhujun, why should I stay? Fortunately, Meng Yulan spoke for her, and the atmosphere eased a little. Tang Mingfan sighed and said, Dad knows that asking you to be the prince's concubine is unfair to you. But what happened before? Forget it. If you really don't want to, then Dad will risk his reputation. No, Dad, I'm not unwilling. Tang Zhujun said, The prince treats me well. You don't have to worry about me. You and brother didn't go out today because of my business. That's perfect. Since everyone is here, I want to talk about something. The other three people became nervous. It's about Lin Lin. Tang Zhujun said seriously. Ayun. Tang Baixin saw her eyes fall on Meng Yulan's lower abdomen and was the first to react. Go. Go back and serve the prince. Don't worry about the Tang family's affairs. Lin Lin is my son. Meng Yulan was shocked. She had never seen Tang Baixin so angry before, and she wanted to persuade him but didn't know where to start, so she could only say awkwardly, Uncle, let's talk it over nicely. Brother, that's enough, said Tang Zhujun. It's been more than 5 years, and Lin Lin will be 6 years old during the Chinese New Year. You have delayed your future for me, and I can't change that. I can't bear to see you having a rift with your sister-in-law because of me. You care about her so much, and you even gave up your future for her, and you must not want to see her sad. Tang Baixin, none of your business. Go away. After that, he pushed Tang Zhujun out to stop her from continuing. Tang Zhujun grabbed the corner of the table tightly, his fingertips turned white due to the force, his eyes were firm, and he said word by word, Brother, Lin Lin is my son, not yours. Meng Yulan was shocked. Tang Mingfan sighed. Forget it. Even if we don't reveal this muddled account to outsiders, Yulan should know about it, otherwise it would be too unfair to her. Meng Yulan quickly shook her head. Master, Yulan is not wronged. It is my blessing to be able to follow you and help you serve you. Who wouldn't say that her life was given by the Tang family? The happiness that she thought was lost forever is now immersed in it. But how did Lin Lin become Tang Zhiyun's son? Tang Zhiyun told the whole story herself and said earnestly, Sister-in-law, you know that although you are not in the right position, I treat you as my sister-in-law. The one you are pregnant with is my eldest brother's first child, and the only child so far. Don't misunderstand my eldest brother. Meng Yulan patted her on the back twice, tears welling up in her eyelashes, and scolded. Ayun, why are you so confused? Why did a good girl choose that path? If it weren't for those things in the past, she, the eldest daughter of the Supreme Court Minister, would be the principal wife of the Prince of Jin, an unfavored prince. She always felt vaguely that in addition to fame, there should be something else, otherwise the father and son of the Tang family would not be so humble. But she could never have imagined that the truth would be like this. Sister-in-law, It's too late to regret the past. And looking at Linlin, I don't regret it. Tang Zhujun smiled, her eyes moist. I just don't want you and my brother to have a rift. In fact, the prince and Linlin know about this matter. Now I have to find a way to recognize Linlin. Although it may not work, I will try my best. Even if it doesn't work, she has to have an attitude. She can't accept her brother's efforts with peace of mind. Ayun, since you also recognize me as your sister-in-law, I will boldly tell you today in the name of your sister-in-law that Linlin is a child of the Tang family and the eldest son of the master. This will not change. Meng Yulan rubbed Tang Jiyun's hand that was pinched just now and said softly but firmly, from now on, just live your own life. We will take care of Linlin. Don't let this matter cause any more trouble. How difficult is it for Tang Jiyun to have what she has today? Meng Yulan didn't think that Linlin's existence would affect her relationship with Tang Jiyun. On the contrary, because she knew the truth, she felt that he was a responsible and great man. It was this kind of character that made him stand up for her. As a vested interest, what was there to mind? She was proud of her man. Look at our Tang family, we are penniless, Meng Yulan said. What is there for brothers and sisters to fight about in the future? But our Tang family has passed down poetry and literature, and we are upright. Even if we have 100 sons, we will teach them to become pillars of the court. Can they only fight for one room and not look at the world? Tang Jiyun said with emotion. Sister-in-law. Yulan is right. Tang Baixin said, you don't have to worry about Linlin. Linlin is the child of the Tang family. What else can a husband ask for with such a wife? Tang Mingfan stood aside, twisting his beard, smiling. Shulan, did you see it? How good her children are. Huaishang was a little confused, and he didn't dare to ask the prince directly, so he invited Song Jingyang to Sihai Tower alone. Jingyang, tell me, what's the matter with this medicine? Why am I still confused? Huaishang poured a glass of wine for Song Jingyang and asked sincerely. He stayed outside for too long, and when he returned to Beijing, he found that many people around the prince had changed. He was a thoughtful person and thought a lot, so he had been thinking about it for the past 2 days, whether this medicine was instructed by the prince. If so, what does the prince want him to do? If not, what do others want to do to him? What is the prince's attitude towards this? Huaishang was almost twisted into a donut. I was wondering why you are so stingy today and come to treat me to a meal. Song Jingyang slapped the table. Add more dishes, add more dishes. For dishes are enough for everyone. Huaishang was indeed stingy. If it were usual, he would definitely pretend not to hear, but now he had to ask Song Jingyang for help, so he could only call the waiter. Add 1 serving of tofu with green onions and another serving of sauced pork elbow. Song Jingyang said first, do you think you are feeding rabbits? Huaishang, what do you save so much money for? Are you going to take it to your coffin? Huaishang calculated the price of the sauced pork elbow, and his smile was a little forced. Song Jingyang picked up a piece of cabbage with chopsticks. Don't think I don't know that you have been single for so many years because you are reluctant to spend money to get married. This guy is different from him. He looks like a decent person, and he is not like the prince who always has a stern face and keeps strangers away. So even when the two of them followed the prince in the past, Huaishang was the most popular with women. Song Jingyang was very unconvinced. But let's forget about the past. Now Xiao'er also brought medicine to Huaishang. The more Song Jingyang thought about it, the angrier he got. He went to ask Xiao'er, and Xiao'er said he was sick. So if he was sick, why didn't she bring him medicine? However, Xiao'er stepped on him and ignored him. Huaishang heard him mumbling and couldn't help but ask, so you like Xiao'er? I like her. She is clean, straightforward, and loyal. Huaishang was surprised. But she is a maid. What's wrong with a maid? Isn't my mother also a maid? Song Jingyang said indifferently, anyway, she is different from others. If she is the princess's maid, it's fine. But the lady's maid, her status is still a little lower. Huaishang said realistically. It's a matter of fact, the prince and the lady don't know what's going on, let alone us. The prince is frustrated every day, and he is so proud. Isn't that courting death? Besides, Xiao'er's noisy personality is only suitable for him. If others can't do it, he is not afraid that she will run away. Okay, don't talk about my affairs. I won't eat the pork elbow for nothing. Hurry up and tell me. Song Jingyong said. Huai Shang sighed. As for what I just said, you also know that what I did a few years ago angered the prince. The prince still doesn't like me and keeps me away. So now he is particularly panicked. You didn't do that thing very well. You clearly knew that the prince didn't like women, but you sent the prince to the flower boat. Huai Shang also felt very wronged. At that time, the prince came to Beijing for the first time. Who would have thought that he would be calculated on the road and got that kind of dirty medicine? What can he do? He also spent 100 taels of silver to buy a clean courtesan. Those wearing light pink flowers on the flower boat are courtesans. This 100 taels of silver was not reimbursed at all because of the prince's anger. He didn't even dare to mention it again. He didn't even dare to ask the prince whether they was innocent or not, nor did he know whether the 100 taels of silver was worth it. This matter has become a thorn in Huai Shang's side. What's worse is that he was often sent out by the prince afterwards, and he felt that the prince was still angry about that matter. Huai Shang was about to suffer internal injuries after spending money. Song Jingyong. If it were me, I would just throw the prince into the water. What medicine can't cure it? Huai Shang didn't want to talk. The pork elbow in sauce was finally served. Song Jingyong nodded while complaining. After eating the meal cooked by my wife, eating outside is just a compromise. Huai Shang's heart was already bleeding, and he felt even more helpless when he heard him say that. He said, "Then don't eat it. Tell me about the medicine." "How should I know?" Song Jingyong said, "I only know that the medicine was prescribed by my wife. You also know about the incident that happened later. Others say that our prince eats kidney tonifying pills as meals." "Pa, who can afford it?" "Huai Shang. You know, that kidney tonifying pill, such a small pill, costs 198 coins. A bottle of 20 pills, that's nearly 4 taels of silver, and even then it's still in short supply." "Huai Shang, is the silver given to the prince now, or does my wife keep it herself?" Song Jingyong. "I don't know anyway. I gave it to the prince." Huai Shang spent nearly half a tael of silver on this meal. Although it has set a record for the lowest consumption in the private rooms of Sihai Tower, it still makes him feel so distressed that he can't even think about it. The key point is that Song Jingyong didn't explain it clearly. So what does this medicine mean? Tang Zhujun was also explaining this matter to King Jin again. "Your Highness, I don't like Huai Shang. I just love the whole family, do you understand?" She felt the love and encouragement of her family. Now she has a sister-in-law who loves her. She is in a good mood and smiles when she comes back to talk to King Jin. "As long as you promise me one thing, I can let you marry Huai Shang." This sentence still counts. King Jin reiterated. "Tang Zhujun, please, if I have done something wrong, please punish me with the law. Don't use the child's biological father to scare me. I am timid, thank you." So, she simply refused, and in turn defeated King Jin. "Your Highness, as long as you do me a small favor, I will give you all the profits from my kidney tonifying pill business that makes a fortune every day. How about that?" Prince Jin narrowed his eyes, with sarcasm in his starry eyes. "You are so young, but your brain is broken. Didn't I say that what's yours is mine? You use my things to negotiate with me?"
Tang Zuzun.
"Stay calm. Solving the problem is the most important thing. I belong to your Highness, so does that mean my business is also your business?" Prince Jin was speechless. Tang Zhujun turned the tables and said in a servile manner, "Your Highness, actually this matter is not difficult for you at all. You see, you also know that Linlin is my son, and now my sister-in-law is pregnant again. I can't let Linlin always occupy the title of my eldest brother's eldest son. Since when do illegitimate sons have to be divided into high and low status?" Prince Jin said in a cold voice, "After Tang Baixin gets married, the legitimate son she gives birth to will be the most precious."
Tang Zuzun.
"You can't say that. I also want to take care of Linlin. I don't ask to recognize him back, so how about adopting him as a son? I will raise him myself, and it will definitely not cost your Highness's money." Besides, Prince Jin also liked Linlin very much, so there was no reason for him to not agree. "Don't even think about it," King Jin said, without hesitation.
What was she thinking about?
He originally wanted to talk to Tang Zhujun and arrange the marriage between Linlin and Yanran. Linlin was a good child, but Tang Zhujun didn't respond at all. What was even more unexpected was that she actually wanted to recognize Linlin under her name. Then Linlin and Yanran were nominally siblings, which was impossible. Could King Jin agree? Not only did he not agree, he was also a little upset. Tang Zhujun muttered in a low voice, "What harm can it do to you?" She couldn't figure it out. "King Jin, give up on this idea. I'm not dead yet. It's not your turn to find an adopted son to take care of you in your old age. If you die, you won't be able to find a potbreaker." Humph. Neither of them wanted to back down. They were silent at the same time, thinking about the conditions that could impress each other. After a while, King Jin spoke first. He said, "I know you are worried about Linlin's identity, and I can arrange it for you."
What?
The surprise came so unexpectedly that Tang Zhujun couldn't believe it. Facts have proved that pie in the sky must be rotten. Whose child is Linlin?
Tan Zhujun? Mine.
She suspected that King Jin was mentally ill. King Jin gritted his teeth and said, "I am talking about that man."
Oh.
Tang Zhujun's eyes rolled. She didn't know. If she said she didn't know, King Jin would probably ask her how many men she had had, and at the same time. No, even if she had 100 men, she could only say that she had had one to her current boyfriend. Although King Jin was not a qualified current boyfriend, she would not cause trouble for herself. Her father and brother had told her to explain to the outside world. Tell the truth, or don't blame me for not helping you. King Jin knew she was going to lie when he saw her eyes rolling around. Tang Jian, he was a peddler who came to sell things. I eloped with him. Later, when the money was all gone, he didn't want me anymore, so I had to go home by myself. Idiot. Well, if you knew that your previous life followed someone to travel hundreds of miles to a flower boat just for a little money, you would be even more crazy. Where is that person now?
Now?
How could she know now? Seeing her shaking her head, the king of Jin sneered, "Your father and brother are also useless." Tang Ziyun jumped up. "Your Highness, be careful with your words. Why is it so annoying? Her father and brother are honest people. It is already very unusual for them to threaten the madam not to tell her about this matter. You can't break the law and kill people to silence them. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your previous life for being too stupid, but if you think about it, it was the Song family who deliberately raised people like that, so you still have to blame that old witch. I wonder how the old witch is doing now. I'll ask Xingfeng if there's any news. Does the peddler know you're pregnant?" "I don't know. It was dark, and she didn't even see the man clearly, and was pinned down directly. The man didn't know her true face, let alone care about the follow-up. Who gets on a flower boat and still thinks about taking responsibility? Besides, who would have thought that there would be a hit? That's good."
What?
"What I mean is that I can arrange a foster father for Linlin, and I will actually raise her." King Jin said, "In this way, your worries will be solved." Tang Zhujun looked at him as if he was a fool. "You can't eat anything you want. You can't say anything you want. Can you recognize anyone as your father?" But King Jin thought she agreed, and said, "My condition is to let Linlin and Yanran get engaged." Tang Zhujun, "Knife, where is my 40-meter-long sword? What the Hades is this?" She laughed in anger and said, "Then I want to ask your Highness, who is Yanran's biological mother?" The face of Prince Jin changed instantly. Tang Zhujun did not want to explore privacy and continued, "This world is a small place. What if Linlin's biological father and Yanran's biological mother are actually siblings?" Prince Jin frowned and said, "Absolutely impossible." Although Yanran's biological mother was of humble status, she was raised by a half-rich lady since she was a child. How could a peddler walking around the streets get close to her? Tang Zhujun, "Haha, I don't want it anyway. My own son only needs a mother. Why does he need a father like that? I don't want to rely on others' fame. Don't even think about arranging a marriage for children. It's a bottom-line issue, and there is absolutely no room for negotiation. If your Highness is fine, I'll leave first. I'm the same as you in one thing. Unless I die, I won't arrange a marriage for Linlin." After that, she turned and went out. No, this won't work with the dog prince. She made such a boast, and now she's been slapped in the face. If it doesn't work, Linlin will have to stay in the Tang family for now. Fortunately, Meng Yulan is very understanding and has helped to resolve the rift between brother and sister-in-law, so it's not a complete failure. But the king of Jin in the room thought he was fooled by her. Even if Linlin's biological father and Yanran's biological mother are siblings, so what? Cousins can't get married? Crazy. Huaisheng didn't show up in the next few days, so this matter seemed to have been quietly turned over. Hearing Meng Yulan calling her again, Tang Zhujun couldn't help blushing. Although she didn't expect Linlin's identity problem, it was still embarrassing for her to have no progress. However, Meng Yulan didn't mention this matter at all. She said, Master came back and said that there will be a flower viewing banquet in the Grand Princess's mansion in 2 days.
Tang Zhujun.
It's winter, snowy and icy. At such an old age, why don't you stay in the house and eat pots? What kind of flowers are you appreciating? The scene of climbing on the bed during the time travel is still vivid in my mind, which makes me blush. Fortunately, I didn't really climb, otherwise I would have been blamed by the king of Jin. Meng Yulan looked at her face and said carefully, Speaking of which, it's still for the prince to see. A few days ago, the emperor said that except for the young age of the 8th prince, the marriage of the king of Jin has not been settled. Tang Zhujun said that this is also normal operation. Before, it was just to select a concubine for the king of Jin, and she flew out to disrupt the situation. It has been a long time since then, and it's time to bring up the old things again. Meng Yulan really doesn't understand what she is thinking, why she can still be expressionless after hearing such news. Is it because she is too shocked that she can't react? Ayun, don't worry. Meng Yulan squeezed her hand tightly. I'll teach you how to deal with it. Tang Jian, I am a little worried. Sister-in-law, who are the candidates that the higher-ups like? Meng Yulan was very pleased that she could get into the States so quickly. There are Miss Sun Qi from the Chongning Marquis Mansion, Miss Do Si from the Grand Secretary's Mansion, Miss Liang San from the Ministry of Personnel's Mansion. Tang Jian, okay, I'll remember it. Do you have any ideas? Meng Yulan was very happy. Today she was going to give Tang Jian some advice. Now it seems that she has her own ideas. How can she not be pleased? Well, this is so simple. I will have a good relationship with them. No matter who comes to the door in the future, don't embarrass me. Tang Jian said, I have to go back and look through the rouge creams I made and pick out some good ones to give to others. By the way, sister-in-law, are you familiar with them? Tell me quickly, what do they like? Meng Yulan was stunned. Meng Yulan doubted her life and the upbringing she had received over the past decade. Ayun, you can't do this. She paused for a long while before finally finding her voice. You know, you can't choose the candidate. No matter whether the future princess is sweet-mouthed but treacherous, or insidious and vicious, you have to face it. Tang Jian. Can't the king of Jin pick a good person? But she knew that Meng Yulan was right. Then what do you think, sister-in-law, should I do? Become the princess. Meng Yulan looked into her eyes and spoke word by word. Before Tang Jian could lower her shoulders, she heard Meng Yulan say, I know that you are different, Ayun, and you have ability, but if you don't want to be manipulated by others, you have to take the initiative first. No matter how you feel about the prince, you are satisfied with your current life, right? That's right. In that case, you have to spend some time thinking about it. Meng Yulan said. So, you didn't teach me how to behave well at the flower viewing banquet so that no one could find fault with me. Instead, you taught me how to be sweet-mouthed, treacherous, and ruthless, so as to quietly strangle potential competitors in the bud? It's so difficult, too difficult. Sister-in-law, we're different. Tang Zhujun said after swallowing. You are running in both directions, and I would be walking into a trap. When the king of Jin marries a wife, she will do so if she can. She will definitely be able to survive, because she still has the cute little Yanran. Then I will live with Yanran in a secluded little courtyard and will never get in the way. What about kowtowing and serving tea to the princess? What about kowtowing and paying respects during festivals? It has to be said that Meng Yulan's eyes are as sharp as a torch, and he can see through Tang Zhujuan's weaknesses at a glance. So, for your own sake, you have to fight for your reputation. at the flower viewing banquet. You can't let anyone overshadow you no matter what. Remember?
Tang Jun.
No, instead of that, she still wants to find a way to directly attack the king of Jin, let him let her go, or at least turn a blind eye so that she can go back to her parents' home. Meng Yulan's next words stunned Tang Zhiyun. She said, "This is also what the prince meant." What does the prince mean? The prince and the master mention this matter in a vague way, and they are not enthusiastic about the flower viewing banquet. Afraid that Tang Zhiyun didn't understand, she emphasized, the prince also hopes that this flower viewing banquet will end in vain. Tang Zhiyun immediately understood that after all the twists and turns, it was actually because the king of Jin didn't want to be manipulated by others in his marriage, so he wanted her to disrupt it. Okay, she is good at this. Originally, she had no intention of participating in these banquets where sisters are intimate in front of each other, and idiots mess with your whole family behind your back. But since the king of Jin wanted her to be a troublemaker, she would go and stir it up. Although she was still very angry about the child marriage, she had not given up the idea of recognizing Linlin, so she had to live in harmony with the king of Jin. Meng Yulan wanted to go with her, but was rejected by Tang Zhiyun. Meng Yulan's current status was embarrassing, and she was afraid that she would be laughed at, and she was pregnant now, and the most important thing was to take care of the fetus and avoid contact with those monsters. 2 days later, Tang Zhiyun took Yanran, Xiaoer, and Nanqing to the door to wait for the carriage of the palace to pick them up. I don't know what happened, but they haven't come yet. A moment later, while Tang Zhiyun was muttering, the carriage with the emblem of the Prince of Jin's palace slowly arrived. Tang Zhiyun was about to carry Yanran to the carriage, but suddenly saw the curtain opened, revealing the cold face of the king of Jin. He actually took a carriage too? While hesitating, he heard him say, "Nanqing, take the young master to the carriage at the back, and Xiaoer, go to the back as well. You get on." Tang Zhiyun lifted her skirt slightly and stepped on the stool to get on the carriage. Who is afraid of who? The carriage rumbled through the busy city, and the noise outside came in. But the Prince of Jin sat upright, not looking sideways, not even looking at Tang Zhiyun. Tang Zhiyun didn't look at him either, leaning against the side of the carriage without any image, tilting her head to think about something important. What kind of wind did my prince have today? What wind did he have? It was so boring to ride in a car with him. The wheels rolled into the pit and then rolled out, causing the carriage to shake, and Tang Zhiyun hit her head. Just as she was about to rub it, suddenly a big hand covered her head and rubbed it gently. Tang Zhiyun was so shocked that her eyes almost fell out, and she even suspected that there was someone hiding in the carriage that she couldn't see. Dear Prince of Jin, how could he do these things? When she saw the expression of the Prince of Jin, she was even more horrified. Because the Prince of Jin clearly had an expression of frowning and gritting his teeth, which didn't look like caressing, but more like her expression of cleaning the toilet. This man is mentally ill, because his hand was clearly still rubbing her head. Be careful. The Prince of Jin took his hand back, and his complexion became more normal.
Tang Zhiyun.
She didn't say anything, because she really didn't know what to say. You have to adapt, and I have to adapt too. The Prince of Jin said, looking at her confused face, and said expressionlessly, "Pay attention to your affection." Tang Zhiyun, where is my tofu? It turns out that His Royal Highness the Prince of Jin is rehearsing and learning to show affection. But looking at your constipated face, who would have thought that this is a show of affection? If you don't know, you would think you want to knock on me to see if I'm familiar with you and my brain. When getting off the carriage, in front of many people, the Prince of Jin carried Tang Zhiyun down. This business was obviously familiar to him, so he carried Tang Zhiyun down like a child. He came with his eldest daughter. The first round of showing affection ended with Tang Zhiyun embarrassingly wanting to dig her toes into the ground, and hurriedly going in with Yanran. The flower viewing banquet was not new at all, but this time it was held in the warm pavilion, and the flowers being appreciated were fresh flowers cultivated in the warm room. There were still many beautiful girls, and the sisters were intimate with each other. Tang Zhiyun found a corner, sat down with Yanran, ate seriously, and admired the flowers seriously, until Wan Onrua came. Looking at Wan Onrua, who was wearing pearls and jade and looked like a concubine, Tang Zhujun said lazily, "Why, didn't you see that your mistress is here too? Why don't you kowtow and serve her?" Wan Onrua sat down opposite her with a smile on her face. People who didn't know would definitely think that the two were reminiscing about the past, but the words she actually said were extremely vicious. "Tang Zhujun, don't think I don't know what you did. Your retribution is coming. Tang Zhujun, if I don't do anything, can I help you and the seventh master?" Although she looked nonchalant, she was worried in her heart. Wan Onrua would not do anything without a purpose. She must have dug some trap for her to jump into today. Yanran suddenly said loudly, "Go away. If you don't leave, I will tell Uncle Chi that you bullied me." Tang Zhujun looked at Wan Onrua's face that turned red in an instant, and felt very relieved the little girl she raised knew how to protect herself. She took out the arrogance of a concubine and said, "Why don't you get out of here? Do you believe that I will beat you? If you get beaten, Master Chi will punish you and make you look disgraceful. If I beat you, the prince will feel sorry for my pain in the hand." Wan Onrua stared at her, but did not move. Xiaoer, who had gone out to relieve herself, ran back, her face full of anxiety, and she was about to say something breathlessly. Suddenly, she saw Wan Onrua and came over and pushed her directly. "Did you find those people outside to discuss my girl?" Tang Zhujun was a little anxious. This silly Xiaoer, who used a dirty trick behind her back and pushed Wan Onrua in front of so many people, how could this end? However, something must have happened outside that was difficult to end, otherwise Xiaoer would not be like this. "Xiaoer, Xiaoer." Tang Zhujun and Yanran spoke almost at the same time, and in the end it was Yanran who rushed to continue. "Xiaoer, come and hug me." Xiaoer was also obedient. She glared at Wan Onrua fiercely and came to hug Yanran. Although Tang Zhujun and Wan Onrua were of the same status, Yanran was the little master who could not be touched. "Miss, it's bad." Xiaoer hugged Yanran and whispered in Tang Zhujun's ear, "There is a peddler outside, saying that he is Lin Lin's biological father." Tang Zhujun was stunned. Her first reaction was that King Jin was playing tricks. After all, she had told King Jin about the peddler. But this thought was fleeting and was immediately denied by herself. King Jin didn't need to slap himself in the face. Was he honored for this matter? The main reason is that he favors Lin and wants Lin to marry Yanran, so as not to ruin his family background. It was Wan Onrua. Wan Onrua was indifferent after being pushed, but smiled at her with a smug look. Tang Zhujun was basically sure that she was the one who was playing tricks, but this secret past, even her stupid predecessor, had never told anyone else. How did Wan Onrua know it? Prince Jin would not tell her, right? Prince Jin didn't like Wan Onrua very much. She knew it before. Has the situation changed now? Prince Jin wants to bribe Wan Onrua? However, the ins and outs are not the most important now. The most important thing is to deal with it. Refuse to admit it. Anyway, her father and Prince Jin are both in trouble, so she said that someone deliberately framed her. Having made up her mind, Tang Zhujun sneered. "What kind of ghosts and monsters dare to talk nonsense? Let's go out and take a look." But just as they walked to the second gate, they saw Song Jingyang turning back and forth there, craning his neck to look inside.
"Sirad, Sirad."
He was relieved when he saw Xiaoer, waved to her, and then waved his hand to signal Tang Zhuyun to go back. Now that she was here, how could Tang Zhuyun not ask clearly? Song Jingyang whispered. The prince went out and said directly that it was an assassin. He didn't let him say much and asked the golden scale guard to take the man away. Please rest assured. Tang Zhuyun was surprised. King Jin took action so quickly? Originally planned to solve it by herself, but unexpectedly, King Jin got there first. This feeling is too good. King Jin is a real man. Although he is picky and difficult to serve, if she appeases him, he can clear out the evil spirits for her, which is great. Wan Onrua tried her best, but she didn't expect to be beaten to death before she could show her efforts. Seventh Master also had a quarrel with the prince. Song Jingyang whispered, I guess it was most likely the work of Seventh Master.
Tang Jin.
That's absolutely certain. Now the question is, who leaked the peddler story? She thought it might be the Prince of Jin, but the Prince of Jin might still be suspicious of her. The prince asked you to remember the purpose of today and not to mess things up. Tang Zhujun, remember. Isn't it just to mess up his marriage? I don't know why the Prince of Jin doesn't want to get married. The girls Zhao, Qian, Sun Li, that the emperor chose for him must all have good family backgrounds and be acceptable. But she must help each other. When Tang Zhujun led Yanran back again, she was arrogant and almost engraved eye, Hu Han San, and back on her forehead, and smiled proudly at Wananrua. Look, the big show you carefully prepared was strangled to death by the Prince of Jin in a simple and rough way. Although there must be some people who heard it and talked about it afterwards, it was not exposed, which was good. The Prince of Jin is mighty. I will add a dish for the prince when I go back tonight. But Wananrua still got close to her and chattered like a mosquito. Tang Zhujun was upset and slapped her in the face. If you can fight, try not to quarrel. Prince Jin said that she was here to show her affection today. No matter what happens, the blinded Prince Jin will be the one to end it. Wananrua covered her face. How dare you hit me? Tang Zhujun spat out the melon seed shells. I'm going to hit you. Today, I'm here to kill everyone. Whoever doesn't obey will be beaten. The ladies Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li all looked over at once, their eyebrows furrowed, and they consciously or unconsciously backed away, wanting to draw a clear line between themselves and these two people. Yanran was eager to try. If you don't leave, I will hit you too. Wananrua didn't want to leave after being wronged, but she really didn't have the courage to fight back. Originally, she could complain if she was wronged, but fighting back would just be a fight, and she would suffer the consequences. Don't hit me, my hand hurts. Tang Zhujun showed Yanran her red palm. Yanran soothed for her. Wananrua gnashed her teeth and said, You wait for me. What did you say? Yanran stepped on the table, clenched her fists tightly, and punched Wananrua in the face. Although she was not very strong, this punch was also very powerful. My sister said that slapping hurts your hands, so it is better to use fists. The king of Jin and everyone who had just walked to the door of the warm room. Was he dazzled? Then Yanran jumped into Tang Zhujun's arms, raised her head and asked proudly, Sister, how was my punch? Tang Zhujun, the accuracy is okay, but the power is obviously not enough. I have to practice more when I go back. The king of Jin seemed to understand what the two sandbags hanging in the yard were used for. Isn't it good to learn archery? Why is Yanran so resistant, but likes to use fists directly? Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. He couldn't even understand a 5-year-old girl. Prince Jin and everyone else came to pay respects to the eldest princess. They had to pass through the warm room to the back. This was also a deliberate arrangement so that Prince Jin could take a look at the ladies. He was also accompanied by the 7th prince and other children of noble families. He didn't expect to see such a tragic scene as soon as he arrived. Everyone. So cruel. Sure enough, there is no normal person in Prince Jin's mansion. Father. Seeing Prince Jin, Yanran ran over and hugged her thighs, pointing at Wananrua and said aggrievedly, Father, she bullied me and my sister. Tang Zhujun's sister. Thinking of that loving hug, she is the eldest daughter of Prince Jin. The 7th prince said angrily, 6th brother, your concubine beat my concubine. What should I do? So she beat me. Prince Jin said indifferently, 7th brother, are you going to turn against me for a trivial matter and let others laugh at you? Why don't you come over? Tang Zhujun came over and raised his hand. Your Highness, my hand hurts. Prince Jin rubbed his hand. If your hand hurts, remember it and let others do it next time. You are the master. Everyone, where is your face? Your concubine is the master, and the 7th prince's concubine is just a toy? Well, I listened to your highness. Tang Zhujun was pretentious and almost made herself sick. Prince Jin reached out and rubbed her head. Okay, stop messing around.
Tell me, who do you like?
Tang Zhujun blinked her eyes. None of them. They all look down on me and don't talk to me. They will bully me when I get married. Prince Jin, Then I don't want any of them. Hee hee, your highness is the best to me. The two of them showed their affection as if no one was around, and everyone was shocked. The Prince of Jin asked his concubine to choose a wife for him. Tang Jian could foresee that after returning tonight, the censors would write impeachment memorials overnight, and there would be another bloody storm in the court tomorrow morning. Should she persuade her father to take a leave tomorrow? Or let her father go with the flow and scold the Prince of Jin? Anyway, too many lice won't itch. The important thing is to protect our own father. In short, after the Prince of Jin paid his respects to the eldest princess, he held Yanran in one hand and Tang Zuyun in the other, and the family of 3 left. When they returned to the mansion, Yanran was already tired and asleep. The Prince of Jin put her down and asked Tang Zuyun to wait in the study, but he went out for half an hour before returning. Your Highness, I have never mentioned the matter of Lin Lin's biological father to Rua. Tang Zhujun hurriedly explained. You probably haven't told her either. Rua sent someone to ask your grandmother.
Tang Zuzun.
She had just thought of this possibility, because Song only knew that she ran away and brought back 10 taels of silver, and didn't know that she went to a flower boat. Song only had eyes for silver. Later, her belly became big, and she couldn't hide it anymore. She didn't dare to mention the flower boat before. Later, her eldest brother forced her to tell the truth, but she was strictly forbidden by her eldest brother to tell anyone. So Song also knew about the peddler. How do you want me to deal with him? He is now in the Jinlanwei prison. The king of Jin leaned back in his chair. It's a pity that he is a coward. He confessed everything when he was tortured, and denied having an affair with you. The implication is that you have a really bad vision. Tang Zhujun, there was nothing in the first place. What is he asking him to admit? Do whatever you want with him. It's fake anyway. He can't be Lin Lin's biological father. How could a peddler have enough money to go on a brothel and find prostitutes? It's impossible even if you think about it with your toes. It's hard to believe that they actually found a peddler. You haven't seen him. How do you know it's not him? Prince Jin narrowed his narrow eyes. Because the peddler was making it up. Your Highness, let me tell you this. Anyone who says he is Lin Lin's biological father is a fake. Where's the real person? Is he dead? I don't remember what he looks like, and he himself doesn't even know Linlin exists. Tang Zhujun said seriously, now many people know that Linlin is actually my son? Want to recognize your son? Forget it. Tang Zhujun was filled with sorrow. I wanted to give the prince's son for free, but the prince only wanted to be my in-law. Forget it. Linlin is doing well in the Tang family, and Sister Meng doesn't mind anyway. She said without hesitation, let's not dwell on this matter anymore. Let's end it here. She had to write a letter to Jiahong, asking her to keep an eye on the Song family and not let them do anything weird. But seeing the suspicious look in Prince Jin's eyes, Tang Zhujun decided to partially confess. Prince, let's not waste our time. I'm not going to lose face today. What do you want to do? Looking at his alert look, Tang Zhujun. Why are you so nervous?
I won't do it anyway, you.
Actually, back then, when I was in the countryside, my grandmother was harsh on me, and my personality was not pleasing either. I saw the girl next door had pearl flowers, but I didn't. I was confused for a moment, and for 10 taels of silver I followed a man I didn't know, and I still don't know who he is. All those things that happened later were lies. As for Huaishang, that couldn't be mentioned even if he was beaten to death. Prince Jin, you actually sold yourself for a pearl flower. You are very good. It's quite embarrassing. Tang Jian smiled bitterly, but that's the way it is. So, Your Majesty, don't doubt me about this matter in the future. I have explained everything today. She didn't have the pearl flower in the end. Although she was embarrassed and blushed after saying this, she also felt relieved. Your Majesty, she said again, will the Emperor be angry tomorrow because of what happened today? What do you think? Prince Jin sneered. Tang Jian, will he punish me then? Prince Jin, what do you think? I say you yuan %. Tang Jian had a headache when she thought of copying legends for women. Did you teach Yanran how to do this? Yes. Tang Jian said weakly. You taught her well. I will continue in the future. Prince Jin said. Oh, okay. Tang Zhujun said, "This matter will not implicate my father. After all, I am the prince's man now." Prince Jin sneered. "Now you remember that you are my man?" Tang Zhujun, my father. He has lost his face a long time ago. You two have disgraced him. The truth hurts too much. Tang Zhujun subconsciously said, "What the prince did, isn't it? That no one dares to laugh at the emperor. It's the same thing, no one needs to blame anyone." Prince Jin told her to get out. Tang Zhujun rolled to the door and suddenly remembered something. She whispered, "Your Highness, is Yanran's birth mother's surname Xiao?" The face of the king of Jin changed instantly. He stood up and walked over with thunderous anger. "Who told you?" Tang Zhujun, "The truth." She said honestly, "Your Highness, don't worry. Didn't Yanran help me beat Manhwa today? When you went in to pay your respects, I heard someone talking next to me saying that Yanran looked like Xiao something back then. As for what it was, I didn't hear it because that person didn't say it. Because this matter is more important, she remembered it. Whether it is useful or not, she told the king of Jin. Now, it seems to be useful. You can go out." The king of Jin's face gradually calmed down and then became unfathomable. Tang Zhujun was about to go out when she heard him say again, "Madame Rome will come today." Tang Zhujun's eyes widened instantly. Is this her blessing?
Oh.
After she went out, she went to find Meng Yulan and told her what happened today. Seeing her worry, Meng Yulan smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? The prince has always been independent, and it's not because he had you. You are a concubine. Can you resist what the prince asks you to do? Besides, concubines are not legitimate relatives, and no one can find the master." Tang Zhujun breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that being a concubine has its advantages. What about the blame? Prince Jin can just take it himself. Anyway, this matter was his idea. Meng Yulan was more worried about the peddler's incident. If it gets out of hand, it will be difficult for him to live in the future. "I'm not worried about this," Tang Zhujun said. "Since the prince has caught the man in the golden scale guard, he will definitely be able to cover up this matter. The final result must be a false accusation, and she can make a final decision now." Xiaoer shouted from outside, "Girl, Aunt Rome is here. Song Jingyang wants you to go back." Song Jingyang stamped his feet anxiously. "Aunt, it's the prince. It's the prince." "Who is your aunt?" "It's almost the new year, and you want to ask for New Year's money, right?" Xiaoer rolled her eyes at him. Song Jingyang. Rome Mama is a respectable old mama with a high status in the palace. To be more precise, she is now in the backyard of the palace, second only to Yanran. So when she came, the king of Jin came out to greet her. Rome Mama took the initiative to bow to Tang Zhuyun. Tang Zhuyun hurriedly returned the greeting. The king of Jin had already supported Rome Mama and said, "You don't have to do this. You don't have to bow even if it's for me. Your Highness, etiquette cannot be abolished." Rome Mama smiled. "Please go in and do your official business. I will chat with the madam for a while." Tang Zhuyun, "Really just talk?" Rome Mama said, "Really. Although she carries a needle, she doesn't people. Mama, please have some tea." Tang Zhuyun smiled and greeted Rome Mama. Rome Mama's every move was indescribably elegant, making people feel comfortable. She picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then said, "I heard that at the flower viewing banquet today." Tang Zhuyun felt guilty. "It's over, Rome Mama is preaching." "I heard that the flower viewing banquet was very interesting." Nanny Rong smiled. "Madam is also a wonderful person." Tang Zhuyun was stunned. She was stupid. Why did she feel that this was a compliment? But the emperor must give an explanation. Nanny Rong changed the subject. "Tang Zhuyun, here I come, here I come. That's why I am here, so that the emperor won't have to arrange a nanny to teach you. Madam, please be more tolerant these days." Tang Zhuyun realized that Prince Jin wanted to help her. After all, Nanny Rong was very easy to talk to, but it was hard to say what the next person would be like. "Madam, you are too polite. I want you to give me more advice." Tang Zhuyun was also good at saying polite words. "You should be the same as you were when I was not here. Don't feel burdened just because I am here. To be honest, I think you seem to be afraid of me." Tang Zhuyun said embarrassedly, because I heard before that there was a Rong Mama who would people with a needle, so. Rong Mama smiled and said, "It must not be me. I can't stand the sight of blood. Besides, you are the apple of the prince's eye. I dare not." The apple of his eye? The heart of the king of Jin must be made of iron. She is like being hung in the air by the iron spikes, unable to live or die. When Rong Mama comes to settle down, she will take the initiative to help Tang Jian with things, and will not comment on anything she does. And I don't know if it's Tang Jian's illusion. She always feels that when Rong Mama looks at her, her eyes are very loving. The matter of the flower viewing banquet really came to the emperor. It is said that the emperor asked Tang Mingfan, "My dear Tang, what do you think?" Tang Mingfan, "Your Majesty, I was not here, and I did not see how my daughter was bullied and how she was forced to the point of being unable to bear it and started a fight. Everyone, old man, you have no shame." The emperor stroked his beard. "I also think that she is a good child. Although she is a little bit jumpy, she is still kind by nature. It takes two to tango. In this case, let them each reflect on their mistakes for a month, and the Prince of Jin and the seventh prince will be fined for 3 months. Everyone, with the emperor's protection, it's great." When Tang Jujun heard the news, she had already written female admonitions 12 times. Upon hearing the words, she immediately threw away her pen and angrily wanted to tear up what she had written. "As a person, you really can't be too diligent." The Prince of Jin said with a half smile, "Keep it, there will be next time, you won't lose."
Tang Juin.
"Calculate how much salary the prince has been fined because of you?" Tang Xuan glanced at Aunt Rong beside him and didn't say anything to him. Aunt Rong said that she watched the Prince of Jin grow up, so if she said anything to the Prince of Jin, she would definitely offend her. Unexpectedly, Aunt Rong helped her smooth things over and said, "Your Highness, the madam is also very stubborn and can't stand those conspiracies and calculations. This kind of sincerity is also precious." Tang Zhuyun blushed at the praise. The Prince of Jin was unwilling. "Madam, don't just help her blindly, discipline her when necessary. She was about to climb up the roof to remove the tiles, but you still gave her a ladder." Aunt Rong smiled and said, "This old servant really likes the madam's temper." The prince himself may not have noticed it, but she could see it clearly. The prince is different from before, not to mention Yanran. Privately, Nanny Rong also said to the Prince of Jin, "Your Highness, haven't you noticed that you haven't been back to the palace for a long time?" The Prince of Jin then remembered that, apart from asking Song Jingyang to go back to get something, he hadn't thought about the palace for a long time, let alone going back. "Madam has taken good care of you, and you are no longer as unapproachable as before." Even though he often looked disgusted and irritated, he was alive like this. How can a person always have a stern face and have no interest in anything? Such a prince is more worrying. "Your Highness, I am not pampering Madam. I am thanking Madam." Nanny Rong's eyes were slightly red. If the young lady were still here, she would be relieved. The young lady likes straightforward people. If she sees Madam, she must be very happy. When the Prince of Jin heard her mention her deceased mother, he clenched his hands in his sleeves. "Your Highness, it's rare to meet a lady who is so harmonious with you. Don't just scold her and scare her. Women need to be coaxed with your heart." The King of Jin felt that Rong Ma had misunderstood the term harmonious. However, this was also an old man who followed his mother, and he hoped that he would live a good life more than anyone else, so the King of Jin did not speak. "Your Highness, some things will never have another chance if you miss them." The King of Jin turned his head away. This king doesn't like her.
Rongma smiled.
If Tang Zhujun was really an ordinary person, just a concubine, she would not treat her like this. Tang Zhujun was different. "Your Highness, if you have something now that can only be entrusted to a young woman, who would you entrust it to?" The King of Jin was silent. Tang Zhujun was bold and capable, smart and cunning, and had a bottom line. Although what she did before made people speechless, at least now that the two of them were getting along, she still had an admirable side. "You had no choice before, but now Madam is the only choice, right?" Aunt Rong said with a smile. "You may not understand now, But when you understand, I'm afraid you will have no chance. Think about this old captive. When Aunt Rome was young, she was madly loved and pursued by a man, and Aunt Rome was fed up with it at that time. Later, he went to the battlefield and died on the battlefield, and Aunt Rome never married. That was all her memory of love, but when she realized it, it was too late, and no one could catch her eyes and heart anymore. Yanran, don't touch the yam. It's itchy. Tang Jujuan's voice came from outside the house. Where did this little cutie come from? He was disobedient and broke into the kitchen. Let me take a bite. Yanran's giggle followed. Come, let Nanxing peel chestnuts for you. I'll make you sweet potato with sugar today. Father wants spicy food. I know. You know we've been in trouble recently. We've both been keeping our tails between our legs. Are we going to get beaten? I can't stand it. I'll definitely push you out first. Yanran, Father doesn't beat people. Father only beats boys. Brother Linlin is so miserable.
Hehe.
The corners of Jean Wang's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. If anything happens to him, Tang Zhujun will protect Yanran. In this case, he can probably go and die. Tang Zuyun originally thought that Rong Mama was here just to pretend and would leave after the matter was over, but later she found that she had no intention of leaving at all. However, Rong Mama was very comfortable in dealing with people, and Tang Zuyun didn't mind it. She just felt that if she was in the palace, she would definitely be served by many maids and old women, and she would be the only one to follow her lead. Now that she came here, she had to do everything herself, which was a bit aggrieved. Miss, it's time to rest. The old captive has made you honey water. Rong Mama stood aside with a smile, looking at Yanran, who was hitting the sandbag under the tree lovingly. Yanran never tires of learning boxing. To be more precise, she never tires of imitating Tang Zuyun. Whatever Tang Zuyun likes, she likes. Tang Zuyun felt guilty about this. She led the prince's daughter astray like this, and became the person he hated the most. Would she be skinned and pulled out by the king of Jin? Thinking of this, she seemed to understand why Rong Mama stayed here. But at present, it seems that Nanny Rong is not doing her job well. She lets herself and Yanran go her own way. Prince Jin took Linlin out today, saying that he was going back to the palace to meet guests. Tang Zhuyun complained in her heart, how can he have guests coming and going? In other families, the fight for the throne is a mess, with heads broken. You hit me, I hit you, he hit him again. But when it comes to Prince Jin, it is different. There are only two factions, Prince Jin and others. Just look at the posture of the Kuja match. The other princes are too lazy to care about him. You can see how bad his popularity is. Prince Jin is really good to Linlin, cultivating him in various ways. But when Tang Zhuyun thinks that he regards Linlin as his future son-in-law, she feels a little sad. Forget it. Let him think whatever he wants. She doesn't even know what to eat tomorrow. How can she know what will happen more than 10 years later? Yanran drank a sip of water and then went to compete with the sandbag again. Yesterday, she saw Tang Zhujun a wooden board as thick as a knuckle with one punch, and she immediately became competitive, so she practiced extra hard today. Tang Zhujun smiled and said, okay, who can become a fat man in one bite? Yanran wiped her sweat and stopped. Rong Ma said, Miss, it's too cold outside. Don't get blown by the wind. Go into the house first. Yanran followed into the room obediently. When she was resting, Tang Zhujun said, you can coax your father occasionally and learn riding and archery. I can ride a horse, but I don't like archery. Yanran said, my sister can't do it either. Tang Zhujun was speechless. Rong Ma smiled and said, Madam, can you take the girl to learn together?
Tang Zhujun, okay.
Although I can't bend the bow and shoot the eagle, it doesn't matter if you have more skills, so I'll learn it. Yanran was really interested when she heard it. She hated being abused by her brother Linlin unilaterally, and she felt that her sister and I should be at about the same level. Prince Jin brought Linlin back. Tang Zhujun was sensitive to the fact that Linlin seemed to be in a low mood and no longer as excited as when he just went out. Yanran also noticed it and came over to pull Linlin's hand in a low voice. Brother, did someone bully you? Linlin forced a smile. No, I'm just a little hungry. What are we going to eat tonight? Prince Jean said expressionlessly. Linlin, come with me to the study. Linlin nodded and followed him in. Tang Jun. Something must have happened. She was not in the mood to cook, so she secretly squatted in front of the study window and eavesdropped. Yanren also imitated her and squatted in front of her. The two of them, one big and one small, looked so funny. Song Jingyang was no longer surprised and called Xiaoer across the wall. Aunt, I brought you some snacks. Come and get them. He went to the palace and packed the snacks back. After a while, Xiaoer came in with 2 bundles and stuffed them into his hands, saying unhappily, "They have been ironed. Next time, can you not wait until they are so dirty before asking me to wash them? It's a waste of so many soap nuts." Song Jingyang secretly took out a small box from his arms and stuffed it into her hands. The water is cold in winter. You can wash them. Wipe your hands with your clothes. Xiaoer jumped back. What do you mean by wiping your hands? I think you really want to touch hands. Song Jingyang. Hee, you saw through it. Have you told your mother about us? What does she mean? No hope. Let's wait until my daughter gives birth to the baby. Xiaoer took the snacks and left in a hurry. Because of the noise of these 2 loudmouths, King Jean really didn't notice that there were 2 people hiding outside.
Come and sit.
He pointed to the chair below him. Linlin lowered his head and sat on it, saying, Your Highness, I'm fine. You are a smart child, King Jean said slowly, so you carry a lot of things that you shouldn't carry. For example, your life experience. Tang Jun. So it is related to her. Did Linlin get laughed at when he went out with Prince Jean today? Although the peddler was arrested before, there must be rumors. This is the fact. Prince Jean continued. However, if you want to stand out, you are destined to bear more than others. Linlin, a hero does not ask where he came from. Linlin said in a muffled voice, Your Highness, I know all this. I'm just very angry that they said that about my aunt. And, Your Highness, do you know who my biological father is? Tang Jun burst into tears after hearing this. The mountain of life experience has been weighing on this precocious child for too long. Linlin never mentioned it in front of her, so she thought he really didn't think about it. I don't know, but if I want to find out, the Golden Scale Guard can find it out. The King of Jean said.
No.
Tang Jun panicked immediately. She had already compromised and revealed her most embarrassing side to the King of Jean. But what if she knew that the man was Huaishang? The King of Jean probably has accepted that her man is a stranger now, but it is probably difficult to accept that he is his subordinate, and a subordinate he trusts very much. This embarrassing fact can only make the King of Jean not want to see even Linlin.
No.
Linlin shook his head and said, Although I sometimes want to know, what if I know? I don't want to recognize him at all. He is my biological father, and I can't do anything to him. Yes, it is for this reason that I have not asked anyone to investigate. What will happen if they find out? The King of Jean said, He can't influence your aunt, nor can he influence you. Linlin, don't blame your aunt for this matter. Tang Jun was surprised to hear this. Would the King of Jean say good things about her? She did a lot of wrong things, but she gave birth to you and raised you. Anyone can point fingers at her, but you can't. I know. Linlin said, I will protect my aunt from being bullied. Prince, I'm sorry, I didn't control myself today. It's okay. Prince Jean touched Linlin's head. You will have a brighter future. When you stand at the top one day, you will know that you can no longer see these little things. Tang Jun left secretly. She returned to her room and wiped her tears for a while. When she saw Yanran wiping her tears, she suddenly remembered something. Yanran, why aren't you surprised? You knew before that I was Linlin's biological mother? I didn't know at first, but I knew it after the flower viewing banquet. Yanran was obedient, but wouldn't it be better that way? Okay? Yes. Yanran said happily, then Brother Linlin is my biological brother.
Tang Jun.
Ask your father, is he willing? He wants you to marry Linlin. But you can't say this to the child. Then she heard Yanran continue. This makes me even happier. My father likes my brother. My sister likes me. If we exchange, no one will suffer.
Tang Jun.
This smart child didn't ask the key question at all. She was deliberately avoiding the topic of Lin Lin's biological father. Tang Zhujun touched her head and took a deep breath. Let's go, let's cook. Let's have a good meal tonight. When you are happy, eat good food to celebrate. When you are unhappy, eat good food to make people happy. In short, eating is the most important thing. In the evening, King Jin said to Tang Zhujun, "Did you eavesdrop?"
Tang Zuzun. Yeah.
I have asked Huaishang to deal with the peddler's matter. Huaishang is steady, and you don't have to worry. Tang Zhujun's legs went weak, and she almost fell. Let Huaishang deal with it. She felt guilty. But on second thought, she didn't mention the flower boat, and King Jin also said that he didn't plan to investigate the matter, so it should be fine. And recently she has been doubting herself, whether she recognized the wrong person. Because she asked Song Jingyang indirectly whether Huaishang went to the brothel. Song Jingyang shook his head like a rattle. How could he go to a brothel? He's such a stingy guy. Besides, he's always been by the prince's side, and I've never seen him be moved by so many women who wanted to throw themselves at him. With that kind of personality, if he needs something, he won't spend money if there's something free. Tang Zhujun even asked in a mean way, why won't he do it for 10 taels of silver? No, let me tell you, he won't even pay 10 cents. Is that so? Tang Zhujun silently asked a question in his heart. The next day, Prince Jin went home directly after court. Tang Zhujun, who was setting a trap to catch sparrows with Yanran, was stunned. Prince, why are you back so early? Prince Jin, lie down.
Tang Zuzun.
Yanran giggled and whispered, Father promised Brother Linlin today that he would take him to pick persimmons. Pick persimmons? Yes. Yanran pointed to the persimmons hanging on the branches of the persimmon tree outside, which were almost dried into persimmon cakes by the wind. Just those. Didn't sister say she wanted to try them a few days ago? Brother Linlin begged father, and today they picked persimmons themselves.
Tang Zuzun.
She was afraid that she would choke to death on the persimmons picked by Prince Jin. But no wonder Linlin started reading and writing early in the morning, probably because he wanted to finish today's learning task first. It would be unfair if this child didn't succeed. Sister, let's go help too. Yanran stood up and clapped her hands. The sparrows are too clever. We can't catch them.
Okay.
The persimmon tree is old and very tall. Linlin can't reach the top few persimmons with a bamboo pole. Tang Zhujun, wait, I'll go back and move a chair. When she moved the chair out, she found that the king of Jin had already put Linlin on his neck. Linlin's face was red with excitement. Your Majesty, left, a little more to the left. Tang Zhujun rubbed her eyes. Was she really not seeing things? The noble and cold king of Jin was actually willing to be a cow for a child? For Linlin, he had received a lot of love from Tang Mingfan and his son since he was a child, but it was completely different from the tough and rough love of the king of Jin. The king of Jin taught him horseback archery and put him on his neck. These experiences were new and exciting for Linlin. Tang Zhujun looked at Linlin's smiling face and couldn't help but smile. The warm winter sun shone through the branches onto the two of them. The light and shadows floated, and the laughter spread far away. Yanran refused to go forward, because she saw the fallen persimmon hit Song Jingyang, splashing his face with soup. The persimmons had not yet completely turned into persimmon cakes. Just like Yanran secretly said to Tang Zhujun's sister, let's not go, let's wait to eat. Tang Zhujun laughed. Okay, don't you want to dye your nails? Sit under the porch and wait, I'll go into the house to get something. The juice of impatiens and melaleuca can be used to dye nails. She collected a lot in the summer, so she can use it now. Yanran was immediately happy, okay. What girl doesn't love beauty? She would soak her hands in milk every day after practicing boxing, which was also taught by Tang Zhujun. She went out to feed the wild cats with the milk after soaking her hands. Recently, the wild cats around her have shiny fur because of her feeding. So, the king of Jin carried Linlin to beat persimmons, and Song Jingyang took the bag to catch them bitterly, but was hit by it accidentally, while Tang Zhujun hummed a little song and dyed beautiful nails with Yanran. Rome Mama sat on the big Kong by the window doing needlework, pushed the window open looked at the scene outside, and was relieved. After dinner and a nap, the king of Jin took the two children to the study to study. Although Tang Zhujun complained about him a lot, the king of Jin did have some merits in educating children. He was lenient when he should be lenient and strict when he should be strict. For example, now he was holding a ruler to correct the sitting posture, pen-holding posture, etc. of the two children, and he was very strict. Linlin was okay, and learning was like a fish in water for him. But Yanran was learning bitterly, and tears were about to fall after being pointed at twice by the king of Jin with a ring. Tang Zhujun secretly looked in from outside and saw the little girl was about to cry and couldn't bear it, so he cut a plate of fruit and sent it in. Yanran is now much more cheerful, a little too cheerful, sometimes even more naughty than Linlin. She doesn't learn to be kind to her father and filial to her daughter, but once she learns to be a mess. King Jin hasn't touched her yet, but she is already sobbing with grievance. This is not okay. Children can be spoiled, but they can't be spoiled. However, children also have self-esteem, so they can't be too tough. Tang Zhujun squatted beside her and said, Yanran has learned so many words now. What is this? Sister doesn't know it. It's pung. Tang Zhujun said, which one is fat? Yanran immediately burst into laughter and explained, the pong, when it rains and snows heavily. Tang Zhujun thought to herself, why teach such uncommon characters? She really didn't know it. Although she knew a lot of characters from reading, she really didn't know such uncommon characters. Many people's names use this character. Yanran explained again. King Jin's eyes were deep and dark. Linlin secretly pulled his hand, and King Jin's expression eased slightly, and he looked expressionless again. Jin Wang said, you should also study together, accompany Yanran. Only by reading can you understand things. I know quite a few words. Tang Zhujun said, unconvinced. Jin Wang sneered. How dare you say that with all the circles you wrote all over the text? Tang Zhujun, how do you know? Isn't that just fooling the bandits? Jin Wang said, sit down. Tang Zhujun sat down next to Yanran, winked at her, and said, come on, let's have a competition. Whoever learns faster and better today will get a prize, okay? What prize? Yanran asked. Tang Zhujun's eyes rolled around. Well, whoever wins, I will agree to one of her requests, a request that is not excessive. Jin Wang said. Tang Zhujun didn't have time to get excited after hearing the first half of the sentence, and her enthusiasm was quickly extinguished by the second half. What a rascal! He knew he wouldn't suffer any loss. She is such a sensible person. What excessive demands can she make? He is really excessive. What's more, it was impossible for her to win. She just wanted to stimulate Yanran's interest in learning. In the end, Tang Zhujun lost. Yanran was very excited. Her face flushed. Father, can I make a request? King Jin nodded. He also admitted that Tang Zhujun had a way to deal with Yanran, much better than himself. He taught Linlin very well. The two of them were very tacit, and many times he didn't need to say anything, but Linlin could already understand. Sometimes King Jin even had delusions that if his future son could be half as good as Linlin, he would be satisfied. Tang Zhujun also got excited and said, think about it carefully. There is only one chance, and you must make a good request. It would be best to slaughter King Jin severely. Yanran blinked her eyes. Let me think about it. The king of Jin probably suddenly thought of something and turned his head to Linlin and said, Linlin also made a request. Linlin smiled. I don't need it. But the king of Jin insisted, you have been very diligent and hard-working today. Linlin said, then let Yanran come first. I will think about it. Yanran suddenly clapped her hands and said, I thought of it. What? Tang Zhujun expressed her anticipation and rubbed her hands. Tell me quickly. Yanran smiled slyly. I want my father to kiss my sister. Tang Zhujun almost fell off the chair. What did she hear? She was shot even when she was lying down. Besides, what kiss? When did she teach Yanran these things? Tang Zhujun could already feel the suppressed anger and scrutiny of the king of Jin. Tang Zhuyan, Yanran, you. I saw Lord Tang secretly kissing Aunt Meng, and Aunt Meng laughed for a long time, and I thought my sister laughed too. Tang Juyun, how can I laugh after being kissed by the king of Jin? I'll cry for you to see. This matter can only be, how to say it. She organized her words with difficulty and confusion. Two people who have a very good relationship. Then sister and father are not good? Good. A good head. But not to that extent. Tang Jian said, Look, Lord Tang is sleeping with Aunt Meng now? Then I change my wish and let my sister and father sleep together. Tang Jian felt that she had dug a big hole for herself and then jumped into it and died. Then Brother Linlin, your wish is to kiss, so don't you have everything? Yanran said. Although she was young, she felt that Tang Baixin and Meng Yulan seemed to be closer, and her father and sister always felt that something was missing. Father, you are not allowed to go back on your word. Your word is as good as gold. Here. The little thing dragged the words he had just written in front of King Jin. This request is not too much, right? It's definitely not too much. What can be too much about kissing? Tang Zhujun wanted to run, but was pulled into King Jin's arms. Then she watched King Jin's face getting bigger and finally brushed across her lips lightly. Tang Zhujun. Oh my god. This is my first kiss. King Jin pushed her away, turned his face away, but revealed his red earlobes and said, Put away your dead fish eyes. I don't know how others feel when kissing, anyway. He saw Tang Zhujuan's eyes that were unwilling to close. He really wanted to dig out her eyes. This is all King Jin's memory of his first kiss. Tang Zhujun. Why are you blushing? You old vegetable gang. You are pretending to be pure. You are so pure. How did Yanran come from? She is really pure. Although the child is also her own. Yanran was stunned, and whispered after a while. Father, you kissed wrongly. Lord Tang kissed the forehead. Tang Zhujun. I want to beat the king of Jin to death. King of Jin. Isn't kissing the same as kissing? Linlin laughed. It's all the same. God, it's all the same. Are you the king of Jin's biological son? Your mother has been taken advantage of. If it weren't for the fact that the king of Jin worked like a cow and a horse for Linlin today, she would have overturned the table long ago. Before Tang Zhujun went to bed at night, this shameful scene repeatedly appeared in her mind. In the end, she grabbed a pillow and pressed it on her face, wishing she could crush herself to death. She didn't know when she fell asleep. In the morning, when she got up to prepare food for Tang Mingfan and King of Jin to bring into the palace, she couldn't help thinking about it, but when she saw that King of Jin had returned to normal, she calmed down. Isn't it just coaxing a child? Don't take it seriously. What is she thinking about? Anyway, they didn't really sleep together. She also greeted King of Jin openly, but the latter gave her a cold face. Tang Zhujun, I at you in percent. What's so great about that? It's as if she took advantage of him yesterday. King Jin, I feel so guilty, but I should remain calm even if the sky is falling. Remember that. Nanxing came out of her room and almost bumped into King Jin when she opened the door. She bowed her head and apologized. King Jin said coldly, Serve the master well. Yes. He didn't know what was going on. Seeing Nanxing was like seeing an enemy. Tang Zhujun felt that after Nanxing came, although she didn't talk much, she was very dutiful, so she spoke up to help her out. Nanxing, come and help me light the fire. Yes. King Jin took a deep look at Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun puffed out her chest. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? King Jin was too lazy to pay attention to her and turned back to his room. Tang Zhujun was too lazy to pay attention to him. She went in to cook angrily and couldn't help muttering, I think he can only find a man in the future. No woman can stand him. Nanxing, who was always silent, suddenly said, That's because you are not the right person. Tang Zhujun said subconsciously, You are? Nanxing lowered her head. Tang Zhujun. Well, I just said it casually. I don't mean to quarrel. Can you tell me more gossip? She's like a civet jumping up and down, crying for food. After cooking, Tang Zhujun called Xiu'er to come and get the lunchbox and gave another lunchbox to Song Jingyang. However, when she was about to go out, Huai Shang suddenly came. Tang Zhujun wanted to hide, but she resisted the urge to hide. It was too obvious and would make people suspicious. Huaishang said to Song Jingyang, who was carrying a food box, "Give me the food box. I will serve the prince to the court today." "Didn't you have a stomachache yesterday?" Song Jingyang said angrily. "Isn't it, because you invited me to eat that broken noodle? You really can't take advantage of me." Huaishang smiled awkwardly. The king of Jin came out, and the two dared not quarrel anymore. The king of Jin took Huaishang to the court. Song Jingyang begged Tang Zhujun to prescribe some medicine for him, and then asked Xiu'er to help her boil the medicine. The medicine was not boiled yet, and Tang Zhujun was cooking and talking to Xiu'er at the same time, when a shrill cry suddenly came from outside. "His Royal Highness the King of Jin is gone." Tang Zhujun came out of the kitchen, while Song Jingyang ran out of the toilet with his pants up and, "Who the Hades deserves a beating? What are you yelling about so early in the morning?" A man who looked like a guard came in and bowed, crying, "Master Song, the prince is gone." Song Jingyang kicked the man far away. "I'll beat you to death, you nonsense dog." "Xiu'er, why are you so fierce to him? Let him speak clearly. It's so anxious." Tang Zhujun felt that his throat was blocked, and he spoke with difficulty. "Tell me, what happened to the prince?" "The prince was assassinated on the way to court and fell into the water. Now, he can't be found. Why don't you go and find him quickly?" Song Jingyang's voice changed. "Lead the way." The two left in a hurry without even saying a word to Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun held the door to digest the sentence, and felt as if someone had stuffed a beehive in his head, buzzing and unable to think. No, it won't happen. How can someone as awesome as the King of Jin just die like that? No, it definitely won't happen. Isn't she the heroine when she travels through time? At least she followed the King of Jin. If the King of Jin is not the hero, then he must be the supporting actor. It's just the beginning, he won't die. In short, Tang Zhujun comforted herself from various angles and told herself that the King of Jin would be fine. She couldn't imagine what the situation would be like if something happened to the King of Jin. What she was most worried about was not herself, but the two children. That was Yanran's biological father and the idol that Linlin admired. If something really happened to him, how much of it would the two children have to bear? Tang Zhujun couldn't think about it anymore. "Xiu'er, go call Linlin, I'll call Yanran, and then take the princess coat, and let's go to the river to take a look," she said decisively. Linlin had already heard the noise outside, and came over, holding Tang Zhujun's hand, and said, "Aunt, don't be afraid. The prince can swim. He will be fine." Tang Zhujun felt the little hand in her palm was cold and trembling, and she nodded with great distress. "Yes, the prince will be fine. I will go and call Yanran. Yanran, father may have some problems and need our help. Let's go and see now," she said to Yanran. Fortunately, there was a coachman in the mansion, and they went out in a carriage. Xiu'er lifted the curtain and looked out anxiously. Yanran had already learned what happened from Linlin, and she cried to Tang Zhujun, "Father will be fine, right, sister?" "Yes, it will be fine." What else could Tang Zhujun say? Yesterday, after watching the two children finish their study, the King of Jin smiled and said that he wanted to test them. He wrote an uncommon character and asked Yanran first, "Do you know it?" Yanran rolled her eyes and said, "Most people know it." The King of Jin showed surprise in his eyes. "Sure enough, you have made progress these days. Tell me, what is this character?" "Father, I am not an ordinary person either." After saying that, Yanran hid behind Tang Zhujun and stuck out her tongue. The King of Jin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pretended to catch someone and hugged the King of Jin's thigh. Yanran run. The familiar scene was still vivid in his mind, and the King of Jin's voice of pretending to be angry was still in his ears. But now he might be separated from the yin and yang? Not to mention the two children. Tang Zhujun couldn't accept it for a while. It had nothing to do with love, but a person who was so familiar, a person who was not bad, was gone. The touch in his heart was hard to describe in words. The King of Jin must be okay. However, the King of Jin was gone. Even if the Emperor ordered thousands of people to search, he could not find any trace of him. He seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and no one could find him alive or dead. When something happened to Prince Jin, The two children were the saddest, but Tang Mingfan and his son were the most worried. They were worried about Tang Zhiyun's future. The two of them came to see Tang Zhiyun almost every day, with worry in their eyes. They felt that they had agreed and supported this marriage in the beginning, and now that Prince Jin was in trouble, they were the ones who harmed Tang Zhiyun. But Tang Zhiyun didn't let them think so. Who knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident? Who could she marry to guarantee that the other person would live 100 years and always treat her well? That day, when she coaxed Yanran to sleep, she heard her father and brother whispering outside. Tang Bai thought to himself, "Dad, look at Ayun. It's been 6 days since the prince's accident, and she hasn't shed a single tear. I'm really worried. I'm afraid she's holding it in and hurting herself. I'd rather she cry loudly and then slowly let it go after crying and making a fuss." Tang Mingfan sighed. "No matter how reluctant you are, you have to get through it and watch the child live." He probably thought of his deceased wife and the longing for so many years, and his tone was heavy. Tang Zhiyun was not that sad. She and the Prince of Jin did not have a life and death relationship. She had not invested much sincerity, but she felt uncomfortable. She felt like a fire was on fire in the past few days. The Prince of Jin should not have died in vain like this. If he died, what would happen to Yanran? After so long, the identity and background of the assassin had not been investigated at all, and she felt that the emperor did not seem to have any intention of investigating it, as if all his love for this son was just words. Who is the murderer? Where will Yanran go in the future? Tang Baixing gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, you must find out the murderer and give an explanation to Prince Jin and my sister. I know my sister's character. If we don't get to the bottom of this matter, she will definitely not be able to get over it. I know, and the murderer shouldn't be allowed to go unpunished." Tang Mingfan said, "I will volunteer again tomorrow to take on this case." "Again? What does this mean?" Tang Baixin said, "I really can't understand why the emperor is so anxious to find someone, but not in a hurry to let you investigate the case. You have mentioned it for several days, but the emperor has not let go. Is the emperor waiting for the mastermind behind the scenes to destroy the evidence? It was the emperor who was obstructing it? Did the emperor attack Prince Jin? No. Tang Zhujun quickly denied this idea. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, and the emperor has always been kind to Prince Jin. Besides, if the emperor had the intention to kill Prince Jin, he would not have given himself to him. After all, Tang Mingfan was a senior official he relied on, and she was Tang Mingfan's only daughter. For a moment, countless thoughts emerged in Tang Zhiyun's mind. That is not necessarily the case. Tang Mingfan said, "Bo Xian, pity the parents in the world. The emperor is just a father. The emperor refuses to believe that Prince Jin is in trouble, and now he only wants to find the prince. But there is no contradiction between finding the prince and investigating the case." Tang Baixin said what Tang Zhiyun was thinking. The emperor is also afraid that it will be found out. What if it is another prince? The emperor is now deeply shocked, and I am afraid he can't stand it anymore. Tang Mingfan said, "This is what the emperor said to me yesterday. Then you will still, because no matter who the murderer is, he must be brought to justice. Investigate Huaisheng." Tang Zhiyun came out of the house with her clothes on. Both the father and the son were stunned. "Huaisheng? What does this have to do with Huaisheng?" "Ayun, why did you come out? It's so cold. Go into the house." Tang Mingfan felt that his daughter's face was so thin that it was only the size of a palm, and it overlapped more and more with the face of his wife in his memory. Tang Baixin also said, "Dad and I are still responsible for the things outside. Ayun, please accept my condolences and take good care of yourself. Dad is still alive, and you have to help your eldest brother to be filial to him. Is he worried that she will go with Prince Jin?"
No.
Not to mention that she and Prince Jin did not have a relationship of life and death. Even if they did, after learning from the pain, she would have to shoulder the responsibilities that he could no longer bear for him. For example, Yanran. She herself has received so much love from her father and brother. How dare she let them be sad for her again? It is easy to die, but it is responsibility to survive with difficulty. Tang Zhujun said in a hoarse voice. Dad, big brother, I made you worry about me again. I'm fine. I just want to find the murderer and give an explanation to the prince and Yanran. Because of working non-stop for many days and not being able to eat, Tang Zhujun caught a cold, and her throat hurt when she drank water. Everyone thought she was too sad and hurt her throat from crying. Only those who were closest to her knew that she had not shed a single tear from the time when Prince Jean got into trouble until now. Even if she was not sad, she was more or less sad, but she just had no tears. Ayun, cry if you feel uncomfortable. You make Dad and Big Brother very worried. Tang Baixin stepped forward and hugged his sister, his eyes full of pity. Don't feel bad, Dad, Big Brother, the prince is fine. Tang Jian said. When the prince helped catch the fugitive, he was very good at swimming. Big Brother Chong has also seen it. The prince is fine. From the perspective of the relationship of being together for so long, she doesn't believe that the king of Jin is in trouble. From the perspective of practical interests, she can't admit that the king of Jin is in trouble. Yanran has been crying these days, and Tang Jian has been with her. Tang Jian thought a lot about the future. The worst ending is that the king of Jin really died, so what will they face next? Yanran is the only daughter of the king of Jin. She is still young. When the time comes, the emperor will take her into the palace and give her to the concubines to raise, or to other princes to raise. Tang Jian's status is really too low. Yesterday, she accidentally heard her father and brother say that fortunately she was not a concubine, otherwise she would be tied to death in the king of Jin's mansion in the future. Although this consideration is a bit cold, the king of Jin has already done this, and it is also human nature for them to consider their relatives. Tang Jian felt a little regretful. If she were a concubine, she would be qualified to raise Yanran. Whether the prince of Jin is dead or alive, she has no regrets and can't care about him. She only wants to care about Yanran. This child, it's not easy for her to change from a nearly autistic state to this, and she is sensible and considerate. It's like tearing Tang Jian's heart out to give her to anyone. Tang Jian has thought things through very clearly these days. No matter who she is with, she has to show her deep love for the Prince of Jin and doesn't believe that the Prince of Jin is dead. As long as the Prince of Jin is not dead, there is no reason to give Yanran to someone else. Although this is not a long-term solution, it can bring temporary stability. As for the future, if the Prince of Jin really can't be found, the Emperor recognizes it, or what is found is a cold corpse, then Tang Jian decided to pretend to hit the coffin. Of course, before the collision, she must talk to her eldest brother, and then her eldest brother will find someone to help her mention it to the Emperor. Can she be given a concubine for her loyalty? Imagine that the king of Jin died. She could have returned home and remarried, but she didn't want to. She was so loyal that the emperor was moved and gave her a concubine. If it was better, maybe she would inherit the king of Jin's family business and live with Yanran. That would be the best result. With money, leisure, and children and no men to serve, isn't this a fairy-like life? Anyone who wants to bully her can't be killed by the chastity arch. From the perspective of practical interests, the death of the king of Jin is a good thing for her. But this does not mean that Tang Zhujun wants him to die, especially since he is dead now, and it is still unclear. What should she say when Yanran asks about it in the future, or Linlin asks about it? Dad, I have carefully thought about the previous things these days, Tang Zhujun said calmly. Usually Song Jingyang serves the prince to go to court. Only that day, it was Huaisheng. Well, that doesn't explain the problem. Huaisheng has been with the prince for many years. Tang Baixin said fairly. Not only that, Tang Jian said, when the prince went to court, there were other guards following him besides Huaisheng. However, in the end, only the prince was in trouble, and the others were only slightly injured at most. Don't you think it's strange, brother? This was simply a precise attack. If it wasn't for the inside and outside cooperation, she would find it hard to believe. Isn't it said that the guards around Prince Jin are loyal? She didn't see it at all. Tang Mingfan stroked his beard and said, Ayun is right. Dad is also thinking about this matter. Such an obvious thing. The emperor must know it. Dad, why do you think the emperor would endure it? The emperor's heart is hard to predict, but there are always people who can get a glimpse of the sky. Tang Jian thought if Tang Mingfan didn't know, then no one would know. Tang Mingfan sighed. Ayun, you think too highly of Dad. Dad doesn't try to guess the emperor's mind. In the past, he was only responsible for loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. Open and honest, why should he guess the emperor's heart? The reason he could get to where he is today was entirely because of the emperor's appreciation and promotion of him. He never flattered his superiors. But don't worry, Ayun. No matter what, the prince cannot die in vain. With my father here, I will definitely give the prince justice. Tang Mingfan said in a resounding voice.
Yes.
Tang Jian said. In fact, she just wanted to know the truth. If the opponent was too strong, then forget it. If the Prince of Jin was really gone, would these people have to be buried with him? If you can beat him, you will take revenge. If you can't beat him, you have to kneel. This is reality. She is not close to the Prince of Jin to the extent that she can do everything to avenge him. Now the one who wants to avenge the Prince of Jin the most is Linlin. Linlin also doubted the doubts she mentioned. Linlin now suspected that his biological father had killed his idol and said fiercely that he must avenge the Prince of Jin. Tang Jian could understand his strong emotions. With sincerity for sincerity, the Prince of Jin really had nothing to say about him. The next day, Meng Yulan came to accompany Tang Jian. She put herself in Tang Baixin's shoes and thought that if something happened to her, her world would fall. So, she wanted to comfort Tang Jian and came to accompany her these days. Tang Jian advised her to go back. Sister-in-law, I guess someone will come soon. Don't bump into you. You must be careful. Although she was just an unnamed concubine, she was the only woman of King Jin, and Yanran was here, so King Jin's men came to kowtow. They didn't come in but kowtowed outside, left gifts and left. For the first time, Tang Jian discovered that King Jin's popularity was not as bad as she imagined. As the saying goes, people leave and tea gets cold. King Jin is gone. These subordinates can still come to visit Yanran and her, which means he usually does it. I don't know if she will have the opportunity to get to know him again. My prince, I hope you are safe. Meng Yulan said, I'm fine. This child is very well behaved and doesn't torture people at all. I guess he will be as sensible and considerate as Linlin in the future. Tang Zhujun smiled and touched her slightly bulging belly. Juan, where is Nanxing beside you? Nanxing? Tang Zhujun said, I don't know. She disappeared after the prince got into trouble. Will she have any problems? Tang Zhujun thought about it and shook her head. I don't know. She now sees everyone as a suspect, but no one has a motive. She didn't know what happened between Nanxing and the King of Jin before, so she had no way to guess. Meng Yulan shook her head. Remember not to keep such people who don't know the details around you in the future. Even if the prince asked, you can always find a way to drive them away. When it comes to house fighting, she is the master. But she married Tang Baixin, and this skill can only be passed on to her sister-in-law. It's a pity that Tang Zhujun may not have the opportunity to use it now. As they were talking, Yanran came out of the inner room, her hair loose, her eyes swollen like peach pits, and she threw herself into Tang Zhuyun's arms and cried again. Sister, I dreamed of my father. My father was soaking wet, and he said he was cold. Linlin didn't know when she came out and said, Dreams are the opposite. The prince must be fine now. So many people went to search and rescue, but nothing has been found so far, which means that the prince must have been rescued. Then why didn't father come back to find us? Linlin was speechless. Tang Jian said, Maybe it's because your father has lost his memory and forgotten his identity. I once heard a story that after the man lost his memory, he remembered it several years later. If the fact that King Jin was gone could not be changed, then she hoped that the sadness of losing her biological father would be diluted by time. She wanted to give Yanran a thought until Yanran grew up enough to see through this lie. Recently, she had the most impulse to cry because of Yanran and Linlin. The dead don't know anything, but the living are suffering from it. Then father, when will you remember the way home? Maybe soon, maybe a little slow. Let's give him some more time, okay? Yanran nodded vigorously, tears flying. Tang Zhujun asked Xiaoer to take the two children to wash up. Meng Yulan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and sighed. It's hard for the children. But fortunately, Yanran still has you. Yun, don't just focus on being sad, you have to cheer up now.
Tang Jujun not dead.
She is Yanran's last support. She must hold on. What Meng Yulan wants to say is also this. Have you ever thought that with your current identity, it is impossible for you to take care of Yanran? I know, I'm thinking of a way. I don't know if I can help, but I can try. Meng Yulan said. Sister-in-law, you forgot that my aunt is concubine Da. Meng Yulan said, concubine Da has been serving the queen mother, so the emperor also respects her.
But
Tang Zhujun couldn't continue. But Meng Yulan had already broken up with the Manhwa mansion. Would concubine Da still recognize her as her niece? Since Meng Yulan entered the Tang family, she had hardly gone out and had never visited concubine Da again. Now she mentioned it entirely for herself and Yanran. It's okay, I'll try. The worst outcome is just hitting a wall. Meng Yulan held her hand. Ayun, we all work hard. The fact that the prince has not been found yet does not mean that the prince has had an accident. Even if the prince really has an accident, there's still big brother and sister-in-law who will definitely help you raise both children and will not let anyone bully you. Tang Zhujun's eyes were filled with tears. Even if Yanran is a well-known person in the emperor's place, those who serve her will still bully her because she has no one to rely on. So Yanran, she must be with her. She didn't expect others to understand her persistence because it was difficult for others to empathize with her, and they didn't know what kind of little angel Yanran was to her. Unexpectedly, Meng Yulan understood. Ayun, I'll help you. Meng Yulan said, my aunt has liked me since I was a child, and I probably still have some face in her eyes. I'll test the waters first, and if possible, I'll arrange for you to take Yanran to pay respects to the emperor. Paying respects was fake, but playing the victim was real. Tang Zhujun was worried about her health and said, Sister-in-law, let me go to the palace with you. No need. With your personality, you should not go to the palace if you can. I'll go first. When your eldest brother comes back, please tell him for me. When Tang Zhujun heard this, she couldn't let her go. You haven't told my eldest brother, so you can't go. I have my own way, listen to me. Meng Yulan said after listening to her. That's fine, but I'll go find concubine Da. With her help, our chances of winning will be higher. Don't worry, she's my aunt, I understand her. Don't be impulsive, let's take it one step at a time. Sister-in-law, don't be stubborn, your body. I know, I won't joke with children. Meng Yulan said. She took a carriage into the palace and came back in the afternoon. She said, Ayun, it's done. Tang Zhiyan didn't know what she said to concubine Da, but seeing that she didn't look very good, she guessed that she was probably wronged. Sister-in-law, don't say anything. You helped me a lot in the past, now it's my turn. Besides, there's not much I can do. Meng Yulan said. She didn't go home immediately. Her face was tangled. Sister-in-law, do you have anything else to say to me?
yes.
Concubine Da told me today that the emperor asked her who is the most suitable to raise Yanran, and she was vague about it. Meng Yulan lowered her eyes and said, Ayun, the emperor is now inclined to believe that Prince Jin is really gone. Perhaps in a few days, Prince Jin's mansion will hold a funeral, even if Prince Jin has not been found. You should be prepared in advance. Is the person gone just like that? There is no truth, and the final conclusion is made. Prince Jin is the emperor's biological son. He is a dignified prince. Is this the sadness of having no maternal family? Prince Jin has never mentioned his biological mother. At the same time, Linlin is talking to Yanran. Yanran, you must listen to your brother. Otherwise, you will never see your aunt again in the future, understand? Yanran wanted to cry. She no longer had a father, and she could not be without a sister. Don't cry, listen to me. Yanran tried to hold back her tears, but began to hiccup. Brother, hiccup, I won't hiccup, cry. Aunt's status is too low, so she can't keep you. Yanran was terrified. Her big eyes were full of panic, and she grabbed Linlin's sleeve tightly. Brother Linlin, don't leave me. I want my sister, I want you. We want you too. Lin's eyes were firm, but the most important thing about this matter is still you, do you know? Yanran nodded blankly. I will do whatever my brother says. She unconditionally believed in Tang Zhujun and Lin. These two people were as important to her as her father. No matter what others say in your ears, whether they say good or bad things about Aunt, no matter if they say it's for your own good or for Aunt's good, you must remember that if you are asked to leave Aunt, you cry, you pretend to be sick. Can you do it? Lin asked seriously. Yanran was a little confused. For example, someone told you that you can be better in the palace. I won't leave. It's best for me to be with my sister. But what if someone says that you will harm Aunt if you follow Aunt? Yanran, this. If that's the case, she will definitely hesitate. Don't hesitate. It's best for your aunt if you stay. Lin said, from now on, don't trust anyone except your aunt and me, understand? Yanran nodded. She wasn't as smart as brother Lin, so she would listen to him. Tang Zhujun told her that if she was undecided, she should look at what the smart people around her did, which was often the best choice.
Say it to me again.
Yanran said slowly, don't believe anything others say, and don't leave your sister and brother Lin no matter what. Lin nodded very good. But this was obviously not enough, and he assumed several scenarios for her and taught her how to deal with them one by one. Yanran studied very hard. With her father gone, she also felt the crisis. Perhaps this is what Tang Zhujun said before, that if you rely on the mountain will fall, and if you rely on the water will flow. At the critical moment, you can only rely on yourself. Yanran, does the emperor like you? Lin asked again. Yanran thought for a while before nodding. He probably likes me. The emperor always rewards me with things and smiles when he sees me. I don't think that's fake love. Although she is young, she can generally tell the difference between true and false feelings. Then why does the emperor like you? Is it because you are the emperor's granddaughter? I don't know. Others say that I am the emperor's favorite granddaughter. But you are not a princess. Yes, my father said that because I am too young, I will have a title when I grow up and get married. Will it take so long? It is obvious that the emperor doesn't want to give it. Lin asked again. Do you know about your maternal family? If the king of Jin can find help, it would be the best. Yanran shook her head. I don't know. I have never seen my mother, and my father never mentions it. I only know I know. Know what? Hongxiu knows who my mother is. Yanran lowered her head, thinking of the past, and was obviously a little scared. Lin held her in his arms. Don't be afraid, Yanran. Your aunt has already driven away the bad guys for you, and they will never come back. Brother Lin, if I don't do well this time, will I fall into the hands of those bad guys again? Yanran's small body was shaking. Maybe, but Yanran, remember, no matter what happens, no matter what situation you are in, your aunt and I will save you at all costs. You must persevere, understand? Yanran nodded vigorously. She believed. She knew they would. If you fall into the hands of bad guys, don't act rashly. For you now, it's better to pretend to compromise than to resist. Use your brain more. Don't act on impulse, understand? Yanran burst into tears. She understood that she no longer had her father to protect her, and she couldn't cause trouble for her sister and brother Lin. They had done their best to protect her. I will. Brother, you have to teach me how to do it. Okay. A few days later, it was the 12th lunar month. There were more people on the street shopping for the new year, and there were bustling scenes everywhere. Except for the palace and the Tang family. The next day, Xiu'er came to find Tang Jian. The master and Aunt Meng had a quarrel last night. I vaguely heard a few words. The master was angry and Aunt Meng went out without telling him. Is that so? No. I'm afraid that the eldest brother knew that his sister-in-law dragged her body into the palace to beg for mercy, and he was annoyed that she ignored him. The palms and backs of the hands are all flesh, and the eldest brother feels pain. It was the master who came out in the morning. Why did I see him crying? Xiu'er was very puzzled. Tang Jian, the eldest brother, is worried about me. Feeling sorry for the person he loves, feeling sorry for his sister, but being powerless. She made her family worry. But later Meng Yulan came to her again and told her something else. Empress Defei scolded me because she wanted me to marry Prince Jean. She put a lot of effort into this. She has no children and no one to rely on. Then why did you choose the prince? Tang Zhujun was puzzled. Meng Yulan said, I don't know, and I didn't dare to ask, but I have been thinking about this matter since I came back. I hurried to tell you, maybe it will be useful to you. You know, Empress Defei has been favored for so many years even though she has no children. Vision, scheming, and skills are all indispensable. Tang Zhujun seemed to think. At least, Prince Jean is not dispensable to the emperor. This day, Tang Mingfan came back from the palace and came to find Tang Zhujun. Ayun, the emperor said that he wants you to bring Yanran to the palace tomorrow. Tang Zhuyun looked up at him, his eyes clear and calm. Dad, the emperor has made a decision, right? Tang Mingfan didn't dare to look at her eyes and sighed. Ayun, Dad knows you still hold out hope, but it's been half a month and there's no news. Now the emperor is the saddest time, and Dad can't mention it. You stay with the prince for a year, and then Dad will ask the emperor to let you go home. In the future, if you want to marry, you can marry, and if you don't want to marry again, just stay with Dad. Tang Zhuyun at least has Linlin to rely on, so she won't be lonely in her old age. Dad knows that once you've seen the sea, you can't be sad, and you know that the prince loves you in every way, and you can't bear to leave him. But no matter how reluctant you are, he's gone. Ayun, you have to look forward. Dad, what about Yanran? Tang Zhuyun said. Her evaluation of the king of Jin went from negative to positive, but let's forget about talking about feelings. They're all thousand-year-old fairies, let alone talking about strange stories from a Chinese studio. They were originally forced together by the emperor, and they had their ups and downs getting along, but that was all. She felt sorry for the death of Prince Jean, but there was no need to magnify their relationship just because of his death. He died, but the rest of them had to live. All she could think about now were the living. Tang Mingfan was surprised that she could ask this question. Yanran? Yanran will naturally be taken back to the palace to be raised. If you want to see her, Dad can find a way. Dad, I want to keep Yanran by my side, in a legitimate way. The father and daughter talked for an hour, and Tang Mingfan burst into tears. Ayun, why are you doing this? You are still young, you will. Dad, I told you the truth. I am not doing this for the prince, but for myself and Yanran. Tang Mingfan shook his head. Shulan, I am sorry for you. I have hurt Ayun.
Tang Juin.
Forget it. Her father has already determined that she is deeply in love with Prince Jean and can't extricate herself. Then let it be so. Anyway, she will live a good life in the future and not let her father worry about it anymore. It's a short pain. If everyone believes this, she will have a greater hope of keeping Yanran. Dad, how is the investigation in Huaishang going? If the real murderer can be found and Prince Jean can die with peace of mind, then Yanran won't have to worry about him all the time in the future. And Linlin has expressed his desire to avenge Prince Jean more than once, and Tang Zhuyun is very melancholy. He was a precocious child who always kept his word. It would not be good for his growth to bear hatred too early. However, in the eyes of Tang Mingfan and others, this incident became the evidence of Tang Zhuyun's deep love and unrepentance. No matter what, she must find the real murderer for King Jean. If this is not deep love, is there any true love in the world? Tang Zhuyun even suspected that in a few years, under their brainwashing, she could misunderstand that she really loved King Jean. Forget it. Death is death, whether love or not. Let them think whatever they want. There is no evidence that Huaishang is indeed involved, but I heard that the seventh prince has been very close to him recently. Tang Zhuyun clenched her hands in her sleeves. If it was just a case of the tree falling and the descendants scattering, and then surrendering to the master again, it would be fine. If it was really him who colluded with outsiders to kill King Jean, then... Don't worry, Dad also thinks he is suspicious, and this line will not be broken. Tang Mingfan comforted her. Tang Zhuyun, Dad, this matter is of great importance. If Linlin asks, don't tell him. Even if Huaishang is a traitor, even if he deserves to be cut into pieces, she can't let Linlin bear the crime of patricide. I know he is still a child, and it is inevitable that he is impulsive. Ayun, think about it carefully. When you see the emperor tomorrow, do you really want to say that? Tang Mingfan's eyes showed pleading. Ayun, think about it again. This is a matter of a lifetime. You can't be careless. Dad, I am the prince's person in life and the prince's ghost in death. Ayun, do you care about Dad's reputation? If Dad's reputation is gained by sacrificing his children, then Dad would rather take off this official uniform and go home to farm. Dad, Tang Zuyan pulled the sleeve of this lovely old man. It is my blessing to have a father like you in several lifetimes. Tang Mingfan made up for the fatherly love she lacked in her past and present lives. In her previous life, she grew up with her grandmother for most of the time. After her grandmother left, she was like a lonely wandering soul, wandering in the world without any ties. She once thought that traveling through time and space as a nymphomaniac with a ruined reputation was a punishment from fate for her unfinished 2 lives, but later she found out how deep this was to make up for it. She had long regarded Tang Mingfan as her biological father. This old man, who had lived a clean life and had a strong character, gave her such selfless and deep fatherly love. I volunteered, it was my own choice, and it has nothing to do with you. In the future, we are orphans and widows, and we still need Dad's support. You don't always say that you will take off this official uniform to scare the emperor. An honest official like you should work for the welfare of the people of the world for a long time. After a pause, Tang Zhuyan continued. In the future, I will raise the 2 children well and be filial to Dad. After Tang Mingfan left, Tang Zhuyan calmed down, called Yanran over, and gave her instructions again. Seeing the panic in the little guy's eyes, Tang Zhuyan felt very distressed. Don't be nervous. If you really can't do it, just don't say anything and just hold my hand. Okay, my sister is here. I'm not afraid. Brother Linlin said that after entering the palace, she would be more respectable in front of the emperor than her sister, so she would protect her sister. When it was time to go out, Rongma, who had hardly left the house these days because of excessive grief, came out neatly dressed. I will accompany the young lady and the lady to the palace. Tang Zhujun looked at her, who had lost a lot of weight, and advised her tactfully, Madam, you'd better stay at home. No, Rongma's eyes were firm. I know what the lady wants to do, and I will go to help you. Tang Zhujun. Oh, it's painful. Rongma is a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. The pain in her heart is 10,000 times more painful than hers. Rongma looked at Yanran and said, This is the last flesh and blood. I don't believe that the emperor can still treat the girl harshly. If the emperor pays a little attention, he will know your feelings for the girl. He should let you take care of the girl and let her grow up. Although she was thin, there was light in her eyes and confidence in her heart when she spoke, and she was inviolable. Tang Zhujun brought the old and the young to see the emperor. The emperor met them in the palace of Concubinda. His eyes were of course on Yanran. Yanran, come to the emperor's grandfather,
he said.
Yanran did not move and held Tang Zhujun's sleeve tightly, without letting go. Tang Zhujun felt that the emperor did not look very sad. Perhaps this is the heart of a king? She slowly said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Since the prince got into trouble, the girl was frightened and stayed with me all the time. Girl, that is the emperor's grandfather. He will not hurt you like Hongxiu did before. But Yanran buried her head in her shoulder and refused to look up.
Your Majesty, this.
Tang Zhujun was very embarrassed. The emperor glanced at Concubinda. Concubinda is in her 30s this year. She has been well maintained and looks much younger than her actual age. She has bright eyes and a kind look. The most rare thing is that her eyebrows are very peaceful. No wonder she is so popular with the emperor. When Concubinda spoke, her voice was gentle. Your Majesty, when you originally said that you would give Yanran to me to raise, I was extremely terrified, fearing that I would not be able to raise her well. Now that I see that she and Zhujun are inseparable, I don't want to be the bad guy anymore. After a pause, she continued, Yanran's health was not good to begin with. Now that this has happened, I'm afraid. In addition, Zhujun is a doctor that you all praise, so let her stay with Yanran. Then let her enter the palace?
Tang Zhujun.
What sin has she committed? Fortunately, concubine Da is as reliable as Meng Yulan. The girl from the Meng family is really good. Da Fei stood up, knelt down in front of the emperor, bowed her head and said earnestly, "Your Majesty, I have the courage to say one word today, just to thank Prince Jin for saving my life." Meng Yulan told Tang Zhuyan that when the emperor took many concubines to watch a tiger show, the tiger suddenly went crazy and attacked Da Fei, and Prince Jin killed the tiger to save her. Probably because of that incident, Prince Jin's reputation for being ruthless became even louder. My goodness, Wu Song had to drink 18 bowls of good wine to kill the tiger. Prince Jin didn't even need a peanut. He was really a god descending to earth. Your Majesty, do you think the palace is really a good place for Yanran? The emperor's face changed. Tang Zhuyan heard her own heartbeat. It must be said that concubine did her best to help. If this kind of words were to be investigated seriously, it would be disrespectful dare to slander the palace? That's the emperor's lair. What the emperor wants to hear is a loving father and a filial son and a happy family. Who told you to speak the truth? Nanny Rong spoke slowly. Your Majesty, do you still remember what happened back then? Tang Zhuyan immediately saw that the emperor's face turned into grief. There is a story here. Just like Xia Yuha by the Daming Lake? She felt that Nanny Rong was talking about the biological mother of Prince Jin. Although there was no evidence, she just had a very strong feeling. Tang Zhujun spoke at the right time. Your Majesty, you gave me to the prince. I was a concubine before and later I lost my status, but I have always been willing. To be able to marry a great man like the prince is the blessing I have earned in my previous life. I don't believe that the prince is gone. I would rather believe that the prince is recuperating somewhere and will definitely come back. I don't want anything. I just want to guard the palace and the girl and wait for the prince to come back. What if he never comes back? Asked the emperor. Tang Zhujun kowtowed, her voice firm and unwavering. Then I will wait until the next life. When I see the prince again, I can tell him with a clear conscience that I've been waiting for him. The emperor said, "You don't have to do this. Your father hesitated to speak in front of me several times, and I know what he is thinking. This old guy has no other weaknesses, but he loves his children. I know what he wants. In 2 years, you can go home." "No, Your Majesty," Tang Zhujun said, "I am yours in life and your ghost in death. I must protect the palace and the girl and wait for the prince to come back." "Are you sure?" "Sure. Definitely and definitely." This hammer deal was struck, and there was hope for the rest of her life. Okay. Cheer did not love you in vain. Come, pass on my decree to make Tang Zhujun the concubine of King Jin and enjoy the treatment of King Jin's main wife in the future and be buried with King Jin after death. Tang Zhujun breathed a sigh of relief. It was done. She saved Yanran. As expected, the emperor asked concubine to stand up and told Tang Zhuyan to take care of Yanran in the future. When Yanran grows up, she should marry a son-in-law. The emperor said. Tang Zhuyun's heart suddenly lifted again. She was afraid that the emperor would randomly match couples. But fortunately, the emperor was not sick like Prince Jin. He only told her that he would send someone to take care of Prince Jin's funeral and let her support the palace in the future. Tang Zhuyan had just thanked the emperor when she heard the emperor say, "Cheer loves Linlin very much, so let Linlin break the pot for Cheer." How could Tang Zhuyan object? But what did the emperor mean? Did he want Linlin to be the Prince Jin's adopted son or half-son? For a moment, her heart was beating like a drum. After returning from the palace, she told Linlin about this matter. Linlin said, "Aunt, I asked for this.
Tang Jin.
The prince treats me very well, and he has no son. After discussing with my grandfather and father, I asked my grandfather to tell the emperor that I will not take anything from the palace. I will just do my best for the prince." Looking at his gloomy face and sad eyes, Tang Zhuyun hugged him in her arms and comforted him silently. The trauma left to the two children can only be slowly healed by time. "Sister, what should we do next?" Yanran looked at Tang Zhuyun with tears in her eyes. She finally didn't have to worry about her future fate, but after this matter was settled, she remembered the sadness of losing her father. Next, let's go back to the palace. Tang Zhiyun's eyes were firm. The Prince of Jin had been gone for so many days, and the palace had become a mess. She had to go back to guard it, because that was where she would live in the future. The property of the palace was Yanran's future dowry, and no one else was allowed to touch it. Rome Mama showed a look of relief in her eyes. She had wanted to say it a long time ago, but she couldn't speak without the emperor's approval. Unexpectedly, Tang Zhiyun and she thought the same thing. Your father's funeral must be held in the palace. Tang Zhiyun said, although he didn't care about other people's opinions when he was alive. After his death, we let him go in glory and never lose to others. She hoped that King Jin would be reborn into a good family in the next life, with both parents, a loving family, and a happy family. She had already thought about it, and everything was done in a lively manner according to the highest standards. Everyone should know that even if King Jin died, he was still the emperor's beloved son and would not be wronged. Only then would her and Yanran's life be better in the future. King Jin, don't think I'm using you. For your daughter, plus my selfish desire for stability, you should be high profile for once. Song Jingyang ran around, and he was the one who could not accept this fact the most. Later, Tang Zhiyun had a deep talk with him and told him that even if he believed that the prince could live, the best choice at the moment was to hold a good funeral. She said more than that. She asked Song Jingyang to hold on to the strength that King Jin had, such as the golden scale guard. To Song Jingyang, she said that since the return of the Prince of Jin, she couldn't leave everything, but her own purpose was to live one day at a time. As long as she was still the Prince of Jin, she was Yanran's. Then Song Jingyang cheered up. He wanted to defend all the rights of the prince. Tang Zhiyun heard him say that he was going to discuss with Huaishang and faintly tested his opinion on Huaishang. But Song Jingyang was very determined. Huaishang couldn't betray the prince. He came to the prince later, didn't he? That was also 10 years ago, and the prince gave him a lot. You don't understand, but he won't. If he betrays the prince, I will twist off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Maybe the person involved is the most sober? Or is it the authorities who are confused? Tang Zhiyun couldn't tell for a while. Let them toss, as I said. She has no confidence in the forces outside the Prince of Jin, and live one day at a time. All she can do is to protect the things in the palace now. On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, every family was cooking 8 treasure porridge. Tang Zhiyun, holding Yanran's hand, accompanied by Nanny Rome, stepped into the Prince Jin's mansion as the hostess for the first time. She was dressed in mourning, with a white flower on her head, her expression solemn, and her step steady. She knew that once she stepped in, she would spend the rest of her life here. However, she did not regret her move. There are not so many things in the world that have so many benefits. What she had in front of her was a definite rest of her life, and she chose it. At the gate of the palace, she looked up at the 3 golden words Prince Jin's mansion on the black plaque, and the cold and arrogant face of Prince Jin appeared in front of her. My lord, I know you will never like me even if you die. I happen to be the same. However, for Yanran, please bless us even if you die. Hurry up, if we don't move out, the old woman surnamed Rome will come back, and we won't be able to take it away. Several maids ran out, some holding vases, some holding screens, and rushed out from the small side door next to the main entrance. When they saw Tang Zhiyun and his party, they were stunned. Roma said sternly, "How dare you? What you are doing is no different from robbery. This was given to me when the prince was here. I am also a reward. Roma was about to speak when she heard Tang Zhiyun slowly speak. Roma, let them go, they are gone. Roma said, Madam, you can't do this. The prince is gone, and we have to protect the family business. Tang Zhiyun waved her hand and took them in. Several maids looked at each other and laughed. Unexpectedly, such a bodhisattva master came. It seems that they have to speed up their actions, otherwise the things will be moved away by others. In addition to these vases and other things, it seems that they can be bolder. There are too many good things hidden in the storehouse of the prince's mansion. Tang Zhiyun took the 2 children to the morning hall first. The morning hall had just been built, and people would start to pay their respects tomorrow. The soul-calling banners in front of the door were rustling in the cold wind. It was the first time that Tang Jian saw such a tall and heavy coffin, and it weighed heavily on her heart. A hero like the king of Jin ended up with no one alive or dead, and the coffin could only hold old clothes, which made people feel sad. Tang Jian kowtowed with the two children. Yanran burst into tears, while Linlin was trying hard to hold back tears. Cry your heart out in front of the prince. From tomorrow on, there will be no time to cry. The ceremony for the death of the prince was solemn and complicated. Linlin also wanted to act as the filial son and daughter of the king of Jin with Yanran to thank the guests who came to pay their respects. The two children leaned on Tang Jian on the left and right and cried bitterly. Tang Jian had tears in her eyes, and she could only raise her head slightly to avoid tears. Your Majesty, as strong as you are, you still died in the conspiracy in the end. Thank you for your tolerance for me. Thank you for your support for Linlin. I can't do anything about your legacy and hatred, but I will take good care of Yanran, do my best to relieve her worries, and be her support. Your Majesty, rest in peace. Did she enter the palace? Your Majesty, yes. She turned a blind eye to people who stole things? This is unlike her. She can't tolerate any sand in her eyes. Yes. Maybe she just arrived and can't do anything about it. She is not that kind of person. Huaisheng didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but he didn't dare to say anything. Is Tang Mingfan still keeping an eye on you? Yes, I have asked my subordinates to the Dali Temple for questioning several times. I feel that there are no omissions, but I don't know why. I always feel uneasy when facing Lord Tang. That's normal. There is only one Tang Mingfan in the world. Don't think that he is easy to fool just because you see that he is kind to his children. Those who can sit in that position and are deeply appreciated by the emperor are definitely not ordinary people. Huaisheng was a little nervous. Then, it doesn't matter. It can be delayed for a few days. Huaisheng nodded and said, Do you have any other instructions? If not, your subordinates. I want to go back to the palace. Huaisheng was shocked, but facing the unquestionable expression of his master, he could only swallow the words of persuasion and comfort himself. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Yes, I will arrange it. It's okay, you can leave. You can't explain why you stayed too long. Yes. But there is one more thing, Nanxing. She is so casual and self-righteous. She doesn't care about life or death. Yes. Wait. How is Madam recently? Madam. After I told Jingyang everything yesterday, he said that Madam was too sad, confused, and suffered a great. Is that so? Why doesn't he believe it? Huaisheng said with heartfelt emotion, I always felt that Madam was respectful but cold to you, but after this incident, I know that she is just not good at expressing herself, but she actually has deep feelings for you. She is not good at expressing herself? She has deep feelings? Huaisheng accepted the gift. But he did not expect that even if she knew he was dead, Tang Zhujun would still be willing to enter the palace and continue to protect Yanran. It was because of this that he would treat her well in the future. By the way, she is no longer the madam, but the concubine. Got it. He died, but her status was promoted. Was it because of his death? His death was a contribution to her. A moment later, Huaisheng came down from the second floor, and the clerk came forward attentively. Sir, have you found the book you like? This is a second-hand bookstore, with 2 floors piled with old books, dust flying in the sun, and ordinary people rarely come in. Huaisheng raised the old book in his hand. This one is okay. How much is it? The clerk said, You have a good eye. This book is from the previous dynasty. How much is it? 10 taels of silver. No. Change it to a cheaper one. Huaisheng threw the book aside. The clerk was stunned. The one that cost 5 taels of silver was not wanted, the one that cost 3 taels of silver was not wanted, and the one that cost 1 tael of silver was not wanted either. The clerk was about to cry. Sir, even if it is an old book, it is still a valuable book. This one that costs 500 won is already the cheapest. Why don't you go to another place to look? Huaisheng, 250. The clerk, Sir, if you want to buy it, buy it. If you don't want to buy it, leave. It's not right to scold people. 241. The bargaining should be cut in half. 250 was indeed his wrong idea. The clerk was at a loss. No. Then 241. In the end, Huaisheng negotiated the clerk to collapse with a price of 251 won and successfully closed the deal. After buying the book, Huaisheng went straight to the Dali Temple. He was going to see Tang Mingfan. The book was a gift for Tang Mingfan. It didn't matter whether the latter accepted it or not. What mattered was the process of going to the bookstore to wash his white. Lin Lin and Yanran were tired of crying, so Tang Zhujun took them back to rest. She did not enter the courtyard of Prince Jin, but lived in Wudong residence next to the main courtyard. After taking the two children to eat and coaxing them to take a nap, Tang Zhuyan stood up and went out. Rongma was waiting for her in the courtyard. Madam, the mansion is so chaotic now. You are now the concubine appointed by the emperor himself, and you are the real master.
You have to take care of it.
Tang Jian said, let's keep it chaotic for now. Many distinguished guests will come starting tomorrow. Let's deal with this period first. If you are not relaxed enough, how can you see the faces of those people? This old servant probably knows what Madam thinks, but I am worried that others will look down on the palace in the process. Isn't it a good opportunity to see who is a good friend in the future and who should be kept away? Tang Jian asked back. The prince will suspend the funeral in the mansion for 9,981 days. There is still time to clean up. At that time, the prince will definitely go up the mountain in glory. In order to show that he loves his son, the emperor specially ordered the funeral to be suspended for 81 days. Tang Zhujun felt it was very ironic. It was all for the living, but they didn't think about seeking justice for the dead. Who's there? Tang Zhujun suddenly asked. She saw a figure flash past the door, sneaking around, so she made such a rebuke. At the same time, Tang Zhujun chased out. Aunt Rong also hurried out. Huaisheng meets the concubine. It was Huaisheng? What are you doing here? Do you know that this is the inner courtyard? Tang Zhujun said coldly. If Huaisheng was not guilty, how could he break into the inner courtyard and eavesdrop? She found Huaisheng more and more suspicious. How could Huaisheng say that he was covering up the master's resurrection? He originally said that it would be best at night, but the master insisted on doing so and came here to hang around, so he was discovered. But then again, the concubine's vigilance is really beyond that of ordinary people. Huaisheng thought quickly and said, I just saw a servant stealing something, so I chased him in a hurry and disturbed the concubine. Please forgive me. I see. Tang Zhujun said with a smile, be more careful in the future. After all, I am a widow. Huai guards, for the sake of your reputation and your own reputation, please be careful. The king of Jin in the dark couldn't help but grind his teeth. How could she say widow so naturally and justified? She can also use this matter to attack, which is really amazing. When she was talking to Rongma just now, she said let the prince go up the mountain in glory. Please forgive his dullness. He didn't hear any reluctance. He couldn't help but think of Tang Zhujun once jokingly asking about his chastity arch. It turned out that she really had this idea and wanted to be a widow. He was lucky for her, so he let her dream for a few more days. It was a pity that he really believed in her deep love and loyalty before, and even brainwashed himself that she was just kind-hearted and mean-spirited. Now it seems that he thought too much. Anyway, this woman has no heart for him. Yes. Huaisheng lowered his head. Tang Zhujun's voice suddenly turned cold. Don't show up in front of me in the future. Huaisheng looked up at her in surprise. Are you looking at the widow of your old master like this? Huaisheng's knees softened and he almost knelt down. I dare not. Back, I don't want to see you in the future. Yes. Huaisheng retreated to the room of Prince Jin. Prince Jin returned to his own room to live, and his courage was amazing. Your Highness, did your subordinate offend the concubine today? This is what I want to ask you. Huaisheng. How could he know? He listened to the prince's words and cooperated with his actions. Now he has become a suspect and offended the concubine inexplicably. Where can he go to reason? You knew her before, didn't you? Know her? You mean the concubine? Huaishang felt that he was more wronged than Do-yi. I don't know her. Since that incident, the prince doesn't like me, and I have been running around outside. How could I know the concubine? Jin Wang actually thought it made sense, but Tang Zhujun treated Huaishang very differently, including the sudden outburst today, forbidding Huaishang to show up again. After spending such a long time together, Jin Wang felt that he still understood her a little. Even if he couldn't tell what was wrong with her emotional fluctuations, he could still feel the difference. So when he heard Huaishang's words, he subconsciously said, "Before that, you hadn't been to Jiangzhou?" Tang Mingfan, his ancestral home was Jiangzhou. Huaishang, this fool, actually thought about it seriously, shook his head and said, "I have never been to Jiangzhou." The closest time to Jiangzhou was also hundreds of miles away, that time. Which time? The time on the flower boat. Huaishang's head was almost lowered to his chest. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. He felt that the water was still cold at that time, and he could not throw the prince into the water to detoxify. Not only did he waste 100 taels of silver, but he was also blamed by the prince. Think about it now. The prince can jump into the water to fake his death in the cold winter. If he had known earlier, wouldn't he have just thrown the prince into the water? It turns out that a woman's kindness is not good. It hurts your wallet and your future. It's all tears when he talks about it. Something seemed to flash through the mind of Prince Jin, but it was so fast that he couldn't catch it at all. Forget it, he was also puzzled and actually suspected Huaishang. Tang Zhujun liked everyone she saw, and it was normal for her to look at Huaishang, who was so outstanding in appearance. Maybe she felt that it was wrong now, so she simply didn't allow him to appear in front of her. So Lord Tang is from Jiangzhou. Huaishang muttered softly. What do you mean? Jiangzhou is a very poor place. What do you mean?
I dare not say. Huh.
Huaishang fought for the 100 taels of silver. I went to the flower boat to help the prince find a. The madam said that other ones were 120 taels, and there were also expensive ones of 150 taels, but she had a few from Jiangzhou, which is in the countryside, so she chose 100 taels of silver. I hope the prince will remember his 100 taels of silver. Prince Jin sneered. Then you must have chosen the 100 taels. Huaishang. Yes, these are all prostitutes, clean and tidy. They're the same when the lights are turned off. I just don't know if she lied to me. But even so, Prince Jin didn't mention reimbursement. Prince Jin told him to get out and rubbed his temples. That year was his last happy year at home, but the crisis was already looming, so he went to the capital. Later, on the way home from the capital, he was tricked by someone else. He was originally poisoned with a fatal poison. Later, during the detoxification process, someone gave him a dirty drug. Later, since he was a child, King Jin was asked by his mother to be self-respecting and never indulge in. Unexpectedly, he had a love affair with a woman on a flower boat. That was his shame. Later, a series of things happened. The family hatred was deeply imprinted on him, and he no longer had the energy to talk about men and women. Nanxing's betrayal also made him no longer dare to trust women. Once they are moved, they can do anything and have no principles. Until later, by mistake, Tang Zhuyun was awarded to him.
Tang Jun.
Tang Zhuyun said that she sold her body for 10 taels of silver, but Huaishang said that it was 100 taels of silver on a flower boat hundreds of miles away. Haha, how ironic. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly came from outside the house, interrupting King Jin's reverie, and he immediately hid. Brother, I'm scared. Yanran said, Why do we have to come to father's room? Don't be afraid. Even if the prince becomes a ghost, it's a good ghost. Prince Jin. I think the prince's incident happened suddenly, and is very strange. I want to go to the prince's study to see who he has corresponded with, and see if I can find any clues. Limlin said, Keep your voice down. Don't let Aunt find out. Why can't my sister know? Limlin looked sad. Aunt, she probably doesn't want me to get involved in this matter. Prince Jin's eyes moved slightly. Brother, I don't understand why. Yanran said ignorantly. Limlin said, You will understand when you grow up. Anyway, Anne is right and I am not wrong either. He is a man, and he has his own way of doing things. He understands that his aunt loves him deeply and is worried that he is in danger. But the prince treats him so well. How can he bear to watch the prince die in vain? It is possible that a dead person knows nothing, but how can a living person feel at ease? He and Tang Zhujun have different ideas, but he respects and understands her love, but he has his own persistence. King Jin can understand Lin Lin's ideas and is deeply moved. Everything he has done for this child has been rewarded tenfold and 100-fold. Lin Lin carries the character of the Tang family. Although some of his things are secret, he doesn't mind letting Lin Lin know. Just like before, he discovered the conspiracy between him and Huaishang and dared to threaten himself, but never leaked a word to anyone. This child has a responsibility that adults find difficult to have. Unfortunately, Tang Zhujun soon discovered that the two children were not in the house, so she came and took them away calmly. King Jin, very annoying. Tang Zhujun also felt that it was very annoying. Why did Lin Lin have such a strong sense of responsibility? The death of King Jin would not be easy for Lin Lin if the truth was not revealed. Seeing Huaishang's sneaky look today, Tang Zhujun felt that he would definitely not be able to escape. If Huaishang was really the instigator, she would tell her father to chop Huaishang to death. Never let Lin Lin deal with him. At dinner in the evening, Tang Zhujun served a bowl of porridge to each of the two children. Because of the heavy morning, they are now vegetarians. Tang Zhujun herself thought it was nothing, milk, eggs, and beans were enough. But for children, the intake of high-quality protein needed to be more comprehensive. So in the black rice porridge tonight, she added chopped sea cucumbers and mixed them with soaked mushrooms, which was not obvious. Yanran didn't notice it and drank up the porridge in her bowl. But Lin Lin took a sip and pushed it aside, never touching it again. Tang Zhuyun was about to cry. Please, you haven't let down the Prince of Jin. His death won't hinder your growth, right? However, she didn't dare to speak. If she knew, Yanran would probably refuse to eat. After dinner, seeing that the two were still listless, Tang Zhuyun said, "There must be water in such a big palace. Can I take you to release river lanterns? Write down what you want to say to the prince on a piece of paper and stick it on the river lantern. The prince will know what you mean." The two went to write river lanterns obediently. Tang Zhuyun sat beside her with her chin in her hand, in a daze. Now, she can have some free time to examine this palace that is completely unfamiliar to her. But it doesn't matter. The rest of her life is long, and she will step into every corner of the palace. As for those servants who stole things, she didn't take them seriously at all. Whether they were dead or alive, they were all in her hands. Rong Ma had already handed all the keys to the palace to her, and they couldn't get out of her palm. We'll see the result in 10 days. Sister, why don't you write? Yanran looked up at her in confusion. Are you thinking too much and don't know where to start? Me too. Tang Zhujun, I'm really not. But in order to deal with the child, she picked up the pen and bit the pen to prepare. Although she knows a lot of words now, the words she can write are basically those in female commandments. Haha, thank God for his grace. Wang X, she picked up the pen. Very good, don't X. Yanran is good, Lin Lin is good, I am good, UX is good too. I can't write Yi, Nian Zue. Especially this word Zue. In the past and present lives, it's so difficult to write with gestures. Annoying. I didn't know how to write it and wanted to circle it, but I remembered that King Jin had mocked her when he was alive. So the dead are the greatest, so this time she used X. Prince, if you are still not satisfied, just bear with it. If he dares to come in a dream, she can only X together next time. Okay, it's just a note anyway, there's no need to write thousands of words. Tang Zhujun pasted the note on the river lantern. In order to prevent being laughed at by the two children, she said that each of them should read their own writing, and if others saw it, the Prince of Jin would not be able to receive it. So the two children were very well behaved and did not look at others' notes. They pasted the notes themselves with glue. Several people went out with the river lanterns, and when they came to the lake, they were dumbfounded. When the Prince of Jin had an accident a few days ago, it was not completely frozen, so he fell into the river tragically. But now, the lake in the palace has been frozen solid, the kind that you can skate on. Tang Zhujun was dumbfounded. Sister, what should we do? Yanran asked in a low voice. Tang Zhujun, it's okay, sister has a way. She had to keep pretending even if she had to kneel down. It's the same if we put the river lanterns on the ice. Tang Zhujun said, your father is now a god in heaven, so he can receive everything. Yanran, then why do we have to come here? Can't we hang them in the yard?
Tang Zhujun.
Sense of ritual. This is called sense of ritual. Poor her. She will have to collect the river lanterns later, hoping that they will not be frozen into the ice and can't be picked out. Otherwise, she can only light a fire. The three of them put the river lanterns on the ice, and then Tang Zhujun took the two children back. The starry sky in winter is the most magnificent. Tang Zhujun pointed to the stars in the sky and said to them, in my hometown, there is a saying that every deceased relative will become a star in the sky, guarding us on the earth. If you miss them very much, just tell the stars what you want to say quietly in the middle of a night like this, and they will know. The king of Jin has quickly changed from him to it. After they left, someone came out from behind the bushes and took away the 3 river lanterns. The first thing that King Jin mentioned was the awe-inspiring, the truth will eventually come out. Every word was written with iron hooks and silver paintings, and the emotions were so strong that they could the paper. King Jin's eyes were full of relief, and then he picked up the beautiful river lantern. Father, if you bless me to be too tired, then you can go to a place where you are not tired. I will be fine. Although there were several typos, King Jin still understood it. This thoughtful little girl made him never regret his decision back then. When he saw what Tang Zhujun wrote, all the relief and emotion turned into speechlessness. What kind of ghost painting did she do again? After OO, she fell in love with again? The problem is, UX don't X well. Look at that Wang X, it's clearly written as Turkey. He's dead, but she still doesn't let him go. Can't people save their worries? Also, what does Wu X mean? Do not disturb? Is he afraid that he will disturb her? Ni X Haya, what the Hades is this X? The king of Jin, who had survived the drowning, felt that he was going to be to death by Tang Zhujun. He couldn't help but ask her what she had written. Because it was her first time in the palace, Tang Zhujun arranged for both children to sleep in her own room. Linlin was on the couch, and she took Yanran on the big Kong. After both children fell asleep, she was greedy for the warm quilt. She struggled for a long time before getting up, putting on her clothes and collecting the river lanterns. Although it was not a big problem if she didn't collect them, she still didn't want her and her 2 children's intentions to be regarded as gossip. In the middle of the night in December, water freezes. Tang Zhujun held the lantern herself and walked to the lake shivering with cold. She didn't meet anyone along the way. The palace was really in chaos. There was not even a night watchman in the huge inner courtyard at night. It was dead silent everywhere. The guards in the outer courtyard should be fine, otherwise the thieves who stole things would probably have broken through the threshold of the palace. When she walked to the lake, Tang Zhujun found that the river lanterns were gone. She clearly remembered that it was here. She knew that she was not familiar with the road sometimes, so she remembered the way she came. She was sure that she was not wrong about the crooked tree by the lake. Tang Zhujun leaned down, holding the lantern close to the ice, staring at it to find traces of the ice lanterns. Her efforts paid off, and she really found something wrong. There were traces of someone touching the ice, and the 3 ice lanterns were really taken away. Who is so wicked that he wants to things from the dead? Tang Zhujun was so angry that she cursed. Be careful that the prince will come to your house in the middle of the night. Forget it. She took a deep breath and said to herself, life is so beautiful, but you are so irritable. It's not good. Anyway, it's just a few river lanterns, just take them away. King Jin? Life is so beautiful. Without him, she is really beautiful. Tang Zhujun turned around and wanted to go back, but her feet slipped, and she fell on her back, and the lanterns fell out of her hands. But because she was wearing a thick coat, she didn't feel much pain. Your Majesty, look at how much I have suffered in order to worship you. Tang Zhujun sat up and muttered, so you have to bless me, right? She was about to stand up, but suddenly, she felt that there seemed to be a dark shadow flashing by the crooked tree. Who? Tang Zhujun was immediately alert. The only answer she got was the sound of the wind blowing the branches. Did she see it wrong? Tang Zhujun did not dare to stay any longer. She picked up the extinguished lantern and walked back quickly in the moonlight, looking around vigilantly as she walked. She was sure that there must have been someone there just now. If it was a servant who stole something, it would be fine, but if it was a bad guy, she didn't dare to think about it any further. The next day, everyone came to mourn. Tang Zhujun entertained the female guests, and the prince in the front yard brought several princes and the seventh prince to help. Tang Zhujun was very suspicious that those were the murderers who harmed King Jin, but she had no evidence. What crown princess? Princess Yong. All the big guys came. She didn't remember how many, anyway. She just knelt down to thank them. She and the king of Jin had helped each other in the past, so they were even, but after he died, she knelt for several hours today, and he didn't protect her well. She was at a loss. The chilly water on the handkerchief played a great role. Tang Zhujun cried bitterly, but she was worried about the two children in the front yard. Finally, when the guests dispersed, the crown prince brought a few princes in. Tang Zhujun saluted them, and then heard the seventh prince say frivolously, "It is said that if you want to be pretty, you have to be filial. My sister-in-law is better today than before." Seventh brother. The crown prince disagreed with his words, but he didn't turn his face. He just said lightly, "Don't joke on this occasion." The seventh prince didn't speak. His eyes kept turning around Tang Zhujun's face, like a nasty fly. Tang Zhujun suddenly looked up, her eyes moved, and she smiled at the seventh prince. The seventh prince looked proud. When others saw it, they all looked disdainful. This Tang Zhujun is really as undisciplined as the legend says. She has already started looking for a new husband before the body of the Prince of Jin is cold. It can be predicted that the grave of the Prince of Jin will be green as a green grassland in the future. The prince said a few polite words and left, but the seventh prince, who always followed him, did not move. Seventh prince? Brother, you go back first. The sixth brother is so pitiful. No one will take care of his family after his death. Only my sister-in-law is in charge of the mansion. I will stay and help. Thank you, seventh prince. Tang Zhujun was worried that the prince would not allow it, so she spoke quickly. She didn't know who the Prince of Jin had offended to cause him to be killed, but she knew that the seventh prince was the most aggressive one. She didn't want to get involved in the Prince of Jin's mess, but the seventh prince dared to tease her in front of everyone. If she didn't use him to establish her authority today, wouldn't there be more people bullying orphans and widows in the future? She didn't like testing and intimidation. Since she was coming, she would come hard. The seventh prince did not leave until the evening. Tang Zhujun took the two children to eat, rubbed their legs, and applied medicine for them, and the seventh prince sat beside them, with his legs crossed. Song Jingyang asked the seventh prince to leave several times, but the latter turned a deaf ear. Tang Zhujun shook his head at Song Jingyang calmly. Yanran nervously held Tang Zhujun's hand, while Linlin kept looking at Tang Zhujun with concern. When Tang Baixin came over today, he sent Xiu here. Now he did not leave either, helping to entertain the guests who did not leave in the front yard. But there were no guests in the backyard, because there was no real master. Tang Zhujun and Xiu whispered a few words, then asked Rong Ma to take the two children to wash and sleep, and he went to the morning hall, and the seventh prince followed triumphantly. Song Jingyang lagged behind by more than 10 steps, and saw that the two people in front had already turned out of a door, and quietly asked Xu Tsong, "What should we do about this?"
Go and see.
The cold voice of King Jin came, unable to distinguish between joy and anger. He didn't believe at all that Tang Zhujun had taken a fancy to the seventh prince. This cunning was going to play tricks on people. She couldn't stand any loss. The seventh prince's teasing had already crossed her bottom line. Prince Jin was looking forward to it. There were only 2 or 3 servants left in the morning hall, and they were still arguing over food. When they saw Tang Zhujun and the seventh prince coming, they fell silent. Tang Zhujun said, "You have worked hard. Go back and have your meal." Hearing that, they hurriedly retreated. It seemed that the rumors in the mansion were true. This was indeed a clay statue of the Buddha, who didn't care about anything. Tang Zhujun walked to the basin for burning paper money, sat down on the futon, took the fire starter next to her and lit the paper money and threw it in slowly one by one. The firelight made her face red. The seventh prince squatted down, suddenly stretched out his hand to pinch her chin, then took another look at the coffin and smiled wickedly. Sister-in-law brought me here, because she wanted to be with me here. Aren't you afraid that sixth brother will climb out of the coffin and put you in a pig cage? Of course I'm afraid. Tang Zhujun raised her eyebrows and smiled, but my curiosity about the seventh master makes me take risks. Curiosity? Isn't it admiration? What are you curious about? Curiosity about what this man, who is as sharp as a needle, looks like. It didn't take long for Tang Zhujun to grab his shoulders and throw him over his shoulder, perfectly repeating the grand occasion of the first meeting that day.
But this is not the end.
Tang Zhujun pressed the seventh prince's arm with her knee, slapped him with her backhand, then stood up and kicked him hard. I thought you were useless, but I didn't think you were so useless, Tang Zhujun said, while beating the seventh prince. She knew what was in this maggot's mind, so she simply set a trap for him to come. You dare to hit me, you. Tang Zhujun punched and kicked. Even if I am you can't afford to wear it. Song Jingyang hesitated in a low voice. This is going to kill someone. King Jin sneered. It just so happens that the coffin is empty. Keep it for him. Beat him to death. He deserves it. Tang Zhujun finally did something that suited his heart, which made him vent his anger. Song Jingyang muttered. How will this end? End? Tang Zhujun said that she had no intention of ending it at all. This matter must be made public to establish her prestige, so that no one will dare to provoke her in the future.
Someone.
King Jin pulled Song Jingyang into the shadows. The deafening sound of the gong rang out. Xiao ran over, looked at the scene in the morning hall, and said while beating the gong, Come and see, shameless. The seventh prince is going to force the concubine in the morning hall. Tang Zhujun, be more sad. She was so happy that people who didn't know would think she invited everyone to watch a live show. Xiao, miss, lend me your handkerchief. She took out the handkerchief and handed it to Xiao. There is a lot of chilly water. I didn't cry blind today, you take it easy. King Jin, I don't like him. You don't even want to give me a tear. You Tang Zhuzi. Xiao took the handkerchief, wiped it once, and then burst into tears. Miss, you are too cruel. What is this? Tang Zhujun suddenly leaned over to untie the belt of the seventh prince. Miss, this is not okay. Xiao was anxious. People are coming. Of course he can't. But he is very good at committing suicide. Tang Zhujun tore off his robe, pulled off his sweat towel, and held it in his hand, and then kicked the seventh prince hard. The latter rolled under the coffin, covering his lower body and groaning. Do you understand now? Even if the prince dies, he can press you down. Dog thing. The big red sweat towel. What a slutty dog thing. Stop talking nonsense and quickly ring the gong. Okay. Xiao began to howl again. After a while, she heard footsteps and whispered, Girl, the last time I cried like this was when my father died.
Tang Zhujun.
Song Jingyang. How can you be so stupid? The seventh master is still here. Aren't they afraid that the seventh master will hear it? No, because the seventh prince is useless. King Jin showed admiration in his eyes. He didn't expect that Tang Zhujun's methods were so quick, ruthless, and accurate, without any hesitation. It has only been half a day since the seventh prince flirted with her, but she made a decisive decision to bring him down. Many men don't have this courage and determination to do things. Unequal? Song Jingyang widened his eyes. The needle that the concubine said is useless? King Jin was too lazy to pay attention to him. Tang Baixin came with many guests who stayed for dinner. Tang Zhujun threw herself into her brother's arms, crying bitterly. Brother, the prince's body is still warm, and the seventh prince is touching me in the morning hall. Brother, if I hadn't thought of Yanran, I would have hit my head against the coffin and died, rather than being humiliated like this. Flirting with his concubine's sister-in-law, and in the morning hall, this couldn't kill the seventh prince. She refused to accept it. The seventh prince flirted with her unscrupulously in front of so many people, and many people heard it. If she swallowed her anger, she could only swallow this fly. But she dared to make a big fuss. The barefoot are not afraid of the shoes. She is a widow who has been rewarded by the emperor. How can she throw dirty water on him? What's more, he had such a dirty mind, and he was so proud and stupid that he let so many people know about it. If he doesn't die, who will die? Tang Baixin was so angry that he was shaking all over. He snatched the handkerchief from her hand. Let's go. Let's go to the palace to find the emperor to make the decision for you. After the emperor knew about this, he was so angry that his heart disease was about to break out. He directly asked the seventh prince to pack up and get out of the capital overnight. In a place where no one lives, without a title, even the seventh prince's biological mother, concubine Rome, was reprimanded by the emperor and lost her favor. The court and the public were shocked. The seventh prince became the first prince to be driven out of the capital without a title since the founding of this dynasty. He was ashamed as a dog that had lost its home. This matter was caused by Tang Zhujun, that flower maniac who had always had a bad reputation, but actually brought down the seventh prince. Why didn't the emperor think that it was the flower maniac who seduced the seventh prince? Tang Zhujun said, because she has a deep affection for the king of Jin, and her feelings are moving. The emperor knows it. Soon, the emperor summoned Tang Zhujun again. Tang Zhujun was a little nervous, not knowing whether the emperor wanted to talk about the seventh prince or something else. But Rong Ma said, Madam Concubine, I will accompany you to see the emperor. Tang Zhujun wished that someone could give her courage, so she took Rong Ma to go with her. The emperor asked about what happened that day, and Tang Zhujun told him the truth, but she processed it in a veiled way. The seventh prince wanted to take advantage of me, but I have done hard labor at home since I was a child, and I didn't expect him to be so useless that he couldn't even beat me. I admit that he hit me hard at that time, but when I think of the prince, I want to die with him. Rong Ma suddenly said. The seventh prince also said that the concubine is also a concubine, and if Madam Concubine still wants to live a good life in the future, she must listen to him. Tang Zhujun, that didn't say this. That felt that getting her was like taking something out of a bag, and he felt that his charm was bursting, and he hadn't thought of forcing her yet. But why did Rong Ma say that? Tang Zhujun lowered her head and thought silently. The emperor didn't speak for a long time. Rong Mama said again, status is something that can crush people to death. Many tragedies have been caused by status, and the painful lessons of the past have almost been repeated. Tang Jian, what is all this? What did she miss? Why didn't she understand? However, she heard the next words clearly and understood them. She heard the emperor say, Rong Mama, do you think it is appropriate? Rong Mama said, I dare not speak nonsense, but if were here, she would think it is appropriate. Then a thunderbolt struck, and the emperor said, in this case, pass on my decree to make Tang Zhuyun the principal wife of the Prince of Jin. Tang Zhuyun was struck by this thunderbolt and was burned on the outside and tender on the inside. After the death of the Prince of Jin, she was promoted like a rocket. She was promoted every 3 days, and she became a princess. The script of the heroine is back. It turns out that this is a ghost marriage drama. Don't climb into my bed at night, my prince, I'm scared. Tang Zhujun was still confused after digesting the news of becoming a princess for 3 days. But fortunately, there was no loss, and the seventh prince was dealt with. She should have a peaceful life in the future. The Chinese New Year is just a few days away, and it is also Lin Lin's birthday. His birthday is the biggest, the first day of the Chinese New Year. Looking back on 6 years ago, others were reuniting with their families, happily getting rid of the old and welcoming the new. Only the Tang family was gloomy, waiting for the birth of a child whose father was unknown and could not be aborted. Fortunately, everything is fine now. In fact, compared to that time, life is much better now. Tang Zhujun said to Meng Yulan, who came to visit her, sister-in-law, don't worry about me. It's so cold. You must not go out in the future. Meng Yulan said, Master is worried about you. Let me come to see you and advise you to be patient and accept the change.
Tang Zhujun, I'm fine.
Meng Yulan hesitated to speak. Tang Zhujun was a little surprised. Sister-in-law, did something happen at home? Meng Yulan sighed and said, I didn't want to upset you, but I'm worried about the old master and the eldest uncle.
They are not well.
What happened to my father and my eldest brother? It turned out that the father and son of the Tang family felt that this princess had completely locked up Tang Jujuan's second half of life, and they sighed for this, almost becoming sick.
Tang Jujun.
No, I'm living a good life now. Mangyulan, I advised the eldest uncle like this, and he was a little unhappy. I dare not say more. When the eldest uncle comes to see you next time, you can talk to him.
Okay.
Tang Jujun agreed with a smile. She didn't expect that the fact that she beat up the seventh prince became evidence of her unwavering loyalty to the king of Jin in the eyes of the father and son. The master said at home, excessive wisdom will hurt, and deep love will not live long. In short, he is worried about you. Okay, I get it. Tang Jian said, I can't go out in this situation now. After the new year, let dad come, and I will tell him. She prepared gifts for her family, but they were all rejected by Meng Yuan. Before coming, the master repeatedly warned me not to take your things. Tang Ziyan knew that her father was a stubborn person, and he was afraid that people would say he took advantage of the palace, so she had to give up, but she didn't ask for the money for the cold dish recipe sent by Meng Yuan. She is now a princess, with a share issued by the court, and she is not short of money. Tang Mingfan also asked Linlin to stay in the palace for the new year to accompany Tang Jian. Tang Jian accepted this happily. The two children have been in a bad mood so far, and it may be easier for them to recover together. After sending Meng Yulan away, Yanran came. Mother. She cried after calling out. In the past, she had dreamed of calling Tang Jujun like this, but she only got this opportunity after her father left. Thinking about it made her feel so uncomfortable that she couldn't help herself. Tang Jujun was so sad because of her crying, and she hugged her in her arms and said, Yanran, don't cry, mother. You can see that the mansion has also led to live water. Let's go there to release river lanterns, okay? She walked around these few days and found that the palace was exquisitely designed and ingenious. In addition to the entire lake behind the garden, the river water was also led through the palace. What's more strange is that the river water is not only not frozen, but also slightly warm. Tang Jujun suspected that there was a hot spring in it, but she didn't know where it was. Yanran agreed, and Linlin came over soon, and the three of them lay on the table to write a letter to King Jin again. But this time Tang Jujun didn't waste her feelings. This thing can't be seen by the dead, and it was stolen by the living, so there was no need. But she still pretended to be serious. She drew a row of cartoon characters urinating in a row out of boredom. Next to the one with the farthest parabola, she wrote a line of words, Mighty my great prince. God is my conscience. This time she has studied hard, and she can write. Others really can't understand this painting, and she is not afraid of being stolen. When releasing the river lanterns, watching the river lanterns drifting away, Tang Jian said silently in her heart, Prince, you see, I helped you deal with the arrogant seventh prince, and I plan to help you deal with the stubborn slaves before the new year tomorrow. If I have to say sorry to you, it's that I mix some meat into the children's meals, but the children are growing up. You won't blame me, right? Maybe she was silent for too long and said sensibly, Aunt, don't be too sad. Maybe the prince is fine. I dreamed yesterday that the prince came back. Tang Ziyan was so scared when she heard this that her hands trembled and she almost dropped the lantern in her hand into the river. Oh my God! Why didn't she think of it? What if the king of Jin is not dead? She is already a princess. Although it feels a bit cruel, I would rather die than die. How about you, your majesty? Don't come back. I don't want you to die, but you can lose your memory and delay for a few years. Just live one day at a time. Tang Jujun was about to get up when she suddenly saw a face floating across from her. That's right, it was floating, and it was the face of the king of Jin, with a face full of resentment and an unwilling look. Things seemed to be getting weirder and weirder. Tang Jujuan's legs softened, and she fell into the water with a plop. Linlin and Yanran were both panicked. Tang Jujun drank 2 sips of water and stood up directly from the river. It's okay, don't panic. The river water was not deep at all. It was just really cold to stand up, and she wanted to stay in the river. Tang Zhujun couldn't help but look at the place just now, but the face of the king of Jin disappeared. As expected, people should not do bad things. She thought about the king of Jin not coming back and immediately felt guilty and had hallucinations. Because she fell into the water, Tang Zhujun hurriedly took the two children back and changed her clothes. Linlin suddenly cried out, "Aunt, something is wrong." Tang Jian asked, "What's wrong, Linlin?" "Mother," Yanran also shouted, pointing to the bowl on the altar, "didn't you put 9 dumplings in it just now?" Because the two children were thinking about King Jin and even thinking about eating, Tang Zhuyun could only comfort them, using the table next to them as an altar and giving King Jin a portion of everything. Tang Zhuyun served King Jin 9 dumplings for the dumplings they ate tonight. She didn't know it herself, but Yanran and Linlin counted them, and Yanran still thought it was too little, thinking that her father was not full. Tang Zhuyun fooled her. 9 lives are countless, so 9 represents countless. The lovely Yanran was really fooled by her. But when they went to release a river lantern and came back, the dumplings became 8. Tang Zhuyun's heart trembled. She was a good materialistic young man. Why was she so frightened at every turn? And strange thoughts flashed through her mind. It was really wrong. But who can come into this room? Who comes in and only eats a dumpling? Is it my father who has come back? Yanran's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked up and around.
Tang Zhuzun.
Please stop scaring me, okay? But Yanran said with great joy, "Did your father come back and eat the dumplings?" Tang Zhujun, "That's absolutely impossible. Your father is obviously a glutton. If the Prince of Jin came back to eat, how could he only eat one?" She couldn't help but think of the first time the Prince of Jin came to her house for dinner. She deliberately teased him and made him hungry. Now think about it. If I knew that he was not a bad person, if I knew that he would die young, I would give him an extra bowl of rice. Thinking of this, Tang Zhujun was not so scared. She guessed that maybe an unruly servant came in and secretly tasted one, or it was taken away by some beast. But in this case, Yanran thought that the Prince of Jin ate it, so it must be the Prince of Jin. Song Jingyang was lying on the roof with the Prince of Jin, and suddenly saw his own prince jumping away with his mouth covered, and followed him in a panic. "Prince, you are not poisoned. Is there poison in the dumplings?" Then the Prince of Jin sneezed twice violently. Song Jingyang heaved a sigh of relief. "You must have caught a cold. I'll go steal some medicine for you." The princess medicine is very effective, really. King Jin looked down at him coldly. "Song Jingyang, my subordinate, did I say something wrong? In the palace, everything is taken, not stolen, by this king. Song Jingyang, why are you still quibbling about words? If you have the guts, go get it openly. What's the point of pretending to be dead?" He is now afraid to face Tang Zhujun, always afraid that he'll be exposed. If this is the case, it is better to keep it secret from him. King Jin was too lazy to pay attention to him and said, "Where are the river lanterns? Go and see if they have been taken back."
Yes.
King Jin looked at the dim light in the yard. He sneezed. It must be that Tang Zhuzi had made up a story about him in her mind again. When he saw the river lanterns brought back by Song Jingyang and Tang Zhujun's cartoons, he was furious again. Song Jingyang was still muttering, "What does this mean? How come it's like a row of people standing and peeing?" "King Jin, you step back. Don't follow me anymore." Song Jingyang. "Ah?" She looks confused, but she's actually very smart. "If you reveal the truth to me, you'll be punished." "Yes," Song Jingyang said, thinking that Tang Zhujun would definitely not find out. Who would have thought that someone would play dead for fun? Especially during the Chinese New Year. How wicked. Xiaoer told him at night that the chili water trick was too poisonous. When she couldn't cry, she changed her method now. As long as she thought about the fact that everyone else was eating fish and meat during the Chinese New Year, but they could only eat vegetarian food, tears would come pouring down. King Jin gritted his teeth and tore off the paper strips on the river lanterns and put them away. These are all evidence of guilt. When he comes alive, he will throw them in front of her and see how she will argue. King Jin thought about it and went to Rongma's courtyard again. Nanny Rong hurriedly stood up to greet him and said, "Your Highness, you must be hungry. I have saved some food for you." The king of Jin sat down to eat and asked her, "Nanny, why did the emperor suddenly make her the princess?" Nanny Rong said lovingly, "Isn't it because your highness likes her?" The king of Jin, "I think it's still Nanny who likes her. I do like the princess. She reminds me of the time when I served the young lady. Actually, the young lady was also very lively. But later she met the man who became her doom, and she turned from a pearl into a fisheye." The king of Jin lowered his head to eat and said nothing more. Nanny Rong tried to probe, "Your highness is also happy, right?" "No," said the king of Jin. "Then at least he has no objection, right?" Nanny Rong looked at him expectantly. The king of Jin clenched his chopsticks. Nanny Rong did not expect him to answer. She knew what kind of character the king of Jin was after watching the child grow up. "Your highness, revenge is important. But the girl's spirit in heaven would definitely want to see you live a happy life." After a while, the king of Jin said, "New Year's Eve is coming. I will go to Daxiango Temple to see my mother tomorrow. Do you want to go?" "I won't go tomorrow. I will wait until New Year's Eve to accompany the girl to celebrate the new year. The princess asked me to go to her early tomorrow morning." "What for?" "I don't know, but you will know when you go tomorrow. Your highness, please eat more. This is sent by the princess to me. You can see that others don't take me seriously now, but the princess treats me more intimately than when you were here." The king of Jin, "Then I should die?" "But this meal seems to be her craftsmanship, but without meat, it is not as delicious as before." Even so, the king of Jin swept away the food. Today he tasted the dumplings she made. Don't think he doesn't know that she secretly added animal oil and mincemeat to them. But it was really delicious. If he hadn't wanted to follow her to see what she was going to do, he should have finished it. After eating at Nanny Rong's place, Prince Jin went to Song Jingyang's place to rest. If he didn't need someone to take care of him, he would never tell that fool. But since Tang Zhujun had something to do tomorrow, he would not go to Daxiango Temple for the time being and would wait until the day after tomorrow. Prince Jin had already laid down, and Song Jingyang was still muttering beside him. "Your Highness, do you think you have one now? Do you plan to leave after the new year?" Prince Jin closed his eyes slightly, yes. He had to leave Beijing. Song Jingyang said again, "Then, why don't you tell the princess the truth? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a bit unkind?" Prince Jin sneered. "She doesn't want to know the truth. If she knew it later, she could still jump around for a few more days and dream of becoming a widow. Now that she knew, she was afraid that she would not have a good new year. How could Tang Zhujun like him? What she liked was the protection that the title of princess could give her. She didn't want to deal with him, and the king of Jin saw all this clearly. But for some reason, he should have been very angry, but he couldn't get angry, and instead had a teasing heart. The king of Jin felt that he seemed to be sick. He had a princess for no reason, and he hated being manipulated in his marriage, but it turned out to be just as Rongma said. When he thought that the person was Tang Zhuzi, he didn't seem to have any rebellious thoughts, but instead had a lot of expectations. Later, when he saw her plotting against the seventh prince, the king of Jin felt very relieved. He knew that she was not at a disadvantage, but he couldn't help thinking that she was helping him to vent his anger. He couldn't think about it anymore, and if he thought about it anymore, the king of Jin felt that he was already terminally ill. "Song Jingyang, Song Jingyang." Xiaoer's voice rang out, especially loud in the dark night. Song Jingyang was flustered. "My lord, Xiaoer is here." "She's here. What's wrong with you?" The king of Jin glanced at him. He was flustered and looked like a loser. Because he was not interested in women, the people close to him were all bachelors, so now he treated a maid as a treasure. "Your Majesty, you are influencing your subordinates here. Why don't you hide first?" Song Jingyang adjusted his hair and clothes. Prince Jin did not move. Song Jingyang could only rush out to greet him. He said with a red face, "Xiaoer, has your mother agreed to our relationship?" "Xiaoer, what are you thinking about? I really want to slap you in the face. Although the prince is not a good person, he is still your real master." He just died a few days ago, and you're thinking about all kinds of things with good intentions? You are not as good as our girl. No. The princess is good to the prince. Song Jingyang. Prince, you are really delaying things. I think you are unreliable. Don't ask about our relationship.
It won't work if you ask. Shower said.
Song Jingyang. No, listen to my explanation. Nothing to say. The princess asked you to prepare 100 guards. They should be tall, young and strong tomorrow morning in the princess's yard. Xiaoer said crisply. Did you hear clearly? 100 guards? Song Jingyang was stunned. What are you going to do? Tall, young and strong. The princess is going to hold a beauty contest. He couldn't imagine the face of the Prince of Jin now and said, Xiaoer, this won't do. Go back and tell the queen that the rules of the palace do not allow outsiders to enter the second courtyard. The palace still has rules? Xiaoer rolled her eyes and said, Stop talking nonsense. Just be honest and obedient. No. What exactly does the princess want to do? What does it have to do with you? Xiaoer said, I asked you to find someone quickly. Song Jingyang went back to see the Prince of Jin bitterly. Your Highness, what do you think of this? The voice of the Prince of Jin was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. Do as she said. He vaguely guessed her intention. With her character that could not tolerate any sand in her eyes, he already felt strange that she could endure it until now. He was now looking forward to seeing her performance tomorrow. Since Tang Zhujun appeared in front of him, shock and surprise always came together. The next morning, Tang Zhujun had someone move a chair out and sat in the corridor with a fox fur coat, drinking hot tea slowly. Lin Lin and Yanran stood beside her. Rong Ma stood behind her. Xiaoer stood on the steps, looking angrily at the servants in front of her who were whispering and pushing each other. Tang Zhujun raised her eyelids. Where's the housekeeper? The housekeeper stood up and saluted her. Where is the family roster? The housekeeper had been notified yesterday, so he hurried to present the roster. Tang Zhujun flipped through it casually, then threw it aside. I'm too lazy to look at it, housekeeper, you tell me. Although it was midwinter, sweat still broke out on the housekeeper's forehead. Everyone said that this new princess was easy to serve, but people who could rise to the top overnight were never just lucky. What's more, she beat up the seventh prince, took advantage of everything, and got the position of princess. The housekeeper said, the prince doesn't like too many people, so there are only 283 people in the palace, including 212 dead indentures and 71 living indentures. Now count for me. How many are here? Your Majesty, they are here. More than 220 people are here. Tang Zhujun said with a smile. What did I tell you? The housekeeper wiped his sweat. You must come. No absence. Then those who are absent now either have poor hearing or poor brains, and the prince's palace can't keep them. Tang Zhujun sneered. Those who didn't come one by one will be sold to the mines as coolies. Your Majesty. The housekeeper was shocked. Others didn't dare to speak anymore, lower their heads, and were more obedient than each other. Tang Zhujun. Why, housekeeper, do you think that this princess can't make the decision? I dare not. My servant dare not. Song Jingyang, take your people to get them. Tang Zhujun raised her hand to support her temples, very leisurely. This princess has changed her mind. No one is perfect, everyone makes mistakes. Give them a chance to explain. Bring all the people to me first. Song Jingyang quickly brought the guards and brought the remaining nearly 60 people. Among them was a kitchen maid, the one who was caught stealing when Tang Zhujun entered the palace that day. She cried out to the sky, My queen, I was on duty last night and took a nap at dawn, so I missed it. I didn't mean it.
Tang Zhujun glanced at Xiaoer.
Xiaoer immediately rolled up her sleeves, stepped forward and slapped the old woman in the face, then put her hands on her hips and cursed. Who do you think you are? Why are you yelling at the queen? The queen said you did it on purpose, so you did it on purpose. Queen, I think we should sell this old woman first. Tang Zhujun nodded slightly. I think so. Song Jingyang. Drag her away. Don't let her pack anything. Don't let her say goodbye. Just sell her away. Yes. Song Jingyang waved his hand, and immediately 2 guards stepped forward and dragged away the old woman who was yelling like a pig being slaughtered. Tang Zhujun looked at the rest of the people. Come on, whoever has any difficulties, tell us now. No one answered, and the only response to her was the whistling sound of the wind. Since you don't say it, then you have no hardship. In this case, you neglected the princess and were sold out. Isn't it unfair? Someone in the crowd suddenly knelt down and cried, Princess, my daughter had a fever yesterday, so we were delayed. Tang Zhujun tilted her head and looked at Yanran. Yanran, what do you think we should do in this situation? Yanran frowned, obviously in trouble. After a while, she said, Mother, do you want to check whether what she said is true or false? Tang Zhujun said, no need. Since I said that she had to come anyway, she should crawl even if she was holding the child. What if you were in danger, and I needed her to save you now? Do you think she should be forgiven for delaying your rescue? As a captive, you should do your duty. This is not her value, but the value of this world. She can't be unconventional. She can only stand firm. She doesn't believe what the woman said at all. If they are really honest and obedient servants, then when they hear the master's call, they will come even if the sky falls. This is their duty. Take them away. Tang Zhuyun said, Princess, I and my husband and children are all in the mansion. Please have mercy. Don't worry. Tang Zhuyun smiled coldly. As long as your husband is honest and obedient, I will reward him with a new person to replace you in the future. Sleeping with your man and beating your children. You are so loyal that you deserve such an end. Take them away. After dealing with these 2 people, Tang Zhuyun clapped her hands. Forget it, it's too cold. I'm too lazy to ask one by one. Let's do as I said before. Those who didn't come today will be sold. The people below immediately knelt down, and they didn't dare to find any excuses. They just kowtowed and begged her to show mercy. This princess is not easy to mess with. They have all misjudged her. Tang Zhujun raised her eyebrows. Forgive you? There must be a reason to forgive you. Let me think about it. How can I test your loyalty? Oh, I got it. I heard that the palace has lost a lot of things recently, but no one can find out who stole them. I guess it's hard to guard against thieves in the house, and you must know it much better than me. Come, let's play a game. Tang Zhujun stood up, looked down at everyone and said, Listen carefully to the rules of the game, because this is related to whether you can continue to stay in the palace or go to the mine to spend the rest of your life. The king of Jin, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but up his ears. He vaguely felt that Tang Zhujun's game would be very damaging, but it was exciting. Amid the tension of the crowd, Tang Zhujun said slowly, First of all, from now on, anyone who talks privately, makes gestures, or winks will be driven out. You can try it. She wanted to prevent these people from conspiring. Then, I'm going to tell you the formal rules. First, those of you who didn't come today will be taken to different places by the guards for questioning. You must do your best to tell the people you know who stole things. Everyone's eyes were full of surprise. Report others? This matter does not involve their own interests. Who would do it? Tang Zhujun then answered their questions. She said, You can be good people and not report anyone, but if someone reports you, then you can reserve a position in a mine. However, she smiled, but her eyes were cold. If the number of people you report is greater than the number of people who report you, then congratulations, you can still avoid that tragic fate, and at most you will just be driven out of the palace. But if you report indiscriminately, it will backfire on you, and it will be recorded that you have been reported once. Now, do you understand? Since human nature is despicable, don't blame her for using it more despicably. Prince Jin is not the kind of person who tortures his servants. He has been so angry with her so many times, but he has never owed her money in terms of monthly salary. Even if the Tang family did him wrong, he did not hold on to it but helped them. Although he did not do things so beautifully, he did it. Thinking about it carefully, she did not realize who Prince Jin was wronging. He died suddenly at the end of the year, and even if the servants were not sad, they would always have compassion. However, no, those servants who stole things, how rampant. She endured these days, just to let them be exposed more, and then deal with them, and also make plans for her future peaceful life. The guards took people down separately, and Tang Zhuyun asked Linlin, Do you think this is ungentlemanly? Aunt, I'm not that pedantic. Lin gritted his teeth. Tang Zhiyun's eyes showed satisfaction, and he touched Yanran's head and said, Remember, repaying evil with kindness, how to repay kindness. Pity for bad people is cruel to yourself. If you are in charge of the family in the future, you must never condone evil. Yanran nodded heavily. King Jin showed praise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Tang Zhiyun, who looked crazy, had such a deep understanding of human nature and could come up with such a brilliant idea. She also knew that this was a bit of a mean mind, but what reason should be given to a mean person? Okay, Tang Zhiyun stood up. The rest of the things will be handed over to Song Jingyang. After these people have been explained, the remaining people should also be explained one by one. Those who should be driven away should not be kept for the new year. The prince is not here, and the palace has no surplus food. At night, there were only 86 servants left in the palace, and the lost things were basically recovered. Tang Zhiyun was very satisfied with the result of this matter. She didn't like so many people at first, but when she was sleeping at night, a supernatural thing happened, which made her feel uneasy. She clearly remembered that the book on the desk was open before she went to bed, and she pressed it with a paperweight, so it couldn't be closed by the wind. But when she woke up early the next morning, the pages of the book were closed. When asked Xiaoer said that she didn't touch it at all. The two children were still sleeping, but they would not get up in the middle of the night to touch her books. Tang Zhiyun thought of the previous haunted incident and began to feel guilty. She was an atheist, but if things like time travel could happen, what else was impossible? Could it be that the prince really died with his eyes open? While the two children were still asleep, Tang Zhiyun went to the morning hall, sat cross-legged on the futon, threw paper money into the brazier and muttered, Your Highness, if you are really unwilling to give up, then go find the person who hurt you. What can I do? You see, I don't have any extramarital affairs, I don't abuse the children, and I help you manage this messy palace, right? These are nothing, and they are in line with her usual style. Prince Jean listened behind a curtain without even raising his eyelids. She didn't have extramarital affairs, isn't it, because she wanted to walk around with a chastity arch? These were her exact words to Xiaoer. She didn't abuse the children, isn't it, because she wanted to take Yanran for herself, saying that she would be satisfied in her life with both a son and a daughter? These were her exact words to Xiaoer. Manage the palace? Isn't it, because she is afraid of trouble in the future? 3 consecutive words from her and Xiaoer. However, the next words surprised Prince Jean. Because Tang Zhiyun said, Your Highness, if you are not dead, please don't act like a ghost and scare people, okay? The king of Jin could hardly stand, suspecting that he had been discovered by her. Tang Zhiyun muttered, It is said that good people don't live long, and evil people will live 1,000 years. So, he isn't evil in her eyes? The king of Jin's heart twisted again. You are not a good person, but you are not an evil either. You should live to be 60 or 70 years old. This sounds like a human word. Besides, aren't you very powerful? Can't you sweep a field 18-0? Aren't you good at swimming? How can you die so easily? After Tang Zhiyun muttered, her voice suddenly became higher. Your Highness, I saw you. The king of Jin was startled, but his feet did not move. He did not move, but Xiaoer rushed in. Where is the prince? Did the prince show up? Don't be afraid, girl. I brought a peachwood sword. Let me do it. She was anxious and called the girl again. After saying that, without waiting for Tang Zhiyun to react, Xiaoer had already danced around the room with the broken peachwood sword she bought for 10 cents, muttering to herself, I'll chop you to death, you evil little ghost. King Jin was caught off guard by her. He watched the curtain in front of him being lifted, revealing Xiaoer's face that was distorted with surprise and Tang Zhiyun's open mouth. Ghost, he has no shadow. Xiaoer shouted and was knocked unconscious by King Jin's palm. King Jin, idiot. This morning hall is not open air. There are no shadows on anything. Where does a shadow come from? Tang Zhiyun was stunned. Has her mouth been blessed? She just had a sudden thought yesterday, thinking that she would be miserable if King Jin didn't die. Today, she came to test and mutter, and King Jean came back to life? Where has this dog man been these days? Now he appears in the morning hall. Is he really hiding in the coffin? She looked at the approaching Prince Jean and asked stutteringly, Your Highness, you just crawled out? Prince Jean almost fell over. King Jean stretched out his hand to Tang Jujun. I just crawled out. It's very cold down there. Your hands are still cold. Try to touch it. Tang Jujun took 2 steps back and said angrily, Is it fun to scare people so early in the morning, Your Highness? She couldn't help but look at Xiaoer, who fell to the ground. She won't die. King Jean looked disgusted. Tang Jujun. Song Jingyang. Song Jingyang. This lackey. Why didn't he show up at the critical moment? Shut up. King Jean said angrily. I can't see anyone yet.
Tang Jujun.
Your Highness, you are not kind. Either you are really dead, or you are not dead. Is it fun to pretend to be dead? It's really unvirtuous to make people feel upset during the new year. King Jean gritted his teeth and said, Then tell me, do you hope that I am really dead or not? Of course. I am not dead. It's New Year's Day. Who can curse someone to death? Isn't that asking for trouble? Besides, the person is not dead. If he is saying that he wants to die now, can he be killed now? It is not like killing a chicken. Of course I hope that the prince will live 100 years. Tang Jujun muttered, but look at what you did. I won't say anything. You can cry if you want, but Yanran is so sad. And Rong Mama. No, Rong Mama is not that sad. Before, she thought that Rong Mama hid her sadness in her heart and forced herself to support herself. Now that she thinks about it, she is really stupid. Looking at her expression, the King of Jean knew that she had figured it out and praised her in his heart. Her brain is still good enough. However, he did not mean to forgive her and sneered. Shouldn't you be sad now?
Sad?
Aren't you back, Prince? Is this a last gasp and do you have to continue to die? I am back, and your chastity archway has gone down the drain. Don't you feel sad? Not sad. How could it be possible? Not only sad, but all my internal organs hurt. Tang Jujun endured the great pain and said in a servile manner, I am equally happy whether you are alive or dead. You will live in my heart forever. Prince Jean, say it again. No, you scared me. I mean, it is better for you to be alive than dead. Yanran at least has a father. Aren't you always sharp-tongued? Why is this the only benefit of my being alive? Can he live with her because of Yanran? Tang Jujun lied with his eyes open. There are too many benefits, and I can't finish talking about them even if I talk for 3 days and 3 nights. But you see, it will be bad if people see you pretending to be dead, so you'd better hide quickly? She wanted to be quiet. She wanted to go back and digest the bad news that Prince Jean was not dead. Within 3 days, she really couldn't recover. All her plans for the future were disrupted, and her expectations for the future turned into uneasiness. Now she is a princess, and she and Prince Jean are on the same boat. Song Jingyang came and saw Xiaoer lying on the ground, and she panicked. She was knocked unconscious by your prince. You carry her back first. Tang Juyun said. Song Jingyang looked at Prince Jean with a resentful look in his eyes, and carried Xiaoer away horizontally. Tang Juyun. Look, even lackeys know how to carry a woman. If it was Prince Jean, he would have carried the person away like a sack, right? Prince, if everything is all right, let's each do our own job. You lie down in the coffin, and I'll leave. Each do our own job. Hide yourself, I'm leaving. After being a ghost for a few days, you can't understand human words? Pretending. Leave? Prince Jean narrowed his eyes and stared at Tang Juyun, not missing any changes in her expression. Leaving now? Tang Juyun was stunned. Does the prince want me to stay? A love story between a human and a ghost? And you want to ask me what happened? Tang Jujun sighed and then said, If I ask you about this, can you tell me? Instead of you racking your brains to tell lies and me wasting my feelings listening to lies, it would be better if we can save some trouble. If he wanted to tell her, he had already said it. If he didn't tell her, why should she hit a wall? Some melons can be eaten, sweet and entertaining, but some melons are poisonous melons, not to mention taking a bite. Just looking at them will make you die. Prince Jean is that poisonous melon. Your Highness, it's okay, I'm leaving. Tang Zhujun turned around and left without any reluctance. Stop. Prince Jean said, since you know my secret, I'm tighter-lipped than a dead person. Tang Zhujun vowed, I will act as if I haven't seen you today. In my heart, you died soundly and will be immortal. No. Something suddenly flashed through Tang Jian's mind. Prince, does the Emperor know that you are pretending to be dead? If the Emperor doesn't know, it would be deceiving the Emperor. Even if you come back to life, you must die immediately, which is not a waste of coffins. But it will implicate her, the princess, and even her family. The Prince of Jean said with a smile. What do you think? Well, what are you talking to him about? There's not a single truth. Tang Zuyun glared at the Prince of Jean, turned around and ran away. Whatever you want, I won't serve you anymore. She still has to go back to see if the two children are awake. The Prince of Jean. However, after Tang Zuyun went back, she thought about these things carefully and gnashed her teeth in anger. She forgot to ask about the important things just now. Did he take the ice lantern? Was it him who pretended to be a ghost and scared her into falling into the river that day? Did he eat the dumplings? Did he close the pages of the book? If it weren't for this prince, she would have to continue to look for ghosts. It's New Year's Day. Why bother making trouble? After a moment of calm, she thought about how she was now tied to the boat of the Prince of Jean, and she knew that the Prince of Jean and other princes did not get along well. She felt that the 40-meter-long sword was already on her neck, and she no longer had the intention to recognize Linlin as her own. She even thought about whether she should sever ties with her father and brother. She didn't know if this trick would work. But when she saw Yanran, she thought that she would be able to grow up healthily and happily under the care of her father in the future, and she suddenly felt that if she survived, she would be alive. At least she would be of some use. However, the two children still felt that Tang Zhujun had become depressed. Yanran didn't care about her own sadness and kept coming to comfort Tang Zhujun. Mother, don't be sad. Father may be recuperating somewhere now, and he will be back in a few years. This was what Tang Zhujun said to comfort her. Tang Zhujun felt bitter in her heart. There was no such thing as a few years, and she couldn't wait for a few days. He might be eavesdropping on them in some corner now. Linlin also said, Aunt, I'm still here. I won't leave you. I'll help you take care of my sister. If you can give birth to a younger brother or sister, I'll help you take care of them. Tang Zhujuan's eyes widened. It's Sanshui from the family at the end of our alley. It's a posthumous child. I know. Linlin said sadly. Tang Zhujun, child, you know too much. If she gives birth to a child, won't the king of Jean kill her? Tang Zhuyun explained for a long time and finally convinced the two children that she was not pregnant. After dinner, I will take you two to play spinning tops on the lake? She asked while eating. Linlin shook her head. You take Yanran with you. Dad will come to read to me today. It was near the end of the year, and Tang Baixin was on vacation. The only one who could still insist on studying at this time was probably Linlin. I also want to study with my uncle, Yanran said. Now that the Tang family is a legitimate relative of the palace, Yanran also changed her mind.
Tang Zhuyun, you.
Forget it, go if you want to. Those sorrows that had nowhere to vent, perhaps reading could make her forget them temporarily. Tang Baixin really came soon and looked at Tang Zhuyun with a very compassionate look. Tang Zhuyun, who was originally quite happy about losing her husband, is now really sad. Brother, we are all on the pirate ship. Tang Baixin hesitated to speak, and finally took the two children to the study in silence. Tang Zhuyun lay on the table and pretended to be dead. Miss? Shoa called out. Are you awake? Tang Zhujun got up to see her. No, you are the princess, Shoa said to herself. The prince is back to life. Are you okay? Tang Zhujun turned her head away. What nonsense are you talking about? You didn't see it? You didn't see the prince?
No.
Tang Zhujun said guiltily. Sure. The prince has such a dead face. You didn't see it? Tang Zhujun. Okay. You must be too tired. You have hallucinations and you accidentally fell and fainted. Xiaoer expressed great doubt. Tang Zhujun said, "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Do you want to go home and spend the New Year with your mother?" "No, my mother asked me to follow you." Xiaoer touched the back of her head that was aching slightly and said, "Did you really not see it?"
No.
Tang Zhujun said firmly. "Oh, it seems that I have been possessed by evil spirits. No, I have to go out and ask for more talismans. Where is my peachwood sword? Where is my peachwood sword? I have to go and get my money back, liar." "Tang Zhujun, you fell down, have a good rest." "Don't worry, I'm fine. If I don't go to get the money, I'm afraid the store will close tomorrow." Xiaoer got up. "I'll go find my sword first." Tang Zhujun watched her go out in a heroic and high-spirited manner, thinking silently in her heart, "Your Majesty, you wish for the best. Why don't you go to cook?" Tang Zhujun, who was holding her chin in a daze, was shocked when she heard the voice of King Jin. Looking for the sound, she saw him standing by the window with the window wide open, obviously climbing in through the window. "Your Majesty, you are so scary, so scary. This guy is not afraid of being discovered by others, so ostentatious.
I'm hungry."
Since he has appeared, he can eat the food she makes openly, and King Jin is very satisfied with this. Tang Zhujun said, "After we finish talking, I will go fry meatballs, but only vegetarian ones. There are carrot meatballs, tofu meatballs, but no meatballs, and even if there are, they will not be given to him." King Jin frowned. "Didn't you ask Xiaoer to secretly go out and buy 10 pounds of meat?
Tang Zhujun.
Is there any privacy left? I want to eat meatballs."
Tang Zhujun, okay.
"I'll ask the prince first. My river lanterns, my dumplings, my books." "Yes, the prince. All of them are the prince." The Prince of Jin was a little flustered because of hunger and just wanted to send her to cook quickly. Tang Zhujun put her hands on her waist and glared at him. "How dare you admit it so confidently? Do you still have any shame? What's wrong?"
What do you want to say?
King Jin asked knowingly. "Your Majesty is very good." Tang Zhujun gritted her teeth. If eyes could kill, King Jin would have no body left now. King Jin narrowed his eyes. "Are you trying to settle accounts with me? Come, I'll ask you, what do the ghostly symbols on the river lanterns mean? What did you mean by telling Xiaoer that being a widow is better than serving a man?"
And
"Your Highness, I've also hidden 5 pounds of mutton and a set of offal. Do you want some mutton soup? I'll make it now." King Jin snorted coldly, thinking she knew how to respect him. Tang Zhujun moved quickly, and soon brought in a large bowl of fragrant mutton soup filled with ingredients, sprinkled with coriander and chopped green onions. "This smell is really overbearing," said Tang Zhujun. "If I hadn't been so fierce before, I'm afraid someone would have come to inquire about it now. You should eat quickly, otherwise the 2 children will come back and think I ate it." King Jin drank a large bowl of steaming mutton soup like a whirlwind, and felt that his internal organs were extremely soothed. "Why aren't you surprised to see me?" King Jin asked after putting down his bowl and chopsticks. Tang Zhujun sat on a chair nearby, lowered her head and fiddled with a jade pendant on her waist, and said listlessly, "In fact, I have suspected it for a long time." "Where is the flaw?" King Jin asked with interest. He dared not say that this plan was perfect, but it was carefully calculated. Could she see the flaw? He was looking forward to her answer. "The stable." Tang Zhujun said, "I observed the palace for a few days and found that it was very messy everywhere, but the horses in the stable were taken care of especially well. This king loves horses. Could it be that Song Jingyang ordered people to take extra good care of them? Without people who can take care of the horses?" Song Jingyang cried so hard at first, and she had to remind him of things outside, and then one day he was suddenly fine. As long as there was a suspicion, it would not be difficult for her, who was at the center of it, to find the doubts. And it's rare that you can be smart for once. Tang Zhujun, "Your Highness, can you tell me whether the emperor knows the truth or not?"
Yes.
Tang Zhujun immediately put her heart back in her stomach, and the relieved look made King Jin laugh. "That's not right," Tang Zhujun suddenly said. "If the emperor knew, how could he promote me to be a princess? The emperor knew all about the mess in his previous life, didn't he? Let a woman who had given birth to a child be a princess. Is King Jean the emperor's biological child, or is she the emperor's biological child? Why did the matter reveal such an incomprehensible weirdness? King Jean said, "Then you have to ask the emperor."
Tang Jujun.
She knew that asking him might as well ask her niece. Madame Rome will go to Daxiangbo Temple tomorrow and come back the day after tomorrow. If she tells you don't ask too much, just agree. King Jean said again. Okay, you are all masters. What is there to stop her from doing? There are some things that I didn't tell you before because I didn't understand you. Jean Wang said truthfully. You don't understand me now, really. Tang Jiyun said sincerely, so you don't have to tell me in the future, really. I'm not curious at all. Jean Wang. Even if you want to distance yourself from me, it's probably too late now. Then can you be kind and let me go when you come back to life?
You can even divorce me.
There is still hope, just in case it works. I'm still waiting to entrust my orphan to you after I die. How can I let you go? Tang Jiyun. Pooh, it's New Year's Day. Why are you dying? The Prince of Jin said to himself. If I die, then as you wish. Everything in the palace will be left to you, and you can take good care of your children and be a widow.
Tang Jin.
Isn't that what I originally thought? Does this make you feel more at ease? Don't mention it, it really is. Tang Jiyun was happy. Your Highness, may you live a long life. Of course, if it really doesn't work, don't force it, it's okay to die. I will leave Beijing after the Lantern Festival.
Ah?
Do I have to go? Why? Are you reluctant to let me go? Tang Jiyun, I thought of Yanran. The Prince of Jin sneered. He knew that she would never worry about herself. You should get ready tomorrow night. As he was talking, the Prince of Jin suddenly flashed behind the screen, and then Xiao'er's voice came. Tang Jiyun breathed a sigh of relief. The Prince of Jin told her too much. She really needed time to react. Sometimes in front of these smart people, she felt like an old ox that had to regurgitate the food it ate over and over again before it could be digested. Xiao'er came in with a few talismans in her hand. Tang Jujun teased her. Why did you come back so soon? Song Jingyang went to return the Peachwood sword for me, so I bought a few talismans. Xiao'er sniffed. What's that strong smell in this room? Why does it smell like mutton? Tang Jujun, no, I don't think so. Yes, my nose is sharper than a dog's. Xiao'er said, did you eat it secretly? I saw the bowl, and it hasn't been washed yet. Tang Jujun, come on, I'll go to the kitchen to make you another bowl.
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me see where is the best place to put this talisman. We have to be careful of little ghosts. We can see ghosts in broad daylight. You can imagine how much resentment the prince must have after his death. Hey, this screen is nice. Tang Jujun grabbed her. No. Put it when you come back, so that the cat won't take the mutton away later.
Okay.
Xiao'er said, when I came back just now, I also posted a sign at the gate. The guards asked me what I was guarding against, but I was vague. If they knew that I was guarding against the return of the prince, wouldn't they beat me? Tang Jiyun, if you don't leave, the prince will jump out and beat you. I don't know what's wrong with the Prince of Jin. He almost fell into Xiao'er's hands again. Is this a case of one thing conquering another? Before the night of New Year's Eve, Tang Jiyun didn't see the Prince of Jin again. After dinner on New Year's Eve, Tang Jiyun took the two children to keep watch and taught them to play landlord with homemade cards. The two children were young after all, and they couldn't stand it, and soon they were drowsy. Tang Jiyun said, go to bed. There is no rule of staying up all night in our palace. While she can still make the decision this year, let the children go. When both of them fell asleep, Tang Jiyun covered them with a quilt. Suddenly, she heard a slight crackling sound. Looking back, she saw that the Prince of Jin had sat on a small stool next to the brazier without knowing when, peeling the chestnuts she had roasted.
Tang Jin.
How can this man be so bold? The two children just fell asleep. The implication is, what if they wake up? The King of Jin said indifferently, they've been up for so long, and now they can't wake up even if there is thunder outside. Listen to the sound of firecrackers. Don't they ring from time to time? Although the Prince of Jin's mansion was holding a funeral and there was no celebration, The death of a person was originally relatives may be sad, but others are already singing, and the whole world is celebrating. Who would remember that a prince died? Tang Jian got down from the Kong and saw that he was about to reach out for the roasted sweet potato again, and said, "Eating these on an empty stomach will make your appetite uncomfortable. The food is still warm on the kitchen stove. I will go and get it for you. I'll go by myself." Tang Jian didn't show any humility. It was dark outside, there was snow on the ground, and she was too lazy to go out. The king of Jin asked her while eating, "Is it left for me? How did you know I would come? If you don't come, just feed the cat." Tang Jian rolled her eyes. Thinking that he must be lying alone in the coffin, she felt quite pitiful, so she left some hot meals for him. Of course, she would not deliver them. She guessed that the Prince of Jin would come over to get some food. Food is the most important thing for people. After the meal, the two looked at each other in silence, feeling a little awkward. "Your Highness, are you full?"
Yes.
"Then how about you go back? Go back to your coffin and lie down." The Prince of Jin, no. Seeing his eyes on her, Tang Jujun was immediately alert. "Your Highness, I have something to say to you." "You go." "That's right, I didn't expect to be a princess, and you didn't expect it either, but I think the basis for me to be a princess is that you are gone. Since you are back, well, being a princess is no joke, so you can't force me back to the Tang mansion. How about we just make do with it?" "Make do with it? How do you make do with it?" The Prince of Jin knew that she was definitely up to something as soon as she saw her eyes rolling around. "It's me, I'm not very keen on. If you like someone, just bring her to the palace. I promise to treat them well. I won't harm your offspring, and I'll be a good housekeeper for you. I'm here for the whole palace. You can rest assured." He can't do that, so she gives him medicine. When his woman gets pregnant, she helps to protect the fetus and also helps with the delivery. From conception to birth, she can provide one-stop diamond VIP service. The only condition is don't sleep with her. "Are you not keen on, or are you not keen on me?" King Jin sneered. "Can only someone like Qing Feng make you keen?" No, your majesty, no man can do it. Only a woman can do it?" "Tang Jujun, your majesty, I'm talking to you nicely." There was nothing else. She just didn't want to fulfill her obligation to sleep with him. It's not that she is not interested in the Prince of Jin, quite the contrary. The Prince of Jin is the type of man she fantasizes about supporting when she reaches the peak of her life. But the problem is men are like toothbrushes. If someone else has used them, it's not that she can't use them, but she can't suppress the discomfort in her heart. If she had been used by someone in the past, she wouldn't have known about it and wouldn't have known about it. But if she had to use him for a long time in the future, would she be worthy of her education, if she could accept it? Some things have to adapt to local customs, but for this matter, sorry, she couldn't get over it. She admitted that she couldn't just go with the flow, so she didn't force the Prince of Jin to do anything. Could she be beautiful on her own? She gave the Prince of Jin unlimited freedom and treated him like her boss. Isn't that good? Is she so beautiful that the Prince of Jin must have her? If she thinks so, then it's raining without an umbrella, and she's out of her mind. The Prince of Jin suddenly stood up and walked towards her. Tang Jujuan's heart was pounding wildly, and she thought in a useless way that the Prince of Jin might be irritated and was planning to spend New Year's Eve with her. "My lord, I can't do this." Prince Jin approached and said to Tang Jujun, who had already imagined the 18+ rules in her mind, "Put on your clothes."
Tang Jujun?
Had she been trying to take off her clothes uncontrollably? No, she was wearing her clothes properly. She stared at Prince Jin with her big, innocent eyes. Prince Jin frowned. "Put on your clothes." "I'm wearing them." Tang Jujun said, "You definitely can't take off your clothes. I told you to put on your coat, and I'm going to take you out."
Tang Jujun, who?
On this dark and windy night, when murder and arson were going on, where would he take her? Would he have any bad intentions? It's not convenient in the palace. I have to take care of the 2 children. You see, Nanny Rong is not here, and Xiu'er is not here either. Why do you think Xiu'er is not here? Tang Jujun, is it you? King Jin was a little impatient. Of course it's me. Otherwise would it still be you? Go and get dressed. I'll take you out for a while. Go early, and come back early. If he hadn't asked Song Jingyang to lead Xiaoer to play leaf cards and specially approved 100 taels of silver for him to lose, I'm afraid he would be caught by Xiaoer again tonight. That maid is really weird. She is specifically against her, and King Jin is now convinced. Hearing that going early and coming back early means that she can still come back, Tang Zhujun breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that even if the two sides failed to reach an agreement on the negotiation, the righteousness still existed. But King Jin, did he agree or reject her request? Forget it. King Jin is obviously impatient now, so it's better not to confront him head-on. However, we must not relax in taking care of the children. Tang Zhujun said, "What about Yanran and Linlin? Huai Shang is here." When Tang Zhujun heard this, she couldn't leave anymore. Seeing that she was still not moving, the king of Jin could not help but take the pure white fox fur coat that she had put on the screen, and while he was giving it to her, he said, "Why did you choose this one?" This fox fur coat was in the warehouse, and he had seen it before. "Your Highness forgot that you are gone, and I am still in mourning." Tang Jian said, "It would be bad if we were discovered when we go out, so why not forget it?" Since the king of Jin was not dead, could Huai Shang's suspicion be cleared? But she still didn't want Huai Shang to be alone with Lin Lin. What if there was some father-son instinct, and then they found that they both had black and red moles on their bodies? Wouldn't that be the end? Besides, she always felt that Huai Shang was weird, and she was just worried. "I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of?" King of Jin said. "Are you waiting for someone to come?"
Tang Jin.
"Is Huai Shang reliable?" King of Jin sneered. "Much more reliable than you."
Tang Jin.
"Did you know that he went to visit the flower boat? He is so stingy that he might have spent public money when he went to the flower boat, did you know? Those public funds definitely could not have come from the king of Jin. Maybe he had a shameful deal with others." She wanted to talk about it but was afraid that Lin Lin's affairs would be exposed, and she was even more worried that Lin Lin would be snatched away by Huai Shang after all. He was Huai Shang's son, and under the social ethics, Lin Lin should follow Huai Shang. If that person was not Huai Shang, but a peddler farmer, she would have told the king of Jin the truth long ago. No, she still had to think about how to bring this up. The king of Jin urged her, "Put on your clothes and follow me." When Tang Zhujun followed the king of Jin out, she saw Huai Shang standing in the corridor and saluting the two of them. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Tang Zhujun, but he was very obedient. Haha, hypocritical. In fact, Huai Shang was thinking that it would be right to give him the 100 taels of silver from Song Jingyang. Song Jingyang can't lose all today. What should he do with the rest? "Oh, why didn't he get this job?" The king of Jin said to Huai Shang, "You go into the flower hall and keep watch. There will be tea and snacks. If the two children get up, just say that the princess, she..." He looked at Tang Zhujun, wanting the latter to think of a reason. Tang Zhujun looked at her nose and pretended not to see it. Just kidding, it was not her intention to go. Why did she lie? But the king of Jin did not let her go. "You say it." Tang Zhujun did not even raise her eyelids. "Just say that I went to burn paper for the prince, but I don't know where to burn it." The person was dead, and there was something to burn paper. The king of Jin glared at her and gritted his teeth and said, "Just say that." He disliked Tang Zhujun's slow walking, so he took her hand and strode out.
Tang Zhujun.
"Are you holding hands now? Open the door quickly, I want to get off." The king of Jin took her out from the back door. There was a tall and strong horse standing outside. When he saw the king of Jin coming out, he snorted and dug the ground with his front hooves, obviously very happy. Although Tang Zhujun was a horse fanatic, she also vaguely felt that this was a good horse. "This is Benlei, my favorite horse." "Benlei, this is the princess." The king of Jin stood beside Benlei, touching his head, his eyes full of pride. There was even an introduction? This man really loves horses. The king of Jin took out an oil paper bag from his sleeve, opened it, and took out something. "Reach out your hand." Tang Zhujun only saw that the thing was shiny, and under the reflection of the moonlight and snow, it seemed to flow with the color of honey. She reached out her hand in a daze, and then she felt the palm of her hand was cool and a little sticky. "Your Majesty, is this candy?"
Yeah.
So, good. Give her candy to eat? Tang Zhujun lowered her head and licked it. The king of Jin. Your Majesty, it's delicious, but it's a little big. I can't finish it. Tang Zhujun knew the principle of not hitting a smiling person and said it in a good temper. Although she didn't know why the king of Jin behaved like a human today, she cooperated. King Jin suddenly reached out and held her hand, pulling it towards him. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, then pulled her hand back. Holding hands, she could comfort herself, as the boys were helping the girls. But if they were eating the same piece of candy, he might even want to lick her hand, which would be too ambiguous. She refused. Shut up, what are you yelling about? Don't scare Ben Lei. Tang Zhujun. My at yuan %. My hand. Then she felt a warm big tongue licking her palm, itching. But it wasn't King Jin, it was Ben Lei. This way Ben Lei will recognize you in the future. King Jin said.
Tan Zuzun Belushet Instanti.
What was she doing? She had already written, directed, and performed a complete one-man show. Now she wanted to find in the ground to crawl into. But the ground was covered with snow, and there was no for her. Ben Lei happily licked the whole piece of candy, and the king of Jin handed her his handkerchief. Wipe your hands. When Tang Zhujun lowered her head to wipe her hands, she suddenly felt her waist tighten, and then she was lifted into the air and put on the horse's back. Then, a broad and solid body pressed against her back. Ji the king of Jin's low voice sounded, and only the whistling wind could be heard in her ears. Tang Zhujun, who am I, where am I, and what am I going to do? Galloping on horseback, the wind and snow were magnified many times, and Tang Zhujun could hardly open her eyes. Fortunately, the big hand on her waist was strong and firm, pinching her waist until it was almost broken, which made her believe that she could not be thrown off. When the thunder stopped, she felt that her face was frozen and her body was as stiff as a stick, unable to move. When the Prince of Jin carried her down and stepped on the ground, Tang Zhujun came back to life. She stretched out her hands to rub her face, stamped her feet, looked up at the high walls and courtyards, and said in surprise, Prince, you want to take me into the palace? In the middle of the night, this man must be sick. This is Daxiangwo Temple. The Prince of Jin said expressionlessly, leading the horse forward. Daxiangwo Temple? The only thing Tang Zhujun could think of was that her biological mother's tablet was stored here. Didn't she meet the Emperor here last time? The Emperor? Could the Emperor be in there too? No, this is the new year. The Emperor should be staying in the palace with his family of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. It's very lively. The surrounding pines and cypresses are lush, and the air is faintly filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. It is solemn and majestic. It is really the Daxiangwo Temple. Why did the king of Jin bring her here? With this question in mind, Tang Zhujun followed him nervously, wandering around, and finally arrived in front of a small courtyard before she was dizzy. The king of Jin first led Ben Lei to the wing room, then pushed open the main door and said to Tang Zhujun, Come in. Tang Zhujun followed him in with doubts. For some reason, she always felt that the wind was gloomy and the king of Jin didn't want to do anything good. There was a candle in the room, and when she went in, there was a heavy black altar, on which were incense, candles, and tributes, and there seemed to be a tablet behind it. Why do I say seem? Because it was covered with a red cloth, and I couldn't see what it was. Tang Zhujun wanted to roll her eyes. He really thinks too highly of her. Even if he shows it to her directly, there is no guarantee that she can recognize the words on it. Many of the names are very obscure, and it is really difficult for her to recognize them. There were 2 cushions placed side by side on the ground. Prince Jin said, Kneel down. Tang Zhujun was just about to express her indignation at his domineering attitude and was thinking about how to refuse when she saw Prince Jin had lifted up his robe and knelt down first.
Tang Zuzun.
She also knelt down and couldn't help wondering, is this a wedding? She lowered her head and stared at her knees, and then she heard Prince Jin say, Mother, I have brought my daughter-in-law to see you. Tang Zhujun had a bitter face. It was over, it was over. How could she be worthy of knowing Prince Jin's secrets? The more she knew, the faster she would die. She wanted to run away, but Prince Jean would kill her. Why did Prince Jean bring her here? To comfort the spirit of her biological mother in heaven? But the two of them have nothing except their status. Prince, you even lied to your deceased mother. Aren't you afraid that your mother will crawl out in the middle of the night and beat you to death for being an unfilial son? The king of Jean was also a dull boy in front of his mother's tablet. After saying this, he was silent and then kowtowed 3 times. Tang Zhujun also kowtowed 3 times. The king of Jean suddenly turned his head and looked at the miserable Tang Zhujun. Why, you don't want to? Tang Zhujun. How dare she? No, that's right. Even if you brought me here, I didn't prepare any gifts. Incense, candles, paper money. I was afraid of being impolite. Really? Now she is very afraid of ghosts and gods, and she must burn paper properly. The king of Jean ignored her. Did he believe it? He stood up, and Tang Zhujun stood up with him. The door was suddenly pushed open with a creak. Tang Zhujun looked back and saw Rong Mama coming in with 2 cups of tea. Princess.
Rong Mama knelt down to salute.
Rong Mama was there too? After she put down the tray, she looked at the tablet and said, "The young lady has waited for so many years, and finally the princess has come." Tang Zhujun felt a chill all over her body. Although she knew that perhaps this was because Rong Mama was loyal to her old master and treated death as life, she still couldn't help feeling a little terrified. She was worried that she would reveal her true emotions and be disrespectful to Rong Mama, so she turned her head to look at the direction of the tablet. As a result, she watched the wind blowing in through the hall and blowing the red cloth on the tablet off. Blown off. Tang Zhujun turned her head back at lightning speed. She didn't see it. She really didn't see that the tablet said "My late mother Xiao." Really? She swore to the lamp that she didn't see it. "Your Majesty, I'm really blind." Then she heard the king of Jean ask sinisterly, "Did you see it?"
No.
Tang Zhujun said, "What did you see?" If she saw it, would her eyes be dug out and her tongue pulled out? Tang Zhujun was already beginning to panic. "Your Highness, as you know, I can't read very well." "Ux, you still remember it, right?" "Prince Jean, let me ask you again. You really don't know it?" Tang Zhujun almost shook her head off. "No, I really don't know it." If she knew it, her life would be in danger. Who would dare to know it? Aunt Rong smiled bitterly and said, "Princess, you misunderstood originally. After returning home, copy the 100 family names 100 times." Prince Jean said coldly, "Tang Juin." Then the king of Jean lifted her chin with a hand that could remove someone's chin at any time, forced her to look in the direction of the tablet, and said word by word, "My late mother, Xiao." Tang Zhuyan, am I going to die? King of Jean, it's not too late to die after copying the 100 family names. Madame Rong wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "Miss, if you could see such a happy enemy, you would be so happy." King of Jean and Tang Zhuyan both showed disdain for each other in their eyes. Who is a happy enemy with him? Her?
Xiao.
This surname is a bit familiar. In a flash, Tang Zhuyan suddenly remembered that at the second flower viewing banquet at the Grand Princess's mansion, someone was hesitant to speak and said halfway that Yanran looked like Xiao. She understood. "My lord, does Yanran look like her grandmother?" King of Jin's eyes were obviously a little complicated. Madame Rong was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head. Tang Zhujun, did she guess right or wrong? If she guessed right, then Xiao is a noble lady in the capital and many people know her. How come there is news about the unknown biological mother of Prince Jean? Oh my god, please spare her. An ordinary person with a barely passing IQ. She can't figure it out. Rong Ma said, "Princess, don't panic. I originally wanted to let you know the truth today, so I covered the tablet lightly. I thought that the prince would personally open it to show you, but I didn't expect that Qingfeng got there first." "Qingfeng, did you sneeze?" The faces of Prince Jean and Tang Zhujun were strange. "Since you are already a princess, you have to be more considerate of the prince in many things in the future," Rong Ma said. "Who is considerate of her? They are all first-time human beings. Who owes whom?" But Rong Ma has always been good to her, and judging from the values here, there is nothing wrong with what she said, so Tang Zhujun didn't say anything. The prince has suffered so much, Mammy, you should go to bed early. The Prince of Jin obviously did not want to play the victim, so he interrupted her. Mammy Rong nodded. Okay, I'm old, I've talked too much. Please forgive me, princess. Tang Zhujun said a few polite words, then looked at the Prince of Jin. The Prince of Jin said, Mammy, if there is nothing else, I will take her back first. The two children are still in the mansion. Wait, Mammy Rong walked quickly to the box in the corner. Nanny Rong rummaged through the boxes for a while, and with some difficulty, she took out a palm-sized brocade box from the bottom and walked towards Tang Zhujun with a smile. However, the Prince of Jin had already recognized what it was and said, Nanny. Nanny Rong opened the brocade box, and on the black velvet surface was a red coral bracelet, which was bright and dazzling. It turned out that there was such a pure red color, and a country bumpkin like Tang Zhujun was deeply amazed. The beads were of uniform size, and there were only a few ornaments in the middle, which were also made of the same material, but they were carved into the shape of a sword, and looked like tassels from a distance. This is what the girl left for you. Nanny Rong's eyes seemed to have thousands of emotions, longing, pain, relief. The girl said that if the prince met a girl he liked, he would give this bracelet to her. Tang Zhujun immediately put her hands behind her back. Nanny Rong would not give it to her. That would be a huge misunderstanding. She looked at the Prince of Jin for help, although the thing was good. It was hot, and it was not hers, so she didn't want it. Prince Jin did not disappoint her. His Adam's apple moved, and he finally spoke. Mammy, please keep it. It is something left by mother. Please cherish it. Yes. Tang Zhujun agreed repeatedly, fearing that she would be given a gift. But Mammy Rong stuffed the brocade box into her hands without saying anything. She looked at her and then at Prince Jin and said, The prince is a dull person. He will not say it even if he likes it. Today I, the old servant, will make the decision on behalf of the young lady and give this bracelet to you. Tang Zhujun's eyes widened. Prince Jin did not express his feelings, but Mammy Rong did? Is she really a friend of the middle-aged and elderly like in her previous life? When she was in the hospital, because she was raised by her grandmother, she paid special attention to the elderly when she saw them, and thus won the love of many elderly people. 2 lives cannot change her magnetic field.
No.
Mammy Rong, I can't accept this thing. Mammy Rong looked at Prince Jin, her eyes gentle and firm. The Prince of Jin said calmly, In that case, you should accept it. Tang Zhujun, no, Aunt Rong, don't get me wrong. I don't accept it not because the prince doesn't allow it, but because I can't accept it. Just thinking about how to refuse, I heard Aunt Rong say, Princess, just keep it, but you can't wear it out.
Tang Zhujun? Why?
Is it a taboo in the Shao family? Is it because of the Prince of Jin's biological mother? Her jewelry back then can't see the light of day again? The Prince of Jin said, Just keep it. Tang Zhujun thought about it and said, Then let's do this. I'll keep it temporarily, and give it to Yanran when she grows up or gets married. It's just to keep it in her hands for a while. She won't embezzle it, and she doesn't want to be the person the Prince of Jin likes. She doesn't deserve it, really. Sparrows don't want to go to the sky. Sparrows just want to chirp and live their lives. Aunt Rong was hesitant to speak. The King of Jin said, That's it. Just as he was about to leave, the gate of the courtyard was suddenly knocked, and then a bald little monk who looked about 5 or 6 years old came in, saying that Master Han Zhen invited Tang Zhuyan to come over and sit. Just invite me? Tang Zhuyan looked at the little monk and wanted to touch his little bald head very much. The little monk nodded. The abbot said that only you are invited to come over. Really straightforward. The prince didn't care. She liked it. Her father and Master Han Zhen were also quite good friends, so this face had to be given. The King of Jin said, In that case you go first. Tang Zhuyan followed the little monk out, took candy from her purse for him to eat, and he was so happy that his teeth were not visible. And Tang Zhuyan, as she wished, touched the round little bald head, and it felt really good. Tang Zhuyan entered the meditation room of Master Han Zhen, who was sitting on a cushion, turning the rosary beads and closing his eyes to chant. She stood there stupidly waiting, secretly looking around. This meditation room was really too simple. There were so few things in it. If she didn't stare at the futon, she could only look at the wall. The wall was so bare that her eyes would slip. Fortunately, she didn't feel embarrassed for long. Master Hanjen quickly opened his eyes, looked kind, and said in a casual manner, "Please sit down, princess." A young monk brought tea, and Master Hanjen said please to Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun picked up the teacup and drank half a cup of tea. "Princess, do you think this tea is good?" Master Hanjen smiled.
Tang Zhujun, well.
"Can you tell the truth?" This master was really kind, just like the bald security guard who watched the gate when she was in elementary school. He could never get nervous. Master Hanjen smiled and nodded. "To be honest, I can't taste the difference." Tang Zhujun said embarrassedly, "No matter how good the tea is, it's like a cow chewing a peony for me to drink." Master Hanjen smiled even more. "Your Highness the Princess is really a person of temperament." Tang Zhujun, "Thank you very much." "Master, you're looking for me. Is there something wrong?" If she didn't say it, she would always be worried. "Nothing. I just feel that the princess is a predestined person, and I want to invite you for a cup of tea." Tang Zhujun, if you put it that way, I don't know how to respond. Master Hanjen actually laughed out loud and took out a string of Buddhist beads from somewhere and handed it to her, to bid farewell to the old and usher in the new. "Princess, take it and play with it." Tang Zhujun took it with both hands and asked guiltily, "Master, is this expensive?" Master Hanjen smiled and said, "It's just an ordinary piece of wood, not expensive." "Then I will accept it with confidence. Thank you." Tang Zhujun smiled. "I didn't know I would come here in advance, and I didn't prepare anything for you. This bag of candy is for you to try, or you can keep it for the little monk." She took the candy from her purse and poured it on the table with a smile. "Try it, it's really delicious. I made it myself." Tang Zhujun put the Buddhist beads on her wrist. "I'll have someone send you vegetarian food someday. Thank you." In modern times, wouldn't the rich and famous be eager to get such Buddhist beads blessed by a great monk? She didn't pay anything, but people took the initiative to give them to her. Didn't she pick up a gold ingot? Master Hanjen smiled and said, "Thank you, princess. You are blessed with long-lasting blessings and are a very lucky person." Who doesn't want to hear good words during the new year? Tang Zhujun said, "Master, I wish you be healthy, enjoy everything you eat, and live 100 years. The wrinkles at the corners of Master Hongen's eyes were all smiling, making him look more tolerant. At the same time, Aunt Rong was also talking to Prince Jean. "Your Highness, you won't blame me for taking the initiative to give the bracelet to the princess, will you?"
"No."
Prince Jean said. He had never thought about women, but Tang Zhujun stumbled in front of him, and they were tied together by mistake. If there must be a woman, then just go with the flow. It's her. "My lord," Rong Mama smiled. "You treat the princess differently." She originally thought that the king of Jean would deny it, but unexpectedly, the latter nodded. She is indeed different. Rong Mama was overjoyed. Has she finally waited for the iron tree to bloom? "Girl, you can rest assured. Tang Zhujun wants to be a widow. Are there any other women in the world who think this way? I have never seen any woman who is as responsible as her." Prince Jean said lightly. Nanny Rong was even happier. "Your Highness, you finally see the good points of the princess. With the previous situation in the palace, if it were someone else, I really can't imagine how chaotic it would be." Prince Jean said he didn't want to talk. Tang Zhujun is indeed good, responsible, and able to take on things, but she thinks he is a hindrance, so how can she be happy? Nanny Rong also told him to be nicer to Tang Zhujun, saying that it is rare to meet such a person, and there is probably only one chance in a lifetime, so he must seize it and make Tang Zhujun happy. Then can he die? "Nanny, she's back." Prince Jean heard the footsteps of Tang Zhujun. Nanny Rong didn't say anything. Tang Zhujun came in, smiling, and took the initiative to explain. "The master invited me to tea and gave me a string of Buddhist beads." She raised her wrist and proudly shook the inconspicuous Buddhist beads. "Is it because I have a deep affinity with Buddhism?" Tang Zhujun laughed as she spoke. "I have to go back and ask my father if he has a very good relationship with Master Hanjen. Otherwise, The master would not give her something for no reason. In this world, how can there be love and hate without reason? Is she beautiful? She was busy looking at the words on the Buddhist beads and missed the complexity that flashed across Aunt Rong's eyes. The king of Jin said, "Let's go. It's time to go back." Tang Jian said, "What about Aunt Rong?" Aunt Rong smiled and said, "After daybreak, the mansion will send a carriage to pick up this old captive. Don't worry." Tang Jian said, "Well, it's Lin Lin's birthday on the first day of the first lunar month. You come back to make it lively. There's no one else. It's all because of this dead man next to him. Lin Lin can't have a good birthday. He wants to bite people when he thinks about it. He pretended to be dead for no reason, so forget it, he was lenient during the New Year. If it was normal times, he would be sprayed to death." Aunt Rong sent the two out. Tang Jian was pinched by the waist felt by the king of Jin again, just like when she came. So when Huaishang heard the noise and came out, he saw Tang Jian rubbing his waist and complaining, "Your Majesty, can you be a little more gentle? My waist is almost broken." If he wasn't a prince, he would be so rude and destined to be alone. Huaishang's face flushed slightly. The princess sometimes really spoke too much, and he was still here. "Tang Zhujun, is the child awake?"
No.
Huaishang said hurriedly. It's okay. Tang Zhujun breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and said to King Jin, "You should leave quickly, and be careful next time you come. Don't be discovered." "I'm so tired. I need to sleep for a while." Huaishang inexplicably felt that the princess had returned from an affair. He lowered his head and dared not speak. Tang Zhujun went back and fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept. She was thinking about Lin Lin's birthday, and it was time to get up and prepare food. Now she was a vegetarian, and it would be a great test of her cooking skills to cook a table of satisfactory dishes, so she silently fought against the lazy guy. "Brother, mother hasn't woken up yet?" Yanran looked at the curtains on the bed, and then at the bright sky. Linlin said, "Every festival makes people miss their relatives. Auntie is missing the prince." Maybe she tossed and turned and finally fell asleep. "Let's keep quiet." Yanran said sadly, "I miss my father too. I dreamed last night that my father and mother were together. They were riding a horse." Tang Zhujun was frightened and lost all sleep. "Oh my God, how can this child be so amazing?"
"I'm awake,"
she shouted, and then found that she couldn't open her eyes. She opened her eyes with great effort, and then with the keenness of a doctor, she found that she seemed to be allergic. That's right, she was severely allergic, and her eyes became a slit. Although she thought she was a good doctor, she really couldn't find out the allergens for a while. Could it be an allergy to the cold air? It can't be that severe. I touched a lot of things in Daxiangwo Temple yesterday. It's hard to say what the allergy is. None of these are important. Except for being a little stuffy, this is not a big problem. Tang Zhujun got up to prepare medicine for herself. But her appearance scared the two children. She explained that she was sick, but the two children didn't believe it. They firmly believed that Tang Zhuyun cried her eyes out in the middle of the night because she missed the king of Jin.
Tang Juin.
If she said that she cried her eyes out because the king of Jin was alive, it would be more believable. Because they thought she was in a bad mood, the two children were cautious, which made Tang Jian laugh and cry. Fortunately, she quickly prepared the medicine, and her eyes gradually became less swollen. Although it was the first day of the first lunar month, because of the mourning for the king of Jin, the entire king of Jin's mansion was quiet. No one came to pay New Year's greetings, and they didn't need to go out. Tang Jian asked Song Jingyang, "Did anyone come to the mansion during the New Year before?" Song Jingyang said confidently, "No, no one walked around the palace."
Tang Juin.
"Oh, so proud. Your prince is great."
Xuer was sitting aside picking vegetables.
Hearing this, she yawned and said, "It's not as good as our Tang family. The people who come to pay New Year's greetings and kowtow during the New Year can kneel in the street." That was the highlight of Tang Mingfan's year. Tang Zhujun recalled a saying, "What a person has done, the people remember it in their hearts." It was a pity that she entered the palace in the first year after she traveled through time and could not witness it with her own eyes, and tears welled up in her eyes again.
How can we compare?
My father has the best popularity, and the prince has the worst popularity. If we compare, you should compare with someone who is about the same.
Tàn du dun mu tơ.
That's right.
Siwa yao na lekin.
Tang Zhujun stir-fried the vegetarian chicken and smiled. Didn't you go to bed early last night?
How could that be?
I didn't sleep all night. I won 200 taels of silver from Song Jingyang. I put it in the drawer of your dressing table.
Please keep it for me.
Shower said. Song Jingyang laughed.
Tàn du dun.
You really dare to win. Silly girl. Aren't you afraid of losing yourself? Shower said, it only costs 50 taels to buy a good maid. Someone like me may not be worth 30 taels. He will lose anyway.
Tàn du dun lau ghét.
Song Jingyang. Then I'll give you another 30 taels. Will you sell it? You wishful thinking. Don't you see? I'm the only maidservant beside the princess now. How can my worth be the same? Huaishang walked to the door at some point and said faintly, You also gave me 100 taels of silver? Song Jingyang. It's okay, just 100 taels of silver. Now he doesn't have to pay for meals, he's making a fortune. Huaishang felt balanced. But think about it again. It's been more than 6 years since he gave me 100 taels of silver. How much interest is there? Besides, this is the cost of marrying a wife for Song Jingyang. What about him? He didn't sleep. Tang Zhujun calmly asked, Huaishang, how old are you this year? You see Song Jingyang has found a wife. How about you? Huaishang, my queen, I'm 23 this year. My mother told me to find one myself. Where can I find one?
Tàn du dun.
The character setting is wrong. Song Jingyang gloated. He is too stingy. Auntie said that she can't waste other girls. Let Huaishang find one by himself. If he can find one, he can find one. If he can't find one, he will be single. Tang Zhujun, this widowed mother of Huaishang is too strange. It seems to be completely different from what she imagined. It's very correct. It's okay to be stingy, but she also secretly went to the flower boat, which is too much. Huaishang didn't let Song Jingyang destroy his image, but the latter insisted on saying it. The two of them went to the yard to fight. But Tang Zhujun learned a lot from this. For example, Huaishang's mother is not stingy at all, and her personality is very straightforward. In other words, Huaishang doesn't look like his mother. So does he look like his father? But Linlin is not like this, and Linlin doesn't look much like Huaishang. Tang Zhujun cooked a lot of dishes and set up 2 tables, one in the inner room and one in the flower hall. She also made a cake, although it doesn't look very similar, but at least it has that meaning. The birthday gifts prepared by the Tang family had been delivered long ago, so no one else would come today. In the inner room, Tang Zhujun brought the 2 children, Nanny Rome and Shoa, while in the flower hall were Song Jingyang and Huaishang. Tang Zhujun smiled and asked Linlin, What birthday wish do you have? Say it today, and it will definitely come true. Linlin whispered, I hope the prince is safe. The smile on Tang Zhujun's face suddenly became a little forced, and she cursed the Prince of Jin in her heart. Look how uncomfortable the child is, wasting a birthday wish in vain. Then she heard the sound of inhalation and footsteps outside. The curtain of the inner room was lifted, revealing the Prince of Jin's always stern face, but now his expression was much softer, and there was a faint smile in his eyes. Tang Zhujun was stunned. He just came out like this? Shoer fumbled around. Where's my peachwood sword? Song Jingyang. I've returned it. I've returned 10 cents to you. Shoer. Where's my talisman? Why doesn't it work? She had to go and return the money. Tang Zhujun. Okay, stop it. Linlin looked at King Jin, and suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Yanran, on the other hand, couldn't believe it and called out cautiously, Father? King Jin stepped forward and hugged the 2 children. Yes, I'm back. Linlin, do you like this birthday gift? Linlin nodded repeatedly, and tears were thrown away, which made Tang Zhujun's eyes sore. But King Jin disliked her. What's wrong with your eyes?
Tàn du dun. Get out.
Wasn't it because he insisted on taking her out yesterday, and as a result, she had an allergy for unknown reasons? Xiao'er said, "Princess, is this prince alive? Is he not alive? Or is he pretending to be dead?" Tang Jiyun said unhappily. Song Jingyang called Xiao'er from outside. "Xiao'er, come out, let's eat together." Xiao'er quickly put on her shoes and got down from the Kong. "I'm coming." She didn't want to eat in front of the king of Jin, it was too tiring. He died or lived at will. Even the big yellow dog at the head of the village was not so casual. Rongma also smiled and said, "I will go and join them so that they don't have no elders and make trouble." After saying that, she actually left, leaving the space for the family of 4. So the situation became that the king of Jin sat cross-legged on one side, the 2 children sat on his knees, and the 3 of them faced Tang Jiyun. Looking at the 2 of them who wanted to stick to the king of Jin, Tang Jiyun wanted to scold the little ungrateful wolf. The king of Jin said, "Why don't you go and fry 2 meat dishes? I'll talk to them for a while." Tang Jiyun vaguely guessed that he was going to tell the 2 children about his faked death, so she nodded and agreed and went out. There were only a few pounds of pork and mutton left in the kitchen, but it was New Year's Day and there was nowhere to buy them, and it was difficult to hide from people, so they could only make do with this. Xiao'er, who ran to the kitchen to help her, said, "How about some chicken?" Tang Jiyun, "Sure. Where are the chickens?" Xiao'er said, "Of course they're in our chicken coop." It turned out that she had her eyes on the chickens in the Tang family. Tang Jiyun waved her hands repeatedly. "That won't do. They are lean starlings. Otherwise, why didn't the family dare to kill them during the New Year? Okay, let's eat whatever we have. I'll make some soft fried meat and some mutton soup." "Okay. I'll light the fire for you." In the main room, Prince Jin and the 2 children were explaining things. In the side room, Song Jingyang, who had already moved the table over, was toasting with Huaishang. Aunt Rong smiled and listened to Song Jingyang's bragging. By the end of the year, I will definitely marry Xiao home. Huaishang, alas, another year, my 100 taels of silver. Song Jingyang, give birth to a big fat son the year after next. Huaishang, it's been almost 7 years. Song Jingyang, Aunt Rong, do you think I can have a son the year after next? Aunt Rong smiled and said, "I think it's okay. We can get married at the end of this year. After 10 months of pregnancy, we can actually give birth to a big fat boy in September." Song Jingyang was happy and full of expectations. Nanny Rong asked Huaishang about his plans for marriage. Huaishang was thinking about the 100 taels of silver, especially during the Chinese New Year, so he said, "I'm not in a hurry." "Isn't the prince in a hurry too?" Nanny Rong smiled and said, "The prince already has a princess, so how long will it take for him to have a child?" "That's hard to say." Huaishang said truthfully, "Nanny Rong, I'll tell you the truth, I think the prince doesn't seem to like women." Nanny Rong was shocked and patted him on the shoulder. "You're talking nonsense after drinking 2 cups. Are there any rules? If he really liked women, would he have been so angry if I found him a woman back then?" Huaishang muttered. "And then they didn't reimburse him. Where can he go to complain?" Nanny Rong was surprised and said, "When did it happen? Why didn't I know?" In her impression, the king of Jin had always been self-disciplined and had never been in contact with a woman. Song Jingyang. Well, that was several years ago. If you count, Yanren wasn't even born then. Was there Linlin? Linlin was 6 years old, dozens know, 9 months before that. Huaisheng. That was the time. It was the end of March. The water was still cold. I remember it clearly. Song Jingyang laughed heartlessly. If that's the case, if the prince killed someone that night, wouldn't the child be about the same age as Linlin? Could Linlin be the prince's? You've drunk too much. What are you talking about? Huaisheng cursed. I bought on a flower boat. How could the princess go to that kind of place? Why is it impossible? The princess is only fine now, but before that she was famous for being out of tune in the whole capital. Rongma was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. And this part? Then is it really possible? No, Huaisheng denied it first. How could it be such a coincidence? When I went to the flower boat to choose, the madam called out more than a dozen girls. Even if Tang Zhujun was really on the flower boat, it was only one in a dozen. Not to mention that there were actually more than a dozen large flower boats on the river at that time, and the small flower boats were even more numerous. If the two of them happened to meet, wouldn't it be about the same probability as being struck by lightning while walking? However, if it is true, how great it would be. He paid 100 taels of silver, buy one get one free, and the 7 years of interest came out. But Huaisheng said that he was a man who understood the right and wrong. He was willing to spend 100 taels of silver on the prince back then, and now he couldn't let the prince become a father because of 100 taels of silver. Although his heart was really bleeding, he wouldn't do it. Rome Mama was a little disappointed. She was also stupid, and she actually had such an absurd idea. How could Tang Zhujun be Tang Mingfan's daughter? How could she be so unreasonable? She couldn't sell herself on the flower boat. Song Jingyang was a man who dared to think. What's impossible? 1,000 miles of marriage is still connected by a thread. Nanny Rong suddenly thought of a question. Weren't you two with the prince back then?
Who was the prince with then?
Are you all blind? She was so angry that she started to curse. It was such a serious matter concerning the prince's offspring, and these two were so confused. Song Jingyang first took himself out. I was not there. At that time, I went to lead away the pursuers, and it took half a month to find the prince and Huaisheng again. You are absolutely right. Huaisheng, are you blind? Huaisheng. Nanny, you were not there at that time. If I were here, would I waste my breath with you two fools now? Hurry up and say something important. Nanny Rong was anxious. People cannot have a certain idea, otherwise the more they think about it, the more it will seem right. She just thought about the appearance of Lin Lin and Prince Jean, and now she feels that these two people are simply made of the same mold, and the more they think about it, the more they look alike. Lin Lin's personality is just like the king of jinns when he was a child. Both of them were precocious and intelligent, mature beyond their years. No wonder she likes Lin Lin so much. Even though she knows that his biological father is unknown, she only feels sorry for him, not disgusted. If he is the king of Jin's son, then everything is clear. So, he'd better be. He must be. Huaisheng touched his nose and said, those women all have the same hair, white faces and red lips, and they look like cannibals. How can I tell who is who? I just randomly pointed to one. Pointed to a cheap one. Song Jingyang slapped him on the shoulder. You must have been so worried about the money at that time that you didn't care what the woman looked like. Huaisheng. You know too much. What if you want to kill her to silence her? Huaisheng stammered again. No, it can't be the princesses, because in that case, even if I don't know her, she must know me. Song Jingyang scratched his head. It seems so. It felt like a false joy. Forget it. Song Jingyang said, we were drinking and eating. How come the same idea made 3 of them crazy? Now thinking about it carefully, he also felt that the probability was too small. He must have been infected by Xiao'er, becoming jumpy and daring to think of anything. Rongma, don't drink anymore. This matter can't be counted. The 2 pigs couldn't figure it out. Even if Tang Zhujun really recognized Huaisheng, she might feel ashamed of what happened that year and dare not admit it. I ask you, Huaisheng, Rongma said, how did you bring that woman to the prince's room that year? Did she see the prince? No. How could I let him see the master? There were no lights on. Huaisheng said, I took her in, asked her to wait, and then helped the master in, and I was guarding outside. It has to be said that the prince is vigorous. If they match up, they can match up. Nanny Rong could not hide her excitement. If that's the case, it's understandable that the princess doesn't know the prince. The place where the incident happened is only 200 miles away from Jiangzhou, which is just 2 days' journey. The time is so coincidental. Maybe it's the blessing of the girl's spirit in heaven. Song Jingyang is sober now. Nanny, I just said it casually. Actually, there is no evidence now. Don't be excited, old lady. If there is no evidence, then go find it. Otherwise, what should I do with you? Nanny Rong didn't even eat her meal. Duent talk. Let me think about how to deal with this matter. Huaisheng was about to cry. Nanny Rong, please, Don't mention this matter to the prince, unless the truth is revealed and the evidence is conclusive. Because of that incident, he was disliked by the prince for so long. If he tells the prince now that Linlin is his son, it will be fine if it is true, but if not, wouldn't it be adding insult to injury? Nanny Rong seemed to be thinking about something, and after a while she murmured, I really can't tell the prince first. It was dark, the woman was wearing heavy makeup, and she herself was suffering from heat poison. The Prince of Jin might not be able to see clearly what the woman he had a love affair with looked like, and it had been many years, so he probably couldn't remember much. She herself was so excited that her heart was about to jump out, let alone the fact that the Prince of Jin knew about this. If she was wrong, the prince would be very disappointed. This was the child she regarded as her life, and also her master. She was reluctant to disappoint the prince. Huaishang, Nanny Rong said, you go to test the princess tomorrow. Huaishang, Nanny Rong, if Linlin is really the prince's child, then my 100 taels. I'll give you 1,000 taels, and I'll give it to you. Nanny Rong said. Song Jingyang muttered. Don't say that. For your 1,002 silvers, Huaishang can do it for you, right? Huaishang, go to Hades. Madame Rong said to Song Jingyang again. Aren't you and Xiaoer good friends? Go and test Xiaoer. Song Jingyang knew his own limitations. Can I do this? That girl looks silly, but she is actually very smart. I didn't get the information out of her, but she got it out of me. Huaishang finally found a chance to attack him. Virtue. Eat first. Madame Rong picked up the chopsticks again, tears flashing in the corners of her eyes. Eat well, and go to work tomorrow. A moment later, Xiaoer came in with meat and vegetables, and the three of them looked like nothing had happened. But Xiaoer still said, how come I just helped the princess cook a dish, but when I come back I feel like you guys are different? What fun are you talking about? Song Jingyang lowered his head, and Nanny Rong smiled and said, I praise you for being smart and capable, and ask Jingyang to work hard. Come, Nanny will give you another red envelope. Take it and play with it. Xiaoer simply refused. No. You are so old. You have to save money for your retirement. I just won 200 taels from Song Jingyang yesterday. Huaishang was sad. Why didn't anyone think of him when it came to silver? In the main room, after the family of four had dinner, the king of Jin said to Linlin, It's your birthday today, and I didn't prepare a gift for you in advance. You can pick any horse in the stable. Linlin was immediately very happy. Tang Zhujun, silly son. What's so happy about giving you a horse? If he doesn't come back, won't all those horses be yours? Yenron's birthday is the 3rd day of March, she said with a smile. What gift should I prepare for you later? Yenran was hugging the neck of the king of Jin and smiled sweetly when she heard it. I like everything my mother prepares. Father prepares gifts for my brother, and mother prepares for me, which is great. Tang Zhujun really didn't want to be so close to the king of Jin, so she wanted to go out, but Yenran refused. Mother, you said last night that you would tell me and my brother stories today. Tell many, many stories, and don't stop until you fall asleep.
Tang Zhuzun.
You didn't say last night that your father was coming. Linlin also looked at Tang Zhujun pleadingly. Tang Zhujun had no choice but to compromise. Yenran, take down the Kong table quickly, brother. Let's lie down and listen to stories.
Tang Zhuzun.
It's a bit early to go to bed. She was not used to lying in front of King Jin, but King Jin didn't seem to want to leave at the moment. Today is my brother's birthday, and I want to listen to stories. I am the most important. Yenran said, Father, right? Yes, King Jin said. Then he buried himself too, because Yenran asked King Jin to lie on the Kong. The final result was that King Jin slept in the middle, with Yenran on the left and Linlin on the right. Tang Zhujun was arranged by Yenran to her other side, leaning against the wall, staring at the beams, with a look of despair. She also had this day. She actually lay on the same Kong with King Jin, but Yenran urged her to tell stories. Tang Zhujun pretended that King Jin didn't exist, and began to tell them stories about Harry Potter, magical stories that no child would not love. But she didn't expect that the two little ancestors had so many problems. Linlin, Aunt, what is a train? It's a very large carriage. Then why use the word fire? Shouldn't we avoid fire? Tang Zhujun. Maybe the person who named it was just as uneducated as I am. Okay, let's continue, Yenran. Mother, why doesn't Harry's aunt like him? Aren't they very close relatives? Tang Zhujun, I've been talking for so long, and you just remembered the first chapter? My little cutie, are our reaction arcs so long? It was not easy to fool the two children, and the story could continue. Prince Jean was also very fascinated by what he heard, which eased his embarrassment. Tang Zhuzi's mind is really full of wild imagination with everything. She can also make up such a strange and interesting story. Prince Jean was listening to the story, and his mood was also rare and relaxed. I don't know how long it took. Tang Zhujuan's voice gradually lowered, and then slowly disappeared. The king of Jean asked subconsciously, "Are all the children asleep?" Yenran, "Father, mother is asleep. Linlin, aunt didn't sleep well last night. Your Majesty, did you decide to show up because your aunt missed you so much that her eyes were swollen?" Tang Zhujun didn't sleep well. She was thinking about telling a story, but she couldn't help but take a nap, almost half asleep and half awake. So when she heard dedication, she woke up with a start. "I don't need you to dedicate yourself." The king of Jean gritted his teeth. "Pretending to sleep? You are so promising. Continue to tell the story." There is nothing good in her mind.
Tang Zuzun.
Where were you just talking about? Serious. Linlin said.
Tang Zuzun.
Have you talked about this? It seems that she was confused and directly messed up the story, but it was a mess, so she just made the best of it. After a while, she fell asleep again. But this time, Linlin also fell asleep. Yenran was still asleep, so the king of Jean asked her quietly, "Why aren't you asleep yet? Are you afraid that your father will leave?" "Your father won't leave. Don't worry, as long as your father is fine, you can go and do things if you have something to do." Yenran said sensibly, "That's right. My mother squeezed me and I couldn't sleep." "Father, can I change seats with you?" The king of Jean wanted to say no, but was it possible? Obviously not, because Yenran had already passed over his body and came straight over. So, the king of Jean could only sleep next to Tang Zhujun. He wanted to leave, but Yenran couldn't sleep and hugged his arm tightly. He could almost feel Tang Zhujun's breath and smell the faint lily scent in her hair. This distance was really too close. However, for Tang Zhujun, that didn't seem to be enough. Yenran had just fallen asleep, and the king of Jean felt relieved. Just as he wanted to get up and slip away, a long leg hung directly on his waist. The king of Jean didn't sleep all night, but the instigator slept soundly. The next morning, Tang Zhujun yawned and opened her eyes. She was about to kiss the child beside her pillow as usual, but when she opened her eyes with her lips close to him, she realized that she had kissed the wrong person. Why was Prince Jean beside her pillow? After a second of frenzy, her memory finally returned to her brain. Tang Zhujun covered her mouth and looked at Prince Jin's closed eyes. She was very relieved. Fortunately, the tiger hasn't woken up yet. If Prince Jean knew that she kissed him, she would die miserably. But her legs seemed to still be on him. Is God going to kill her on the second day of the new year? Tang Zhujun held her breath and slowly retracted her legs and looked at Prince Jean carefully again. Fortunately, he was sleeping soundly, but maybe because the Kong was too hot, Prince Jin's face was flushed. This is the enviable pig, like sleep quality. Tang Zhujun got up and tiptoed to the kitchen. While washing rice, she suddenly heard the voice of King Jean behind her. "I promise you." Tang Zhujun was so scared that she almost dropped the rice washing basin. "Your Highness, you misunderstood. I don't have any improper thoughts about you. I just don't sleep well." She knew that she couldn't hide it from King Jean, and he found out after all. "But you are such a principled person. Please don't make an exception for me. Really don't." King Jin's expression was cold, without the slightest flirtatious color. He said, "I promise, if you don't agree, I won't touch you." He had endured it last night, and he felt that there was nothing he couldn't endure. Tang Zhujun thought for a long time before he understood, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "No wonder Yenran's reaction arc was so long. It turned out that she took after her biological father. Thank you, Your Highness. Tang Zhujun was very relaxed and happy, and promised solemnly, Your Highness is too straightforward. I am also a straightforward person. Don't worry, in the future, just leave your woman and children to me. She can even open a maternal and child specialty for his backyard. The king of Jin said again, after we come back from this trip, let's get along well. Don't listen to her nonsense, she is actually very nice. He had a relaxing and happy time yesterday. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Tang Jian spat a few times. Your Highness, please don't say such things. In movies and TV dramas, when they say what will happen after I come back, I will stop after this and retire tomorrow, the series is usually dead. The king of Jin gritted his teeth. Say it again. He showed his true heart. But she was like this? Tang Zhuyan, your true heart is like a dumpling, which a dog will ignore. If a dog ignores me, I don't want it either. No, Your Highness. I've heard many people say this before, and they all ended up badly, so please don't say it. You are Yenron's biological father, and I really don't want anything to happen to you. Tang Zhuyan felt that she was sincere. The two children were so happy to see Prince Jin come back. In addition, Prince Jin also agreed to keep a friendly distance, and she now felt that they were good comrades again. But Prince Jin diverted the focus. Many people have told you? I didn't even know that you were so popular before. Tang Zhuyan, I heard it, but it's not necessarily said to me, right? What a fool. Prince Jin saw through her disgust and said sinisterly, what about the 100 family names you owe me 100 times? Tang Zhuyan pretended to be dead. By the way, Your Highness, you are still a dead man. Do you want to hide quickly? Why don't you go and tell the two children? I will tell Xiao'er. Both children are more reliable than you.
Prince Jin said.
Tang Zhujun fell, and the rascal was talking to death again. Fortunately, Song Jingyang came in hurriedly, said something to King Jin, and then took the rascal away. Xiao'er came in yawning and said, My queen, I got up late today. Why are you so disciplined today? She even called herself a captive. Xiao'er, don't mention it. Guess who I slept with last night? She immediately switched back to I freely. Tang Zhujun was shocked. It can't be Song Jingyang. Did he have after drinking? Xiao'er looked disgusted. What are you thinking? He wants to mess around, but I can't do it even if I suppress him. Do you think they are all like you, who can't even deal with a man? Tang Zhujun was filled with sadness. She was incompetent. She was a useless person. She just couldn't beat King Jin. Yesterday, I slept with Aunt Rome. Tang Zhujun burst out laughing. No wonder you suddenly understand etiquette, but it's a pity that you revealed your true colors in less than 3 sentences. Do you want to learn some etiquette from Aunt Rome? Please forgive me. Xiao'er said, Aunt Rome asked me a lot of strange questions yesterday. What questions? She asked about your past, and I said I hadn't been with you for many years, so I didn't know. I guess she wanted to get some information from me to see who you were, but I didn't tell her anyway. Tang Zhujun gave her a thumbs up. But Aunt Rome had always been nice to her, and she gave her such a valuable bracelet, but now she remembered to ask her who she was? Did she regret it and want to take the bracelet back? After a while, the two children woke up, and Xiao'er ran out to help them dress and wash. Tang Zhujun tasted the saltiness of the soup, and suddenly felt someone behind her. She turned back suddenly, which scared Huaishang. Princess. Huaishang bowed his head and saluted. Tang Zhujun was guilty and asked cautiously, What are you doing in the kitchen? Of course, he was testing her. Huaishang said, I saw Xiao was busy, so I came to see if you needed help. Only then did he feel that the attitude of the princess towards him seemed to be wrong, and she seemed to be very vigilant and alert. Was there a play? So, without waiting for Tang Zhujun to speak, he asked again, I heard that the princess is from Jiangzhou. Here he comes, he really came. This was the only thought in Tang Zhujun's mind. Yes, my father's hometown is Jiangzhou, and many people know it. Tang Zhujun calmly added some salt to the soup pot, covered the pot, and squatted down to pretend to light the fire. Has the lady been to Qinyang River?
No.
Although Tang Zhujun was flustered, his tone was still calm. Although he didn't know why Huaishang suddenly woke up, as long as she didn't admit it, he could survive for a while. Before I followed my father and brother to Beijing, the farthest place I had been to was the county town. Xinyang River was more than 200 miles away, which was too far. Oh, so that's how it is. Huaisheng showed disappointment in his eyes, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then walked away embarrassedly. Is his 100 taels, no 1,000 taels of silver going to be lost like this? Tang Zhujun became nervous. Huaisheng would not ask this for no reason. He must have found something suspicious and started to doubt. His target must be Linlin. Especially when she saw Huaisheng taking Linlin to choose horses after dinner, with a patient and meticulous attitude, her heart was even more alarmed. If Huaisheng knew what she was thinking, he must be very wronged. Shouldn't he take the task ordered by the master seriously? Tang Zhujun was restless, and at the same time, he knew in his heart that since Huaisheng had already become suspicious about this matter, it would definitely be a matter of time before he could follow the clues and find out the truth. Maybe Huaisheng has already sent people to Jiangzhou and Xinyang River. In fact, Huaisheng did think so and did so, but he was still anxious. After all, the Prince of Jin had to leave after the Lantern Festival. Before the prince left, both Rong Ma and he hoped to give the prince a surprise before that. It must be said that the driving force of loyalty, 1,000 taels of silver, was very strong. Huaisheng went to find Tang Baixin. Because it was the second day of the Chinese New Year, Tang Baixin was still at home. Seeing Huaisheng coming, although he had doubts, he still entertained him well. During the meal, Huaisheng said, "The thing is, isn't Linlin going to help the prince break the pot? After all, the prince's status is noble, so Linlin's background must be investigated." Then he saw that Tang Baixin's face changed instantly. Huaisheng continued, "I asked the Golden Scale Guard to check and said that Linlin seemed to be the child of the princess, and that year, the princess went to the flower boat." Tang Baixin said coldly, "Linlin helped the prince break the pot just out of respect and love for the prince. If it is not appropriate, then there is no need to force it. The Tang family does not expect to borrow the prince's light." Huaisheng. He really did not deny it. Then it must be true. He will go and trick the princess again. After confirming this, he said a few random words to Tang Baixin and left without even eating. Meng Yulan came out and said, "Master, why do I feel something is wrong?" Huaisheng seems to be here to ask questions. Tang Baixin, "I have the same feeling, but the prince is no longer here, and Ayun is already the princess. What does he want to do?" "Master, please go see Ayun first, and talk to her about this matter, so that she will know what is going on." "Okay." But Tang Baixin hadn't arrived yet, and Huaisheng had already gone to find Tang Jian. "Princess, the person on the flower boat that year was really you." "I know." Huaisheng couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Ha ha ha, look at what happened. This was the only time in his life that he didn't bargain, and he ended up buying one and getting one free. The interest on his 100 taels of silver was too worth it. The prince went from being a bachelor to having a wife and children. He didn't even have to pay for his share of the money, and he could even eat the matchmaker's big pig's head and receive a big red envelope." Tang Zhujun gritted her teeth and said, "If you are smart enough, just keep this to yourself. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will die without knowing how you died." Huaisheng was stunned. Threaten him? Why threaten him? Huaisheng felt that Tang Zhujun suddenly had murderous intent. He stared at her blankly, so frightened that he couldn't speak. Tang Zhujun sneered, "If you want to recognize your relatives, you must be prepared to fight to the death."
Huaisheng, why?
"Princess, isn't recognizing your relatives a good thing? This blessing, Linlin, and I can't afford it." Tang Zhujun's eyes were determined. "Huaisheng, it's not easy for you to get to where you are today. If you insist on thinking about it and want to ruin your future, then I will help you." "Huaisheng, what's wrong with me? What evil things have I done? I also paid 100 taels of silver, and now this? Is there any place to reason?" Seeing that he actually had some intention of retreating, Tang Zhujun breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that King Jin still has a deterrent effect on Huaisheng. Although she and King Jin dislike each other, Even Huaishang may not be very clear about the inside story between the two, so she was intimidated by her. Just remember one thing. As long as I am here, Linlin will always be a child of the Tang family. Huaishang was stunned, with a confused look on his face. How could this happen? He had successfully tested out the truth, but why didn't the princess let Linlin recognize her relatives? He didn't dare to say anything else. After all, this matter had not been told to King Jin yet, and he couldn't create trouble. So, he went back to find Nanny Rong, who was waiting anxiously. Tang Zhujun slumped her shoulders, and only then did she feel cold sweat on her back. There is really no impenetrable wall in this world, and her secret could no longer be hidden. Tang Wuxin quickly came and told her about this. Ayun, why are they investigating you? Is it because you blocked someone's way? Tang Wuxin asked. Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any reason why others would deal with Tang Zhujun. Seeing Tang Zhujun was worried, he hurried to comfort her. Ajuan, don't worry. Dad and Big Brother are here for you and Yanran. We can't let you and Yanran be bullied. Even if we take a step back, the fact that you have a child out of wedlock has been cleared by the Emperor, so they can do whatever they want without fear. It's just a little troublesome. Tang Zhujun smiled bitterly in her heart. Big Brother was so good to her. But Big Brother didn't know what she was worried about. Big Brother, do you know who Linlin's biological father is? Tang Wuxin was stunned. Don't you know him too? Tang Zhujun. I didn't know him in the past, but I recognized him when I saw him. Who is it? Tang Wuxin's whole body tensed up. Huaishang. Tang Zhujun said word by word. Tang Wuxin was shocked beyond words. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't find his voice for a long time. This is too much of a coincidence. He unconsciously clasped his hands in front of him, which was his habitual action after encountering a difficult situation. Why did it have to be Huaishang? If it was someone he didn't know, it would be fine if they never met again in this life. But Huaishang was the right-hand man of King Jin. How could he feel? At this moment, a thought that shouldn't have flashed through Tang Baixin's mind. That is, fortunately King Jin died. After a while, he said, Ayun, don't panic. Big Brother will find a way. Huaishang was close to the 7th prince before, and I've been investigating this matter. At most, I won't investigate it. You and Linlin are the most important. He also felt that King Jin's death was strange and wanted to avenge his brother-in-law. Forget it now. It's in vain, anyway. The dead can't be resurrected.
Tang Jin smiled bitterly helper.
King Jin was not dead at all, and this threat had no effect on Huaishang. Brother, don't worry about it. I have a way. Tang Jian said, I have already scared him. If it doesn't work, I still have a trump card. She just wanted Tang Baixin to know the truth, so that he would have the strength to work together, so as to avoid unnecessary internal friction among the family members in the future. What trump card? I said that he wanted to me. The last 7th prince who wanted to her has now left the capital. Huaishang should weigh his own weight. Although offspring are important, they can still be had in the future. But once the future is ruined, it may be a lifelong tragedy. Tang Baixin actually said, it's a good idea. But Ayun, let's see, Huaishang has not married yet. I wonder if there's a reason. If he never marries and has children in the future, then it seems okay for Linlin to be his son. Brother, would you count on a man who is on a flower boat? But I think Huaishang has good character and reputation. That shows that he is a hypocrite. Tang Jian said, when Linlin grows up, he wants to recognize his ancestors and return to his roots. I have no objection to what he wants to do, but before he is 15 years old, he can only stay with me. How can she trust her child to someone else? Brother, you just need to know. Don't worry about this matter for now. I will ask you for help if I can't handle it well myself. Okay. Remember to find Brother if you have any problems. Don't carry everything by yourself. Yeah. On the other side, Huaishang was complaining to Nanny Rong. Nanny, is the princess crazy? Why does she want to die with me? Is their prince so unbearable? Tang Zhujun is the princess now. If Linlin is recognized as the prince again, he will be the prince's eldest son, and will be the prince in the future. What's wrong with this? Nanny Rong looked solemn and was silent for a long time. Huaisheng thought that he might really be single. He couldn't understand a woman's mind at all. Money is better. Every penny you save is a penny you earn. It's fair to everyone. But this woman, if you give her a benefit, she will bite you back. It's too hurtful. Nanny Rong said, "Go back first and don't say anything. There must be something wrong with this matter. Let me think about it again."
Oh.
Huaisheng nodded. Also, don't tell anyone about this matter, and don't get close to the princess again. Nanny Rong felt vaguely that they must have overlooked something, so she had to think about it seriously. Okay. By the way, Nanny Rong asked again, "Where did the prince go? When will he be back?" Huaisheng said honestly. The previous incident suddenly changed a little. The prince took Song Jingyang to check it out. Will it be dangerous? Why don't you go with us? This is the capital. Nothing will happen. The golden scale guard is still in our hands. Huaisheng said, I originally wanted to go with him, but the prince told me to guard the mansion. Well, this kind of frustrating thing happened. He was still wondering where he had offended the princess. After Huaisheng left, Nanny Rong thought for a moment, but still couldn't help but go out to find Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun was talking to Linlin. Linlin, if one day your biological father comes to recognize you, what will you do? Just as Rong was about to knock on the door, she stopped mid-air and pricked up her ears to listen to the noises in the inner room. No, I already have a father. Linlin said firmly, he doesn't want me, and I don't want him either. It's not that he doesn't want you. Tang Zhujun told the truth, he just doesn't know you exist. Although she didn't want Linlin to recognize her relatives, she didn't want him to harbor resentment. Long-term hatred is a very exhausting thing. Because he didn't intend to have me at all. Linlin's eyes were stubborn, and I already have a father. My last name is Tang, and I want to be the third generation of the Tang family's top scholar. 3 top scholars in one family, this has been his goal since he was a child. Tang Zhujun. Then, do you want to know who your father is?
No.
Aunt, if you know, you don't have to tell me. Linlin said, I don't need it. I am living a good life now. Why should I recognize him just because he recognizes me? Where was he when I needed him? The clear voice of Tang Baixin teaching him to read, the broad arms of King Jin teaching him to ride. These are the fatherly love he has received. What biological father? He doesn't want. Tang Zhujun, then. Whenever you want to know, tell me. I will tell you the truth. Linlin turned her face away. I don't want to. Never want to. Aunt Rong immediately understood. It turned out that the princess was concerned about Linlin's feelings. It turned out that Linlin had such a deep resentment towards the prince. Although the two are as close as father and son now, they may have a rift after knowing the truth. However, since they are father and son, it will be fine after a few days of coaxing. After all, the prince also had his own difficulties back then. Linlin, you are still young, don't be too confident about some things. If you want to recognize your relatives, Auntie won't be angry. Tang Zhuyun said patiently, I really don't mind having one more person love you. As for her and Linlin's biological father, that night, the money was paid, and they had no relationship anymore. I don't want to, Auntie, I don't want to. Okay, Auntie won't say it anymore. Hearing that Xiaoshuo's voice had obviously changed, Tang Zhuyun paused the topic. Auntie Rong retreated quietly. Tang Zhuyun was very uncomfortable with this matter in her heart for a whole day. Later, she thought about it carefully and decided to confess to King Jin. Her words to scare Huaisheng were not tenable at all. The status of her and Huaisheng in King Jin's mind was obvious. If Huaisheng was really determined to get Linlin back, King Jin might help him. No, she had to strike first. She wanted King Jin to help her. Correspondingly, what could she give? If you want to get protection, you must pay. What can she give? This is really a difficult question. Strange, why didn't the king of Jin come back after he went out today? Xiaoer also came in and muttered, I don't know where Song Jingyang went. He said he would make a shoe pattern for me today. Men's mouths are deceitful. Tang Zhujun was amused. Shoe pattern? Why, you want to make shoes for him? Don't mention it, isn't it my mother? Xiaoer said, he ran to my mother and pretended to be pitiful, and my mother insisted that I make shoes for him. Oh, little guy, I didn't realize that Song Jingyang would go the mother-in-law route. Much better than the king of Jin. She looked at him coldly. The king of Jin looked like a stupid straight man. Really? Thanks to having a father. Otherwise, he would be a bachelor. The master and servant must have gone to do something again, which is normal. Otherwise, they would be idle and pretend to be dead? Thinking of this, Tang Zhujun remembered that she hadn't been to the morning hall today. After all, the king of Jin was dead, and it was unreasonable for her not to go for a day. So Tang Zhujun took the two children over. She was pleased, yes, no matter whether it was the two children or Xiaoer, even if they knew the truth, they pretended to be very sad and natural outside. Besides, after Rong Mama went back, Huaishang, who had been waiting for her, couldn't help asking, Mama, you are back? What did the princess say? Did you help me ask how I offended her? I know now it may be because of Lin Lin. Rong Mama said, let's not worry about it for now. Wait for the prince to come back and untie this knot himself. I have to go burn incense for the girl and tell her the good news. Tang Zhujun admitted it, so it must be right. If the girl is still alive in heaven, she must be so happy to know that she is such a well-behaved and promising grandson. Rong Mama thought while wiping her tears. The current crux is just the child's emotions, which is not a big deal at all. Huaisheng. No, madam, wait a minute. What about me? Why is the princess threatening me? What's wrong with me? Madam Rong, your words are all small matters. When the prince comes back, just talk to Lin Lin, and it will be fine. Which mother doesn't favor her own child? Especially Tang Zhujun dotes on her children. If Lin Lin doesn't want to recognize her parents, she doesn't want to force Lin Lin. It's normal. Madame Rong thinks she has to find a place to be happy for a while. This news is so exciting that she feels she can't control herself and is so happy that she wants to go crazy. Calculating the time, the girl was actually gone when Lin Lin was born. It must be the girl's spirit in heaven, blessing the prince. The girl couldn't bear to leave the prince alone in this world, so she sent him Tang Zhujun. Otherwise, how could the legitimate daughter of the Dali temple go on a flower boat like a madman? And she had a child as outstanding as Lin Lin overnight. It's the girl. It must be the girl. Madame Rong burst into tears. She was now eagerly looking forward to the return of Prince Jin to tell him the good news. The prince would surely be happy when he knew about it. Tang Zhujun was also looking forward to the return of Prince Jin, although she had not yet thought of any exchange conditions, since Prince Jin wanted to make Lin Lin Yanran's son-in-law and wanted to bring him by his side to educate him. His original intention would not change. What was Prince Jin's reaction? She wanted to know very much, but no matter what the result was, she believed that Prince Jin would not hurt Lin Lin. But after waiting and waiting until the two children fell asleep at night, Prince Jin had not returned, and Song Jingyang had not returned either. When she didn't want him, he was hanging around in front of her every day. When she wanted him, he was nowhere to be seen.
Haha, man.
Huaishang was also anxious. It was obviously a small problem. Why did the prince disappear without a trace with Song Jingyang? He said something to Aunt Rong mainly because he didn't dare to appear in front of Tang Zhujun again, and then he took his confidant to find Prince Jin. Prince Jin didn't come back for 3 days, and neither did Song Jingyang and Huaishang. Tang Zhujun's eyelids kept twitching, her left eye twitching first, then her right eye twitching, and she felt panicky. What was going to happen? If she wanted to blame someone, she should blame the prince for setting a flag, saying that he would come back and treat her well. So why can't he come back? Bah, he will definitely come back. He is her thigh, he must come back. Xiaoer ran in breathlessly. My queen, it's bad, it's bad. You are the one who is bad. What's wrong? Tang Zhuyan put down the medicine in her hand and asked. This is the medicine for Qingfeng. Originally, after the death of the king of Jin, she was promoted to the princess, considering that she would lose her big brother in the future, and if she could not explain it to the young, no one would protect her, so this business was cut off. But since the king of Jin was not dead, she had to continue to make money, so she returned to her old business on the first few days of the new year. Xiao was used to making a fuss. She said it was bad. Maybe a wild cat took away a fish. She was tripped by the threshold when she went out. and other trivial things, so Tang Jiyun didn't take it to heart, and her tone was still lazy. As a result, when she heard Xiao'er's next words, she bounced up directly, as if a spring was installed under her buttocks. Xiao'er said, "There is a woman with a big belly outside, saying that she is pregnant with the prince's child and is coming to the door." Tang Jiyun, what? King Jin can still have such a romantic affair? There is actually a woman who can survive the cold offensive of King Jin and successfully get pregnant? Go out and take a look. Xiao'er muttered. It must be fake. They heard that the prince was gone and wanted to take advantage of him. Tang Jiyun, how is that possible? It must be true. It must be true. It's time for her to show off. She promised the king of Jin that she would help him take care of women and children, and now she's here? If she takes care of them, won't it be a pleasant cooperation, and can they continue to talk about Lin's life experience? Besides, the prince has a baby, what a good thing. So, Tang Jiyun really suppressed her excitement and went out. There was a woman standing outside the door, about 15 or 16 years old, with bright eyes and white teeth, a slim waist and a long hair, wearing a low-cut skirt with gold silk and soft smoke, and a dark green emerald fur coat on the outside. What a rich and noble flower in the world, graceful and graceful, weak and wind-blown, in short, beautiful. To make the king of Jin bow down, you probably need such a person. But Tang Jiyun is not stupid. As a princess, she still has to have the air she should have. She stood on the steps and looked down at the woman and said, "You said you were pregnant with the prince's child?" The woman bowed gracefully, her voice as sweet as an oriole. "Your servant Hongfu greets the princess." Tang Jiyun felt a little bit of a toothache. Before, she dealt with Hongxiu, and now there is another Hongfu? Why can't the fate of the king of Jin escape from the prosperous and trance-like life?
Whose daughter are you?
Tang Jiyun vaguely felt that this woman didn't look like a good girl. Hongfu ran away at night. As a lowly person, who would give their daughter such a name? And they wouldn't let their daughter show her face and get pregnant before marriage. She is enough to be a, how can there be weirdos everywhere? Sure enough, Hongfu said that she was a girl from Tsuayen Pavilion. Tsuayen Pavilion? This name sounded familiar. Oh, Tang Jiyun suddenly remembered that the opposite side of Qingfeng Building was Tsuayen Pavilion, right? Xiao'er said, "The top performer in Tsuayen Pavilion? Don't you sell your art but not your body? So you are a concubine, and you want to be a saint, bah."
Tang Jiyun.
Come on, talk nicely. Why are you cursing? If she is not special, how can the king of Jin like her? Maybe the baby in her belly is really the king of Jin's child. If it is a son, wouldn't he be the king of Jin's eldest son? Tang Jiyun is still waiting to make merit. She looked at Hongfu and said, "Do you know that pretending to be a royal relative is a capital crime that will punish all 9 generations of the family?" Hongfu said, "I know." While she was talking, Rong Ma came out. She had obviously heard the whole story, and her tone was anxious and angry. Impossible. How could the prince go to a place like a brothel? Tang Jiyun, Ma, don't talk nonsense, I still know this. Didn't she and the king of Jin meet by chance at Qingfeng's place? For this reason, she even suspected the king of Jin's orientation, but later forgot to confirm it with Qingfeng. In fact, Tang Jiyun really believed in Hongfu. To be the top in any industry, it is definitely not just luck, and Hongfu will not rely on luck and appearance alone. She must be knowledgeable and capable. Since she dared to come today, at least it means that there will be no bugs on the surface. Hongfu mentioned a date, and Tang Jiyun thought about it carefully for a long time and finally found that that day seemed to be the date when she and Prince Jin met by chance at Qingfeng's place. Could it be that Prince Jin was looking for Hongfu across the street, saw her, and came to catch the adultery? He felt that he could live happily, but his future concubine had to abide by the law. This was too much like something Prince Jin would do. But Aunt Rome denied it excitedly at this critical moment of recognition. Why did such a moth come to disrupt the situation? No, she would never allow it. Tang Jiyun persuaded her. "Mammy, what is true cannot be false, and what is false cannot be true. Since she said it with certainty, for the sake of the prince's offspring, we should temporarily believe her. If it is found out later that she lied, it will not be too late to pursue her. Prince, you see how reliable I am. Happy cooperation. Mammy Rong looked at her, trying to find jealousy and forbearance in her eyes, but was disappointed in the end. Mammy Rong suddenly realized that even if the prince could recognize the young master, the princess would not look at the prince differently because of this. The prince's future road is long and difficult. But no matter what, Mammy Rong didn't believe that Prince Jean would really look for a woman like Hongfu. Matron Rong suppressed her complicated emotions, looked at Tang Jiyun and said softly, "Princess, how do you want to deal with her? She may be pregnant with the prince's child, so we have to treat her well, but we don't know the details, so we can't bring her into the palace at will." "In my opinion," Tang Jiyun said, "we should rent a yard near this palace for her, find 2 people to serve her, and settle her down first. As for other things, we can investigate while she is pregnant. What do you think, matron?" This is a very appropriate arrangement. It is not the princess' fault that she does not understand the prince, but she is able to put the prince's child first and think carefully, so Matron Rong is very satisfied. "I think your majesty has considered it very well." Hongfu bowed to Tang Ziyun gratefully, with a relieved look in her eyes. Tang Jiyun saw her expression and couldn't help wondering in her heart, is this true or false? After having Hongfu settled down, Tang Jiyun planned to find someone to investigate, but found that there was no one she could use. However, Hongfu came to the house and brought a lot of onlookers with her, so Tang Baixin also heard about this matter and volunteered to investigate. Tang Jiyun, brother, you can investigate, but don't contact Hongfu. The child in her belly must not be in trouble, otherwise it will become a black pot that others put on me. Tang Baishi nodded and said with relief, "Ayun is much more mature now, and she is not surprised." Tang Jiyun accepted this praise. However, she really didn't live up to the 4 words "not surprised," especially in the middle of the night, when Huaishang and Song Jingyang, who were covered in blood, brought back the king of Jin with a broken stomach and intestines. Tang Jiyun almost went crazy. "Your Highness, what's wrong with you?" "Tang Jiyun, Linlin, I ask you, Linlin, is it my child?" The king of Jin was as pale as paper, covering his wound tightly, but his eyes were anxious, and he asked with all his strength. Tang Jiyun was shocked by the words of the Prince of Jin, and countless thoughts emerged in her mind. For example, did Huaishang think that his prince was going to die and he had no son behind him, so he said this on purpose? Haha, in order to let the Prince of Jin die with his eyes closed, he also took great pains. But why didn't he ask her if she was willing? With the injured in front of her, there was no time to complain. Tang Jiyun said, "Show her, bring my medicine box." Although she had never thought of performing surgery on people in this era, the conditions did not allow it at all, but since it was a matter of life and death, the dead prince had to be treated as a living prince. "Wine, strong liquor, go and prepare it," Tang Jiyun said calmly and urgently. The Prince of Jin kept pressing the wound tightly to stop the bleeding, which showed that he was not stupid. "One more person, go and borrow needles and thread from Rong Mama." She had to think about what else she needed to prepare. But at this critical moment of emergency treatment, except for her anxiety, the rest of the people seemed to be frozen and motionless. Tang Zhujun was anxious. "Are you deaf? Go quickly." "Prince Jin, Tang Zhujun, don't change the subject. I ask you, Linlin, is Linlin really?" His eyes were full of expectation, but also with deep sadness. He had already believed it halfway in his heart. It turned out that the child he loved so much was actually his own flesh and blood. How cruel is fate to not know each other. But he will never come back again. He died before he could accomplish his mission. He failed to overturn the case for the Xiao family, and now he has to accompany them. Prince Jin had already prepared and arranged for this result. If Yanran was the only one left, he would not tell her about her life experience, let her be an ordinary girl, and grow up to get married. But he never expected that he would have a son he didn't know about. And that child was right next to him. Prince Jin didn't dare to believe it completely. How could there be such a coincidence? He suspected that Huaishang comforted him at the last moment of his life. He was also worried that Huaishang had colluded with Tang Zhiyun. In short, the king of Jin now had only one thought in his mind. He wanted to make sure whether Lin Lin was his son. He would not rest in peace if he didn't know the truth. Tang Zhiyun thought a little similarly to him. That is, they both thought that Huaishang deliberately lied to him in order to comfort his master, who was dying soon, or to make him fight. So she stamped her feet and urged the two fools to prepare things, and then said to the king of Jin, "It's not for the prince, it's for Huaishang." Huaishang was in a mess. "I'm dead, dead, dead."
Who is he?
Where is he? Is he going to heaven? Tang Zhiyun only wanted to save people now. She saved the king of Jin. Isn't the grace of saving his life enough for the king of Jin to repay? Huaishang stammered. No, no, princess, you can't do this to harm your subordinates. This was completely in line with Tang Zhiyun's previous threat to him. What evil things did he do to deserve such a black pot? Tang Zhiyun sneered. If you keep talking, even the great Luo immortal can't save your prince. Why don't you go and prepare things? In fact, it's not Huaishang and Song Jingyang's fault. How could they know that a person could still live with his intestines spilled out? They were waiting for King Jin to entrust their son to them with a tragic mood. But this is the result? The child became Huaishang's, and the prince could still live? Ah, the prince can live. Quick, quick, what do you want? The two fools ran out, and Tang Zhiyun said to King Jin, "Let go, let me see the injury. Tell me first, is Lin Lin my child, or not?"
Tang Zhiyun.
Save your energy, there's plenty of time to talk. Tang Zhiyun said, "You can't die. If I don't let go, even the king of Hades can't take me away." You. King Jin was also shocked. He was like this, and she said he couldn't die? He didn't believe it. Tang Zhiyun must be trying to change the subject. She just said that the child was Huaishang's? But for some reason, King Jin couldn't help but let go of his hand and let her check the wound. Xiao'er brought the medicine box in and took a look at King Jin's wound. My goodness, this wound is really serious. Then she was about to run out in a hurry. Tang Zhiyun, you stay to help. What are you going to do? I'm going to the yard. I can't stand so much dirty blood. It's so dirty. King Jin. Forget it. She is a mysophobia and irritable. I'm worried about leaving her. Tang Zhiyun explained a few words for Xiao'er, took out the tools that had been prepared in the medicine box but had never thought of using, and lowered her head to carefully check King Jin's wound. TSK, it didn't hurt the vital parts. Such a long and deep cut, but it was just a flesh wound. The spleen was injured, and it just needed to be removed to stop the bleeding. Other than that, there was no problem. King Jin just pressed the wound tightly, which had played a certain role in stopping the bleeding. What a luck. King Jin. You wish I was dead, don't you? Tang Zhiyun felt relieved. While helping him stop the bleeding, she said, No, I was waiting for you to come back for help. You said you were fine, and Huaishang wanted to put a hat of that color on you. Well, sleepiness brought a pillow. She was thinking about how to bargain with King Jin and ask him for help. Now that King Jin was injured, she had a bargaining chip. Tang Zhiyun felt King Jin's muscles tense and knew he was in great pain. She said, It's too late to boil medicine now. I'll give you acupuncture to relieve the pain. You just hold on. Tang Zhiyun, tell me first, is Lin Lin really? No, he is really Huaishang's son. Tang Zhiyun said. I didn't know when my confidant became a peddler. Tell me, how did you get to know Huaishang? King Jin could vaguely know the scene at that time. It was the woman Huaishang found for him. He suspected that Tang Zhiyun had put the wrong name on someone else's head. But for such a big thing, how could he be sure without hearing her confession? The heart of the king of Jin was beating like a drum, and it almost jumped out of his throat. He went on a flower boat and spent 10 taels of silver to buy me, and then just once. Tang Zhiyun said, Your Highness, I don't expect you to repay me for saving my life. Can you help me and Lin Lin and not let Huaishang recognize our relatives? She said so earnestly that she almost cried. It is true. It is true. The king of Jin was ecstatic. Lin Lin is his son. Am I okay? Tell the truth. The king of Jin forced himself to calm down. Tang Zhiyun. The truth is that I don't know. I think I can do it, but I don't know whether God will give you a chance to live. As a doctor, she always knew that curing a disease can't change a life. She once had a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness and was discharged from the hospital. It was such a good thing, but he was hit by a car when he went out. She herself started to take care of her health at the age of 20, who knew that she would die at the age of 30 because of a fall. It is easy to resist infection in winter, and the King of Jin has a good physical foundation, but who knows? Maybe it will just pass away in a snap. I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. Tang Zhiyun added. Prince Jin. She did her best, so he.
I want to see Linlin, and I want to see her now.
Prince Jin said. You talk too much. Tang Zhiyun was really annoyed this guy didn't understand what people said, or what. She was negotiating with him. Why did he look for Linlin? She didn't intend to let Linlin know about his biological father all at once. She had to consider how to make him suffer the least harm before making a plan. If you keep talking, I can't guarantee that you can survive. Tang Zhiyun said unceremoniously. If you are tired of living, then I won't be busy anymore. Prince, do you want to see Linlin now, or do you want to save your life? I have something to tell Linlin. No need. Tang Zhiyun said unhappily. I have stopped the bleeding for you, and now I have to suture the wound. Even if God wants to take you, you have to wait a few days. There is plenty of time to tell the funeral. The terrible wound infection will not let people die directly. It's a pity that she didn't have a space to store some penicillin, otherwise she wouldn't send it now. Song Jingyang and Huaishang came back soon, gathered by the bed, and watched Tang Zhiyun work attentively. The King of Jin was also a man. He didn't say a word, even though his cold sweat soaked the bed sheets. Tang Zhiyun thought the King of Jin's clothes were dirty and in the way, so she simply stripped them all off. The King of Jin, you are not allowed to take off my pants. Tang Zhiyun, okay, I've seen more eggs than you've eaten. Are you prettier? Can I ascend to heaven with just one look at you? What are you two doing standing there like idiots? Hold down his hands and feet. Song Jingyang and Hui Mian looked at each other. Xiaoer had already sat on the King of Jin's feet and yelled at Song Jingyang. What are you doing? Hold your hands. Song Jingyang hurriedly did as he was told. The face of the Prince of Jin turned red like a monkey's buttocks, and he said with his last bit of strength, I won't move. Song Jingyang, take that idiot away. Song Jingyang said in embarrassment. No, Prince, please bear with it. Isn't this also aimed at the princess? A real man can endure the humiliation under his crotch, and now this little slander should be endured. In fact, it is not slander. Even if it is a dragon son and a phoenix grandson, the prince's place is indeed no different. The teeth of the Prince of Jin were about to break, and he heard Xiaoer say, The idiot is talking about me. Song Jingyang. The Prince of Jin. Really? Xiaoer is definitely his biggest nemesis, no one else. Song Jingyang coaxed and pulled Xiaoer out. Tang Zhiyun didn't hear this. She had entered a very critical link, and she couldn't be careless at all. She looked focused and serious, leaning down to treat the wound, and sweat gradually oozed out of her forehead and nose. Wipe the sweat, she said, her hands moving non-stop. Huaishang, the only third party in the room. My hand is gone. He didn't do anything, but the princess framed him as Linlin's biological father. If he wiped his sweat, would he have to blame him for the next child? He didn't want to, he really didn't want to. He suddenly had an idea and stuffed the handkerchief into the hands of King Jin. King Jin actually raised his hand with great effort to wipe the sweat off Tang Zhiyun's face. Tang Zhiyun didn't care so much. After stopping the blood and draining the wound and stuffing King Jin's intestines back, she had to suture the wound. Huaishang screamed, Madam, what are you doing? Did she think she was sewing clothes? Suture the wound, you can do it. Tang Zhiyun said expressionlessly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 hours had passed. She clearly felt that she was overdrawn physically, and now she was really gritting her teeth to persist. She was so tired that she was hungry. But even so, she was very responsible and tried to suture the wound so that it was not so ugly. The prince hasn't married yet, and he will have to find a woman in the future, so don't scare her. Look, how good she is. After doing all this, Tang Zhujun threw aside the tools that didn't fit but helped a lot, stood up straight, and took a long breath. Huh? Your Highness, you are still awake. This man hasn't fainted yet. This iron will is really a reliable thigh. Huai Shang said excitedly. My queen, is the prince okay? Almost he shouldn't die, I think so. Then your highness, I will go to pick up Nanxing. Huai Shang said excitedly. Song Jingyang went out and never came back. He should have gone. Nanxing is on the stage again? Tang Zhujun was surprised. The person who has been missing since the disappearance of King Jin is back now. King Jin said. In any case, bring her back, maybe. He glanced at Tang Zhujun. Huai Shang understood. Maybe there is hope, then turned around and walked out. When he got to the door, he suddenly turned back with a bitter face. Your Highness, I really don't have it. I'm still a... Another came, and the King of Jin was almost mad to death. Isn't it shameful? Following him, he is only fit to be a bachelor? The King of Jin told him to get out, and he got out. Tang Zhujun sat on the footstool, no longer having the strength to clean up. The hair on her forehead was wet with sweat, and it was in clumps. Her face was pale, and she was leaning against the bed without any image, looking a little embarrassed. But the King of Jin saw her bright and lively eyes, those spirited eyes. Probably only Tang Zhujun had them.
Tang Zhujun.
Your Highness, Tang Zhujun panted and waved her hands. Please be quiet for a while. Let me take a break and catch my breath. I am so tired to save you. Why didn't this man faint?
He needs to rest.
Prince Jin said, Linlin is my son, not Huaishang's. Tang Jian looked at him in surprise. Your Highness, you can do this just to have Linlin? Don't worry, you won't die. Even if you die, I will get you back. So, there is no need to find someone to break the pot, really. Besides, you are strong and healthy. There is no problem at all. You can still give birth in the future. Isn't there a hongfu arranged outside now? Maybe she is pregnant with a son. Prince Jin was so angry that he turned his head to face the inside and didn't want to talk. Tang Jian, did you finally faint? Oh, are you so excited? I didn't realize that you still favor boys over girls. Yanran is not good enough. You can go to heaven just by having a... Tang Zhujun, I will say it again. I was the one on the flower boat. Huai Shang picked you to give to me. Tang Zhujun was stunned. Your Highness, is this true? You can't lie about this. This. I was poisoned, and Huai Shang spent 100 taels of silver to buy a... No, I must have remembered it wrong. I got 10 taels. The 100 taels must be someone else. It's right that the master enjoys 100 taels and the servants get 10 taels. Maybe she is the one who buys one and gets one free. After all, it is said that Huai Shang is very stingy. It's you, no one else. Linlin is my son. Tang Zhujun. Oh yes, it is. Don't be excited. Or you should faint and give me some time to calm down. Heaven and earth. Why is it like this? Why did she get slept with by the King of Jin? Tang Zhujun needed quiet time, and so did the King of Jin. The difference was that Tang Zhujun needed time to digest the bad fate between herself and the King of Jin, while the King of Jin, in addition to the joy of the eldest son from heaven, now had an additional layer of confusion. Who on earth is Tang Zhujun? Her medical skills are superb, very exquisite and unique. Not to mention seeing her, he had never heard of her before. With such a serious injury, others, including himself, thought that she would die, but she was confident and calm. The King of Jin was deeply shocked. After Tang Zhujun went out, she sat in the flower hall in a daze. Linlin is the son of the King of Jin, so isn't he the eldest son of the King of Jin? Who can believe the shocking thing? If she didn't know the King of Jin, if she didn't really remember Huaishang, she would even suspect that the King of Jin would do anything to get her and talk nonsense. Of course, it's not for her, but for the support of her father and brother. But the King of Jin is not that kind of person. He cares a lot about family affection, which can be seen from his attitude towards Yanran. And there is no doubt about what they said. So, God, are you playing with me like this? How can she explain this to Linlin? At this time, The voices of Linlin and Yenran came from outside. The two little guys came and were stopped outside the yard by Xiaoer. "It's okay, let them in," Tang Zhujun said. The two children came in, and Yenran asked curiously, "Mother, what's wrong? Why did Xiaoer keep stopping us from coming in?" Linlin looked inside and said, "Aunt, is the prince back? Alas, my own son, is he so understanding?" Tang Zhujun thought sadly.
Yes.
Then, is it because it's too late that we disturbed you and the prince? Tang Zhujun's eyes suddenly widened. "Linlin, who taught you this?" Linlin said, "Madame Rong."
Ah?
Yenran explained. After Aunt Meng came into the house, Madame Rong said that we are not allowed to disturb her and Lord Tang, especially at night. Tang Zhujun breathed a sigh of relief. The prince and I are different from their situations. How are they different? Yenran asked with her head tilted. Tang Zhujun, anyway, it's different. It's getting late, and the prince has rested. Can you two come to see the prince tomorrow? Originally, this could have fooled them, but Song Jingyang and Huaishang came back with a seriously injured Nanqing. It was a commotion now, and it couldn't be hidden. Tang Zhujun went to treat Nanqing's injuries as ordered by King Jin, and it took several more hours. If the memory of several consecutive surgeries in her previous life was not still in her consciousness, she would not have been able to hold on at all. It was already dawn, and Prince Jin looked at the two little heads surrounding the bed and their concerned eyes, and felt relieved in his heart. God, after those unspeakable sufferings, finally made up for him. He once thought that he had no close relatives anymore. It turned out that Linlin was here. As for the emperor, he was not considered. "Father, are you still in pain? Can Yenran give you a warm call?" "Your Highness, you had a fever last night, but it's gone down now." Prince Jin reached out and touched the heads of the two one by one. He felt comfortable no matter how he looked at them, and asked, "Where's your aunt?" "Fainted." Xiaoer came in with water and said unhappily. Prince Jin suddenly became nervous. "What's going on? Isn't it to save you and that annoying Nanqing?" Xiaoer said. After the princess treated Nanqing's wound, she said it's okay, and then fell to the ground. Tang Zhujun, why are you exaggerating? Did she fall to the ground and fall asleep? What about now? Of course, I dragged her to the couch. Xiaoer said, "Really, Your Majesty, how come nothing good has happened to me since I met you?" Prince Jin ignored her complaints and said, "You don't need to serve here. Go and take care of the princess." "I'm not serving you either. I'm helping the two young masters wash and dress, as the princess just ordered. How about she come?" Tang Zhujun took a nap and got up at noon. "How is the prince?" She opened her eyes and asked Xiaoer, who was holding a rag and wishing to wipe off a layer of the table.
Sirad, I'm fine.
Tang Zhujun looked up at the ceiling of the bed and said with some pain, "The prince is so badly injured. I'm afraid he can't walk. It will be so annoying to see him day and night from now on. Especially now, he is Linlin's biological father." She was thinking about this matter in her dream just now. She had a strong premonition that this matter will seriously affect her and Linlin's future life. Xiaoer rolled her eyes and said, "You asked for it. If you hadn't rescued him last night, would you have had fewer troubles?"
Tang Zhujun.
"You are soft-hearted, so what? Why are you talking about all that? Get up and go see the prince. I think something is wrong with him." "What's wrong?" Tang Zhujun suddenly became nervous and sat up. He obviously hurt his stomach. Why does it look like he hurt his brain? Xiaoer's complaint was fatal. "Don't blame me, you know? Linlin just asked me indirectly whether the prince hurt his head."
Tang Zhujun.
"What's wrong with the prince?" Always looking at Linlin, asking Linlin about his childhood, asking again and again, "Really, princess, he is not normal. Did you make him stupid by acupuncture last night? Or is this your backup plan?" Tang Zhujun was speechless. What backup plan do I have? The Prince of Jin was clearly very affectionate and happy. Make the prince stupid and occupy the palace. You overestimate me. I'll be thankful if he doesn't kill me. Tang Zhujun got up and went downstairs. She still had to visit two seriously ill patients. The Prince of Jin was also very tired, but he was so excited that he couldn't sleep at all. sending the two children who stayed up all night to accompany him to sleep on the kong next to him. Listening to the wind outside, King Jin began to think about Tang Jujuan's matter. He is still alive, and Nanqing was also saved. This is beyond human power. The stomach was broken, and the intestines were spilled, and it was sewn up with ordinary needles and thread. If this really works, how many people on the battlefield would not have to die? It must be Tang Jujun who used magic. Tang Jujun, she is a fairy. He used to feel strange, why she was so different from the rumors. Later he found that the father and son of the Tang family were also shocked by her transformation, which shows that it was not a rumor, but her temperament really changed. It is difficult to change a person's nature, but she has undergone such a drastic change, and she can also have such shocking medical skills. King Jin can almost conclude that Tang Jujun is not of my kind. On the day of the flower viewing banquet, he saw her before and after pretending to faint, and she was completely different. Could it be that that day was the day when the old Tang Jujun was possessed by the fairy? Although Confucius does not speak of strange and supernatural things, how else could one explain Tang Jujuan's earth-shaking change? King Jin thought about what kind of spirit Tang Jujun was for a long time. Although he didn't find anything, he firmly believed that the direction he was thinking was right, otherwise he couldn't explain her earth-shaking changes. What to do? King Jin thought of Master Hanzhen. Master Hanzhen obviously liked Tang Jujun very much, and he took the initiative to give her the bracelet. You know, that was Master Hanzhen himself who wore it. Before, except for giving similar ones to the Queen Mother, he never gave it to anyone else. Master Hanzhen looked at her differently. Was it because he saw that she was different? If that was the case, even if she was a demon, she was a good demon. To be favored by the Buddhists, could it be that the lotus became a spirit? Or a spirit like the four gentlemen of winter? However, Tang Jujun was lively and active, and seemed to have nothing to do with those plants. But a fox spirit? Everyone wanted to kill her, so why did she get the master's favor? King Jin thought about it, and his head hurt. In the end, he reconciled with himself. There was a long way to go, and he would always have a chance to figure it out. Tang Jujun, hold my foxtail tightly, I won't show it to you. Both the Prince of Jin and Nanqing were seriously injured, especially Nanqing, who was in a coma for 2 or 3 days and was only awake for a very short time every day. His condition was not very good. The Prince of Jin was strong and only had a low fever. He looked in good spirits. He was asked to walk slowly, with the help of the bed. He did not cry out in pain like many patients Tang Jian had seen in her previous life. But Tang Jian encountered a problem. It is easy to cure the disease, but it is difficult to recover, especially eating vegetarian food every day. How can this be good? However, normally it will take until the 15th day of the first lunar month for various vendors to reopen, including those selling meat. And since the Prince of Jin was dead, they had to buy meat secretly. The little meat that was stored in the mansion before was bought by Xiaoer, who hid it in other things after traveling half of the capital and brought it in secretly. The Prince of Jin also said that he wanted to eat meat. Tang Jian went to find Huaishang. Huaishang complained when he saw her. "Madam, you really scared me to death that day. I still tremble when I think about it now." Tang Jian, should I compensate you for your mental damages? Mental damages? That's a very good idea. Huaishang thought. Give it to me quickly. Give it to me quickly. I can't resist, and I accepted it reluctantly. However, Tang Jian was obviously untrustworthy. She said, "You spent 100 taels of silver?" Huaishang was stabbed again, and blood flowed like a river. Madame Rong was so happy that she forgot the promised 1,000 taels of silver. And the prince has always regarded money as dirt, especially other people's money as dirt. Now he has not expressed any reimbursement. This is so sad. Yeah. Huaishang was so sad that he didn't want to talk. It's too dark. Tang Jian said, I only received 10 taels of silver, and now I want to get a boat. Huaishang. In fact, he also wanted to. Tang Jujun got down to business. You should find a way to get some meat from your home to nourish the prince and Nanqing.
Cut his meat again.
Huaishang looked like he had lost all hope. Just after teasing Huaishang, Xiaoer ran in and said, My queen, Aunt Meng is here. Tang Zhujun was surprised. Why is she here? It was only the first few days of the first lunar month, and the Tang family was actually quite busy. Colleagues of his father and brother had to come and go, and sometimes they had to come to the house, and Meng Yulan had to take care of him. She was very tired with her big belly, but fortunately she had Lu Zhu by her side, and he Posey could also help. Xiaoer patted herself. Do you see any chicken feathers on me? Chicken feathers? Tang Zhujun asked as she walked out. Yes, Aunt Meng came to deliver the chickens and I just helped carry the chicken coops. Here, those are them. Xiaoer pointed to the 4 chicken coops in the yard. Tang Zhujun recognized them at a glance. These were Lin's precious chickens. Before the Lunar New Year, it was the time to slaughter chickens and sheep, but Lin and Yanran would not allow the killing of these chickens. There was no other way. The Tang family had more than a dozen chickens, so they had to go out to buy chickens. Tang Zhujun was a little puzzled, but she still went out to welcome Meng Yulan in. Prince Jean was in the inner room, so she talked to Meng Yulan in the flower hall. Sister-in-law, why did you send these chickens? The prince's mansion was not so poor that they could not even afford to eat. Meng Yulan smiled and said, Didn't Lin send someone to bring a letter saying that he missed his chickens?
Tang Zhuzun.
Meng Yulan said to Lu Zhu again, Didn't you say before you came that you wanted Xiaoer to teach you needlework? Go quickly, I'll talk to the princess for a while, and we have to go home. If you stay out for too long, the master will be worried. Tang Zhujun was stuffed with dog food. After Lu Zhu and Xiaoer left, Meng Yulan said, I took this opportunity to talk to you. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Meng Yulan got angry when she saw her peaceful life. I heard that from a brothel came to our house, saying that she was pregnant with a prince's child. It's such a big thing. Why didn't you send someone home to tell me, and wait for me to hear it from others? Tang Zhujun scratched her head. Well, I don't think it's a big deal. She hasn't formed the habit of relying on her parents for everything. It turns out that sending chickens is just an excuse, and discussing this matter with her is the real purpose. I have dealt with it, Tang Zhujun said. I will not allow her to enter the palace. What are you going to do? Meng Yulan asked seriously.
Tang Zhuzun.
Before, she thought of keeping the person outside and waiting for the Prince of Jin to come back to listen to his opinion. Since it was his fault, he would deal with it himself. If he was willing to take the person in, he could make his own decision in his own mansion. If he was unwilling, he could deal with it as he wanted. But now Tang Zhujun has a different idea. Since Lin is the eldest son of King Jin, the future of this palace belongs to Lin. She can't let a messy person enter the palace and leave a mess. Even if it is really the flesh and blood of King Jin, Hongfu can't enter the palace without her nod. Don't even think about it. I won't agree to let her enter the palace. That's not enough, Meng Yulan said. Tang Zhujun was surprised. Then what sister-in-law means is, the child in her belly can't be kept. Tang Zhujun was silent. She really can't do it. Hongfu is at most a fraud, not a capital crime, and even if it is a capital crime, she didn't offend Tang Zhujun and Tang Zhujun shouldn't be the one to execute it. Tang Zhujun knows how fierce the fight in the backyard is, but she doesn't want her hands to be stained with blood. The blood on her hands can only be stained with saving people and protecting herself. Although the world is difficult, she still wants to be a clean person and do things cleanly. Meng Yulan held Tang Zhujun's hand, his eyes firm. I know you can't do it, but Yun, have you ever thought about it? The prince is no longer here. No one can explain this matter clearly except Hongfu. Even if you don't let her enter the palace, if she gives birth to a child in the future, won't others see her as the prince's offspring? Especially if it's a son. Then he will be the only heir to the palace. Tang Zhujun rubbed her temples. She really didn't think so much, mainly because she knew that Prince Jin was not dead. She also knew that Lin was Prince Jin's eldest son. In the matter of inheritance, a concubine's son can be crushed into by a legitimate son in seconds. Meng Yulan continued, I'm afraid that in the future, you have to raise her children and rely on her children. Can you bear it with your mentality? Tang Zhujun said that if that really happened, she couldn't bear it. She would overturn the table and leave. She would rather suffer than be bullied. Ion, I know that our Tang family has a clean family tradition, but the backyard is really not that simple. You are reluctant, but others will not be kind to you, do you know? Seeing that Meng Yulan was thinking about her wholeheartedly and worried, Tang Zhujun hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, I know. I will find a way." She didn't want Meng Yulan to worry about her with a big belly. She should talk to Prince Jin about this matter. She had only one bottom line: Hongfu and his child must not enter the house. If they enter the house, she would take Linlin away. Meng Yulan said, "If you can't do it, let me do it." "No, don't do it." Tang Zhujun said, "Sister-in-law, you're still pregnant. Don't worry so much. My own affairs will not hold you back." Meng Yulan said, "Even if the child is fake, it will disgust you if it acts in the name of the palace in the future. Don't worry about it. This matter has been a few days ago. If the emperor really cares, he would have sent someone to ask." After a pause, she continued, "The emperor doesn't want to confuse the royal bloodline, so even if it is true, the emperor probably doesn't want to accept it. The emperor doesn't lack this grandson." Tang Zhujun understood that the more important reason was that the emperor knew that Prince Jin was not dead and was waiting for him to deal with it himself. After sending Meng Yulan away, Tang Zhujun went in to change the medicine for Prince Jin. Prince Jin said, "Have someone call that woman to the palace and ask her questions so I can hear them."
No.
Tang Zhuyun said, "Don't even think about letting her enter the palace unless the palace changes hands. Husband and wife are one, and she is now the owner of the palace." "I don't agree. She can't come in, Your Majesty, don't fool me." Prince Jin looked at her angry look and felt a little relieved, although he didn't understand where this emotion came from. However, the comfort lasted only 3 seconds, and he heard Tang Zhuyun say, "The palace will be majestic in the future, and I don't want him to have inexplicable brothers and sisters." Prince Jin vomited blood. He was still alive and well, and she was already calculating his inheritance? "Do you have to be so?" Tang Zhujun added, "I can't kill anyone. So don't worry, if they are really the prince's women and children, I won't do anything to them. Nor will I stop the prince from raising them, but if you want to take them back to the palace, then I will take Linlin away. I don't want Linlin to live in conspiracy and calculation since childhood." She looked down at the King of Jin, who was lying on the bed. "Your Highness should know that I can do what I say. If I can't do it, I will find a way to make everyone in the family restless. People like me don't care about dignity, but only the substance." The King of Jin sneered, "You are self-aware. I have never seen Hongfu." Tang Zhujun sneered, "Your Highness also thought that he had never seen me before. Isn't it the same as the children running all over the floor?" The King of Jin was immediately blocked and speechless. Tang Zhujun asked again, "Your Highness, what are you going to do about Linlin's matter?" The King of Jin pretended to be confused. "What to do? Recognize the relatives." Tang Zhujun gritted her teeth. "I feel that this man wants to be irresponsible." Although she has been struggling for a few days and feels that recognizing her relatives may not be a good thing for Linlin, and he may not be able to accept it emotionally at once. After all, he has blamed his biological father for so many years, but he has to recognize his relatives sooner or later. A poor man who abandoned his wife and children wants to reunite with his family, and everyone despises him. But for a rich man whose wife and children are separated, reunion is the right way in the world. Tang Zhujun has no deep affection for King Jin, so she can only consider it from the perspective of practical interests. Such a prince's father, it's useless not to recognize him so that the child can struggle for a few less lifetimes, right? Besides, Linlin also likes King Jin, and the father and son are still very harmonious together. The problems in front of them are actually trivial matters. But now it seems that King Jin may not want to recognize his relatives. Does he think that getting on the flower boat has affected his reputation for a lifetime? But does he have a reputation? While thinking about it, he heard King Jin say, "I am still considering it."
Tang Zhujun, Seth Kumbat.
At this moment, the children running all over the ground ran in. Linlin said, "Aunt, the chickens have been delivered, right? From now on, kill one every day to nourish the prince."
Tang Zhujun.
Haha, Linlin has a deep relationship with chickens, but She breaks down when she meets King Jean. This chicken's feelings are too indifferent. If chickens have feelings, they must hate King Jean to death. He escaped the first day of the new year, but not the seventh day. King Jean looked relieved. It turned out to be his son. The father-son nature overcomes everything. Tang Zhujun was so angry that her heart and lungs ached. You dog man, are you worthy of so many chickens? You don't even want to recognize your own son. Yanran yelled that she wanted to go with her to make chicken soup for King Jean, so Tang Zhujun could only take her to the small kitchen in the yard. After a while, the fragrance of the chicken soup wafted, and the servants probably thought she was eating it secretly. Tang Zhujun didn't want to take the blame. Taking the blame for King Jean could make her die of anger. Tang Zhujun took a chicken out of the chicken coop and said to Yanran, "I'm going to kill the chicken, you go inside. I'll watch my mother kill it." Yanran squatted beside him with her chin in her hand, looking very cute.
Tang Zhujun.
"Do you dare to watch?" "I dare to eat." "Why don't you dare to watch?" Yanran asked curiously. Tang Zhujun. "Oh my god, the child of the king of Jean is really different."
Huh?
How could she forget that Yanran is also the child of the king of Jean? Yanran is only 2 months younger than Linlin. Could it be that the king of Jean is poisoned every now and then? Hongfu maybe too. And she and Hongfu both had with the king of Jean in that kind of place. Could it be that the king of Jean likes to persuade the innocent to get ashore and drag the good family into the water? Bah, 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 spit on this dog man. Tang Zhujun's feelings for Yanran are naturally different. She has raised a child for so long, and Yanran is so cute and has no bad intentions. She can raise her as her own. Unexpectedly, she and Linlin are actually siblings. Is there a connection between siblings? The relationship between these two is really good. Tang Zhujun killed the chicken skillfully while she was daydreaming. But soon, Shower came to take over. She was not good at killing chickens, but she handled them cleanly, and she always disliked others for not doing it well. At the same time, Linlin was talking to Prince Jean in the room. "Your Highness, would you like some water? Your Highness, would you like to come down and take a walk? Your Highness, you..." "Linlin, don't worry, come and sit down." Prince Jean waved to Linlin. When Linlin sat down, Prince Jin's Adam's apple moved, and he spoke with difficulty. "Linlin, what do you think of your biological father?" King Jean did not expect that his tragedy would almost be repeated on his own son. No, he would not allow it. The smile on Linlin's face disappeared instantly. He lowered his eyes to hide the disgust in his eyes with his long eyelashes and said, "It's better not to show up forever and never think about father and son recognizing each other." King Jean. "Prince, let's not talk about that." Linlin said self-deprecatingly, "I don't want you to think that I am cold and unfilial, but I really can't recognize him. I hate him for being irresponsible. If I reconcile with him, what about the suffering my grandfather, my father, and my aunt have suffered over the years?" King Jean felt as if a heavy hammer had hit his heart, and he was in so much pain that his flesh and blood were blurred. "No, Linlin is not like that. No matter how rich he is, I will not take advantage of him." Linlin said, "He is irresponsible to my aunt. I don't want him." "Did your aunt tell you that she and a peddler? Isn't it?" Linlin asked immediately. He only knew by accident that he was born by his aunt before, but he didn't know the cause and effect. Later, when they reconciled, Tang Zhiyan did say that to him.
King Jean didn't know what to say.
After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Linlin, how do you think I treat you? The prince is naturally very good to me. In my heart, the prince is as important as my father." Linlin said solemnly. "Aunt said that if you like someone, you should say it boldly and don't let others guess." Tang Zhiyan wanted to go back to the house to find herbs to stew chicken soup. When she overheard this at the door, she didn't know what expression to make. King Jean, this rascal, didn't want to recognize his relatives and deliberately mentioned this matter to Linlin, rubbing salt on the child's wound. Why did she save him? What if I did something wrong, something very wrong? Would Linlin forgive me?
King Jean asked.
His heart was pounding, almost jumping out of his throat, and he looked at Linlin intently. "Yes," Linlin said without hesitation, Aunt said that no matter what I did wrong, I could tell her. She would criticize me, but she would stand with me, make amends when necessary, and get beaten when necessary. There is nothing to get over. Tang Jujun. That's what I do to you, not what you do to King Jin. Then Linlin said, I treat the prince the same way. Because I know that if I do something wrong, the prince will punish me, but he will also protect me. Tang Jujun had a heart attack after hearing this. How could he be so good? He doesn't even want to recognize you. All his sincerity was wasted, and he felt sorry for Linlin. Linlin, King Jin pursed his lips, and he had never felt that there was a moment that was as difficult to speak as it was now. I have made a very big mistake now. Prince, do you want to change the world? Tang Jujun was really going to die, or the kind that could not be saved, and she clutched her chest tightly. Help, these two people are crazy. Linlin's voice was so calm, and even excited. Your Highness, I've known it for a long time. The first time I heard you and Huaishang say that you wanted to deal with the Crown Prince, I guessed that you wanted to do more than that. You can do it. Tang Jian. I can't do it again. Call 120.
Don't talk about that.
King Jin said, it's not about that. Tang Jian. I can still save him. Fortunately, this big one is not dizzy. Then King Jin continued, that is not a big mistake. Tang Jian. You can pack up and bury him. You can live a good life. Why are you thinking about rebellion? I don't want to do that for the time being. Tang Jian. Who am I? Why am I on a roller coaster? Linlin, I am your biological father. Tang Jian was blown to pieces by this bomb. King Jin, have you prepared? Are you polite like this? She was very worried about Linlin's reaction, and even prepared for Linlin to rush out, and she would hug him. But it didn't happen. Linlin looked at the King of Jin in surprise. Your Highness, I know you like me, but I don't mind my background. You don't have to do this for me. Linlin, I'm serious. You are my biological son. King of Jin said. I hesitated at first and thought of many reasons to retreat and conceal, but in the end, I decided to talk to you openly because you are my responsibility. I missed your 5 years of growth and don't want to miss it again. He spoke sincerely, with stars flashing in his eyes. Linlin was very calm, the kind of calmness that was too slow to react. He said, Your Highness, please continue, let me think about it. Tang Jujun grabbed her clothes tightly and couldn't help crying. Linlin, can you accept it? King of Jin is his idol and hero. The hero is disillusioned, and the shock he suffered can be imagined. King of Jin nodded. My acquaintance with your aunt is not what she said. Since you have decided to be honest, don't lie anymore, especially Linlin is such a smart and sensitive child. At that time, she was abused by her grandmother, had no relatives to love her, and went astray. I was poisoned, and there was a deviation in the detoxification process. At this moment, Tang Jujun was sincerely grateful to King Jin. He was comforting his previous life. He didn't like her. He was giving Linlin an excuse to accept it decently. He was afraid of hurting Linlin. It was a coincidence, we didn't know. But later, we still met. King Jin sincerely thanked fate for its generosity. Linlin, I blamed myself for losing control that time for a long time. But if the result is you, even if it happens again, I will not regret it. I know I missed a lot. I am very sorry. I can only hope to make it up to you as much as possible in the future. Linlin finally spoke slowly. He said, In fact, you and Aunt, it was not intentional. You gave me life. What reason do I have to blame? It's just that my heart. I know you can't accept it for a while, said King Jin. I don't expect you to recognize me immediately, but I want to protect you. We have to protect your aunt together. You probably know something about the bloody storm I faced. I can't recognize you. I want to give you a peaceful life. The matter between your aunt and me cannot stand scrutiny. The people who knew about this matter, your grandfather and your father, may not have handled it cleanly. Once it is revealed, it will not be good for you. And I don't want to implicate you in what I am doing, even if I know that you are willing to help me. Linlin, only if you stand high enough and have absolute power to crush, can you be willful and make those people shut up. I don't ask you to recognize me now. I know that you are the one who is most hurt in this matter. Father, Linlin burst into tears. King Jin wanted to stand up suddenly, but he was in pain because of the injury. He was sweating profusely. However, he was still smiling. Linlin, shout again, shout again. Tang Zhujun, however, had slowly squatted against the wall, covering her mouth and crying like a fool. Linlin reconciled with 6 years of resentment. Her good child. Prince Jin suddenly spoke to the outside of the door. Go if you've heard enough. I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep if you hear what's coming next.
Tang Zuzun.
She didn't want to cry anymore. What a deep father-son relationship. Bah. Only Linlin is good. Tang Zhujun wiped her tears, went in angrily to get the medicine bag, and hurried out. Linlin, Aunt, let her go,
Prince Jin said.
After Tang Zhujun walked out, he said to Linlin, who had already agreed with tears, she cried and didn't want you to see it. No, I'm worried about your injury. Prince, I'll still call you this in the future. I'm afraid I'll get used to calling you that in private and let it slip. And he was embarrassed. He still needed to adapt. Prince Jin nodded. Whatever you call me, I'm fine, let her go. He wanted to be alone with Linlin for a while. It's not Linlin's fault that he can't let his son call him openly. It's his incompetence. He reached out to wipe away the tears from Linlin's eyes. Are you ashamed? Linlin also wiped the tears of King Jin and asked him, Are you ashamed? The father and son smiled at each other, and the time and space gap of more than 5 years seemed to disappear just like that. Prince, I feel like I'm dreaming. Linlin said. Me too. King Jin painted his eyebrows with his eyes, and he only hated that he was seriously injured and couldn't hold his son in his arms. Tang Zhujun sat in the kitchen, listening to the sound of chicken soup boiling in the pot, but her mind was full of the conversation between father and son just now. This is too tearful. She couldn't help but raise her sleeves to wipe away her tears. Yenren noticed it and said cautiously, Mother, are you reluctant to part with the chicken?
Tang Zuzun.
No, I was intoxicated by the smoke. Yenran was relieved immediately. Actually, I am a little reluctant to part with it, but your father is more important than the chicken, right? Seeing her serious and reasonable look, Tang Zhujun laughed. Yes, your father is more important than the chicken. This reference is really well chosen. Tang Zhujun stood up and said, You and Xiaoer stay here to look after the chicken soup. I'll go see Nanqing. Yenren pulled her sleeve. Mother, don't go. What's wrong? Yenren pouted. She's not respectful to you at all. I hate her. Let her suffer. Tang Zhujun pinched her little face with a little flesh. I don't like her either, but she saved your father. She didn't like Nanqing either, but there was no deep hatred between them. At most, Nanqing looked down on her. Hasn't she seen enough tricky patients? What's more, Nanqing was injured while saving Prince Jin. So far, Tang Zhujun and Prince Jin have had a pleasant cooperation, and now they have an even stronger relationship, so she should do whatever she needs to do to cure the disease and save the patient. But after he recovered from his injury, if she wants him to do something he doesn't like, she's sorry. When she reached the door of Nanqing's room, Tang Zhujun heard Huaishang talking inside. Tang Zhujun didn't intend to eavesdrop, so she cleared her throat. Song Jingyang lifted the curtain and invited her in. You're here too, Tang Zhujun said lightly. Nanqing and I are all acquaintances, and this time Nanqing helped me take the blame. Song Jingyang said. No wonder Xiaoer specifically said that she would save the chicken soup for Nanqing. In the past, they were enemies who were extremely jealous of each other. Really? Song Jingyang's face turned red with excitement, and he rubbed his hands and said, I knew that Xiaoer had me in her heart. Tang Zhujun. Go and help the person who has you in his heart to light the fire. Song Jingyang went there happily. Nanqing saw Tang Zhujun coming in and struggled to get up. Tang Zhujun said, Don't move. The wound will burst open, and I will have to clean it up. Nanqing said guiltily, My lady princess, I was disrespectful to you in the past, and you can still save me without holding a grudge. I don't want to save her either, but my conscience can't let it go. She glanced at Huaishang again. Did you tell her about Linlin's matter? She saved Nanqing not just today, and Nanqing had never had such a big change in her attitude towards her before. If you think about it, You will know that the change now is because of this incident, not because of her life-saving grace. Tang Zhujun probably saw something about Nanqing. She valued Prince Jin and Yanren more than her own life. So now that she knew that Linlin was the biological child of Prince Jin, her gratitude to her was the most important reason. Although Tang Zhujun found this idea very difficult to understand. Huaisheng said, Nanqing, you don't have to worry about this moment. There will be plenty of time in the future. He was so good at comforting people. But no matter how Tang Zhujun listened, she felt that his voice seemed to be filled with melancholy and regret. Then she heard Nanqing say, I know. By the way, when I thought I was dying, I said I would leave my money to you, but now it's not counted. Tang Zhujun, is there such a thing? Huaisheng blushed and fled in a hurry, saying, Of course I hope you are okay. I'm leaving first.
Tang Zhujun lo ghét.
Nanqing also laughed. This was the first time Tang Zhujun saw her laugh. Nanqing said, I teased him on purpose. He is a miser. I know. Tang Zhujun lifted the quilt to check her wound. My queen, I know it was all my fault before. I misunderstood you, thinking that you didn't like the prince, that's why. No need to apologize, you didn't misunderstand. I really don't like your prince. Tang Zhujun said calmly. But then you. The child is an accident. The child is indeed ours, and we are indeed temporarily tied together by the imperial edict, but other than that, there is nothing else. You don't have to love the whole house and the whole dog. Why do I say they are temporarily tied together? Because the Prince of Jin wants to be the emperor. If he becomes the emperor, what does she have to do with him? He will definitely kick her out quickly. But Tang Zhujun is not afraid at all. She can wait. She is 3 years younger than the Prince of Jin, and she knows how to take care of herself, so she will definitely live longer than him. If he dies, Linlin will definitely bring her back to be the Queen Mother. Her blessing is still to come. When the Prince of Jin was lying in bed unable to move, she would do the things he hated every day in front of him to him off. The premise is that the Prince of Jin must succeed, not be killed by someone, and implicate the mother and son. Nanqing was shocked by Tang Zhujun's words. The child is already born. And you say there is no emotion? But how can you loosen up after the child is born? You are right about one thing. Tang Zhujun said slowly, I am not the right person for your prince. Nanqing hurriedly said, That's not what I meant. I just think that the prince will be very good to the woman he likes. The Prince of Jin was quite fierce to Tang Zhujun. You are right about this, so he doesn't like me at all. So, if nothing happened, she wouldn't flatter herself. It doesn't matter who the Prince of Jin likes, it has nothing to do with her, as long as he doesn't bring back the lives he has caused. Whether Linlin can find his biological father or not will affect his life, and it has nothing to do with her own life. She was tied to the position of princess, and it had nothing to do with King Jin. It was an imperial decree, so everyone had to make do with it. Stay sober, make money, stay away from men, and live a happy life.